on a rain-soaked night. A black sedan careened off a winding mountain road, crashing through the guardrail and colliding violently with the mountainside. Its front crumpled beyond recognition. The driver perished instantly, while in the back seat, a bloodied woman lay unconscious, fiercely cradling a small girl beneath her. An hour later, within the confines of a military hospital in the West, the emergency room doors swung open. Several doctors emerged, removing their masks, and shook their heads at the military officials waiting outside. "Please accept our condolences, Dr. Shun could not be saved." The elderly man, adorned with the stars of rank upon his shoulder, trembled, tightening his grip around the small girl. The child looked up, bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, staring vacantly at the person holding her. The little girl, named Yu Nian, had just lost her parents in the tragic accident. Today marked her 6th birthday, a day that should have been filled with joy. Her father, Yu Yan, and mother, Shun Jiqiao, were both esteemed engineers at a firearms research institute. Despite their demanding schedules, they had made an effort to celebrate her birthday, planning a family outing. However, an urgent notification had interrupted their day, summoning them back to resolve an issue with their project. As they drove, her parents reassured her about future celebrations, with her mother promising to spend more time with her. "Nian Nian, once this project is completed, I will retire to focus on my precious girl, all right?" Her mother's words lingered in the air, but she had not yet found the opportunity to respond. In an unexpected turn of events, the vehicle skidded out of control, crashing against the mountainside. Her father was killed instantly, and now her mother was beyond saving. How could it be that she was left all alone? Yu Nian, possessing an astonishing IQ of 180, despite her tender age, understood far more than one might expect. General Li gazed at her, his expression a tapestry of emotions. "Little Nian, come with me to see your father and mother." Yu Nian remained expressionless, and Li let out a sigh. He felt a pang of compassion for the child whom he had watched grow up, her parents often too occupied with their work. He wished to grant her more time to process the tragedy, yet the circumstances demanded urgency. The identities of Yu Yan and Shun Jiqiao were far too sensitive. The suddenness of the event left little room for proper handling. They were top-tier mechanical engineers, having significantly improved numerous military installations, and were invaluable assets to the Firearms Research Institute. The ongoing heavy weaponry enhancement project drew considerable attention, and the revelation of the project leader's demise would have far-reaching repercussions. Thus, discretion was paramount. Arrangements were made for a swift cremation. Their ashes could not be interred in the martyrs' cemetery, nor could they have a gravestone. The abruptness of this incident was hard to bear not only for Yu Nian, but even for General Li, who found it difficult to accept. The loss to the research institute was incalculable. Closing his eyes, he carried Yu Nian inside. There, Yu Yan and Shun Jiqiao lay peacefully, their bloodstains meticulously cleaned away, appearing as if they were merely asleep. The little girl trembled as she reached out, touching Shun Jiqiao's cold face. At that moment, the quietude that had enveloped her shattered. Yu Nian finally broke into inconsolable sobs. The heart-wrenching cries resonated deeply with those present. This child, wise beyond her years, had always understood her parents' demanding work, never once demanding their attention, behaving with a maturity far surpassing her age. Now, alas, Old Li pondered, it would be good if the child could cry, if only she could release her emotions through tears. The child had been unnaturally quiet, and now he felt a bit more at ease. No amount of coaxing or comforting from Yu Nian proved effective. She cried herself into exhaustion and fell asleep, being brought back to Old Li's home. During this period, she temporarily resided with him, appearing to have recovered somewhat, though she had grown sullen, scarcely uttering a word. Often, she would clutch the small laptop her parents had assembled for her, spending entire afternoons in her room, emerging only when called for meals. Yu Nian possessed a remarkable intellect, yet she did not inherit her parents' mechanical aptitude. Instead, she harbored a profound interest in computers, demonstrating exceptional talent from a young age. Growing up in the military district alongside her parents, she was surrounded by individuals skilled in this domain, who, noticing her fascination, were eager to engage her and allow her to learn. Despite her parents' affiliation with the Firearms Research Institute, Yu Nian had spent the majority of her years immersed in the cybersecurity office. The prominent experts there recognized her extraordinary potential and were keen to nurture her as their proc. In fact, they spent more time with little Yu Nian than her parents, Yu Yan and Shun Jiqiao. Although she was young, Yu Nian possessed her own convictions and declined old Li's suggestion of attending school, opting instead to study at the Cybersecurity Institute. Over the years, she diligently worked in the military district, excelling in the field of cybersecurity, her talent in this area being nothing short of astonishing, coupled with a temperament capable of enduring solitude for study. The mentors who once guided her found themselves challenged and eventually sought opportunities in various military districts, as top-tier talents typically serve their country within the military framework. Her exceptional gifts propelled her, and at just 20 years of age, she had become unparalleled within the military district, dominating the Cybersecurity Institute without rival. Following a certain upheaval, the once vivacious Yu Nian became taciturn, seemingly finding no joy in life beyond her studies and training. She momentarily detached from her thoughts, realizing her birthday was approaching. Over the years, it seemed she had seldom celebrated it properly. Others believed her reluctance stemmed from lingering feelings about past events, yet she had long since moved on. Her temperament, however, had become ingrained, making it difficult to alter. She preferred solitude over bustling environments, finding more solace in her computer than in social interactions. Reflecting on a new task she had recently undertaken, establishing a cybersecurity division in Kyoto, she recognized the increasing significance of cybersecurity in recent years. The security systems in Kyoto had previously been maintained by the Military District Cybersecurity Office. This time, the higher-ups aimed to separate and independently establish a national cybersecurity division, for which she was appointed as the minister. This posed no challenge for her, as it was her area of expertise. She had previously been seconded to assist in forming cybersecurity divisions in several new military districts, making her quite familiar with the process. In truth, Yu Nian felt indifferent about her place of residence. Despite the ongoing competition among military districts for talent, she remained steadfast. Her decision to stay was simply a matter of habit, devoid of any profound significance, as others might presume. Yet, another matter loomed in her mind, leaving her somewhat troubled. How should she decline? Deep within the military compound, in a small building guarded by armed sentinels, the elderly Li, adorned with reading glasses, set down his newspaper. He turned to the young woman on the sofa, who was engrossed in her computer, typing away diligently. "You impudent girl, have you given any thought?" Today marked her 20th birthday, and due to her impending departure for Kyoto, Li had summoned her for a meal. The little girl of yesteryears had blossomed into a graceful young woman, possessing an exquisite appearance inherited from her parents, yet her temperament had grown increasingly solitary. Li sighed, pondering whether guiding her down this path had been the right decision. This child, aside from her fascination with computers, exhibited an overwhelming laziness in all other aspects. Had they not consistently arranged for her to undergo physical training, it was likely her health would be worse than that of this aged man in his 70s. If left to her own devices, she would sit in front of her computer for 24 hours a day, save for sleep. Consequently, the elderly men had to resort to dire warnings to compel her to move. Given the perilous nature of her profession, it was crucial she possessed self-defense skills. Thus, they arranged for rigorous training, closely monitoring her progress. Nevertheless, even with such supervision, she still found ways to slack off. Over the years, her marksmanship had become nothing short of exceptional. As he contemplated the situation, his frustration grew, causing his beard to bristle. Finally, the young woman on the sofa lifted her gaze, looking at him with resignation. "Grandfather, please remain calm. You wouldn't want to fall ill from anger. You must go, whether you like it or not. A new cybersecurity department is being established in Kyoto, and you have been specifically chosen for this task," Li insisted. Knowing that their group of old men had ulterior motives beyond merely her involvement, she was indeed the most suitable candidate. "I accept the assignment, but what is this business of attending university? What am I supposed to learn there?" These old men truly knew how to create trouble for her. She had ample responsibilities to manage. Besides, she had already mastered what she needed to know. Attending university would be a sheer waste of time. "My dear girl, at just 20 years of age, shouldn't you cultivate some other interests? You ought to experience life beyond your computer, to attend university and embrace a different facet of existence, making friends along the way," he urged. At merely 20, she led a life devoid of desires, with no companions by her side. Her interests in daily essentials were limited to culinary delights otherwise. She merely settled for whatever was convenient. A beautiful young lady, such as herself, dressed in a manner less fashionable than that of her elderly guardian. With a sigh, she responded, "Grandfather, there is no need for your undue concern. I am quite content with my current state. Alas, this is my fault. I should have insisted on sending you to school back then, allowing you to live a life akin to that of a normal child. I simply wish for you to experience school life. You're still young, there is time. Don't wait until regret sets in and then blame me, this old man. Who knows if I will still be around by then." Listening to the incessant murmurs of old Lee, she felt utterly exasperated. Every time something arose, he resorted to this same routine, growing increasingly unreasonable with age. "What if I am bullied at school? Have you never heard of campus violence?" Old Lee was momentarily taken aback, wondering how she could possibly be bullied. Although Yu Nian typically appeared quiet and unassertive, those who provoked her would soon discover her fierce nature. This young lady was not one to let grievances slide. She harbored a vengeful spirit, having settled scores with countless individuals over the years. "Kyoto is old Lin's territory with him around. Who would dare to bully you?" Despite his internal grumbling, old Lee's words were undeniably soothing. "Then, my dear girl, how many more years do we old fellows have left? While we are still here, wouldn't it be better for you to live a few years of your own life?" His words carried a tinge of sadness, leaving Yu Nian momentarily speechless. She understood the old man's intentions, which were heartfelt and sincere. Her journey had not been an easy one since the passing of her parents. She had not experienced a single day of an ordinary life. Learning, training, and working had defined her existence over the years. The old man was genuinely trying to secure her a few years of leisure, allowing her to save her life. Observing Yu Nian deep in thought, Old Lee sighed inwardly, recognizing the difficulty he had placed upon her. Going to Kyoto was not solely for her benefit, it was also for Sai. This position was of paramount importance, and he could not bring himself to urge her to stay. Therefore, they were doing their utmost to compensate her. After all, remaining in the military district meant that even when these old fellows were no longer around, she could live freely on her own terms. "I will go." Seeing the old man's somewhat melancholic expression, Yu Nian acquiesced. She had an inkling of his thoughts. This was her own choice. Besides, university management was relatively lenient, and her unique status meant she could not be confined to the campus every day. A simple visit to ease their worries would suffice, and whether or not she attended classes later would be entirely her decision. After finishing dinner at Old Lee's home and spending some time conversing with him, Yu Nian expressed her intention to take her leave. She was not one to waver, having made her decision. She would return to prepare for her impending journey to Kyoto. Just before departing, Old Lee reminded her, once you arrive in Kyoto, do not forget to visit the Shun family. Yu Nian's eyes flickered momentarily. The Shun family was her maternal side. Her mother, Shun Jiqiao, was a scion of the illustrious Shun family in Kyoto. She had only met them once, at the age of 11, when her parents successfully concluded a project that had the potential to deter those with ulterior motives. It was then that they publicly revealed her parents' identities and relocated to the cemetery, during which her grandfather, grandmother, uncle, and aunt traveled from Kyoto to pay their respects to her parents. She had proposed to take her back to Kyoto, but she did not consent, and thereafter they never crossed paths again. Their communication remained scarce, with only her granduncle occasionally reaching out with a phone call. Remembering the information she had uncovered about the Shun family, it became evident that they held a position of moderate influence in Kyoto. The patriarch of the Shun family had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Her mother, Shun Jiqiao, was the 4th child, with 2 elder brothers, an elder sister, and a younger brother. Currently, the Shun family was under the leadership of her granduncle. If her intuition served her right, her grandmother likely harbored a disinclination toward her. Her father was an orphan, and when her mother sought to marry him, the Shun family opposed the union. They had already chosen a more suitable match for her mother, making her marriage to her father akin to elopement. It was only after her parents achieved a measure of success in their careers that their relationship with the Shun family began to thaw. However, as work consumed them, her mother had not returned to the Shun household for quite some time. Before her passing, at least in her recollection, she had only met her relatives from the Shun family for the first time when she was 11. The mere thought of confronting such a large family left Yu Nian with a stoic expression, Yet her heart felt as though it might shatter under the weight of her emotions. She found it utterly exasperating. Understood. Yu Nian took a military flight directly to the Kyoto military district, where an aide awaited her arrival to escort her to the office of the district commander. Upon entering the office, she observed several individuals seated on the sofa. Commander Lin Hongjun, Chief of Staff Zheng Xiang, and another gentleman she did not recognize. "Good day, Commander Lin, Chief of Staff Zheng. Yu Nian has arrived to report," she announced. Commander Lin, a comrade of the elder Mr. Li, had watched Yu Nian grow up and greeted her with a warm smile. "You finally made it, and you can't even call me Grandpa anymore?" He then gestured toward the middle-aged man seated on the sofa. "This is Wei Gang, the director of the National Security Bureau." Yu Nian inclined her head towards the middle-aged man. "Good day, Director Wei." Commander Lin patted Yu Nian on the shoulder. "Nian, this will be your direct superior. You are to establish the Security Network Department under the National Security Bureau." Wei Gang observed the interaction between the elder and the younger, noting the clear protective stance of the old commander as he assessed the strikingly beautiful young lady before him. "Minister Yu, I have long admired your reputation truly. Heroes emerge in youth." Before Yu Nian could respond, Commander Lin interjected. "Old Wei, you've stumbled upon a treasure. This girl is rather indolent, and it's no easy task to persuade her to relocate." Yu Nian rolled her eyes in a rather undignified manner, uninterested in engaging with the playful elder, and turned to Director Wei. "You flatter me, Director Wei. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Commander Lin appeared quite pleased. Our Nian has grown up. She knows how to speak diplomatically now. Once again, she appeared to be complaining to Zhang Can. "Those old fellows are so concerned about this girl's suffering that my ears have become callous from their incessant chatter." Yu Nian remained speechless. Her aversion to social interaction did not equate to foolishness. Wei Gang chuckled, pondering the extent of Yu Nian's connections, wary of the implication that the old fellows mentioned by Director Lin were mere ordinary men. Fortunately, he had no intention of making things difficult for the new subordinate. Otherwise, it would be uncertain who would assert dominance over whom. After exchanging pleasantries, Director Lin earnestly insisted that Yu Nian join him for dinner at his residence before allowing her to depart with Wei Gang. The duo then proceeded to the National Security Bureau to discuss matters concerning the Cybersecurity Department. This department was situated within a distinct building at the rear of the Bureau, separated from the main activities of the National Security Bureau. Though affiliated with the Bureau, it operated as an independent entity. Due to Yu Nian's youth, establishing a separate division would have drawn unwarranted attention, hence its association with the Bureau. Wei Gang, fully aware of this arrangement, treated Yu Nian with utmost courtesy, as if they were equals, a stark contrast to how he would typically engage with a subordinate. In addition to Yu Nian, 10 elite individuals have been summoned from various military districts, now positioned as the foundational team of the Cybersecurity Department, with plans for gradual expansion. Along the way, Wei Gang subtly cautioned Yu Nian about the personalities of the newly assigned individuals, all of whom were exceptionally gifted and somewhat arrogant, fearing that Yu Nian might struggle to assert her authority over them. Upon arrival, however, Wei Gang realized he had overestimated the situation. The group regarded Yu Nian with the reverence typically reserved for idols, calling her boss as if they were venerating a revered ancestor. Indeed, while geniuses often carry an air of arrogance, such pride pales in comparison to the undeniable power of true capability. This collective had all experienced Yu Nian's prowess firsthand, leading to a profound respect for her leadership. The capital, being the nexus of power, is rife with intricate and multifaceted affairs. Although there were foundational elements brought over from the military districts, many areas still required refinement. Having embarked on this path, they were determined to excel. For over 2 months, Yu Nian diligently worked with her team within the Cybersecurity Department, ensuring it was on a proper trajectory. Though originally detached from the military district, the Cybersecurity Department, while under the National Security Bureau's umbrella, functioned autonomously, reporting directly online. Certain matters benefited from minimal human intervention. Yu Nian's first visit to the military district was with Director Lin, who escorted her by car to a heavily fortified compound. After rigorous identity verifications, they met the nation's second-in-command, underscoring the significance attributed to this department. In a small conference room, Director Lin, the second-in-command, and Secretary General Zheng Xiang perused the materials Yu Nian had submitted. The speed at which she had established the Cybersecurity Department, along with its extensive coverage, left them all astounded, deepening their appreciation for the capabilities of this young minister. As the meeting concluded and they prepared to leave, the second-in-command rose, remarking, "Youth is formidable. Little Yu is exceptional work diligently, and should you encounter any obstacles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." The guard was instructed to exchange his personal contact information with Yu Nian. Director Lin and Guo Zhongxiang exchanged glances, intuitively grasping each other's thoughts. It was evident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the second-in-command was poised to become the next successor, possessing the vigor to serve multiple terms. This clearly indicated an intention to cultivate Yu Nian as a core member. The reason Yu Nian, at her young age, occupied such a position was not solely due to her capabilities, but also for the sake of balance. Most importantly, she hailed from the military district, unaffiliated with any faction, allowing her to navigate the complexities of various power dynamics in the capital with a degree of objectivity. This was also why the cybersecurity matters have been predominantly handled by the military district. The military department maintained a certain exclusivity, preventing external interference. In this digital age, they possessed first-hand information, which translated to a significant degree of power over the lives and deaths of many. Thus, the sensitivity of this position warranted utmost caution, lest they be co-opted by any faction. Yu Nian's identity was shrouded in high confidentiality, and her infrequent presence at the cybersecurity department made it challenging for various forces to locate her. Her impressive performance this time, coupled with the attention of the second-in-command, solidified her standing. As they departed from the residence of the second-in-command, Elder Lin offered to escort Yu Nian home. "My dear, even without our endorsement, this is a secure position for you," Elder Lin remarked, somewhat touched. Their concerns had proven unnecessary. Yu Nian had excelled in her role. "Rest assured," she replied, "for having embarked on this path, she would not allow her achievements to be usurped. Everything here has been taken care of. Shouldn't we begin to consider your studies?" Noticing a crack in Yu Nian's otherwise calm demeanor, Lin found a hint of mischief in his thoughts. This was more like it. She should exhibit the vitality of a 20-year-old. Typically, she appeared overly serious and devoid of youthful exuberance. It would do her good to immerse herself in university life. "You needn't remind me. The semester has yet to commence, and I will attend." Her words carried an edge, as if she were gritting her teeth. Was this old man being deliberately provocative? After settling her work at the cybersecurity department, Yu Nian planned to first visit the Shun family and then seek a residence. She preferred not to live on campus. Residing in the cybersecurity department was not an option, as the daily commute would be unbearable. Hence, she intended to find an apartment near the university. Chapter 4. Old friend Xinxing. A few days prior, Yu Nian had conversed with her maternal uncle, Shun Wan, over the phone, arranging a time to visit the Shun family's ancestral home. The members of a Shun family do not reside together. The eldest, Shun Wan, and the second son, Shun Wu, each have their own residences, while the youngest son, Shun Xiao, has been living abroad. During festive seasons, the Shun family convenes at the old residence, but ordinarily, it is just the elder patriarch and matriarch. Upon learning of Yu Nian's arrival in Kyoto, her uncle graciously offered to arrange her accommodations and meals. However, Yu Nian politely declined, stating that she had made her own arrangements, and only confirmed the time for her visit to the Shun household. After receiving Yu Nian's call, Shun Wen promptly contacted his parents to inform them of her impending arrival. His younger sister had always been cherished by their parents, and he believed they would similarly take a liking to her daughter. He also notified his brother, Shun Wu, and another sister, Shun Jiyan, encouraging them to visit the old residence if their schedules permitted. This marked Yu Nian's first visit to the Shun family, serving both as a warm welcome and an opportunity for her to meet her relatives. While Shun Wen's intentions were commendable, circumstances did not unfold as he had hoped. Yu Nian took a taxi to the villa district where the Shun family resided. Indeed, she did not possess a vehicle. Having previously lived in a military district with a dedicated driver, her time in Kyoto had been spent primarily at the cybersecurity department, where she had no need for personal transportation. She now contemplated whether purchasing a car would be prudent, as relying solely on taxis seemed rather inconvenient. Lost in thought, she arrived at the entrance of the villa area only to be halted at the gate. Despite its expansive grounds, the area housed only a few residences, each a separate estate with considerable distance between them. It was evident that the properties were quite expensive, accommodating only the affluent and elite. The security personnel at the entrance were well-versed in the particulars of the few households. Any external visitors were required to provide their vehicle registration numbers in advance. This was the first instance they had encountered someone arriving by taxi. Even the nearest residence required a half-hour walk to reach. The security guard approached her politely and inquired, "Miss, which residence are you visiting? Would you like me to make an inquiry on your behalf?" Yu Nian shook her head, standing pensively at the gate. Having previously arranged her visit with Shan Wan, yet finding no one to welcome her, it seemed as though they intended to test her resolve. She wondered whose design this was. Just as she contemplated whether to return or contact Shan Wan, a luxury vehicle drove up, triggering the sensor-operated gate to open, clearly belonging to a resident of the area. As the car passed by, it abruptly came to a halt. The window descended, revealing a striking woman in the back seat, who gazed intently at Yu Nian standing at the gate, hesitatingly speaking, "Are you Ji Qiao's child?" Yu Nian nodded in response, remaining silent while pondering the identity of this woman. Her research on the Shun family had not revealed anyone fitting this description. The woman, upon hearing her affirmation, excitedly exited the vehicle and, rather impulsively, circled around Yu Nian twice before grasping her hand. "You're called Nian, correct? You bear an uncanny resemblance to your mother. Why are you standing at the gate? Where are the Shun family members? Why haven't they come out to greet you?" Looking at the woman who spoke in rapid succession, Yu Nian recalled someone and tentatively ventured, "Aunt Tsin?" The enchanting woman referred to as Tsin Qing hails from the Tsin family, who reside in the same vicinity. Upon hearing that Shun Jiqiao's child would be arriving, she returned specifically to catch a glimpse, unexpectedly encountering her at the entrance. "Indeed, I am Aunt Xian. Do you remember me?" Tsin Qing, being 5 years senior to Shun Jiqiao, observed that Shun Jiqiao had never been particularly close to her elder sister, Shun Jian. Instead, she trailed behind the young mistress of the Tsin household like a devoted shadow during their childhood. As an only child, Tsin Qing regarded Shun Jiqiao as a sister, cherishing their bond. Their parents often jested about the possibility of a familial alliance, lamenting the fact that both were daughters. As time passed, Shun Jiqiao pursued her studies in a distant university, and Tsin Qing entered into matrimony. Consequently, their communication dwindled, and upon hearing the news of Shun Jiqiao's demise, Tsin Qing mourned for several days. Interestingly, although Yu Nian had never met the Shun family during her childhood, she had encountered Aunt Tsin once. At the tender age of 4, she visited Shun Jiqiao, and her remarkable memory allowed her to retain a vivid impression of that meeting. Tsin Qing ushered Yu Nian into the car, instructing the driver to proceed slowly, engaging her in an animated conversation throughout the journey. Though Yu Nian was not particularly loquacious, she listened with patience, occasionally responding to Tsin Qing's tales. She could sense Tsin Qing's genuine kindness, recognizing her as her mother's dearest friend, and felt inclined to reciprocate her warmth. What should have been a 10-minute drive stretched to nearly half an hour, and as they neared the Shin residence, Tsin Qing suddenly remembered to inquire about Yu Nian's affairs outside. Yu Nian, with a hint of playful intrigue in her tone, replied, "Perhaps some may not welcome my presence." Tsin Qing, known for her fiery temperament, reacted with indignation. "What nonsense! The Shin family does not welcome you? We shall not be deterred by their disdain." She was ready to command the driver to turn back. Since Shun Jiqiao's departure from her family home, Tsin Qing had maintained little contact with the Shuns, harboring a dislike for everyone except Shun Jiqiao. She found the others, Shun De, with his hypocrisy, the foolish Shun heir, and the simple-minded Shun Jian, to be rather insufferable. As for the youngest Shun, she had never encountered him, remaining unaware of his disposition. In her view, Shun Jiqiao was the sole normal individual in a family she considered to be a genetic aberration. Upon learning of Yu Nian's return, Tsin Qing had heard it from the family's servants, who communicated amongst themselves in their shared villa community. With a straightforward and fiery disposition, Tsin Qing had been well treated by her in-laws, remaining unchanged in character. Recognizing Tsin Qing's genuine concern for her, Yu Nian couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Aunt Tsin, rest assured, I will certainly visit the Shun family. They cannot intimidate me." Tsin Qing regarded Yu Nian with admiration, sensing her resolute spirit. Yet she remained uneasy and wished to accompany her inside, fearing that the Shen family might intimidate her. Yu Nian declined Xin Qing's kind offer and asked the driver to stop some distance from the Shen residence, indicating that she intended to visit Xin Qing afterward, subtly implying that she did not plan to stay with the Shens. Xin Qing grasped Yu Nian's intentions, recognizing her perceptive nature, and felt a measure of relief. Yu Nian wished to keep her encounter with Xin Qing discreet from the Shen family to avoid unnecessary complications. Recalling what Yu Nian had just mentioned about attending Kyoto University, Xin Qing became resolutely determined. After parting ways with Yu Nian, she chose not to return to her maternal home, instead instructing the driver to make a U-turn. Truly, she was the daughter of Ji Qiao. This girl had captured her interest, and she felt compelled to find a protector for Yu Nian, ensuring she would not be bullied in Kyoto. Although she could offer her own protection, it was impossible to be vigilant at all times, and she feared the possibility of encountering insolent individuals. Her son's reputation was significant and influential. Xin Qing mused with delight, entirely disregarding whether her son would be agreeable to the notion. Chapter 5. The Shen family portrait. As Yu Nian approached the entrance of the Shen family manor, the security guard promptly recognized her and opened the grand gate. A subtle smile graced her lips. It seemed the initial display of authority was rather lackluster. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged gentleman emerged to greet her, introducing himself as the family steward, and ushered her into the Shen family villa. Yu Nian surveyed the individuals seated in the living room, their profiles flashing through her mind. Present were her grandparents, the venerable heads of the Shen family, along with her Aunt Xinji Yin and her two daughters. The eldest, Du Yun, at the age of 25, was already married, while the younger, Du Yin, was a year her senior and studying at Peking University. The occupants of the room appraised Yu Nian in silence, the atmosphere thickening with unspoken tension. The steward, sensing the awkwardness, swiftly broke the silence with repeated apologies. "I sincerely apologize, Miss Yu. It was my oversight to neglect arranging a proper welcome for you." It was evident that a steward of such a prominent family possessed the discernment to alleviate the discomfort, stepping in to offer an apology and provide a semblance of ease for all present. Had she spoken first, the apology would have been rendered moot, which struck her as rather amusing. Disregarding the steward's incessant apologies, Yu Nian noted that if the Shen family was disinclined to extend her a warm welcome, even the facade of hospitality was deemed unnecessary. Why should she be the one to initiate conversation? They were all acutely aware of who she was, and it was perfectly natural for her to be unfamiliar with them during her inaugural visit to the Shen household. As the silence persisted, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar, rendering the steward's monologue untenable. At that juncture, her elder cousin, Du Yun, rose and approached Yu Nian, speaking gently. "So you must be Nian Yan. I am your cousin, Du Yun. Please, let the steward attend to his duties. I'm certain you won't mind these trivial matters." The steward, visibly relieved, made a hasty exit from the living room. Yu Nian cast a sidelong glance at Du Yun, a smirk playing at her lips, choosing not to respond to her overture. It appeared Du Yun had taken the liberty of speaking on her behalf. The expression on Du Yun's face faltered. It was customary to reciprocate kindness. Yet Yu Nian's lack of engagement left her momentarily flustered. Observing the varied reactions around her, Yu Nian noted the evident displeasure etched on her grandparents' faces, the derisive glint in Du Yun's eyes, and Xinji Yan's dissatisfaction at Yu Nian's apparent disregard for her daughter. Just as the tension reached a crescendo, the sound of a vehicle echoed from the courtyard, heralding the arrival of several individuals. Yu Nian raised her gaze, recognizing her uncle's family. Her uncle, Shen Wen, along with her Aunt Guan Yijin and their three sons, entered, clearly demonstrating their regard for her presence. Upon entering, they were momentarily taken aback by the strange atmosphere and the countenances of those already present. Only upon seeing their three grandsons did the expressions of her grandparents soften into faint smiles. After exchanging pleasantries, Aunt Guan Yijin approached Yu Nian, grasping her hand with warmth, and remarked, "Nian Yan, how you've grown. The last time I saw you, you were just a little one." Finally, Yu Nian spoke, addressing her aunt. "Aunt," she replied, her tone lacking fervor. Undeterred, Guan Yijin presented a small box to her, smiling as she said, "This is a gift for you. I hope you like it." As Yu Nian opened the box, she discovered a stunning diamond necklace. It was undeniably exquisite, perhaps even quite costly, though she was not well versed in jewelry. The way Du Yin's eyes widened with envy confirmed its value. Yu Nian closed the box without hesitation and said softly, "Thank you, Aunt." Aunt smiled more brightly and introduced her 3 sons to Yu Nian. The 3 cousins each presented Yu Nian with gifts. The eldest, Shun Xiujin, who served as the general manager of the Shun group, gifted her a generous check. Yu Nian glanced at the amount, finding it rather substantial. The second brother, Shun Xiuyan, a doctor, presented her with a gleaming mini-human model. Yu Nian touched it, marveling at the opulence of the little golden figure. The youngest, Shun Xiuqin, exuded a carefree demeanor, a typical wealthy heir who merely squandered his family's fortune. He handed Yu Nian a stack of membership cards for various clubs. Yu Nian accepted them with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Thanking her 3 cousins, she had only exchanged a few words since her arrival at the Shun family. After receiving the gifts from her uncle's family, Shun Jian, seated on the sofa, awkwardly broke the silence. "Nian, you arrived in such haste that I didn't prepare a gift for you. I shall make it up to you next time." With a shift in tone, she jested, "It seems our sister-in-law is clever, preparing gifts in advance. We have sat here for quite a while, yet we have yet to hear a word from Nian." The implication was unmistakably that Yu Nian was rude and materialistic. The 3 cousins frowned. Their aunt was notoriously tactless, and her words were inappropriate. Yu Nian directed her gaze at Shun Jian, responding with a double entendre, "And who might you be?" This retort left Shun Jian's face fluctuating between shades of green and red, for Yu Nian genuinely did not recognize her, yet her response felt like an affront. "What a clever one." Shun Xiuqin nearly burst into laughter, appreciating the artistry of her words. He thought he could learn a thing or 2 from his young cousin. Shun Xiujin and Shun Xiuyan exchanged glances, realizing their little cousin was far from naive. "Blame it on Aunt for not being clear. She will make amends with a gift next time." Shun Jian feigned innocence, emphasizing the word gift. Before Yu Nian could respond, Du Yin interjected with a sour tone, "Mom, she has received so many gifts already. She doesn't need your trivial offerings, does she, cousin?" The 3rd young master of the Shun family, who had long disapproved of Shun Jian and her daughter's demeanor, could no longer hold his tongue. "If it's just trifles, then prepare a bit more. Is the Du family on the brink of bankruptcy? Can't you afford a gift?" Du Yin's face flushed with anger, and after a lengthy silence, Du Yin gracefully attempted to mediate. "Nian, please don't take it to heart. Yin doesn't mean any harm. She's just a child with a spoiled temper. Don't let it bother you." Yu Nian nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, I shall not take offense with Cousin Yin." She emphasized the word cousin, leaving Du Yin feeling somewhat awkward, once again sensing Yu Nian's unpredictable nature. Not only did she refuse to descend the metaphorical staircase offered, but she also boldly ascended. Shun Xiuqin could not contain his laughter, and Shun Xiujin and Shun Xiuyan exchanged faint smiles. "Let us set that aside, Nian. Your grandparents have been waiting for you at home all morning." Yu Haven even greeted them. Shun Jian, feeling humiliated, sought to regain her standing. Yu Nian's late arrival had kept the elderly waiting, and her failure to greet them was indeed impolite. Shunwen felt displeased at the remark, questioning how she could enter without acknowledging her grandparents. Guan Yizhen restrained him, preventing him from voicing his discontent. She believed it was not as Shun Jian had described. Even though Yu Nian did not engage warmly with them, she was nonetheless courteous. "I apologize for taking a moment to enter," Yu Nian said, her pace unhurried, her tone still soothing. Seemingly oblivious or perhaps indifferent, the members of the Shun family gazed incredulously at the elderly patriarch and matriarch upon hearing these words. What was the purpose of this? Was it to assert dominance over Yu Nian? Chapter 6. The disdained Yu Nian. No one was concerned about Yu Nian's politeness any longer. Given the way she was treated, it was remarkable that she had even come to the Shun family. Shenwen found himself perplexed. His parents had always favored his younger sister, Zhao, yet they seemed to harbor disdain for Yu Nian, even if they did not favor her. Such treatment felt excessively harsh towards a child, it was undeniably lacking in grace. Guan Yizhen, however, was well aware of the underlying dynamics. It was likely her sister-in-law who had instigated this. This woman had a penchant for stirring trouble, and she had previously inflicted harm upon Guan Yizhen's own sister out of jealousy. Having entered the Shun family earlier, Guan Yizhen understood many matters that eluded others, though she preferred to remain uninvolved. Yu Nian was the only daughter of Shun Zhao, and Shun Jiyan feared that her return might threaten her daughter's inheritance. Apart from the second branch's daughter, the only granddaughters belonging to the Shun family were the two from Shun Jiyan, and the elderly couple had always treated them kindly. With Yu Nian now present, could their anxiety be quelled? At this juncture, it was evident that Yu Nian was entirely different from her mother. Shun Jiyan found no advantage in her presence. She relished the unfolding drama. Grandfather and grandmother, Yu Nian has been rude, she remarked coolly, yet regardless of their behavior, they are still my mother's kin. This is a singular occurrence. Upon hearing this, the three Shun brothers exchanged glances filled with complexity and sighed. Yu Nian was correct. The impoliteness did not lie with her. Nonetheless, they found themselves at a loss for words, as the inappropriate conduct had originated from their grandparents and aunt. Shenwen felt somewhat reassured. Yu Nian was a good child, one who understood the importance of the greater picture. Du Yun's face flushed with indignation, criticizing them. And now they were feigning benevolence while being cast as the villains. Dear cousin Yin Yin, is it not true that we merely forgot to send someone to fetch you? Must you create such unhappiness among us? Du Yin expressed her dissatisfaction, questioning Yu Nian's motives. Yu Nian ignored her, thinking how foolish she was to expose the family's shame so brazenly. The old man's demeanor soured as he cast a discontented glance at Du Yin. Du Yin pinched Du Yin, signaling her to cease her remarks. Du Yin was exasperated. Did they not perceive Yu Nian's temperament? She was not someone they could manipulate, yet they still dared to provoke her. They ought to consider how their uncle's family regarded them. Would they still enjoy their days if they angered him? Dear Josie Nian, I sincerely apologize. Yin is at a loss for words. Allow me to apologize on her behalf. Upon meeting Yu Nian's cold gaze, Du Yin was reluctant to engage further. However, since their uncle's family remained silent, and her mother and sister might utter anything, she had no choice but to muster her courage and speak. If one cannot articulate, then one should remain silent, Shun Xiao Chun remarked dismissively. The elder of the Shun family coughed uncomfortably, interrupting the exchange, which also served as a response to Yu Nian. Yu Nian, as you're new here, dear Yu Nian and Yin, you should take care of her. The manner of address denoted the closeness of their relationship. Du Yin quickly replied in a soft tone. I understand. Grandfather, I shall take good care of my cousin Yu Nian. Du Yin provocatively cast a glance at Yu Nian, confident that grandfather favored her more. Yu Nian remained expressionless, maintaining her indifferent demeanor. Shunwen exchanged a few words with the elder regarding company matters, skillfully diverting the conversation, as he dared not let them continue discussing Yin Yan. The elderly matriarch remained silent throughout, simply sitting with her eyes closed, rejuvenating herself. Du Yin approached and sat beside her, gently massaging her arm. Yin Yan suddenly found herself feeling somewhat bored, contemplating whether to take her leave, unwilling to squander her time, feigning interest among these individuals with divergent thoughts. Her grandparents clearly held no affection for her. The malicious aunt, the uncle with a modicum of familial bond, and the absent second uncle and little uncle. Indeed, what connection could one feel for strangers? Her presence here felt more like a duty to fulfill. Perhaps it was for the best. She wished to remain unentangled with them. Instead, she would rather visit Aunt Sen, as human emotions are indeed peculiar. Although she cherished tranquility, she harbored an inexplicable fondness for the spirited Aunt Sen. As she lost herself in thought, the butler entered, announcing that dinner was ready, thereby interrupting the disarray of everyone's minds. Well, she decided to eat first before departing. The group took their seats in the dining room, where the Shun family had no custom of silence at the table. The Shun brothers intentionally separated Yu Nian from the Du sisters, aiming to preserve some peace during the meal. Shun Xiao Chun addressed Yu Nian, little cousin, at your age. You should be attending university, am I correct? Yu Nian paused before responding. I will be reporting to school in a few days. Damn it, She had almost forgotten about the troublesome matter of attending university. The mere thought of it darkened her expression. Du Yin noticed the change in Yu Nian's demeanor and felt a surge of joy, surmising that Yu Nian must not be attending a prestigious institution. Clearing her throat, she inquired, "Which university did you apply to, cousin? What was your score on the college entrance exam? I can offer some advice." Du Yin chimed in, "Yes, Nian Yin. Yu Nian is also in university. You are of similar age and surely have much to discuss." Yu Nian looked at the incessant duo in disbelief, pondering their unwarranted hostility towards her. "I did not take the college entrance exam." Unaware of the impact of her words, Yu Nian calmly continued eating. A moment of silence enveloped the dining room, and Du Yun twitched her lips. "Cousin Yin Yin, please do not jest. Did you not just say you were going to report to university?" "Indeed, my school does not consider grades. They are willing to accept me, so I shall attend." Yu Nian replied nonchalantly, her demeanor indifferent. "What school does not look at grades? Only those lesser institutions accept anyone who can pay." Shen Xiao Chen gazed at her with a hint of remorse, seemingly regretting broaching the subject. Although Shen Xiao Chen was somewhat of a wayward youth, he harbored no ill intentions, arguably being the most innocent of the Shen family. "Yin Yin, would you like your uncle to help you find a school? Or do you wish to repeat a year?" Guan Yizhen inquired with concern in her eyes. Yin Yin shook her head. "No need." The elderly lady wore a complex expression, rendering her emotions ambiguous, while the old man, his face contorted with anger, slammed his hand upon the table. "What nonsense is this? I do not care what you have learned outside. Since you have come to the Shen family, you must adhere to our rules and abandon your undesirable habits. Eldest, find a school for Yu Nian to repeat her studies. Attending some mediocre institution is a disgrace we cannot afford." The old man's words, though somewhat harsh, elicited a mixture of concern from those present, save for the secretly pleased Du sisters, who gazed apprehensively at Yu Nian. Chapter 7. My surname is Yu. A fierce confrontation. Yu Nian's expression turned icy as she spoke. "My surname is Yu. I will not tarnish the Shun family's reputation." Upon hearing Yu Nian's words, the elder's anger intensified, and for the first time, the matriarch displayed a frown. "Yu Nian, despite your age, what have you been learning out there? Do you not comprehend even the most fundamental etiquette?" The uncle interjected, attempting to mediate. "Nian Yin, this is your grandfather." He signaled for Yu Nian to soften her stance and avoid provoking the elder further. Shunji Yin busied herself nearby, applying eye medication. "Please do not be angry. This child's stubbornness might be inherited from her father. With time and patience, she will surely improve." Gradually, Shen Laozi regained his composure, his sharp gaze fixed on Yu Nian. "You will reside here from now on. I shall arrange for a tutor. You will leave only when you have learned adequately." This declaration unmistakably indicated an intention to confine Yu Nian within the Shun family estate. Listening to the self-righteous discourse of those around her, Yu Nian found it somewhat amusing and stood up. "It seems this meal is no longer feasible. I came to visit on behalf of my mother, so I shall take my leave." The elder's simmering anger was reignited at her words, as he pounded his chest in a display of indignation. Guo Yizhen swiftly approached Yu Nian, pulling her aside, and whispered, "Nian Yin, if you appease the elder, this matter will pass. This is also your home. Where else will you go?" Shun Jian, knowing the matriarch had always looked down upon Yu Nian's father, muttered softly, "Dragons beget dragons, and mice produce offspring that dig holes. Indeed, one's lineage is evident in their character." Yu Nian halted her departure, turning to Shun Yin with a cold glare, causing her to shiver in response. Struggling to maintain her composure, Shun Yin asked, "Why do you stare at me like that? Do you wish to strike your aunt?" Yu Nian smirked slightly. "How could I? After all, you are an elder." In a surprising move, she delivered a resounding slap to Du Yin's face, leaving not only the bewildered Du Yin in shock, but also the entire assembly dumbfounded. As Du Yin regained her senses, she became frantic, shrieking as she lunged at Yu Nian in retaliation. With a swift kick, honed through years of relentless training, Yu Nian sent Du Yin sprawling across the room, an effortless task compared to facing more formidable opponents. Surveying the stunned crowd, Yu Nian cast a menacing glance at Shun Yin. "Dear aunt, are you now capable of conversing? Should I hear another disparaging remark about my father, The consequences will not be trivial. Finally coming to her senses, Shanjian gasped and rushed to assist Du Yin, who was weeping pitifully. The two women embracing in despair. Mom and Dad, I may never return home again. Please take care of yourselves. Shun Xiao, Chun mumbled softly. Isn't it your fault for provoking her? He received a swift slap from his elder brother, silencing him, yet his eyes sparkled with admiration for Yu Nian. That was so cool. The elder and matriarch, witnessing the chaotic scene before them, trembled with fury, the matriarch incessantly lamenting, such misfortune has befallen our family. Shen Laozi, shaking with indignation, pointed a trembling finger at Yu Nian. Get out. The Shen family does not, father. Old Master Shun had yet to finish his words when he was interrupted by Shun Wen. Please calm down, he said, turning to Yu Nian. Before Shun Wen could continue, Yu Nian shrugged and interjected, There's no need for my uncle to lecture me. Rest assured, I never intended to be a part of the Shun family. So any disgrace will not fall upon you. Hearing Yu Nian's words, which severed her ties with the Shun family, Shun Wen frowned. Yin Yin, what are you talking about? You are Ji Qiao's daughter, my niece. How can you not be part of the Shun family? Old Master Shun exclaimed in anger. Let her go. Once she leaves this door, she should never think of returning. Indifferent to the unfolding drama, Yu Nian turned and walked away, while Shin Xiao Chun rushed out to catch up. Cousin, wait for me. I'll accompany you. He chased after Yu Nian, while Shun Xiao Jin and Shun Xiao Nian exchanged glances and stood up, claiming they had work to attend to. This left the remaining guests in the room in a state of confusion. Shun Wen rubbed his forehead, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Yu Nian and Shin Xiao Chun got into the car, but before they could drive off, Shun Xiao Jin and Shin Xiao Nian caught up with them. We're coming too. We also need to leave, they said. Their family had arrived in 2 cars, and given the current commotion, their parents would not be departing anytime soon. Shin Xiao Chun expressed his dissatisfaction. Let the driver take you. I wish to cultivate a bond with my little cousin. Shin Xiao Jin gazed at him with a knowing smile. Ultimately, the 4 of them departed from a Shun family estate together. Yu Nian requested Shin Xiao Chun to take her to Jing University, to which he asked, Are you going to meet someone? Yu Nian, engrossed in her phone, casually replied, To report. Unbeknownst to her, those 3 words carried a profound impact. The car fell into silence as Shun Xiao Chun hesitated several times, wanting to speak. Yu Nian, sensing his inner turmoil, offered another 3 words, through the back door. Her audacity left even the usually composed Shun Xiao Jin with a look of surprise. Meeting Shun Xiao Nian's gaze, they both understood the gravity of the situation. This was Jing University, and even the Shun family would need to exert considerable effort to gain such access. How had Yu Nian managed it? Shun Xiao Nian inquired about the major Yu Nian had chosen, and she furrowed her brow. I haven't decided yet. This left the 3 Shun brothers utterly speechless. Could one truly choose a major on a whim? The door they were opening seemed excessively wide. Upon arriving at Jing University, Shun Xiao Jin asked, Do you need me to accompany you? I'm also a Jing University graduate and can guide you. Shun Xiao Chun nodded vigorously, eager to join. Just then, Yu Nian spotted a figure. No need, someone is here to pick me up. Before exiting the car, she added, The items you brought are at the Shun residence. Handle them yourselves. After bidding them farewell, she stepped out and approached a vehicle parked at the entrance of Jing University, exchanging a few words before getting in. The car then drove into the university grounds. Inside the car at the entrance of Jing University, Shun Xiao Chun scratched his head. It seems my little cousin possesses quite a bit of capability. Shun Xiao Jin replied, Our cousin is not just capable. Do you know whose car she got into? Shun Xiao Chun chuckled teasingly. Could it be the president of Jing University? Shun Xiaoqin gazed at his elder brother's expression, astonished. Could it be true? The 3 fell into silence, and Shun Xiaoqin was in utter admiration. His little cousin was remarkably adept, managing to reach the principal himself through connections. Shun Xiaojin and Shun Xunian regarded their foolish younger brother, aware that the situation was far more complex than merely having an influential connection. While ordinary people might be oblivious, those of their caliber understood the intricacies at play. Principal Qi was not merely an administrator. He was a figure of considerable significance within the central hierarchy. It was improbable that someone of such stature would grant favors lightly. It appeared that their cousin was indeed extraordinary. Shun Xiujin placed a call to the ancestral home, instructing them to retrieve the gifts intended for Yu Nian. After hanging up, his demeanor turned somber. Had it not been for his intervention, the elder would have taken it upon himself to present the items to the Du sisters. Shun Xiujin scoffed slightly, deeming it rather petty to hoard everything. Duyin was also studying at Jing University and would undoubtedly create trouble for his little cousin in the future. Shun Xiujin chuckled softly. Do you think Yu Nian would suffer any loss? That girl is far from easygoing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the time to issue that warning earlier. As for the gifts meant for her, even if she chose to decline them, they would not be handed over to those who dared to offend her. The Du family members might be relatively compliant, but if they truly sought to provoke Yu Nian, the outcome would be unpredictable. Chapter 8. Yuan Garden. While still at Peking University, Yu Nian received a phone call from Qing, who, upon learning of her presence, declared she was nearby and would come fetch her. At a quaint CAF close to the university, Yu Nian briefly recounted the events that had transpired at the Shun family. Though her account was succinct, it stirred Qing's fervor, who enthusiastically commended her actions. The two engaged in delightful conversation. Despite Yu Nian's naturally reticent disposition, she found herself more talkative in Qing's company. Qing held a deep affection for Yu Nian, wishing she could adopt her as her own daughter, as she had only one son and no daughters. Qing's husband, surnamed Huo, was a politician, and the Huo family patriarch was a prominent figure in the upper echelons of the political sphere, wielding significant influence. The eldest son of the Huo family was also entrenched in this system and currently served as a regional governor with promising prospects of returning to the capital. Understanding the scrutiny that came with their stature, the Huo family ensured that while the eldest son carved his path, the younger brother would pursue a different trajectory. Fortunately, the younger Huo brother proved his mettle by venturing into business, leveraging the family's connections to establish a successful enterprise. At a banquet, he met Qing's eldest daughter, and they fell in love at first sight, remaining devoted to one another for nearly 30 years. Upon learning that Yu Nian did not intend to reside on campus, Qing devised a plan, as her son's residence was conveniently close to Peking University. She proposed that Yu Nian stay with him for her safety, considering it unwise for a young woman to live alone, especially when her relatives were more of a burden than a support. Yu Nian chuckled and declined, reassuring Qing that she had her own accommodation. Moreover, living with Qing's son seemed rather improper. Qing rolled her eyes, remarking that her son was growing increasingly peculiar, on the verge of renouncing worldly life. Renounce worldly life? Yu Nian exclaimed, taken aback. Is Qin Auntie's son a devotee of Buddhism? Qing, slightly embarrassed, coughed and brushed it off. You would understand when you meet him, and I assure you, you will like his place. With a touch of intrigue, Qing was determined to persuade her son to allow Yu Nian to stay, believing it would shield her from the troubles associated with the Shun family. Hearing Qing's insistence sparked Yu Nian's curiosity, leading her to agree to accompany Qing to take a look, postponing the decision of whether to stay. Qing's son, Huo Yan, was the third in line of the Huo family, which included two other sons from his uncle's side. Huo Yan was rather enigmatic, rarely appearing in public, and many were unfamiliar with his appearance or even his name. However, the mention of Master Huo was well known throughout the circles. At the tender age of 16, Huo Yan gained admission to Stanford, where he earned a master's degree in finance in just 3 years. He thrived on Wall Street, excelling in stock trading and venture capital with an almost flawless record. Given the Huo family's status, it was inevitable that he would return home. And at the age of 22, he took the reins of the Huo enterprise, exponentially increasing its market value within a few short years. Huo Yan seemed to navigate all endeavors with effortless grace, achieving heights that others could scarcely aspire to in a lifetime. However, as the saying goes, excessive wisdom can lead to harm. He now seems to lack interest in anything, including women. In the words of Qing, he appears listless, as if half alive. It would not surprise her if one day her son suddenly decided to become a monk. It's not that Huo Yan is particularly devout. It's possible he has simply developed an interest in it. She has no doubt that he could become an abbot and then return to secular life without hesitation. While outsiders regard Master Huo as a figure of grace and prestige, only those close to him are aware of the darker, more sinister traits within his character. Qing does not expect Huo Yan to take care of Yu Nian. His residence is quite expansive, and it is entirely feasible for them to go a year without encountering one another. It is merely a matter of using his name to protect Yu Nian. Yu Nian followed Qing into the car, and after a brief journey of approximately 10 minutes, they stopped before a straight, tree-lined avenue. An entrance booth with security signified that they were entering a private area. Upon seeing Qing's vehicle, the guard opened the gate. As the car proceeded along the avenue for a few hundred meters, a cluster of traditional-style residences came into view. Indeed, not just one, but a small ensemble of buildings. The pavilions and towers, with their pink walls and dark tiles, exuded a poetic charm. Above the entrance hung a plaque with two grand characters elegantly inscribed, Yin Yuan. It appeared quite imposing, leaving Yu Nian utterly astonished. It was hard to fathom such an expansive private residence in this location. The car drove into a large courtyard, and upon exiting, Yu Nian gazed at the intricately designed houses with exquisite craftsmanship, unable to suppress her admiration. Truly a place of great allure. A middle-aged man awaited them in the courtyard, discreetly assessing Yu Nian before slightly bowing to Qing. "Good day, madam." Qing made the introductions. "Old He, this is Yu Nian. Old He is the steward here, having watched Huo Yan grow up. When Huo Yan moved out, Old He came along. You can call him Uncle He." Uncle He warmly welcomed them inside, inviting them to take a seat and offering tea and snacks. "The third master has not yet returned. Please make yourselves comfortable." Qing proudly informed Yu Nian that first-time visitors are often left in awe. Naturally, few people visit, apart from family. There are only a few of Huo Yan's friends. This place is quite remarkable, isn't it? Huo Yan designed and built it himself. Upon hearing this, Yu Nian was indeed surprised. The prominent figures in Kyoto are well documented, and although she had briefly skimmed the information, she had not delved deeply. She had not expected Master Huo to possess such refined taste. Upon entering the house, Yu Nian discovered that while the exterior exuded antiquity, the interior was equipped with various modern amenities, creating a fascinating contrast yet blending seamlessly. The life of a capitalist is indeed enviable. Maintaining such a vast estate must come at an astronomical cost every year. With numerous servants and security personnel present, Huo Yan could easily sustain an entire security company. Seated on the sofa, Yu Nian mused quietly about the extravagance of living alone in such a grand residence. "Do you like it here?" Qing's question brought Yu Nian back to the moment, and she nodded in affirmation. "I do. If there are tickets, I would certainly purchase one." Yu Nian playfully added a remark. Chapter 9. The instant infatuation of Master Huo. With a burst of laughter, two individuals entered. Huo Yan, who had been summoned back by Qing, and a mischievous friend who insisted on joining the fray. The laughter emanated from this friend, who found Yu Nian's ticket-selling theory utterly amusing. Yu Nian immediately recognized Huo Yan. She had seen his photograph, but it paled in comparison to the impact of his actual presence. Standing at approximately 6 feet tall, he possessed an upright posture and an undeniably handsome visage. Yu Nian unabashedly gazed at Huo Yan's face, experiencing a pure appreciation for beauty. Indeed, his silent demeanor lent him an air of detachment, devoid of any discernible emotion. No wonder Anson remarked that he was almost monk-like. The other was Xiao Mubai, the young master of the Xiao family, a prominent figure in the business circle of the capital. Qing excitedly introduced Yu Nian. "Nian, allow me to present my son, Huo Yan. You may call a brother." Xiao Mubai, with a lively personality, playfully embraced Qing's arm and settled beside her. "It's been a few days since we last met. Aunt Qing, you become even more beautiful. You rascal." Always lacking decorum, Qing chided with affectionate laughter, indicating their close relationship. Xiao Mubai, unfazed by formalities, turned to Yu Nian. "You must be Mei Mei, right? I am Xiao Mubai. You can call me Brother Bai." He had overheard Anson's phone call about placing this lovely sister with Huo Yan. Huo Yan, seated across from Yu Nian, was preoccupied with his phone, seemingly addressing some matters. Yu Nian waited until he set aside his device before speaking. "Mr. Huo, I apologize for the intrusion." Huo Yan remained impassive, his gaze fixed on Yu Nian, a fleeting glimmer in his eyes as he replied coolly, "It's nothing." Upon meeting Huo Yan, Xing was eager to rise with Yu Nian. "Nian, you mentioned you liked this place. Let me accompany you," yet her words were abruptly interrupted by Huo Yan. "Mom, Dad is looking for you." Xing, puzzled, glanced at her son. Why did he not call her directly, but instead sought her through Huo Yan? Huo Yan remained composed. "It seems urgent. You should go to the room and return his call." Though somewhat bewildered, Xing asked Yu Nian to wait as she took her phone to the adjacent tea room to make the call. "Mr. Huo, rest assured, I do not intend to stay here. I merely accepted Aunt Sin's kind invitation to come for a visit," Yu Nian stated. It seemed that Master Huo deliberately dismissed Xing for this reason. "The rooms upstairs have been prepared. Would you like to take a look, Miss Yu?" Xiao Mubai's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Just earlier, who had suggested casually tossing someone into a random courtyard? Was it a lapse in judgment on his part? Or was Huo Yan simply not behaving like a host? Huo Yan possessed a strong sense of territoriality. The second floor was his private domain. Typically, he only occupied the guest rooms on the first floor, so why would he allow her to stay next door? Yu Nian, too, felt a tinge of surprise. What was Master Huo's intent? Surely, he would not appreciate having outsiders in his home. Did he perhaps assume she intended to stay the night in the prepared guest room? What did it matter? Yu Nian inhaled deeply. "Mr. Huo, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. Once Aunt Sin finishes her call, I shall take my leave." Huo Yan responded with an answer that did not address the question posed. "As far as I am aware, Miss Yu is currently facing a few minor troubles. Is she not?" Yu Nian regarded Huo Yan, somewhat perplexed by his intentions. "It is not truly a bother." Yu Nian spoke the truth. The Shun family, for the most part, comprises rational individuals, and the rest are insignificant and pose no threat to her. Today's events, however, could not remain concealed. Huo Yan alluded to this matter delicately. Yu Nian was taken aback. She had indeed overlooked the fact that it would not be long before rumors spread of the Shun family's newly discovered granddaughter being expelled. This circle is known for elevating some while disparaging others. She still had to attend Kyoto University, and countless individuals would likely seek to create trouble for her in the future. Though she was unafraid, it did not mean she was not vexed. "And I can assist Miss Yu in evading these troubles." Beside them, Xiao Mubai stared in astonishment at Huo Yan as he endeavored to charm the young lady, silently harboring disdain, yet concealing it from view. If he were to undermine Huo Yan at this juncture, the cunning man would undoubtedly retaliate against him later. "Indeed, dear Yu, since you reside here with Huo Yan, rest assured that no one would dare to trouble you. In Kyoto, the reputation of Third Master Huo holds considerable weight." Yu Nian regarded Huo Yan, who did not appear to be the type to exhibit such eagerness to help her. Why was he doing this? Huo Yan seemed to sense Yu Nian's thoughts. "My mother holds you in high regard. My father and I are often occupied and unable to accompany her. Having you here would afford her some company." Yu Nian understood. Huo Yan was quite filial, and thus, they could mutually benefit from this arrangement. Xiao Mubai, standing by, continued to make exaggerated faces, thinking to himself how shameless Huo Yan could be. Ever since Huo Yan took over the family business, his father had become leisurely and practically glued to Aunt Xing, hardly ever available to accompany her. Huo Yan disregarded Xiao Mubai's antics and rose gracefully, extending his hand. "Miss Yu, allow me to show you your room." Having decided to stay, Yu Nian did not hesitate, placing her hand in his as she stood. Xiao Mubai was already desensitized. Was he truly holding her hand now? How beastly! How young is Yu Nian? Huo Yan withdrew his hand and took a step back, maintaining a comfortable social distance as he guided Yu Nian toward the staircase. Yu Nian observed Huo Yan, hesitant to speak. It was evident that this was his residence. Would it be appropriate for her to reside here? There appeared to be many courtyards behind, so should she not be accommodated there instead? What Aunt Sin had alluded to earlier must have been about taking her to choose a courtyard. Huo Yan, with a glance, halted Xiao Mubai, who was eager to follow, and led Yu Nian upstairs, opening a room on the west side of the corridor. "Miss Yu, what do you think of this room?" Yu Nian surveyed the space. It was a small suite with a separate dressing area and bathroom, and even a small living room. "The room is splendid, but would I be imposing on Mr. Huo?" Yu Nian hinted that she could reside farther away. Huo Yan gestured toward a room on the east side of the corridor. That is my room. Miss Yu, rest assured. The soundproofing here is quite commendable. At this juncture, with the two rooms separated by a considerable distance, Yu Nian nodded in agreement. The two descended the stairs one after the other, and just as they sat down, Anson emerged after finishing her call. Upon learning that Yu Nian had decided to reside here, Huo Yan hurriedly dashed out, embarking on the vehicle dispatched by Huo's father. There was no doubt that it was Huo Yan's doing. He had threatened his father, asserting that if his mother was not resolved, he might as well prepare to return to the whole corporation. Xiao Mubai couldn't help but admire Huo Yan, truly impressed by his audacity. Huo Yan cast a glance at Xiao Mubai, wondering why he had not yet departed. He gently addressed Yu Nian, "Miss Yu, as fortune would have it. I find myself free today. Would you require my company to assist you in gathering your belongings?" Xiao Mubai was taken aback. The moment the lady decided to stay at his place, Huo Yan was already eager to whisk her away. However, Yu Nian felt no particular concern. Since she had chosen to stay here, the timing was inconsequential. Yet, given that she had previously resided in the cybersecurity department, it would be inappropriate for Huo Yan to escort her, especially since she intended to return there in the future. "It is no trouble at all, Mr. Hua. If you could simply provide me with a driver, I shall procure what I need from the nearby mall," she suggested. Huo Yan's eyes darkened, indicating that this young lady had other plans in mind. He did not press the matter further and instructed Uncle He to arrange for a driver to take her to the nearby shopping center. Chapter 10. Gradual Strategy. After Yu Nian departed, Xiao Mubai spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Oh dear, has our lord Huo developed a soft spot? Why didn't he accompany Miss Yu to carry her bag?" Huo Yan cast a sidelong glance at him, dismissing the foolishness of his words. The young lady had brought nothing with her, certainly leaving behind items that were not suitable for him to purchase on her behalf. Indeed, he had begun to harbor feelings for Yu Nian. Since the moment he laid eyes on her, it was as if the world, once viewed through a cold lens, had revealed a captivating light that drew him in. The moment he took her hand to help her rise, an unprecedented urgency welled within him. The dilemma lay in the fact that the young lady clearly did not share such sentiments. Should he pursue her too fervently, he risked inciting her disdain. Henceforth, he resolved not to refer to her as sister. Xiao Mubai's eyes widened. "Brother, you have yet to win her affections. Nay, you have not even pursued her. What you are experiencing is merely a one-sided infatuation." He clicked his tongue, teasing, old Hua has truly lost his senses, already laying claim to her? "It seems the iron tree has suddenly bloomed." He added playfully, "She resides under your roof, but that does not mean she is yours to possess." Ignoring him, Huo Yan ascended the stairs to inspect what was lacking in the room prepared for Yu Nian, leaving Xiao Mubai lingering in the living room. Xiao Mubai continued his rambling. "Uncle He, do you think Huo Yan has taken leave of his senses?" Uncle He smiled kindly, his tone imbued with a sense of approval. "Isn't this rather delightful? It gives the young master a bit of warmth in his demeanor." Xiao Mubai crossed his arms over his chest, recalling an old cliché. "Uncle He, your next line surely won't be that the young master hasn't smiled like this in ages? Young Master Bai, please sit. I shall go upstairs to see if the young master requires assistance." Uncle He replied before departing, leaving Xiao Mubai standing alone. A shiver ran down his spine. It seemed every member of their household had gone quite mad. He retrieved his phone and quietly created a group chat. The three individuals added, bemused by the sudden invitation. Xiao Mubai began fervently tagging the three, the secrets of Huo Yan's romantic entanglements threatening to suffocate him. "Fujingi, isn't there already a group? Why create another? Hanjing, are we isolating Huo Yan? Wenrun, you most handsome Bai. Do you wish to hear the gossip about Huo-san? You most handsome Bai, beg me, and I shall share. Fujingi, screenshot taken. You most handsome Bai, can't handle the truth? I want to divulge the matter of Huo-san's hidden romance. Hanjing, do elaborate." Seeing that there was interest, Xiao Mubai's desire to share surged, and he embellished the tale of Huo Yan, the cunning old fox, ensnaring the young lady. The others grew curious about the identity of the enchanting figure who had captured Huo Yan's heart. Over the years, many had sought to claim this elusive flower, of all types, yet none had ever garnered his attention. Even those who had boldly pursued him had been swiftly dealt with by Huo Yan's decisive hand. bringing their advances to an abrupt halt. Wenrun, are you still there? I want to go take a look. Han Jing, are you still there? I want to go take a look. Fu Jingyi, are you still there? I want to go take a look. You, the most charming bye-bye. Hey. Let me share some gossip with you, but don't let me down. Our esteemed Lord Huo personally arranged the room for someone. You, the most charming bye-bye. Sister Yu has gone shopping. She will return shortly to take some candid shots. Han Feng, Sister Yu. You, the most charming bye-bye. That shameless Huo Yan doesn't he even let me call her sister. If she is too young to be called sister, should I then call her elder sister? Wenrun, how young? You, the most charming bye-bye. I think she is around 18 or 19. In any case, she just started college this year. The group fell silent. Huo Yan truly was one to surprise when least expected, like an old bull courting a tender young flower. Xiao Mu Bai continued to rant wildly in the group, while the others pondered what excuses they could concoct to visit Huo Yan's residence. Huo Yan descended from the upper floor and observed Xiao Mu Bai, who was engrossed in his phone, and disdainfully inquired, "Why haven't you left yet?" Xiao Mu Bai wore a woeful expression. "Am I not your most beloved bye-bye? I must wait for Sister Yu." Under Huo Yan's piercing gaze, he amended, "How about I wait for little fish to return and treat her to dinner?" With that, he regained his confidence. "I must say, Huo San, in this regard, you cannot compete with me. Do you know which restaurant serves the best food? Are you aware of which eateries are favored by young ladies?" He wore a smug expression as if to say, "Beg me, and I might share my wisdom." Huo Yan, uninterested in his antics, knew that although he had not known Yu Nian for long, she likely did not enjoy dining at the places Xiao Mu Bai mentioned. Huo Yan dismissed the lingering Xiao Mu Bai and entered the kitchen, where he demonstrated his culinary skills. He had learned numerous skills, but often lost interest quickly. His passion for any endeavor rarely endured. Cooking was no exception. He sent the kitchen staff home, directing the bodyguards and servants to another area, and took it upon himself to prepare the meal. By the time Yu Nian returned, Huo Yan had already prepared 4 dishes and a soup. "Miss you. Shall we dine?" Yu Nian was somewhat taken aback. Were they so familiar? However, her hunger prevailed. Since the host had extended an invitation, she did not hesitate, washed her hands, and approached. They sat across from each other at the table, and as Yu Nian sampled a few dishes, her eyes sparkled with delight. She had few passions, but exquisite cuisine was one of them. Huo Yan observed her, realizing he had made the right move. The young lady was indeed a foodie. Yu Nian gazed at Huo Yan, genuinely impressed. "Mr. Huo, your chef possesses remarkable skills." Huo Yan chuckled softly. "Then I must thank Miss Yu for the compliment." Yu Nian sensed that the conversation had taken a curious turn and suddenly recalled that it had been Huo Yan who served the dishes upon her return. There had been no one else in the kitchen. Did Mr. Huo personally prepare this? Receiving a confirming reply, Yu Nian's curiosity was piqued. "Do you always cook for yourself? Afraid someone might poison you?" Usually, the chef prepares the meals, but today was an exception to welcome Miss Yu. "Is it to your liking?" Yu Nian nodded enthusiastically. "Mr. Huo, your cooking is delightful. In light of this splendid dinner, may I make a request of Miss Yu?" Although she didn't believe she could be of assistance to Huo Yan, she nodded. "Please, Mr. Huo, go ahead. Do not address me as Mr. Huo. I would prefer a different appellation." Yu Nian was momentarily taken aback. "Is that truly your request?" "Indeed, that is precisely what I desire." "Then, shall I call you Third Master?" Third Master is a title reserved for outsiders. Yu Nian mused silently, considering that she was neither an intimate nor a stranger. If Mr. Huo was unsuitable and Third Master was inappropriate, might it be permissible to simply use his name? Would it not be rather impolite? Huo Yan observed the furrowed brow of Yu Nian as she pondered. Just as he was about to speak, he heard her softly uttering, "Brother?" A jolt coursed through him. He tightened his grip on the chopsticks, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. After a moment, he could not suppress a wry smile, chastising himself for his lack of self-control. Merely a single utterance of brother nearly caused him to lose his composure and embarrass himself in front of Yu Nian. Noticing Huo Yan's prolonged silence, Yu Nian wondered if he was perhaps displeased with her choice of address. She had only just recalled that Aunt Sin had suggested calling him brother earlier that afternoon. Huo Yan gazed at the conflicted expression on the young girl's face. It was not dissatisfaction that he felt, but rather an overwhelming sense of contentment. Yet, he wished for her to address him as brother in a different context. Taking a deep breath, he decided to suppress any further thoughts. In my household, you may call me third brother. Yu Nian may refer to me as third brother. Yu Nian found the suggestion slightly peculiar. How could he call her Yu Nian? Were they so familiar? Or had she inadvertently uttered it? Third brother, she said. Huo Yan was pleased. You do not mind my calling you this, do you? I've heard my mother refer to you in such a manner. After all, if you call me third brother, would it not seem overly formal to address you as Miss Yu? Yu Nian nodded, somewhat dazed, feeling that something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint what it was. Chapter 11. Moving to the banquet garden, seizing the moment while Yu Nian was momentarily taken aback, Huo Yan deftly shifted the conversation. Have you had enough to eat? Shall I accompany you upstairs to tidy up your belongings? Yu Nian rose from her seat. There's no need to trouble you, Mr. Hua. Third brother. It's not much. I can manage it myself. She felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment addressing him in such a manner, feeling it was even more awkward than calling him brother. Huo Yan, however, seemed quite at ease with the title. I'll wait for you downstairs, Yu Nian. Once you finish, I can show you around here. Yu Nian hesitated before speaking. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. It's fine for someone else to show me around. Well, Yan gestured for her to look around, and Yu Nian widened her eyes in surprise. Where is everyone? Uncle He had just been there, along with the servants and Huo Yan's bodyguards. With so many people in the house, where could they have disappeared to? That day, Huo Yan successfully lingered with Yu Nian until past 9 o'clock, watching her return to her room before he cheerfully headed back to his own quarters for some rest. Lying in bed, Yu Nian couldn't shake the feeling that Huo Yan might be overly enthusiastic towards her, or perhaps he was simply a genuinely kind-hearted person. Unable to resolve her thoughts, she opted to sleep instead. The next day, Yu Nian rose early, having no trouble adjusting to her new surroundings. She slept well and felt revitalized as she made her way downstairs. By chance, she encountered Huo Yan returning from his morning exercise. Yu Nian, good morning. Morning. Yu Nian found it somewhat difficult to utter the affectionate title. I'm going to take a shower. You can have breakfast first. Yu Nian settled onto the sofa as Uncle He approached her. Miss Yu, are you having breakfast now? I can have it prepared. Let's wait for the third master to join us, she replied. Huo Yan has just finished exercising. He probably hasn't eaten yet. Uncle He smiled warmly. As you wish. Miss Yu. Huo Yan soon made his way downstairs, and, upon seeing Yu Nian waiting for him, a smile graced his lips. Uncle He discreetly ushered everyone else out of the dining room, leaving the two of them in a private space, convinced that there was something special brewing between them. How did you sleep? Huo Yan inquired gently. Quite well. The room is very nice. Yu Nian began to feel that perhaps the information she had received about Huo Yan was mistaken. He was, after all, quite affable. That's wonderful to hear. Please, don't hold back. If you need anything, just let Uncle He know. Yu Nian nodded and tentatively asked, May I add a few items to the small living room on my side? There were 2 small living rooms on the second floor, one on each side. She referred to the one adjacent to her bedroom. She favored that space, as it featured a large window that overlooked the garden, though it was rather rigidly decorated, making it somewhat tiring to sit in for long periods. Huo Yan chuckled lightly, pleased that she had requests. He had been concerned that Yu Nian might distance herself too much from him. Of course, you may treat that area as your private domain. Feel free to arrange it as you wish. I generally won't intrude. After a brief pause, he added, if you find it inconvenient, we can install a door in between. Yu Nian quickly shook her head. No need, it's perfectly fine as it is. Since you've agreed, I shall proceed with the purchases. Yu Nian's spirits lifted, now that she was going to reside there and wouldn't be as busy as before. She certainly wished to make herself more comfortable. There is no need for you to purchase anything. It will be delivered. He prefers to accompany her personally, understanding the importance of moderation, for being overly forward may drive her away. Yu Nian smiled faintly, genuinely expressing, you are truly a good person. Should he respond with gratitude? After dinner, Yu Nian went to find Uncle He, while Huo Yan retreated to his study to read. This social distance brought Yu Nian a sense of comfort. She had been quite content during her stay at the Yan Garden, enjoying the delicious meals prepared by Huo Yan's chef, as well as the delightful desserts. For a food enthusiast, this was a great source of happiness. After satisfying her appetite, she strolled through the pond garden to aid digestion and then returned to the refreshed little living room to work, as her computer had finally been brought back. During this time, Xin Qin called, informing her of a trip abroad due to business with Huo's father, urging her to treat Yin Garden as her own home and not to feel constrained. If Huo Yan dared to bully her, she would deal with him upon her return. Yu Nian found her interactions with Huo Yan harmonious over the past few days. He never disturbed her while she worked and would return from outings with various delectable treats for her, leading her to genuinely believe that Huo Yan was a truly good person. However, this seemingly benevolent individual appeared to have an abundance of leisure time. Shouldn't someone managing such a large corporation be exceedingly busy? During a meal, Yu Nian inquired about this, and Huo Yan chuckled lightly. The annual salaries of Huo's several executive presidents rival those of typical small enterprises. Yu Nian conceded, realizing her narrow perspective. True capitalists can simply lie back and count their money. Huo Yan gazed earnestly at Yu Nian, stating, I have 3 capable assistants. One oversees Huo's operations. Another manages our overseas ventures, and the last handles external engagements. I will introduce you to them in due course. These assistants were all from the Huo family, which had invested significantly in supporting orphans, nurturing those with potential in Kyoto, and pairing them with Huo family members in need. Huo Yan's 3 aides were graduates of prestigious business schools, their loyalty and competence unquestionable. They had accompanied Huo Yan abroad for schooling and had been with him for over a decade, forming bonds akin to family. Yu Nian felt a slight discomfort and casually inquired if Huo Yan was divulging too much information, wondering if such matters were appropriate for casual conversation. Huo Yan averted his gaze, concealing the emotions and determination swirling within his eyes. The gentle approach would ensnare Yu Nian eventually. He then adopted a nonchalant demeanor and shifted the topic. School is about to commence, isn't it? Yu Nian nodded, feeling dejected. My good days are coming to an end. Huo Yan found amusement in her sudden despondency. Do you dislike school so much? Yu Nian irritably poked at the small cake Huo Yan had brought her. The mere thought of interacting with so many people suffocated her. Why must she attend school, wasting precious time? Throughout their time together, Huo Yan recognized that this young lady was far from ordinary. He had no intention of prying into Yu Nian's privacy. Yet this young girl seemed to harbor no defenses against him, often revealing snippets during their conversations. With a sigh, Huo Yan resolved to subtly remind her not to divulge everything to others, lest she be betrayed and find herself counting the coins of those who took advantage of her. However, he soon realized that his concerns were unwarranted. Yu Nian was, in fact, quite perceptive. She could accurately sense the emotions of most people around her, categorizing him as one of her own, which led her to lower her guard. Huo Yan found himself caught in a tumult of emotions, pleased that Yu Nian trusted him so deeply, yet troubled that she regarded him merely as an older brother. The burden was heavy and the road ahead long. There was much he still needed to endure. Chapter 12. The mountain lodge in the clouds time passed swiftly, and apart from the occasional uninvited visit from Xiao Mubai, Yu Nian had hardly encountered anyone else at Huo Yan's residence, particularly not any women. Over the past few days, Xiao Mubai had successfully ingratiated himself with Yu Nian through his unabashed demeanor, becoming quite familiar with her. Yu Nian lounged on the sofa, lazily sketching lines in a sketchbook she held. Enrolled in the fine arts department, she had astonished many seasoned professionals, as the pinnacle of computer science had taken a turn towards painting, leaving them baffled as to her motivations. Yu Nian sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. She truly had no grand aspirations. There was little left for her to learn in the computer science department, and after perusing the various majors, she found herself only mildly intrigued by art. In truth, Yu Nian possessed a commendable talent for drawing, particularly excelling in quick sketches, though she had not received formal training. She had dabbled in drawing during her previous assignments that required illustration, teaching herself a few techniques along the way. Most importantly, Yu Nian was acutely aware that her purpose for attending this university was merely to pass the time, and the fine arts department offered a more lenient approach to time management compared to others. Curious, Xiao Mubai leaned closer to observe Yu Nian's drawing, exclaiming, "Is this Huo San? I must say, it does bear a striking resemblance. Huo Yan, come take a look." Huo Yan, who had been focused on his laptop, felt a flicker of interest upon hearing his name mentioned in connection with the artwork. He glanced over, his expression darkening instantly. Setting aside his notebook, he approached and tugged at Xiao Mubai's collar, pulling him aside before taking a seat himself. "What an idiot," he muttered. "Why get so close just to look at the drawing?" Xiao Mubai was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Huo Yan's jealousy. He decided not to engage in a quarrel with someone who had never experienced romance. Huo Yan's gaze softened as he looked at the drawing in Yu Nian's hands, and he gently asked, "Nian, may I have this piece?" Yu Nian paused in surprise but nodded earnestly. "It's just a piece of paper, after all. This sketchbook was a gift from you." Indeed, all the art supplies Yu Nian used had been prepared by Huo Yan. Upon learning her major, he had promptly provided her with a complete set of tools. Xiao Mubai, nearly choking with laughter at Yu Nian's lack of subtlety, mused that Huo Yan was essentially courting a blind person. Remembering his own purpose for being there, he cleared his throat. "Ahem, little fish. Would you like to go out for some fun?" He had come with a mission, as the others were quite curious about little fish. Although the others were indeed intrigued by Yu Nian, Huo Yan refused to let her venture outside, nor would he allow them to accompany her. Unable to replicate Xiao Mubai's brazen tactics, they resorted to persuading him to coax Yu Nian out. Yu Nian, however, was not one to be overly polite. "Not really. Come on, come on. I have a mountain lodge that I co-own with Huo San and a few others. It's not officially open yet. Let us go experience it first." Xiao Mubai, aware of Yu Nian's preference for quieter surroundings, attempted to appeal to her sensibilities. On such a hot day, it would be delightful to escape to the mountains. "Once school starts, you won't have the time to go." Huo Yan, understanding Xiao Mubai's intentions, knew that Yu Nian would soon be returning to school, where she would not simply remain cooped up in his company. If she is willing, it would be beneficial to introduce her to those individuals, as it would provide some support in case of any unforeseen circumstances. These individuals are quite protective. Regardless of their internal thoughts, they would certainly stand by Yu Nian. As Huo Yan gazed at Yu Nian, he inquired, "Do you wish to go?" "There are no outsiders, just my 3 friends." Yu Nian appeared somewhat hesitant, prompting Huo Yan to add, "If you prefer not to meet them, we can act independently. The facilities over there are quite comprehensive. I have yet to visit since the villa was completed. Would you accompany me to explore it?" Ultimately, Yu Nian decided to join them. This villa is situated on a mountain in the outskirts of Kyoto. They had acquired the entire mountain, and the grand entrance at the foot of the mountain was impressive, with the 4 characters Yunshang Villa elegantly carved on a massive stone. The security system was stringent, and the villa was adorned with exquisite decor. It was evident that only the affluent would frequent this place, which promised to be a lucrative establishment once it officially opened. "You truly know how to make money," Yu Nian remarked, marveling at the wealth generated in Kyoto. This comment filled Xiao Mubai with pride. "Isn't it splendid? All thanks to my efforts." This statement held truth. Their venture had indeed started as a spontaneous idea. The group had contemplated purchasing a mountain to build a few villas for leisurely retreats. They pooled their resources, with Xiao Mubai volunteering to oversee the project. Given his love for entertainment, he insisted on incorporating recreational facilities, for otherwise, it would be rather dull. As they were not lacking in funds, they allowed him to indulge in his whims. Consequently, the project expanded, ultimately leading to the decision to open it to the public, resulting in its current scale. They reserved a section at the mountain's peak for themselves, erecting several villas that remained off-limits to outsiders, serving as their private domain. Yu Nian once again reflected on the disparity between wealth and poverty. The affluent truly know how to enjoy life, purchasing a mountain for their retreat. After disembarking, they transferred to the villa's sightseeing vehicle, which offered a captivating view of the scenic landscape. Aside from the villa's staff, there were no others in sight. The vehicle arrived at a building situated in the heart of the villa. The sign read Zhenwei Zhai, likely the dining establishment of the villa. The 3 ascended to the top floor via the elevator and entered the largest private room, where 3 individuals were already seated. Yu Nian surveyed the occupants of the room. These must be the friends Huo Yan had mentioned, the partners in this villa project. Observing them, she recognized that they, like Huo Yan and Xiao Mubai, were individuals at the pinnacle of society, with files maintained on them by the National Security Bureau. She mentally matched their faces to the information she had previously reviewed. Han Zheng, possessing a somewhat simple-minded yet physically robust demeanor, was an active military personnel and a member of a prominent family with a distinguished legacy in warfare. His family had historical ties with Huo Yan's family, with one involved in politics and the other in the military, leading to a close relationship. They were of the same age, having grown up together. Fu Jingyi exuded an air of refined elegance, a true gentleman with a hint of mischief. The Fu family, much like the Shao family, boasted a long-standing tradition in commerce, with substantial heritage. Notably, Fu Jingyi's mother, Qi Ruxin, was a renowned author and a luminary in contemporary literature. The Qi family was deeply rooted in literary traditions, with numerous scholars emerging from it. The current president of Peking University hailed from the Qi lineage. Wen Renlin is a figure who leaves a profound impression, often regarded as the undisputed king of the underground realm of Kyoto. The Wen family primarily operates overseas as arms dealers, and due to their somewhat clandestine collaborations with the military, he has become a focal point of interest for the National Security Bureau, with each of his entries and exits meticulously documented. Among the younger generation in Kyoto, the only individuals acknowledged as lords alongside Lord Huo are Wen Renlin and his counterpart. The contrast between the two, one representing darkness and the other light, is quite intriguing. Chapter 13. Ambiguity at the Horse Ranch. The shared endeavor of renovating the holiday resort reveals much about their relationships. The configuration of this small group is quite intricate, seemingly encompassing various facets of life. One cannot help but wonder whether this is a mere coincidence or a deliberate arrangement. The individuals present gaze at her simultaneously, strikingly beautiful yet aloof. Beyond this, no further insights can be gleaned. How is it that Huo Yan appears utterly enchanted? Nevertheless, they ponder this only briefly, as it is Huo Yan's personal affair, and their curiosity is merely a passing interest, easily satiated by mere observation. Huo Yan introduces them to one another, and they take their seats for dinner. Observing Huo Yan as he serves dishes to Yu Nian, peeling shrimp shells and meticulously removing fish bones, it seems he is on the verge of feeding her himself. Yu Nian receives these attentions with an effortless grace, suggesting that such gestures are commonplace between them. A shared glance among the others conveys a complex array of emotions. Huo Yan's romantic inclinations are indeed difficult to articulate. Huo Yan is well acquainted with Yu Nian's tastes, selecting only her preferred delicacies. Preoccupied with her meal, Yu Nian is consumed by a singular thought. It is simply delicious. The resort has designated a portion of land for raising edible livestock, while a vast pond adjacent to the restaurant invites fishing. Those interested can enjoy the freshness of their catch, emphasizing a commitment to quality. As the meal progresses, Yu Nian gains a more tangible impression of the others. Han Zheng is blunt and sharp-tongued, often leaving others at a loss for words. Wen Renlin exudes an icy demeanor, embodying the archetype of a ruthless arms dealer, speaking little yet conveying much. Fu Jingyi is refined and poised, a quintessentially diplomatic figure. However, the true nature beneath his gentle facade remains a mystery. Yu Nian has no desire to delve deeper into their complexities. Their intentions towards her appear benign, and that knowledge suffices. After the meal, Yu Nian finds herself on a small balcony adjacent to their private room, enjoying the mountain breeze and feeling utterly relaxed. Such moments are indeed delightful. One by one, the others join her, and they sit together in a comfortable silence, relishing the rare tranquility. Do you want to go for a stroll? Xiao Mubai suddenly interjects. I'll take you around. This is my brainchild. I assure you'll be satisfied. Huo Yan's expression darkens, his gaze fixed on Xiao Mubai. It dawns on Xiao Mubai that Huo Yan wishes to spend time alone with Yu Nian. As he awkwardly attempts to rectify the situation, Fu Jingyi interjects with a smile. Since it's our first visit, let us explore together. Huo Yan is typically unflappable, his countenance perpetually serene. It is a rare occasion to witness such a spectrum of emotions on his face, and they feel compelled to join in the exploration. Yu Nian, however, remains indifferent. After a satisfying meal, she has formed her own judgments about the group. She senses no malice from them and feels reassured by this understanding. Beyond that, she is unconcerned. Thus, what was intended to be a private outing for Huo Yan has transformed into an excursion for six. In the car, Yu Nian leans against the window, gazing outside, while Huo Yan casts a disapproving look at the spectators in the back seat, silently urging them to depart. Suddenly, Han Zheng speaks up. "Miss you. What do you think of this place?" Upon hearing the question, Yu Nian turned her head, only to witness Huo Yan's expression abruptly shift, leaving the others in awe, as if Oscar owed him a little golden statuette. The scenery is delightful, and the food is exquisite. Yu Nian candidly shared her current impressions. Xiao Mubai grew animated. "I told you it was nice. We're almost at the racetrack. Shall we have some fun?" "I cannot ride a horse," Yu Nian admitted, for she indeed had no experience with horseback riding, despite her proficiency in driving various vehicles, including helicopters. Xiao Mubai became even more excited. "Huo can teach you." This must count as atonement for him, providing such a splendid opportunity. The two could share a horse, holding hands and embracing. Xiao Mubai unconsciously chuckled, his expression gradually becoming peculiar. Beside him, Han Zheng slapped his hand over Xiao Mubai's face, concealing his lewd expression. Fu Jingyi spoke gently. "Miss Yu seems amused. He hasn't taken his medication." Xiao Mubai attempted to rebut, but several individuals quickly subdued him. Yu Nian observed their antics. These individuals appear to share a genuine camaraderie. The vehicle halted right in front of the racetrack, and Huo Yan looked at the eager Yu Nian. "You need not mind them. Shall I teach you to ride?" Yu Nian nodded and pulled Huo Yan out of the car first. Huo Yan gazed at her hand tugging at his sleeve, a slow smile blossoming on his face. The others could hardly bear to watch. Even the typically taciturn Wen Renlin could not resist commenting. She merely tugged at his sleeve. Is it necessary to smile so broadly? Han Zheng interjected precisely. "It's quite delightful." After disembarking, they wisely refrained from acting as third wheels, knowing when to draw the line. Should they follow any further, Huo Yan might turn against them. He was cunning and held grudges, and if truly provoked, they could not anticipate the repercussions. The group prepared for the horse race, exchanging greetings before changing into riding attire. Yu Nian inquired of Huo Yan, "Do we not need to change clothes?" Huo Yan chuckled softly. "No need. Let's take our time." The final remark seemed to pertain to horseback riding, yet hinted at something more. Huo Yan had no intention of genuinely teaching Yu Nian to ride. It was a jest, for once she mastered it. How would he use it as an excuse? The staff at the racetrack, following Huo Yan's request, brought forth a gentle horse. The few individuals, now attired in their splendid garments, were utterly astonished. Huo Yan, in his pursuit of romance, seemed to have disregarded all semblance of dignity. After Huo Yan and Yu Nian had traversed a couple of laps, they came to a halt. Yu Nian, not having changed her attire, realized that continuing would lead to painful chafing on her thighs. Moreover, she had somewhat overestimated her own composure. Dismounting their steeds, Huo Yan made his way to the restroom, while Yu Nian stepped aside, exhaling a deep sigh. Just moments ago, she had scarcely dared to breathe while on horseback. Chapter 14. The schemes of Huo Yan upon emerging. Huo Yan beckoned Yu Nian to leave. Yu Nian, puzzled, inquired if they weren't waiting for the others, who were still intent on enjoying themselves for a while longer. "Let us return to rest first," she suggested. As they settled into the vehicle, Yu Nian found her earlier excitement waning, leaning against the seat and feeling drowsy. A jolt from the car roused her, and she glanced outside, realizing they were not descending the mountain, but rather ascending it. Huo Yan, seated opposite her, either meditated with closed eyes or had succumbed to slumber, not once opening them. Not wishing to disturb him, Yu Nian continued to gaze outside, reassuring herself that she could not be sold off. The vehicle arrived at a quaint villa area atop the mountain. Yu Nian peered inside, noting the modest space with 5 scattered villas, presumably their accommodations. As she turned to call out to Huo Yan, she noticed he had already opened his eyes. Before she could speak, Huo Yan apologized, saying, "I'm sorry. I dozed off." He glanced outside and suggested, "Let us disembark." Huo Yan led Yu Nian towards their designated villa, turning to her with a gentle suggestion. "Why not rest for a while? We can greet them later before returning." Yu Nian responded with a muted acknowledgement. Huo Yan, uncertain if she was upset, deftly deflected responsibility. The driver was likely arranged by Mu Bai. Gathering all of us was no small feat, and they were clamoring for drinks. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Mu Bai was blissfully ignorant of his unwarranted scapegoating. Yu Nian accepted Huo Yan's words without skepticism, as it was well known that Xiao Mu Bai had a penchant for revelry. As they arrived at the villa, Huo Yan inquired if Yu Nian wished to take a shower. She indeed longed for a cleansing, her skin clammy with sweat. However, lacking a change of clothes, she preferred to endure until they returned home rather than donning the soiled garments once more. Huo Yan seemed to sense her predicament. I'll have someone deliver clothing for you. There's a Xiao family shopping center here. He procured the phone number of the mall manager for Xiao Mu Bai and, after contacting the women's department, handed the phone to Yu Nian, urging her to provide her size. In a matter of minutes, a complete set of garments, including sleepwear, will be delivered. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu Bai, fresh from riding, received Huo Yan's call with bewilderment. He turned to his companions, saying, Huo San is asking for the mall manager's number. He spun around in excitement, exclaiming, this old rascal wouldn't dare to take advantage of Xiao Yu, would he? Fu Jingyi chuckled softly. If you're so curious, why not just call and find out? Xiao Mu Bai bristled. What if I ruin his plans by calling? Huo Yan would surely kill me. Han Zheng rolled his eyes at the naivete. Just call the mall manager. Xiao Mu Bai, struck by inspiration, made the call, only to find himself even more perplexed afterward. Huo San is buying clothes for Xiao Yu. How scandalous. Fu Jingyi responded in disbelief. You're overthinking this. Han Zheng scoffed lightly. Huo Yan lacks any official status. What genuine progress could he possibly make? And thus, the matter of changing clothes lingered on. Wen Renlin directly escorted the contemplative Xiao Mu Bai to the changing room. After they had donned their attire, the group lingered no longer and embarked on their journey to the mountaintop villa. There, Yan awaited Yu Nian, helping her to the second-floor bedroom once the clothes arrived, and gestured for her to enter. Nian, you may wash up and rest in this room. I shall go take a shower at Mu Bai's. The villa boasted numerous rooms. It seemed peculiar to bathe at Xiao Mu Bai's quarters. Yu Nian, not particularly curious by nature, refrained from inquiring further. Once Huo Yan departed, she prepared to take her bath. The bedroom was spacious yet rather sparse, furnished only with a bed and a small sofa, as other pieces had yet to be brought in. After finishing her bath, Yu Nian descended to the living room on the first floor to await Huo Yan. Approximately half an hour later, she heard a commotion at the entrance. Huo Yan entered, spotting Yu Nian reclining on the sofa, her gaze directed towards him. Have you been waiting long? He asked. They just returned and exchanged a few words. Yu Nian shook her head. I just came down. They wish to dine together before heading back tonight. Do you want to join? Sensing that he might be putting Yu Nian in an awkward position, he added, if you prefer not to go, we can leave first. Considering the identities of these individuals, who were typically quite busy, Yu Nian understood that their gathering was indeed a rare occasion. Huo Yan likely wished to spend time with them as well. You go ahead. I will wait here, she replied, as she genuinely disliked socializing and felt it would be inconvenient for her to engage in conversation with them. Upon hearing her words, Huo Yan gazed earnestly at Yu Nian. Then I shall not go either. We will return. Yu Nian felt a mix of gratitude and helplessness. What was Huo Yan doing? She was not a child needing protection. I'm not upset. I'm just a bit tired. You go and enjoy dinner. I'll take a short nap. Huo Yan recalled that Yu Nian had seemed somewhat fatigued on their way back, and a brief rest would do her good. I'll have someone bring you food. Eat before you sleep. He called to have the restaurant deliver a meal, ensuring that Yu Nian finished eating before he escorted her back to the bedroom upstairs. Leaving for Xiao Mu Bai's side, lying in bed, Yu Nian felt an urge to smile, touched by Huo Yan's attentive care. She reflected on his promise to return promptly, finding it amusing how he resembled a concerned father. Meanwhile, the considerate Huo Yan had arrived at Xiao Mu Bai's residence, the most well-equipped among them, complete with a wine cellar. The other villas possessed only the most basic furnishings, allowing the occupants to personalize their spaces as they saw fit, though they had yet to do so. Upon Huo Yan's arrival, the others were already gathered, awaiting him at the dining table. Ignoring their teasing glances, he took his seat with calmness. We thought you wouldn't come, Xiao Mu Bai remarked, gesturing towards the bottles of wine on the table. My collection. Dear friends, today you are in for a treat. Xiao Mu Bai poured wine for everyone, playfully indicating Huo Yan. Huo San, won't you join us? Drinking is a reward in itself. Everyone knew that Huo Yan seldom indulged in alcohol. Xiao Mu Bai was merely jesting. not genuinely expecting him to partake. Huo Yan pushed his cup forward, leaving Xiao Mubai at a loss, holding the bottle of wine in a daze. Huo Yan spoke languidly. "What's the matter?" Reluctant to let me drink. He continued, "Xiao-san, have you experienced some kind of shock? Was your confession rejected by Xiao Yue?" Xiao Mubai exclaimed in surprise. Huo Yan, uninterested in his antics, seized the wine bottle from Xiao Mubai's grasp and poured himself a drink. Han Zheng scoffed. "You truly spare no effort." Fu Jingyi kindly explained to the still bewildered Xiao Mubai. "If you drink too much, you won't be able to return." Aside from Xiao Mubai's room, the others' villas should be quite similar, with the exception of the master bedroom containing a bed. The other rooms were all empty. "Huo-san, you really have no shame, do you?" Xiao Mubai shouted. Chapter 15. Feigning intoxication for advantage, Huo Yan remained impervious to the barbs directed at him, leisurely raising his glass to Wen Renlin. "Have you resolved matters on your end?" Han Zheng, too, was momentarily distracted. "Do let me know if you require assistance." There were those who sought to undermine Wen Renlin, aiming to usurp his position. Should anything befall him, it would bode ill for them all. Wen Renlin calmly sipped from his glass. Merely a minor issue. Han Zheng did not share his optimism. "Be cautious. If this cap fits you, it will be difficult to remove." Some individuals attempted to exploit Wen Renlin's international connections, intent on branding him spy. If such an accusation were substantiated, while Wen Renlin might remain unscathed, his standing in the country would be irrevocably compromised. Since you intend to establish yourself domestically, find a way to navigate the clear path ahead. There appears to be an opportunity at hand. All present understood the opportunity Huo Yan referenced and raised their glasses in unison. "You too, exercise caution." Wen Renlin regarded Huo Yan with a significant look, cautioning him not to let his guard down. Huo Yan was not any cleaner abroad, and despite Huo-san's long-standing presence there, recent rumors warranted prudence. Huo Yan raised an eyebrow. A trivial matter. Wen Renlin smiled faintly, opting not to pursue the topic further. It was a matter they could not delve into deeply, and Huo Yan was wise enough to handle it himself. After a period of light banter and several drinks, Huo Yan prepared to take his leave, eliciting an incredulous reaction from Xiao Mubai. "Huo-san, is it already time for you to depart?" "He is eager to return and curry favor." Huo Yan chuckled lightly. "You single fellows wouldn't understand." Wen Renlin, with an impassive expression, delivered a pointed remark. "It's the first time I've heard of someone unilaterally becoming available." Pausing just before the door, Huo Yan hesitated for a moment before stepping outside. It seemed his words had struck a chord. Xiao Mubai raised his thumb in admiration. "Linga, you truly are something. Don't worry about this petty fellow seeking revenge." It seemed that Huo-san had little inclination for diversions during this period. Fu Jingyi swirled his drink thoughtfully. Xiao Mubai appeared to be lost in thought, hesitating to speak. "What do you think, Huo-san?" When Renlin turned towards him, his expression serious. "Mind your own business." Fu Jingyi and Han Zheng regarded Xiao Mubai with similar intensity, causing him to wilt under their scrutiny. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" He asked no fool. He understands what should and shouldn't be said. Huo Yan maintained a fleeting interest in various matters, embodying a capricious spirit, sometimes enamored with a particular pursuit, only to swiftly lose all enthusiasm. One wonders if Miss Yu is an exception to this pattern. Upon returning to his residence, Huo Yan found Yu Nian awake, reclining on the bed with her phone, reviewing a document sent by the cybersecurity department. Hearing the knock at the door, she recognized Huo Yan had returned and promptly opened it, nearly causing the door to strike her as Huo Yan leaned against it. Yu Nian steadied him, catching the scent of alcohol on his breath and noticing the slight flush on his face. "Have you had too much to drink?" Huo Yan shook his head, pulling Yu Nian into the bedroom and sitting on the edge of the bed, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Why haven't you called me third brother?" As Yu Nian gazed at Huo Yan, it became evident that he had indeed indulged a bit too much. Ordinarily, he would not speak in such a tone. Thus, she acquiesced to his whim and called out, "Third brother, how much have you had to drink?" When they were alone, things were manageable, but in the presence of others, referring to him in such a manner was a tad awkward for Yu Nian. Huo Yan leaned closer, gently rubbing his forehead against hers. "Just a little bit," he confessed, and his words rang true. The proximity, coupled with the scent of alcohol, enveloped her, making her head spin. Feeling uncomfortable, Yu Nian instinctively recoiled, but Huo Yan followed suit. And, given their position on the edge of the bed, she was perilously close to lying down. Suddenly rising, Yu Nian intended to leave. Feeling the need to distance herself from the inebriated Huo Yan, whom she deemed somewhat hazardous. However, her hand was caught by the person behind her, who pressed closer, prompting Yu Nian, unable to resist, to seize Huo Yan in a defensive maneuver, attempting to subdue him. Yet, she underestimated the strength of the man behind her, and in a dizzying whirl, she found herself firmly pinned to the bed, gazing up at Huo Yan in bewilderment. Huo Yan leaning closer, teasing Yan, "Are we to compete in skills?" In their social circle, self-defense was a fundamental skill acquired from a young age, far beyond what Yu Nian, a novice, could hope to match. Her face flushed crimson as she pushed against him, only to have him grasp her wrist and pin it beside her head. "What are you trying to do, Yan?" His question was met with her exasperation. How could he inquire about her intentions while pressing down on her? After struggling against his hold, Huo Yan tightened his grip slightly, his voice husky. "Do not move." At that moment, Yu Nian felt an unwelcome sensation in her thigh, and her neck flushed with heat. "You need to get off me." Huo Yan remained unyielding, even going so far as to nestle his head into the crook of her neck, seeking comfort. "It's uncomfortable. Just let me hold you for a moment. It won't take long." The sensation of his closeness rendered her both numb and hesitant to move, fearing any further provocation. After what felt like an eternity, Huo Yan rolled over and lay beside her. Just as Yu Nian attempted to rise, Huo Yan grasped her wrist once more, his voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. "Yan, my head hurts." A surge of irritation coursed through her. He deserved the headache after drinking so excessively. Nevertheless, she refrained from abandoning him, letting out a sigh, choosing not to hold it against the drunken man. After all, he had not taken advantage of her despite the earlier circumstances. Huo Yan's character was still commendable. Yu Nian adjusted him comfortably on the bed and began to massage the pressure points on his head to alleviate his discomfort. "Feeling better? Are your hands tired?" Huo Yan took her hand and gently squeezed it, but she withdrew, attempting to rise. "Now that you're fine, you should rest. You look in no condition to return. I'll move to another room." Huo Yan halted her retreat. "This is the only room with a bed." Yu Nian's eyes widened in shock as Huo Yan continued to explain. "Mubai intended for us to decorate according to our preferences. This bed was only placed here temporarily." Yu Nian was left speechless, realizing why he had bathed at Xiao Mubai's earlier that day. "Then what are we to do? Surely we cannot share a bed." The events of the evening had left her mind in a tangle, and she had entirely overlooked the possibility of purchasing a bed from a nearby marketplace. Huo Yan looked at her with an expression of palpable grievance. "Do you not believe me, Yan? Is this truly a matter of belief? Is it appropriate for a solitary man and woman to share the same room?" Just as Yu Nian was about to suggest going downstairs, Huo Yan rose from the bed, his steps slightly unsteady. "If you do not wish to stay here, then let us return," he said. Yu Nian grasped his arm, urging him not to jest. He could barely stand. How could they manage to leave? She relented, grateful that the bed was spacious enough for both, with room for another person between them. She glanced at the individual beside her, whose breathing was steady. He seemed to have fallen asleep. Yu Nian had thought she would be unable to sleep, as she had never shared a bed with anyone before. Perhaps the day's exertions had worn her out. Before long, she succumbed to drowsiness and drifted into slumber. After a while, once Yu Nian was deep in sleep, the person who was supposed to be resting opened his eyes, lowered the air conditioning by 2 degrees, and quietly moved closer to her, waiting for his prey to unwittingly draw near. In her dreams, Yu Nian sensed a chill and instinctively gravitated towards the warmth beside her. The victorious figure wrapped his arms around her, drawing her into his embrace, and placed a gentle kiss at the corner of her lips before contentedly closing his eyes. Chapter 16. A reunion with Du Yin in the dead of night, as Huo Yan gazed at the young girl occasionally nuzzling against his chest. He endured the restlessness of his body, realizing he was indeed inviting his own suffering. Yet, he found it hard to let go. With a wry smile, he acknowledged that his calm demeanor crumbled utterly in the presence of Yu Nian. Though many women had sought to entice him in the past, some even bearing all before him, he had scarcely spared them a glance. His composure was such that it could easily be dismissed, but now, with just a gentle nuzzle, he felt on the verge of explosion. He took deep breaths to regain his equilibrium, yet spent an entire sleepless night in turmoil. Come morning, when Yu Nian awoke, she found herself alone. After freshening up, she descended the stairs and spotted Huo Yan returning with breakfast in hand. Recalling the events of the previous night, she felt a twinge of awkwardness upon seeing him, while he seemed blissfully unaware. Good morning, Nian. Did you sleep well? Yu Nian hesitated, realizing she had likely lost her memory of the night as happenings, which spared her from further embarrassment. With a sigh of relief, she dismissed the incident from her mind, as she was never one to dwell on such matters, and greeted him with a smile. Good morning, third brother. Upon hearing her address, a visible uplift in his mood ensued, a pleasant demeanor that persisted until they met with a few others while descending the mountain. The group, noticing the vibrant Yu Nian and the faint shadows beneath Huo Yan's eyes, refrained from commenting in her presence, merely exchanging teasing glances at Huo Yan, as if to say some individuals truly bring their misfortunes upon themselves. Upon reaching the parking lot at the foot of the mountain, they each returned to their vehicles. Xiao Mu Bai had intended to cling stubbornly to Huo Yan's car, but was promptly dragged away by Han Zhang. What a fool! An insatiable old man can be quite terrifying. It's a miracle he dares to approach so recklessly. Only out of concern did I save him from himself. After their return from the villa, the two resumed their usual rapport, which brought Yu Nian great satisfaction. Soon, it was time for Yu Nian to return to school. During this interval, Xin Qing, who had just returned from abroad, came to visit her. With Huo Yan absent, Yu Nian spent the entire afternoon conversing with Xin Qing. Recently, Huo Yan had taken on numerous social engagements, leaving Xin Qing to flit about as well. She felt reassured upon learning of Huo Yan's kindness towards Yu Nian, thus easing her mind. Their conversation continued until dinner time, at which point Xin Qing had to depart for another engagement, leaving with a reluctant farewell. Yu Nian was not particularly loquacious, but Xin Qing, with her chatty disposition, was remarkably tolerant, eager to listen and support her, ensuring that their exchange was not a one-sided affair. Had those elderly gentlemen seen Yu Nian in such a light, they would surely have felt a sense of relief, fearing she might retreat into solitude. Aside from those elderly figures, her closest confidants were her subordinates, while the Shen family did not fall into that category. Since her mother's passing, Xin Qing had become the first elder to care for her from a maternal perspective in many years, a bond Yu Nian cherished and willingly devoted time to nurture. In Xin Qing's presence, Yu Nian softened, resembling an ordinary girl. Huo Yan, too, benefited from his association with Xin Qing. Otherwise, he would not have been able to draw so close to her. Nevertheless, Yu Nian maintained a strong guard when dealing with others. During this time, her three cousins from a Shun family had reached out to her, having added her contact information when they escorted her home that day. However, Yu Nian maintained a certain distance from them, often responding to 3 questions with just one answer. Shun Xiujin and Shun Xinyan were both exceptionally busy individuals. Upon receiving no replies, they ceased to disturb her further. Only Shun Xiuqin would frequently message her, but she typically chose not to respond. The day before the school year commenced, Yu Nian finally decided to venture outside. She declined Huo Yan's offer of companionship and requested the driver to take her to the largest shopping mall. Upon disembarking, she gazed at the imposing sign before her, the Xiao family. The Xiao family had established themselves in the retail of daily necessities, and their logo was ubiquitous, enjoying immense popularity. Yu Nian intended to purchase a gift for Huo Yan, having stayed at his home for quite some time. Huo Yan had always taken good care of her, and with the school year about to start, she whimsically thought to present him with a token of appreciation. Wandering aimlessly through the mall, she was uncertain of what to buy. As she passed by a high-end boutique, a pair of black sapphire cufflinks in the display caught her eye. Huo Yan rarely donned suits, yet she felt inexplicably that these cufflinks would perfectly complement his demeanor. Yu Nian entered the store and requested the clerk to retrieve the cufflinks. The clerk, undeterred by her modest attire, greeted her with enthusiasm. "Miss, you have excellent taste. These cufflinks just arrived today, and there's only this one pair available." Of course, the price was equally striking, 7 figures. The more Yu Nian gazed at them, the more she felt they were just right. She was unsure of her total funds, but purchasing these cufflinks was well within her means, thanks to her parents' inheritance and her own earnings, all meticulously managed. Previously, she had seldom spent money, usually relying on a single card for daily expenses. Just as she was about to ask the salesperson to wrap them up, a hand reached out from behind her. "Let me see that." Yu Nian turned her head to see Du Yin accompanied by two other girls, all adorned in designer labels. It was Du Yin who had spoken, as if just now noticing Yu Nian. "Isn't this my cousin who was kicked out her home? Apologies, I didn't see you earlier. I like these two. Could you let me have them, cousin?" A girl beside her chimed in. "What nonsense are you spouting, Du Yin? Having been cast out, where would she find the money? She's probably just here to widen her horizons." The two girls clearly followed Du Yin's lead, despite the Du family's modest standing. The status of being the granddaughter of the Shun family was enough to attract such sycophants. Yu Nian regarded them with a bemused expression, observing how Du Yin dared to speak without having checked the price, or perhaps she was convinced that Yu Nian could not afford anything extravagant. Currently, the Shun family was under Shun's leadership. He would likely not support a girl from another family. Meanwhile, the Du family managing to allocate several tens of thousands for Du Yin's clothing was already commendable. Acquiring something worth millions would be impossible, even if they sold Du Yin. The clerk looked at Yu Nian with an expression of discomfort, to which Yu Nian simply uttered two words, "Give it to her." She then stepped aside, seemingly intimidated by Du Yin. "Miss, please swipe your card here. The total is 68 million. Du Yin turned in shock, her voice trembling. "How much?" 68 million? Her two followers were equally astonished. "Is it really that expensive?" Du Yin turned to Yu Nian, her tone sharp. "Are you playing with me?" The nearby clerk, unable to contain herself, interjected. This young lady was the first to arrive. What she had initially set her sights on was later snatched away by you, who could not afford it. Although this latter statement remained unspoken, the clerk's eyes gleamed with a piercing sarcasm that conveyed everything. Yu Nian, unwilling to engage in further entanglement with her, requested the clerk to wrap up the purchase, swiftly completed the transaction with a card, and departed. Meanwhile, Du Yin and the others, enduring the peculiar gazes of onlookers, fled in a state of disarray. Chapter 17. Confrontation. Yu Nian, stop right there. Du Yin exclaimed angrily as she pursued Yu Nian. Unfazed, Yu Nian paid her no heed. She had already acquired what she desired and was disinclined to engage in further disputes. Seeing Yu Nian's indifference only fueled Du Yin's ire. This was the territory of the Shao family, and despite her anger, she knew better than to cause a scene here. The Shao family would not take kindly to her antics, and should she be cast out, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Reluctantly, she hurried in front of Yu Nian to block her path. "Come with me," Du Yin insisted, reaching out in an attempt to pull Yu Nian away to a more secluded spot. Yu Nian deftly sidestepped her grasp and instead sauntered over to a table outside the nearby CF, choosing to sit and avoid being treated like a spectacle. It seemed that Du Yin had no intention of backing down, yet she also couldn't afford to make a scene in public. It was likely this realization emboldened Du Yin to persist in her pursuit. After dismissing two of her lackeys, Du Yin sat across from Yu Nian, letting out a derisive snort. "Is this how you treat your cousin? Uncle has asked you to get along and take care of her, yet you seem quite indifferent." Miss Du appeared to have a short memory. Had she not already stated that she had no ties to the Shin family? Du Yin slammed her palm on the table, ready to erupt, but her attention was diverted by the sight of a man and woman emerging from the CF. "Just wait," Du Yin murmured, a newfound confidence in her voice, as she approached the pair. Yu Nian remained where she was, curious to discern the nature of Du Yin's scheming. Du Yin was akin to an irritant. Though harmless, her presence was bothersome, and Yu Nian wished to extricate herself from her clutches. "Sister Min, what a coincidence to see you here," Du Yin greeted in a sugary tone, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Yu Nian raised an eyebrow, impressed by their acting skills. The woman nodded with an air of superiority, and Du Yin leaned in to whisper something, casting furtive glances in Yu Nian's direction. Shortly thereafter, the woman followed Du Yin over, accompanied by a rather laid-back man, who also took a seat. Upon noticing Yu Nian, the man's gaze became rather lascivious, causing Yu Nian to frown, wishing she could gouge out his eyes. Yu Nian, allow me to introduce you to my sister, Zheng Min'er, Du Yin declared. Yu Nian pondered, recognizing the name. Zheng Min'er was the granddaughter of the military district's chief of staff Zheng. How did Du Yin come to know her? Was it a case of familial infidelity? The introduction felt excessively intimate. Calling her sister seemed inappropriate, as her mother had only given birth to her and Du Yin. If another sister emerged, it would imply her father had fathered another child outside of wedlock. You are rather unsophisticated. My family is related to Sister Min'er's maternal grandfather, Du Yin retorted, her face nearly purple with indignation. The man laughed mockingly, clearly entertained by the young girl's antics. Zheng Min'er, visibly displeased, seemed to recognize the biting nature of Yu Nian's words, understanding why Du Yin often found herself at a disadvantage. Miss Yu, one must tread carefully in life. Not everyone is worth incurring ire, Zheng Min'er advised. Hey Min'er, why frighten a young girl? The man interjected playfully. Zheng Min'er cast him a sidelong glance, her cold snort betraying her awareness of the gaze he had directed at Yu Nian moments earlier. The man, unfazed by her disdain, continued to wear a playful grin. Miss Zheng, perhaps you could take the time to teach your cousin the meaning of those 4 characters. Yu Nian remained impassive, showing no concern for her veiled threat. The mention of cousin evoked the idea of cousin's home that Yu Nian had previously alluded to, leaving Zheng Min'er with a sense of humiliation. Miss Yu, are you refusing to show me any respect? Backed by the Zheng family, she was accustomed to being revered, and never before had someone so openly disregarded her dignity. Observing the shift in Zheng Min'er's expression, Du Yin, apprehensive of invoking her ire and consequently her own, hastily intervened. Sister Min, my cousin has just arrived in the capital and is unfamiliar with our ways, she said, feigning exasperation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been driven away by my grandparents. Zheng Min'er's countenance softened slightly, finding humor in the situation. The impoverished relatives of the Shun family, newly arrived in the capital, were not even close to accessing their social circle. It was beneath her to engage in disputes with such individuals. Casually, she handed Du Yin a bag emblazoned with the logo of a high-end jewelry brand. Just bought this. Wear for fun. Thank you, Sister Min. This must be quite expensive, Du Yin exclaimed, her surprise evident as she opened the bag to reveal a bracelet. The brand was exceedingly costly, something she typically only admired from afar, and the suddenness of her fortune left her ecstatic. Observing Du Yin's exuberance, a flicker of disdain crossed Zheng Min'er's eyes. It's decent enough, not quite $1 million, she remarked nonchalantly, intending to enlighten the rustic girl about the disparities among people. Yu Nian, watching the unfolding drama with amusement, noted that Du Yin had likely not disclosed the value of the cufflinks she had purchased. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so eager to flaunt this bracelet. Evidently, Du Yin possessed a modicum of cunning, successfully deceiving her into gifting her a bracelet worth $1 million. Rising from her seat, Zheng Min'er felt no inclination to linger any longer. Had it not been for Du Yin's ability to amuse her, she wouldn't have deigned to grace them with her presence, only to find it a rather tiresome affair. Miss Yu, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Kyoto is not like other places. Being overly arrogant will not serve you well. With that, she dropped her parting words and pulled the man, who seemed poised to speak, away. Yu Nian, watching Zheng Min'er's retreating figure, replied pointedly, this advice is equally applicable to Miss Zheng. Zheng Min'er paused momentarily, but did not turn back, continuing on her way. Having offended Sister Min, you shall not enjoy pleasant days ahead, Du Yin remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Don't expect the Shun family to come to your aid. They would not risk offending the Zheng family on your behalf. Oh, the Zheng family is quite wealthy? Yu Nian inquired. The Zheng family is not merely wealthy. They occupy a position far above us, one we cannot afford to antagonize, Du Yin replied, gesturing upward. She delighted in revealing this information to Yu Nian, eager to witness her reaction of trepidation. They can afford to bestow such lavish gifts upon you without concern for financial constraints, Yu Nian remarked, her curiosity piqued. Du Yin, with a hint of envy and sarcasm, retorted, they're certainly not as stingy as the Shun family, who guard their granddaughters as if they were treasures. It seems that Du Yin has run out of words, and by her demeanor, it is evident that she knows little else. Is she not grateful to me? Yu Nian subtly gestured towards the bracelet in Du Yin's hand, for had it not been for her, Zheng Min'er would never have bestowed such a valuable gift upon Du Yin. Du Yin was momentarily taken aback. Having received the bracelet today, she could hardly be bothered to argue with Yu Nian. Grabbing her bag, she departed directly to flaunt her new possession to her friends. Once Du Yin had left, Yu Nian remained seated, lost in contemplation, her fingers gently tapping on the table. Did the Zheng family know that Zheng Min'er was spending money so recklessly? If they were unaware, it would be only reasonable to inform Zheng Can. However, if they were aware, then the situation would certainly become intriguing. Chapter 18. Unilateral singlehood. This minor incident did not perturb Yu Nian. Upon returning to the banquet garden, she discovered two individuals engaged in conversation with Huo Yan in the living room. Huo Yan gestured for Yu Nian to join them and proceeded with the introductions. My assistants, Huo Yi and Huo Er. Such a hasty choice of names, thought Yu Nian. Miss you. The two greeted her with commendable decorum, as they recognized her as the future matriarch. Hello, Yu Nian replied with a nod. Huo Er, responsible for external affairs, was affable and smiled as he spoke. We are known by our full names, but the third master prefers to call us this way. Yu Nian fell silent, reflecting that such a designation was hardly fitting for individuals of their caliber. Huo Er, she repeated. Well, it certainly simplifies matters, she mused. Huo Yan turned to Yu Nian. In the future, if I am unavailable, they will be responsible for driving you to school. Huo Yi and Huo Er exchanged glances, bemused. The urgent summons had merely been to escort Miss Yu to her educational institution. Huo San managed Hu Yan's overseas enterprises and was seldom in the country. Otherwise, he would have been tasked with this duty as well. Yu Nian was equally perplexed, thinking it unnecessary. She was not a child in kindergarten. There's truly no need for this. She insisted. I will treat them merely as drivers, and I have complete faith in their abilities. After all, I am merely attending school, not engaging in warfare, and the distance is quite manageable. Furthermore, employing these two as drivers seems a touch excessive. Despite her reservations, Yu Nian extended the bag she held towards Huo Yan. He raised an eyebrow. For me? Yu Nian nodded. It's just something I picked up. I'll head upstairs now. Huo Yan observed the two assistants who were now eagerly peering toward the box she had handed him. Upon opening it, he discovered a pair of undeniably exquisite cufflinks. He let out a soft click of his tongue. Miss Yu, you are quite the affluent one. It appears you have struck gold. Huo Yan snapped the box shut, casting a scrutinizing glance at the two before him. Aren't you two leaving? The two men, understanding the hint, departed. They each had their own separate accommodations here and would typically reside in the capital when necessary. Once they had exited, Yan reopened the box, delicately caressing the cufflinks, Yu Nian's first gift to him. The following day, Huo Yan donned formal attire and the cufflinks gifted by Yu Nian, awaiting her by the car. Yu Nian was taken aback at his formal appearance. If you have matters to attend to, you need not see me off. Huo Yan remained unperturbed. Not at all. I will first escort you to school. Huo Yi, tasked with the driving, quietly commented from inside the car what matters. He merely wishes to flaunt his cufflinks. After watching Yu Nian enter the university, he inquired, Third Master, shall we return? The third master had a lunch engagement with several others, and it was still early. To the company, he replied. Huo Yi, somewhat exasperated, turned the car towards the Huo Corporation, where he engaged in cordial discussions with several executive vice presidents. By noon, when Huo Yan departed, the executives were left in a state of bewilderment, pondering what exactly their boss had come to accomplish. After leaving the company, Huo Yan proceeded to the designated club where he had arranged to meet. This venue belonged to Wen Renlin, who had recently encountered some complications and could not extricate himself. Hence the meeting was organized here. When Huo Yan arrived, everyone was already there. Upon seeing his attire, Xiao Mubai whistled and remarked, Are you here as a groomsman? After all, the groom isn't getting married just yet, and it's rare to see someone dressed so flamboyantly. Fu Jing scrutinized Huo Yan from head to toe, quickly identifying the crux of the matter. Those cufflinks were a gift from Miss Yu, weren't they? Huo Yan patted Fu Jing approvingly. You have a discerning eye. Meanwhile, Han Jing and Wen Renlin, who had been playing billiards, paused their game to offer a succinct critique. Haughty. Han Jing set down his cue. Huo Yan, you now resemble a peacock in courtship. Wen Rinlin added, displaying your feathers everywhere. Xiao Mubai burst into laughter at their words. Although they were teasing him, there was a sense of joy among them. It had been a long time since they had seen Huo Yan appear so genuine. In the past, he seemed to wear a mask, completely insincere. Ever since Miss Yu entered his life, Huo Yan had become much more authentic, not just toward Yu Nian, but to them as well. In a good mood, Huo Yan did not take their banter to heart. After dinner, they engaged in casual conversation, while Huo Yan remained attached to his phone, incessantly messaging Yu Nian. Have you eaten lunch? What did you have? Let me know when school is over. I will come to pick you up. On the other side, Yu Nian felt somewhat helpless. She had never attended school and was unaware if everyone behaved this way. Huo Yan, is Miss Yu bothered by your clinginess? Observing his behavior, the refined Fu Jing, he couldn't help but unleash some sarcasm. Are you a single dog, instructing me on how to date? Huo Yan retorted, not to be outdone. The three other innocent single men simultaneously felt a sting from the exchange. Does Miss Yu even know she's in a relationship with you? Naturally, if one is wounded, they shall retaliate. At least it's better than your aimlessness. Huo Yan scoffed. As the banter escalated, Xiao Mubai, relishing the spectacle, interjected, by the way, didn't our little fish start university today? With so many handsome young men there, aren't you worried, Huo-san? Huo Yan raised an eyebrow slowly. Am I to be compared with those young lads? There's no basis for comparison. They are simply younger. Wen Rinlin's sharp remark delighted him as he noted Huo Yan's suddenly cold expression. What Miss Yu see in you? Wealth and power? Or merely a pretty face? Fu Jing, he insinuated, glancing at Huo Yan's cufflinks. The ability to casually purchase such items for gifts suggested that Miss Yu did not appear to be lacking in funds. His comment led the others to ponder. It seemed that this Miss Yu was not someone to be underestimated. When they first met her, she had reacted quite calmly, not out of self-importance, but due to her standing. Yu Nian likes my face. Huo Yan felt no shame in being considered a pretty face. Rather, he was pleased to capture Yu Nian's attention. Though Yu Nian had not explicitly stated it, he could sense her admiration. Does Miss Yu appreciate your face, or merely the allure of beauty? Han Zheng remarked with a hint of significance, noting that there were plenty of attractive faces in university. Xiao Mubai, reveling in the drama, thought to himself that Huo San had surely incurred the wrath of the masses, drawing fire upon himself while they, the single dogs, watched from the sidelines. The banter among several individuals came to a halt when Huo Yan's phone rang, prompting him to rise and exit. As he walked away, he answered the call, his tone instantly softening by 3 degrees. Yin Yan, are you done with school? The others in the room winced at the sweetness of his voice. Once Huo Yan had departed, Xiao Mubai mockingly imitated his tone. Yin Yan, are you done with school? His exaggerated tone elicited laughter. Doesn't it sound just like picking up a daughter from school? The remaining 3 exchanged knowing glances with Xiao Mubai, who suddenly felt uneasy. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm just joking. I can't really be seen as a father figure, right? Fu Jing interjected. Miss Yu seems to be an orphan, doesn't she? Xiao Mubai was left bewildered by this revelation. And then what? Han Zheng continued, with Huo Yan's demeanor. Miss Yu might very well start seeing him as a father. Xiao Mubai contemplated their usual interactions and realized that indeed, Huo Yan seemed to be treating Yu Nian as if she were his daughter. What is this new game they are playing? He pondered. I can't think about it anymore. This bizarre world is beyond my comprehension. Chapter 19. The reluctance to learn. As Yu Nian stepped out of the school gates with her backpack, she spotted Huo Yan's car parked at the entrance. Huo Yan opted for a discreet vehicle to pick her up, ensuring it drew little attention. How was your first day at school? He inquired. Yu Nian, feeling utterly drained, leaned against the back seat, gazing out the window with an expression of desolation. Not great, it's too noisy. After attending the opening ceremony and familiarizing myself with the school, I can leave. Otherwise, I might lose my mind. I simply cannot adapt to the clamor of the crowd. Yu Nian's eyes dimmed, and an overwhelming sense of irritation bubbled up from within. Huo Yan leaned closer, gently grasping her chin to turn her gaze toward him, concerned about her state. Yu Nian complied with his touch, inadvertently resting her head on him. The sudden closeness quickened Huo Yan's heartbeat. He wrapped his arms around her waist and effortlessly pulled her onto his lap. The 2 individuals in the front seat were taken aback. their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief at the sight. What on earth was Third Master doing? They dared not look any longer and hastily raised the partition, muttering apologies. Yu Nian made no attempt to resist, settling comfortably in Huo Yan's embrace, too lethargic to move. Unlike the previous occasion at the villa, this time it was Yu Nian who willingly sought his comfort, and Huo Yan felt an unparalleled sense of contentment. He gently patted her back, soothing her emotions, cherishing this rare moment of dependence from her, wishing time would slow to a crawl. Upon arriving at the main building, Huo Yan cast an irritated glance at the driver, who, feeling equally helpless, understood his predicament. He too wished to avoid thwarting Third Master's intentions, but the journey, which typically took merely 10 minutes, had inexplicably stretched to nearly an hour. Observing that Yu Nian had succumbed to sleep in his arms, Yan signaled for the bodyguard to open the rear door. He did not rouse her, instead choosing to carry her out of the car. The motion disturbed her slumber, but Huo Yan gently reassured her, encouraging her to continue resting. Ignoring the startled expression of He, who had approached to report on the situation, he ascended the stairs with Yu Nian in his arms. Uncle He, perceptive as ever, hastily made his way upstairs to open the door. Typically, apart from the cleaning maids, no one entered Yu Nian's room. So Uncle He directly opened Huo Yan's door. Huo Yan placed Yu Nian on the bed, and Uncle He quietly shut the door behind them, discreetly ushering He away, his movements fluid and seamless. Inside the room, Yu Nian lay on Huo Yan's bed, having already awakened when he carried her in, but choosing not to speak. She preferred silence and tranquility, and Huo Yan respected her wishes, pouring her a glass of water and setting it on the bedside before leaving the room. Downstairs, the individuals waiting were startled by Huo Yan's sudden appearance, prompting He to exclaim, "So soon? Go to the old residence and deliver some tea to the old man." Third Master, I was wrong. I truly have urgent matters to discuss with you. They often found themselves apprehended by the other brothers during their visits to the old residence, claiming it was for sparring, but it was essentially one-sided beatings. He was merely a talker. How could he compare his skills to those of the guards serving the old gentleman? Enduring a thrashing while being ridiculed for their weakness was a dual blow, both psychologically and physically. Every time Third Master visits the old residence, his companions scatter like leaves in the wind, for his presence signifies unmasked retribution. He feels a surge of frustration, wishing he could slap himself for his own loose tongue. Let us discuss this later, he mutters. Huo Yan dismisses Huo Yi's cries with a wave of his hand, unperturbed, and sends him away, determined to cook himself. Huo Yan recalls how much Yu Nian enjoys his culinary creations. Given her current melancholy, he hopes to lift her spirits. As Huo Yan busies himself in the kitchen, a voice calls out, "Hey, Third Master, I'm seeking refuge with you." Xiao Mubai enters, dragging a suitcase behind him. Huo Yan furrows his brow. "What brings you here?" Xiao Mubai laments, "I need to hide for a couple of days. My mother has gone mad, insisting I go on blind dates." "What does that have to do with me?" Huo Yan replies bluntly, "Come on, we grew up together. Can you bear to watch me drown in despair?" Just as Huo Yan contemplates tossing him out, he recalls Yu Nian's mood. Perhaps this clownish Xiao Mu Bai could lighten her spirits or at least provide a source of amusement. Oblivious to being used as comic relief, Xiao Mu Bai steps into the kitchen. "Oh, are you cooking to welcome me? How embarrassing." He reaches out, only to be swatted back by Huo Yan. "Stay put," Huo Yan commands before heading upstairs. Immediately, someone ushers Xiao Mu Bai out, who complains loudly about Huo Yan's treatment. Uncle He chuckles. "Master Mu Bai, just wait a moment. Third Master is preparing a meal for Miss Yu." Xiao Mu Bai, determined to complain, exclaims, "Where's little fish? I'll tell her to handle Huo Yan. Is this how one treats a guest?" Miss Yu is feeling unwell and is resting upstairs. Uncle He quickly responds, wary of revealing that Huo Yan had taken Yu Nian to his room. Huo Yan enters the bedroom to find Yu Nian cocooned in the blankets, resembling a little caterpillar. He approaches and playfully tugs at the covers. "Are you planning to transform into a butterfly?" Yu Nian rolls over, muffled sounds emanating from the fabric. "I'm forming a chrysalis." Huo Yan gently restrains both her and the blanket, pulling it down to reveal her face. With a teasing smile, he asks, "Does our little chrysalis feel hungry?" Yu Nian shivers, momentarily losing her desire to remain in bed, and pushes Huo Yan away. I'm hungry. Let us eat. Huo Yan steps back, watching as she emerges from her cocoon. Do you need me to carry you downstairs? Yu Nian shoots him a glare before getting out of bed, and Huo Yan leisurely follows her. Upon reaching the living room, they spot Xiao Mu Bai lounging on the sofa. Hello, little fish. Yu Nian greets, glancing at Xiao Mu Bai, who looks forlorn. What is this? Had you been kidnapped? Xiao Mu Bai's face falls, ready to air his grievances against Huo Yan, but uncle he interjects. Miss you. Shall we have dinner now? Third Master has personally prepared it for you. Yu Nian's attention shifts instantly, disregarding Xiao Mu Bai as Huo Yan leads her to the dining room to see if the meal suits her taste. Once Yu Nian settled down, Xiao Mu Bai was finally released, and without needing an invitation, he followed suit. This time, he had learned his lesson. Fearful that Huo Yan might cast him aside, for the culinary creations of Huo Yan were not something just anyone could savor. Little fish feeling down? Did Huo Yan upset you? I don't want to go to school, Yu Nian replied weakly, even the allure of delectable food failing to uplift her spirits. I feel the same. School is utterly vexing. Xiao Mu Bai deeply empathized with Yu Nian's sentiments, as he too had little affection for school, having endured quite a few beatings over it in his younger days. What shall we do then? Yu Nian seemed genuinely inquiring of Xiao Mu Bai. Caught off guard, Xiao Mu Bai found himself momentarily speechless. If he were to encourage little fish to skip class, he feared he might face Huo Yan's wrath on the spot. That's a tough one. How about we play some games after dinner? He suggested with a silly grin, attempting to shift the topic. Chapter 20, involved in game development. I thought he had some brilliant idea. After finishing their meal, the three of them moved to the living room, where Yu Nian expertly reclined on the sofa. Shall we play a game? Yu Nian asked languidly. What game? Xiao Mu Bai opened his phone and presented it to Yu Nian, saying, Look at this, a recently popular shooting game. Would you like to play together? Yu Nian glanced at the familiar icon. Is it really that popular? Seeing her interest, Xiao Mu Bai excitedly explained, Yes, indeed. Although this game has only been online for a few years, it has surpassed its peers. My skills are top-notch. What do you say? Let me take you to new heights? Yu Nian replied, I don't really need to. When this game was developed, it faced some technical challenges that left the team in a frenzy, desperately seeking help. At that time, she was temporarily assigned to the local military district and lent a hand. In a stroke of serendipity, she ended up staying a few extra days until the internal testing was successful. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Nian decided to check out how the game had evolved. Lacking it on her phone, she proceeded to download it. Her account from the internal testing should still be active. Upon entering her phone number, she successfully logged into the game, and indeed, her account was still there, albeit with a low level, as she hadn't logged in since the internal testing concluded. Xiao Mu Bai leaned in for a closer look. You used to play, huh? What does this name mean? He inquired, staring at the string of letters. An abbreviation? I couldn't be bothered to name it, so I just typed a few random letters. Xiao Mu Bai was at a loss for words. That was far too casual. Huo Yan chuckled, noting it was quite in line with her style. He, uninterested in gaming, picked up a book nearby to read. Come on, let's add each other as friends and team up. What the heck, little fish, how do you have that skin? I couldn't even buy it. Xiao Mu Bai had poured considerable money into the game, earning him the reputation of a legendary spender. He possessed nearly all purchasable skins and equipment, except for the limited collector's editions. Yu Nian casually mentioned that was gifted to me. She had noticed earlier that each time the game updated, they would reward her account with a gift. Despite her never having played, just as Huo Yan limped back in after a beating, he heard Xiao Mu Bai's astonished voice. Hobbled, he approached Yu Nian, who wondered, Did you get beat up? How did you come back like this after going out in good shape? Seeing Huo Yan's familiar expression, she refrained from asking further. Huo Yan took Huo Yan to the study, where they discussed work. When Huo Yan emerged, Xiao Mu Bai and Yu Nian had just wrapped up a game. Huo Yan, also a player of the game, joined them, and the trio began to play together. Miss you, do you have this too? Huo Yan gazed at the character Yu Nian was using, which wielded a glistening golden gun, nearly drooling on his phone. That's an early weapon. It's long been out of circulation. Even with money, you can't buy it. If you want it, I'll give it to you. After finishing a game, Xiao Mu Bai poked at his phone, changing his character's outfit. Little fish, players can't trade items. Otherwise, I would have already gathered everything. Choose whichever you want. I'll gift them to you. Yu Nian dismissed him, tossing her phone to them and rising to head to the restroom, leaving them to peruse on their own. Emerging from the study, Huo Yan observed the two with lewd expressions as they gazed at Yu Nian's phone, contemplating whether he should reclaim it. The two, staring at the personal profile page, exchanged glances incredulous. Was it truly Zone 01? Upon registering for the game, an automatic string of numerical codes is generated, indicating the player's zone and their registration rank. Was Yu Nian the very first player to log in? Upon her return, Yu Nian found the two in a daze. Having made their selection, Xiao Mubai eagerly handed her the phone, with Huo Yan closely following suit. Miss Yu, what does this account code signify? Yu Nian cast a fleeting glance. Oh, I was the first to log in during the game's internal testing. Really? Is this game that casual? They exclaimed, bewildered. Huo Yan interjected, aware that internal testing typically involved personnel from within the company. He was not particularly interested in gaming, but sought to know more about Yu Nian. Upon seeing her nod, the two suddenly comprehended. No wonder she had connections. I participated in the development, she added nonchalantly. Not only were Huo Yan and Xiao Mubai stunned, but Huo Yan also regarded Yu Nian with astonishment, recalling that Xiao Mubai had been playing the game for 2 or 3 years. Miss Yu, how old were you back then? Huo Yan queried, devoid of skepticism, merely expressing wonder. 16, Yu Nian reflected, estimating it was 4 years prior. Huo Yan and Xiao Mubai exchanged glances, recognizing a pair of exceptional individuals, one entering Stanford at 16 and the other involved in game development at the same age. Is there any other game? Xiao Mubai asked hesitantly. It's from their company. This is their first game, and it has been quite successful. They have released several more since then, and I helped test for bugs, she replied. Little fish, do you know the owner of Dongyang? She inquired about the game's publishing company, Dongyang Games. Yu Nian nodded, considering herself somewhat acquainted. Not closely, but I hold a minor stake. Not closely? A minor stake? Xiao Mubai's voice rose incredulously, nearly collapsing in awe. So you're the real big shot, he exclaimed. Little fish from now on. You will be my sister by different parents. What's going on? Yu Nian looked at him, somewhat bewildered. Was his reaction really warranted? Given his wealth, would he truly be impressed by such a small matter? Huo Yan clarified. Mubai once sought to invest in Dongyang, but was turned down. That has quite an eye for investment, Yu Nian remarked. Huo Yan affirmed. Indeed, his insight is remarkable. We often follow his lead in investments. Xiao Mubai's discerning I consistently yield profitable ventures. Yu Nian raised an eyebrow, surprised that the seemingly frivolous individual possessed such acumen. It appeared that when one door closes, another opens indeed. After all, one must have some merit to associate with them. Could he truly thrive solely on humor? After all, the heir of the Xiao family is his elder brother, who indeed belongs to the same circle as Huo Yan and his companions, albeit with a notable age difference that limits their private interactions. It is understandable that a young master from a family like his can navigate this group with such ease. Although he seldom involved himself in the Xiao family's business, his personal assets are indeed countless, and he possesses the highest cash flow among them. Upon hearing Huo Yan's rare praise, Xiao Mubai's spirits soared, and he began to boast unabashedly. Little fish, I will help you earn a fortune in the future. His words were abruptly halted when Huo Yan leaped forward to cover his mouth, effectively silencing him. Please keep quiet. Ancestor, you dare to say anything. While he was unafraid of provoking the third master, they were wary of incurring his wrath. Miss Yu, you just mentioned a gift for me. He interjected with a silly grin reminiscent of Xiao Mubai, attempting to steer the conversation away. Xiao Mubai quickly caught on and swatted Huo Yan's hand away. Indeed, little fish just said we could choose, he said, gazing eagerly at Yu Nian. Witnessing their obsequious demeanor, Huo Yan face-bombed, finding these two utterly embarrassing. Go ahead and choose. Yu Nian, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, turned her head away, her eyes stinging from the spectacle. Thus, the gaming session concluded with Xiao Mubai and Huo Yan returning triumphantly. Chapter 21. Privileged Xiao Mubai and Huo Yan were still engrossed in their game downstairs when Yu Nian ascended to her room, followed closely by Huo Yan. Upon reaching the door, Yu Nian turned to Huo Yan and inquired, Do you have any questions? He had trailed her all the way to her door, yet remained silent. Huo Yan shook his head with a gentle smile. Rest well. Today, Yu Nian was in a rather somber mood, and he felt no urgency. Yu Nian seemed to be lowering her defenses around him. Although she had not disclosed many things, she did not make a conscious effort to conceal them either, allowing her true self to unfold naturally before him. Moreover, her inquiry suggested that she might indeed care about him. Huo Yan, having successfully navigated his own feelings, completely disregarded the presence of the other two individuals today. Yu Nian now resembled a book caught in the wind, revealing its contents only upon turning each page, a sensation that ignited a fervor within him. He was inherently patient with what he desired, unwilling to rush, favoring a gradual approach. Having deepened his understanding of Yu Nian today, Huo Yan returned to his room in high spirits. The following day, Huo Yan resumed his customary routine of picking Yu Nian up from school, only to find Xiao Mubai, who insisted on tagging along. He claimed he wanted to take Yu Nian out for some relaxation. Huo Yan contemplated that Xiao Mubai indeed possessed greater expertise in the realms of leisure and entertainment, making it beneficial for Yu Nian to unwind. The car halted at a familiar location, and Huo Yan glanced at Xiao Mubai. Is this the place you referred to for relaxation? To his astonishment, it was the very establishment where they had dined the previous day. Was Xiao Mubai feeling particularly mischievous? Come with me. I assure you will relax. 10 minutes later, the trio stood before a massage parlor. The techniques here are commendable. A simple need guarantees complete relaxation. I frequent this place often. He. His primary aim was to coax Huo Yan inside, as he had a dedicated massage therapist at home. Previously, Huo Yan had declined his invitations, but with Xiao Yu present, Xiao Mubai was confident he would not resist this time. Yu Nian frowned at the thought of this place. You two go ahead. Oh, come on. Xiao Yu, it's mainly for your relaxation. Yu Nian remained unmoved. Lying there for a massage would be akin to relinquishing her fate into the hands of others, an impossibility. Huo Yan wasted no words, taking Yu Nian's hand and turning to leave. Hey, don't go. If you don't want a massage, at least stay for a meal. Huo Yan paused, casting a questioning glance at Yu Nian, who nodded, recalling the classic adage, since we're already here. They had a private room that was not open to the public. Ultimately, Huo Yan found himself at a loss for words as he observed the uninvited guests. Typically, these individuals were busy, and encountering one of them was a rarity. The frequency of their meetings in recent days seemed rather excessive. As fate would have it, Han Zheng was on leave recently and happened to be at the establishment today with a few friends, coincidentally running into them, prompting him to abandon his prior companions and join them. When Renlin had been there for several days, although the venue appeared to be merely a club, it actually served as a significant stronghold for him in the capital. The saying, "great talents hide in the city," rang true, as he had been keeping a watchful eye on the situation after some recent developments. Upon hearing about their presence, he naturally came to check on them. With everyone gathered, they decided to summon Fu Jingyi as well, reuniting the group. As Fu Jingyi entered, he bypassed the others with a polite nod, addressing Yu Nian. "Miss Yu, it is a pleasure to see you again." As Xiao Mubai gazed at the courteous Fu Jingyi, adorned with spectacles, he let out a dismissive click of his tongue. "Little fish, do not be deceived by his outward appearance. He is nothing more than a black-hearted dumpling, a genteel scoundrel, a gentlemanly beast." Yu Nian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, well aware that Fu Jingyi was a proverbial smiling tiger, yet somewhat surprised that Xiao Mubai would express such sentiments to her. Fu Jingyi made no attempt to refute the claim and simply seated himself in the vacant space. The exchange of glances among the group indicated that Xiao Mubai held a favorable view of Miss Yu. Indeed, Fu Jingyi was not as mild-mannered as he appeared. Mingling with them, one could hardly expect him to possess a good temperament. Furthermore, at their level, there was no need to demean oneself by seeking anyone's favor. Yet, Fu Jingyi consistently maintained a polished facade in public, and they had no intention of exposing his charade. Xiao Mubai's words clearly signified that he considered Yu Nian one of their own. The group shared a tacit understanding as they glanced at Huo Yan, their eyes glinting with amusement, noting that Xiao Mubai had preemptively extended his courtesies. Huo Yan paid them no mind, dismissing the uninvited gathering. Naturally, he served Yu Nian dishes and engaged her in conversation, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. "In good spirits today?" he inquired. Yu Nian nodded, her eyes curving into a rare, childlike smile, her tone tinged with excitement. "We have military training coming up for half a month." "You're excited about military training?" The training at Peking University is not conducted on campus. It takes place at a nearby military base, exposed to the elements, with harsh conditions and demanding schedules. "I nearly lost my skin back then." Xiao Mubai, also a Peking University alumnus, was still featured on the Wall of Honor at the university, a goal aspired to by many students. "Indeed, it is arduous. There are numerous mosquitoes there." "Miss you. Ensure you are well prepared," Han Zheng added, having visited that training camp several times himself, acknowledging the subpar conditions. "I will not participate," Yu Nian declared. The others were taken aback. Peking University mandated participation in military training to develop students' physical abilities and resilience, facilitating better integration among new students. Thus, unless health conditions prohibited participation, all were expected to attend. As the foremost institution, the university's military training was not only a matter of internal concern, but also reported directly to the military district overseeing the training. No one dared to falsify their participation. Typically, regardless of their status, even the offspring of the elite would partake in military training, as was the case with Xiao Mubai, a consummate hedonist who nonetheless braved the experience. Observing Huo Yan's expression made it evident that he was equally unaware of Yu Nian's exemption. This raised intriguing questions. What privilege did she possess? They did not condemn such behavior, nor would they adopt a moral high ground in criticizing those who received special treatment. After all, they were often direct beneficiaries of privilege themselves. Why not take advantage of it? "Miss you. Might you enlighten us?" Fu Jingyi inquired, appearing eager for knowledge. Huo Yan frowned, visibly displeased. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Nian held him back. She met Fu Jingyi's gaze directly. "If you do not grasp this, it is plainly due to backdoor dealings." With Xiao Mubai's revelation, Fu Jingyi no longer maintained the guise of a benevolent figure. "I'm eager to hear more." Yu Nian let out a rather malicious laugh. "You took the back door of your uncle." As soon as these words were spoken, it stunned everyone present. Fu Jingyi's uncle, Qi Lin, is the current president of Peking University. They were somewhat acquainted with that old scholar, known for his stubbornness and integrity. Particularly, Xiao Mubai felt this sentiment deeply. During his years at Peking University, he had often fallen victim to the man's strictness, and the old scholar frequently reported him to his father, causing him considerable trouble. Chapter 22. Your friend curiosity piqued. You return home to consult your uncle. Xiao Mubai stands up for Yu Nian, asserting that Xiao Yuer is now his half-sister. Indeed, he has redefined his biological sister as a sibling. Although he is consumed by curiosity, he resolves to present a united front with his sister. Fu Jingyi, having been subjected to ridicule by the two, finds solace in the absence of outsiders. His composure remains intact. He is genuinely intrigued by how Yu Nian managed to persuade her uncle, as there is no reason for her to deceive them. They harbor no suspicions regarding Huo Yan facilitating her endeavors. After all, the old man likely would not compromise his reputation for anyone, not even for Fu Jingyi, his own nephew, who would probably be cast out if he attempted. What method did Yu Nian employ to achieve this? Noting her reluctance to elaborate further, they refrain from pressing her. Huo Yan, wishing to divert their attention from Yu Nian, observes that she has nearly finished her meal, and he sets down his chopsticks to refill her glass with water, steering the conversation elsewhere. "Alin, have you found the person?" Wenren Lin shakes his head, explaining that he has been preoccupied with this matter for several days. Below this establishment lies a concealed base connected to his main operations in our country. Typically, signals are blocked, only activating during transactions. This hidden base has been compromised. 3 days prior, while communicating with his associates, information was intercepted, prompting attempts to breach his network. His team is counterattacking, striving to pinpoint the adversary's location. The situation is tense, as it involves arms trading. Most of his personnel are not present, and he cannot risk involving outsiders. If necessary, he may have to abandon this place, which he has invested considerable effort into. The prospect of its destruction is regrettable, for rebuilding would not be a swift endeavor, and countless matters would be delayed in the interim. When Ren Lin's expression darkens, should he catch the perpetrator. He will ensure they regret ever entering this world. At this moment, Xiao Mubai glances at Yu Nian, hesitating as if unsure whether to speak. Surely, Xiao Yuer could assist him? Huo Yan casts a warning look in his direction, advising him to remain silent. He acknowledges Yu Nian's capabilities, but prefers to keep her uninvolved. It is not that he lacks concern for his brother. Rather, Wen Rinlin's situation is perilous, and he does not wish for Yu Nian to be entangled in it. Yu Nian is not one to meddle in affairs. Yet Xiao Mubai has consistently protected her since their acquaintance. Observing his demeanor and reflecting on Wen Rinlin's identity, she begins to piece together the circumstances. Furthermore, given that Wen Rinlin and Huo Yan share a close bond, her own identity remains a closely guarded secret, though those who need to know will eventually be informed. And these individuals will certainly be among them. She wishes to avoid any discord between Huo Yan and Wen Rinlin due to this matter. Despite her emotional intelligence not matching her intellect, Yu Nian can sense Huo Yan's genuine intentions towards her. Initially, she believed his preferential treatment stemmed from his connection to Aunt Sin. Yet through their interactions over the past few days, she perceives that Huo Yan has never concealed his affection for her. Bowing her head, she finds herself unable to articulate her feelings for Huo Yan. Yet she does not reject his closeness, which is undeniably true. For this reason alone, she was willing to assist his friend, which would also place Wen Rinlin in her debt. In their social standing, friendship and interests were inseparable, contingent upon which side bore more weight. Yu Nian tugged at Huo Yan, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "He is your friend." Huo Yan trembled, a tingling restlessness coursing through him, igniting a surge of tension. What did Nian Nian mean by that? However, this was evidently not the moment for such discussions. Huo Yan firmly grasped Yu Nian's hand, attempting to quell the tumult within. "Alin, do you trust me?" Was such a question even necessary? They had known each other since their youth abroad, sharing a bond akin to life and death. He trusted her above all others. "Nian Nian can help you." Xiao Mubai's face lit up with joy, while Fu Jingyi and Han Jing exchanged glances, aware that this was no trivial matter. Yet, Huo Yan was not one to take things lightly or jest about such matters. Since he had spoken up, it seemed that Miss Yu indeed possessed the capability. Moreover, Mubai's expression revealed that he was in the know, and the two shared a tacit understanding of what lay ahead. Wen Rinlin, without wasting words or asking questions, had someone bring up a computer and briefly explain the situation to Yu Nian. She took the computer, and the group huddled around, gazing at the dizzying array of code on the screen. After a few minutes, overwhelmed, they abandoned their efforts and sat back in silence, waiting quietly for Yu Nian to proceed. Although they appeared calm on the surface, their hearts were tumultuous, uncertain of the outcome. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yu Nian ceased her typing, pivoted the computer towards Wen Rinlin, and magnified the map, pointing to a small red dot. "The coordinates are here." The group's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite Huo Yan's assurances that Yu Nian could assist, the revelation still left them utterly astonished. After all, Wen Rinlin's associates were no novices, and they had been unable to resolve the issue for several days. How could it be that she had unraveled it in such a brief span? Wen Rinlin, too, was taken aback, trusting Huo Yan. He had allowed Yu Nian to take the lead, not anticipating such a remarkable outcome. He sprang to his feet, scrutinizing the map closely, narrowing his eyes as realization dawned upon him. "Miss you, thank you." His words were light, devoid of any mention of a reward. Yet, those present could discern the weight of his gratitude. This was a stark contrast to how they had previously perceived her as merely an extension of Huo Yan. It now signified recognition of her as an individual, rather than just a subordinate of Huo Yan. Yu Nian waved her hand dismissively. "There are vulnerabilities in the firewall, man-made." Wen Rinlin grasped the implication, his gaze turning cold. Someone had tampered with it, indicating a traitor among them. He did not linger on pleasantries, but departed to seek out the culprit, intending to address the internal betrayal upon his return. Xiao Mubai relaxed, sprawling on the sofa as he observed Yu Nian fortifying the firewall for Wen Rinlin. Brother Lin has turned misfortune into fortune. Unlike his earlier shock at discovering Yu Nian's connections, which had stemmed from her external status, this was a revelation of her true prowess. A capable individual could stand firm anywhere, Their perceptions were shifting. She was no longer just Huo Yan's appendage, but Yu Nian in her own right. In truth, Yu Nian harbors her own ulterior motives. The dark forces of the capital remain subdued under the control of Wen Renlin, significantly alleviating her workload, both personally and professionally. She is reluctant to see Wen Renlin encounter any misfortune. Yu Nian has begun to integrate into the elite circles of the capital's social hierarchy. These individuals are fiercely protective of one another, and even without any status or connections, Yu Nian possesses sufficient influence to navigate the complexities of life in the capital with ease. Chapter 23. The initial confession of Third Master after Wen Renlin and his entourage departed, the remaining individuals did not linger, recognizing that it was now inappropriate for them to remain, as Wen Renlin had internal matters to address. Upon returning to the banquet garden, Yu Nian retreated to her room, while Huo Yan found himself in a rare state of inner turmoil. He desired to inquire about Yu Nian's true intentions, but feared the possibility of receiving a negative response. Leaning against the sofa, he distractedly toyed with his phone, half listening to Xiao Mubai's chatter. "Huo Yan, are you even listening to me? At least respond." Xiao Mubai complained loudly, just as Huo Yan's phone chimed with a message from Yu Nian. "Shall we chat?" Without hesitation, Huo Yan abandoned the still prattling Xiao Mubai and ascended the stairs, as Yu Nian had made a choice for him amidst his indecision. In the small living room on the second floor, Yu Nian sat languidly cross-legged in a hanging chair, gently swaying. Since her arrival, Huo Yan had decorated the space according to her preferences, adding numerous items to the second floor. There was a study for her, and a studio as well. She had a penchant for comfort. Every corner was furnished with her favored lazy sofas. She relished walking barefoot, with plush carpets laid thickly in every nook. Her love for food ensured that the refrigerator was perpetually stocked with fresh fruits and desserts. Huo Yan was earnestly transforming his home into her home, slowly infiltrating her life, while she gradually grew accustomed to his quiet yet attentive care. "What do you like?" Yu Nian inquired, observing the person seated across from her. Huo Yan seemed to understand her preferences well, taking excellent care of her. Yet she felt she knew little about him. Was she, perhaps, seeking to understand him better? "Aside from you, I have no particular favorites," Huo Yan replied candidly, followed by a teasing laugh. "So, are you finally interested in me?" With the conversation having reached this juncture, he felt no need to conceal his feelings any longer. "Huo Yan," Yu Nian called his name for the first time. "I enjoy my time with Aunt Sin, but I'm uncertain if your relationship with her is similar." Her words were somewhat perplexing, yet Huo Yan grasped her implication. Yu Nian harbored feelings for him, but was unsure whether they mirrored the affection she felt for his mother or were of a different nature altogether. He chuckled wryly, recalling the playful jests of others suggesting he was raising Yu Nian as his daughter. Was that perhaps a prophetic statement? No matter how mature Yu Nian appeared, she was merely a 20-year-old girl, still naive about many matters, unlike most young women of her age. Reflecting on his own age stirred a pang of melancholy within him. "Nian, we have ample time to explore this question. For now, tell me, do you dislike me in this way?" Huo Yan leaned closer to Yu Nian, taking her hand in his. Yu Nian gazed at her hand enveloped in his grasp, feeling somewhat dazed as she shook her head. Did she truly dislike it? Perhaps not. Their physical interactions have been plentiful over this period. Not merely hand-holding, but even more intimate touches had occurred in various contexts. Yet, she had a strong aversion to being touched by others. Once, while at the military district, she had severely injured someone who had dared to rest a hand on her shoulder. However, she now not only feels no aversion to his proximity, but even seeks comfort from him during moments of emotional turmoil. Has her body grown accustomed to Huo Yan? First, Nian, I merely wish for you to know that I harbor feelings for you, and this will not become a burden. You need not provide an answer at this moment. Huo Yan gently placed Yu Nian's hand against his chest. Do you feel it? Yu Nian's hand rested over the location of Huo Yan's heart, which was racing. Why was that? He typically exuded an air of confidence. Could he truly feel nervous or frightened? Or perhaps he had a heart condition. Is your heart unwell? Observing the bewilderment in Yu Nian's eyes, Huo Yan let out a wry smile. What should he do with this oblivious girl? If he didn't clarify soon, he might have to arrange for his supposed heart condition. I am quite healthy. Feeling nervous in front of someone you like is perfectly normal. Its rapid beating is due to you. Yu Nian, somewhat dazed, became receptive to Huo Yan's gentle coaxing. Since you do not reject me, it signifies that being with me brings you joy, does it not? Yu Nian nodded, then shook her head, utterly lost when it came to matters of the heart. However, she truly could not articulate her feelings for Huo Yan. Yan, I do not expect you to promise me anything right now. Huo Yan inhaled deeply. I have but one request. Let it remain as it was before. Do not push me away, all right? He dreaded the thought of Yu Nian distancing herself from him, or even moving away, a notion he could not bear. Everything else could unfold gradually. Yan, is that agreeable? He tightened his grip on Yu Nian's hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. For the first time, the typically composed Huo Yan felt a surge of nervousness, as if awaiting a verdict meant solely for him. Yu Nian blinked and slowly nodded. After all, she stood to lose nothing, as long as he did not mind that she might not be able to reciprocate his feelings later. She was quite content with her current state. Other matters could be addressed in due time. Yu Nian was never one to fret unnecessarily. Seeing her nod, Huo Yan felt a wave of relief. As long as she did not distance herself, all would be well. Time was on their side. Even if Yu Nian's feelings for him were to wane, he was confident in his ability to steer her back onto the right path. Huo Yan then recalled something. Yan, in a few days, I shall be traveling abroad. Would you care to join me for a little adventure? Skipping military training would grant him nearly half a month of vacation. Yu Nian shook her head. I have matters to attend to. The cybersecurity department intercepted a clandestine information transaction on the dark web, and upon investigation, it traced back to the military district. They are hesitant to make any decisions without consultation. I must return to oversee the situation. Furthermore, my identity does not allow for casual travel abroad. It requires prior notification. Huo Yan had always understood that Yu Nian had her own obligations. He had no desire to pry into her privacy and had never inquired. What a pity. I had hoped for the chance to spend a few days with you. We live together, Yu Nian reminded him, as if implying that they see each other daily. Huo Yan chuckled, offering no explanation. Could a trip truly compare to being at home together? It is getting late. You should get some rest. He patted Yu Nian's head and helped her up. Do not pat my head. I won't grow any taller. Yu Nian unexpectedly uttered a childlike remark. Huo Yan slightly bent down to meet her gaze. Do you still wish to grow taller? Yu Nian pouted in displeasure. Her height was indeed a sore spot. Standing at 162 centimeters, she seemed relatively fine on her own, but in the presence of the towering 185-centimeter Huo Yan, she appeared rather childlike. Huo Yan took Yu Nian's hand and escorted her back to her room. Early to bed and early to rise is the key to growing taller. Yu Nian stuck out her tongue at Huo Yan and slammed the door shut. Outside, Huo Yan chuckled softly to himself. He could sense that Yu Nian had relaxed significantly in his presence. And was that not a delightful revelation? Chapter 24. A brief separation with the commencement of military training at Kyoto University, Yu Nian embarked on her holiday. In a bid to prevent Xiao Mubai from lingering and pestering Yu Nian in Huo Yan's absence, he insisted on accompanying him on the flight. Before their departure, he advised Yu Nian to seek assistance from Wen Rinlin if needed. Among their circle, Wen Rinlin appeared to be the most unapproachable, a fact that puzzled Yu Nian, though she deemed it unnecessary to dwell on it. She assured Huo Yan of her well-being, concealing her own plans to join the cybersecurity department, pondering what assistance she might require. Upon her arrival at her office, a knock on the door heralded the entrance of a red-haired man, who presented Yu Nian with a dossier. Known by the code name Duke, the colleagues within the cybersecurity department only recognized one another by their aliases for safety reasons, with Yu Nian being the sole custodian of their true identities. Duke was among the earliest to align himself with Yu Nian in the department, which had since transformed considerably, expanding several-fold. The once small team now thrived with industrious personnel, each capable of independent work. It was these individuals who reported matters to Yu Nian, and this particular issue had been uncovered by one of Duke's subordinates. The intercepted communication indicated that a transaction was imminent in the coming days, but subsequent contact had ceased, leaving uncertainty over whether it had been canceled or if alternate means of communication had been established. Yu Nian drummed her fingers on the desk, contemplating the circumscribed area highlighted on the report. Suddenly, She recalled the extravagant spending habits of Zheng Min'er and, after a moment of reflection, decided to cast a wide net for surveillance, particularly focusing on the Zheng family. She instructed her team to monitor the internal networks of railways and aviation, ready to intercept should any indications of their departure arise. Chief, regarding the military district, their abrupt intrusion into the internal network may provoke misunderstandings. One of her team cautioned, I will negotiate with the military district. Your task is to maintain surveillance. Yu Nian replied, confident that the Zheng family was most likely implicated. She felt assured about the elder Zheng's innocence, though the extent of his son's involvement remained uncertain. Once the subsequent arrangements were established, Yu Nian proceeded to the military district to meet with Old Lin, conveying the situation. Upon hearing her account, Old Lin sighed. If this matter holds truth, Old Zheng should be unaware. I have known this old friend for decades, and I possess a measure of certainty regarding his character. Yu Nian's expression remained impassive. I do not doubt Zheng Qian's intentions. My primary concern is Zheng Chenggang. Very well, I shall assign personnel to monitor him, Old Lin conceded, shaking his head. It is fortunate we detected this early. Otherwise, should a crisis arise, Old Zheng's reputation would be jeopardized. All matters they handle are essentially state secrets. And should any information leak from the Zheng family, the ramifications would be dire, not just for Zheng Chenggang, but for the entire family. After contemplating the situation further, Yu Nian still felt a twinge of unease. She placed a call to Wei Gang, requesting several individuals to keep watch over Zheng Chengang's wife. The personnel from a National Security Bureau were particularly adept at this sort of surveillance. Zheng's wife, Du Liz Hen, hailed from a business-oriented family. Specifically, the relatives mentioned by Du Yin and her extensive social engagements posed a challenge for comprehensive online monitoring. Old Lin gazed at Yu Nian with a sense of gratification. This child approached matters with remarkable composure and meticulous thought, exuding the demeanor of a great leader. After engaging in conversation with Old Lin for a while, Yu Nian returned to her languid existence, having arranged everything in advance. There was no need for her to oversee matters constantly. Now, all that remained was to await the fish to bite. As the saying goes, plans are often outpaced by changes. Everything had been set during the day, but trouble arose in the evening. The sound of her phone ringing indicated a call from the Duke. Startled, Yu Nian sat upright. Something must have gone awry, for they typically communicated online, and the urgency of the situation was evident. Indeed, as soon as she answered the call, the Duke's voice came through. Boss, Du Liz Hen has left the country. Her flight just took off. Send me the information. With that, he hung up, prompting Yu Nian to call Wei Gang immediately, urging him to investigate how she managed to leave the country while they were supposed to be monitoring her. While waiting for Wei Gang's call, Yu Nian examined the information sent by the Duke. Du Liz Hen had utilized a false identity, which had delayed their response. The flight had been airborne for 40 minutes. Heading directly to the capital of country R, a journey of 5.5 hours. Yu Nian pondered deeply. Turning the flight around would create too much commotion and would be difficult to suppress. Moreover, since this matter was still under investigation, it was imperative to maintain a low profile. Her eyes glimmered as she thought of someone. For now, all that could be done was to wait for accurate news from Wei Gang. It was already too late to report. If it was confirmed that Du Liz Hen had indeed left the country, immediate action would be required. She made a direct call to the second chief and candidly addressed the situation regarding the Zheng family. Upon hearing Yu Nian's intention to travel abroad personally, the second chief furrowed his brow. No, that is far too perilous. This matter falls under my direct responsibility, and no one understands it better than I do. If it is true, I bear a greater responsibility to bring her back. I will send someone to protect you. She is headed to the capital of country R. All I need from you is a flight route there. The second chief fell silent. Yu Nian was correct. The government could not intervene, lest it escalate into a diplomatic incident. Furthermore, such a hasty approach would undoubtedly place them in a disadvantageous position should anything go awry. Ensure your safety. Prioritize your well-being. The situation was urgent, and there was no time for hesitation. After advising her to exercise caution, the second chief proceeded to make arrangements. Yu Nian soon received definitive news from Wei Gang. Du Liz Hen was indeed on the plane. Du Lizhen had a sister, and the two had returned to their familial home today, orchestrating a ruse. She had used her sister's identity to leave the country. While Wei Gang's team had mistakenly monitored the wrong individual, still stationed near the Zheng family's residence. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Nian interrupted Wei Gang's extraneous chatter, instructing him to keep a close watch on the Du family without allowing any further slip-ups. It was Du Lizhen who had traveled abroad, not a member of the Zheng family. Moreover, she had visited the Du family before her departure, engaging in this elaborate charade. It appeared that the Du family was deeply entangled in this matter. They must have been unaware of the surveillance, yet their actions indicated a high level of caution. Wei Gang readily acquiesced, aware of the cybersecurity department's investigations into military movements. When Yu Nian sought his assistance in locating individuals, he readily agreed. Monitoring a single woman was, after all, a trivial task for his team. If this matter proves to be true, the credit will undoubtedly be significant, and upon resolution, he shall also partake in the spoils. Even if it ultimately turns out to be a mere false alarm, he would still gain a favorable reputation, thus incurring no loss. To his astonishment, this incident has revealed that Du Lijuan is most likely embroiled in trouble. The oversight occurring under his watch induces a cold sweat at the mere thought of potential repercussions. This time, he cannot afford to be careless. He has dispatched additional personnel to closely monitor the Du family, should anyone manage to evade capture again. His position as the Director of National Security would be at grave risk. Chapter 25. International Pursuit upon confirming the information. Yu Nian reached for the phone number that Huo Yan had provided for Wen Renlin and dialed directly. This is Yu Nian. Miss you? Wen Renlin was somewhat taken aback by her call at this hour, wondering if something had occurred. Is this a convenient time? I would appreciate your assistance. Certainly, miss you. Please go ahead. Wen Renlin had not anticipated that the opportunity for a favor would arise so swiftly. I need you to keep an eye on someone at the airport in the capital of Country R. If possible, I would like to borrow your private plane. Yu Nian made her request without hesitation. Country R was Wen Renlin's domain, and no one was more suitable for this task than him. Not a problem. Wen Renlin readily agreed. I've sent you the details. Her flight will land at the international airport in Country R in 4 hours. Wen Renlin promptly forwarded the information to his contacts and arranged for surveillance at the airport. Capture her? Just follow her. I'll arrive in 10 minutes. Goodbye. Yu Nian glanced at the address Wen Renlin sent. Fortunately, it wasn't too far. He did not inquire about the reasons behind her request or how she knew about his connections in Country R, including his private plane. 10 minutes later, Yu Nian arrived at Wen Renlin's private villa on the outskirts of Beijing, where his private jet was stationed. He was already waiting for her. Please take a seat while they conduct the checks. Flying to Country R? The aircraft requires a security inspection before departure, and your call came rather urgently. They are hurrying as much as possible. Yes, I appreciate it. The flight route has been approved. We can leave as soon as everything is ready. Yu Nian followed Wen Renlin inside. Miss you. You truly act with remarkable decisiveness. At this moment, the ability to secure a flight route indicated that Yu Nian's status was not to be underestimated. 20 minutes later, the plane was prepared, and they were informed that they could take off at any time. As she observed Wen Renlin boarding the aircraft alongside her, Yu Nian raised an eyebrow in silence. One must ensure the journey is safe. Traveling alone while having him monitor the situation implied that there would be no reception upon arrival. If anything were to go awry on his territory, how would he explain it to his associates? Yu Nian acknowledged his goodwill. Having him by her side would indeed facilitate matters. How long until we arrive? Wen Renlin, accustomed to frequent travels, should have been well aware. For hours. Yu Nian calculated the time. She would arrive an hour later than Du Lizhen. Du Lizhen was flying normally, and exiting the airport would also require some time. So she would be fine. Letting out a sigh, Yu Nian leaned back in her seat, feeling somewhat relaxed. Thank you. I genuinely owe you one today. Not at all. Miss you. You assisted me last time. Throughout the journey, Wen Renlin seemed to have no questions regarding her actions, demonstrating a considerate demeanor by allowing her some peace to rest. It must be said that engaging with such a composed individual was indeed a pleasant experience. Upon landing, they entered a vehicle that Wen Renlin had arranged in advance, where his subordinates briefed him on the situation. Du Lizhen exited the airport 15 minutes ago and has boarded a business vehicle. She's currently heading towards the suburbs, and our people are following. Yu Nian gazed at the moving red dot on the tablet. The track location of Du Lizhen's car, now not far from them. Peering out the window into the late-night desolation, she asked, "How long until we catch up?" 10 minutes, the driver replied from the front. Wen Renling seemed to intuit her intentions and murmured, "We'll act once we're out of the city. Handling the aftermath would be easier there. Intercepting them in urban areas risked exposure. Better safe than sorry." Yu Nian nodded in silent agreement, deferring to his arrangements. This matter would undoubtedly require his involvement later. Soon, their vehicle overtook Du Lizhen's car. After tailing it briefly, they accelerated past and halted in a stretch where the streetlights were broken. Small roadblocks were swiftly placed ahead. Moments later, Du Lizhen's car sped into the trap. The tires burst upon impact, sending the vehicle skidding violently before it collided with a roadside tree. A wisp of white smoke curled from the crumpled hood, clearly totaled, though the occupants appeared unharmed. As expected, a man emerged from the driver's seat, followed by another man and a woman inspecting the damage. Lowering her night vision binoculars, Yu Nian noted that aside from these three, only Du Lizhen remained inside. With a subtle gesture from Wen Renling, their team moved in. The unsuspecting trio, still examining the wreck, were struck by tranquilizer darts and collapsed instantly. Efficiently, black-clad operatives dragged the unconscious figures into another car, while Yu Nian escorted a trembling Du Lizhen into hers. Inside, Yu Nian toyed with a small USB drive, tossing it idly. Each arc made Du Lizhen's heart lurch in tandem. The silence since boarding gnawed at her. Were these her pursuers or enemies of the others? She prayed for the latter. The consequences of exposure were unthinkable. Yu Nian maintained her silence as the car climbed a desolate hillside and stopped. The captives from the other vehicle were dumped unceremoniously. Donning the earpiece when Renling handed her, she listened intently. Their distinct East Asian features made direct interrogation risky. So when Renling's English-speaking local operatives took charge, she needed to ascertain their adversaries' allegiances first. Observing the three now roused with water, Yu Nian noted the driver's palpable fear, while the other man and woman remained composed. The woman, likely their leader, muttered something in Russian to her companions upon seeing the Our Country operatives, posing as our government officials. When Renling's men probed obliquely, relief washed over the captives, e-government affiliates, confident that declaring their status would secure their release. After all, their mission in Our Country was irrelevant to local interests. Turning a blind eye seemed inevitable. This has become an unwritten rule. As long as it does not harm one's national interests, most tend to refrain from meddling in such affairs. Who wishes to create adversaries for themselves without cause? Yu Nian listened for a while, having largely discerned the identities and intentions of the individuals involved. Unable to extract anything of value, she grasped a steel pipe placed within the vehicle, opened the door, and prepared to extract the last vestiges of worth from those individuals. Du Lizhen observed Yu Nian's actions, her heart tightening with apprehension. She sensed that her own actions had been exposed. Wen Renlin remained motionless in the car, and Du Lizhen dared not move either, huddling in a corner and striving to diminish her presence. Chapter 26. The slightly disturbed Yu Nian approached several individuals while dragging a steel pipe. The subordinates of Wen Renlin stepped back a few paces, granting her space. In English, Yu Nian commanded, "Speak of all that you know." The woman's expression was one of disdain, showing no inclination to respond, while the other two remained silent. Yu Nian wore a somewhat gruesome smile. Not willing to cooperate? How delightful. She pulled out the man, swinging the steel pipe toward his arm. A piercing scream echoed as the sound of shattering bones resonated among the onlookers. The previously disdainful woman instantly paled, and the driver beside her, terrified, collapsed to the ground. The woman shouted defiantly, "We are soldiers of nation. You have no authority to torture us. I demand to speak with your government." Ignoring her incessant cries, Yu Nian continued to wield the steel pipe, this time striking the man's knee. The sound of cracking bones was even more pronounced, causing the man to scream and fall to the ground. "Stop, I'll talk." His cries reached the vehicle without the need for headphones, and Du Lizhen, curled up in terror, trembled uncontrollably, tightly closing her eyes and clutching herself. Madame Du, you had better watch closely, or you may find your eyes rendered useless. The cold voice of Wen Renlin pierced through the air. He understood Yu Nian's intent in bringing Du Lizhen along, as he often employed similar tactics, and thus, he knew he must cooperate. Du Lizhen, now quaking with fear, dared not shut her eyes again, as when Renlin's subordinates dragged her to the window to witness the brutal scene outside. The man continued to plead for mercy. Please stop. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Yu Nian clicked her tongue in disappointment. Unfortunately, I am no longer interested in hearing you speak. She gestured for them to silence him, continuing until the man's limbs were shattered before finally ceasing her assault. The man, now unconscious and bloodied, lay on the ground as Yu Nian approached to check his carotid artery. His life was surprisingly resilient. The woman's face finally betrayed her fear. They had encountered a formidable adversary. The opposing party was not affiliated with our nation's government, and their transaction had gone awry. As she watched Yu Nian approach with the blood-stained steel pipe, her complexion paled further. You cannot do this. We are guests of the Wan Ren family. She invoked the name of the Wan family, attempting to intimidate Yu Nian. Regardless of the faction, even our government had to show some deference to the Wan family here. Wan Renlin, listening to the woman through his earpiece, noted with concern that some within the family were becoming restless, daring to meddle in such affairs. Observing the stark contrast of Yu Nian outside, a peculiar gleam flickered in his eyes, and he silently chuckled, recognizing that Huo Yan was indeed fortunate. Yu Nian swiftly ordered them to silence the woman, proceeding to break her limbs as well. The driver, who had been paralyzed with fear, suddenly scrambled to his knees at Yu Nian's feet. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Yu Nian bent down to regard him, causing him to flinch back in terror, his mental defenses having crumbled. He divulged everything like a bamboo tube spilling beans. The incapacitated individuals were military personnel from their nation, tasked with handling the transaction with Du Lizhen. He was dispatched by the government to surveil them, as there has always been a rift between the government and the military. His task was to keep an eye on them to prevent any misappropriation of intelligence. As for the contents of Du Lizhen's intelligence, they were prohibited from knowing. Not far away, there was a safe haven provided by the Wan Ren family, where they originally intended to take Du Lizhen to communicate with their superiors. Having gathered sufficient information, he instructed to bring the others back into the vehicle. Once inside, he received a wet wipe from Wan Renlin and began to meticulously clean his fingers. His clothes now soiled. Despite his complaints, it was evident that Yu Nian's mood seemed rather pleasant. Wan Renlin's smile widened, revealing a rather peculiar side to him. I'll have someone deliver a garment to you. Miss you. How do you wish to deal with them? Naturally, we must eliminate all traces, she replied nonchalantly, her gaze briefly sweeping over Du Lizhen, who sat trembling on the ground. Having dared to commit such acts, she was now gripped by fear. It appeared that the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was quite effective. Wan Renlin was not surprised by her words. From the moment Yu Nian stepped out of the car, he had sensed that these individuals would not survive. Du Lizhen was paralyzed with terror at the sight of Yu Nian, more frightened than when she witnessed Yu Nian's earlier cruelty. A chill coursed through her. As they openly discussed the annihilation of evidence in her presence, she feared she too would be silenced. The instant she caught Yu Nian's glance, she fainted from fright. Yu Nian sighed inwardly. With such little courage, she dared to play the spy. They returned the 3 individuals to the scene of the accident and tossed them into the previous vehicle. Yu Nian took Wan Renlin's gun and fired 2 shots at the fuel tank, igniting a blaze that consumed the car until it was reduced to ashes. Miss you. It truly saddens me. Do you not trust me? He ordered his subordinates to snap the necks of the individuals and toss them into the car. Yet Yu Nian insisted on witnessing their incineration before feeling reassured. The earlier lady mentioned that the accommodation provided by the Wan Ren family was suspect, implying that his own subordinates were not to be trusted. Wan Renlin felt momentarily stifled by her words. I will handle this matter. Is Huo Yan aware of how ruthlessly you kill? You did the kill, rest assured. Being with him is safe. Xiao Mubai, who was with Huo Yan, leaned in and exclaimed, Xiao Yu, have you been to Lin Ji's house? The other 3 individuals on the video call were simultaneously at a loss for words. while Huo Yan brusquely shoved Xiao Mubai aside, casting a warning glance for him to silence himself. Just moments ago, when the camera shifted, he had noticed a fainted woman in the corner. What Yu Nian referred to as having matters to attend to must pertain to this. Vin Rein Ling. Protect Nian Nian well. Do not let her come harm. What if I get injured? That would be your own folly, the Yin replied coldly. Yu Nian chuckled softly, appreciating Huo Yan's concern. With matters concluded, they prepared to depart. Huo Yan did not elaborate further, merely instructing Yu Nian to call him upon her return before ending the call. Chapter 27. Triumph, Return, and Interrogation. The vehicle arrived at the helipad, where the still unconscious Du Lizhen was unceremoniously tossed into the rear compartment. There was no intention of interrogating her. She wished to remain uninvolved, considering her task accomplished once she delivered the individual back. Yu Nian observed the reappearance of Wenren Lin aboard the aircraft. Are you not going to handle matters at home? If I do not ensure your safe return, I fear that Huo Yan may seek retribution against me. Your base station can navigate a clear path. Yu Nian stroked her chin, contemplating that this issue should pose no significant difficulty. It was unacceptable for Wenren Lin to have assisted so greatly without due recognition. Wenren Lin could surmise that Yu Nian was affiliated with the government, albeit her specific identity remained ambiguous. However, her ability to undertake such actions alone, coupled with her rather unyielding methods, suggested a position of considerable authority. Is this your token of gratitude? A gesture he found impossible to decline. Initially, he had merely intended to repay Yu Nian a favor. This had become an unexpected windfall. Are you dissatisfied? Not at all. It merely recalls that the last time Miss Yu aided me, I seem to have neglected to express my gratitude. Yu Nian shook her head, recognizing the stark contrast in nature between the two scenarios. Should Wenren Lin be unable to resolve his predicament, it would ultimately be his own loss. If they failed to apprehend the target this time, the repercussions would tarnish national interests. The aircraft landed smoothly on the helipad, and Yu Nian noted the transformation in Wenren Lin, who had shed the relaxed demeanor he had displayed in country, or for a more aloof appearance. Mr. Wenren, are you familiar with Sichuan opera? Your ability to change faces is remarkable. Wenren Lin, unfazed, regarded Yu Nian with a knowing look. Who among us does not wear dual masks? Yu Nian scoffed lightly as she bid him farewell. She and Du Lizhen boarded the car that awaited them. Prior arrangements had been made. At this moment, the conference room of the National Security Bureau was filled with numerous officials awaiting Yu Nian's return. Handling such matters typically fell within the purview of the National Security Bureau. Given the involvement of high-ranking military officials, several leaders from the military district were present as well. By the time Yu Nian's message reached the country, the Du and Zheng families had already been detained, awaiting Du Lizhen's return for further processing. Upon entering the conference room, Yu Nian delivered her report, eliciting satisfaction from several senior officials. Wei Gang could not help but commend Yu Nian's audacity. Yu Nian concluded her update, noting, Du Lizhen's psychological defenses have collapsed. The interrogation should yield fruitful results. Naturally, she refrained from mentioning that her intimidation had played a significant role in this development. As Yu Nian prepared to depart, Director Lin, with a resigned expression, halted her. Wait until we have results from the interrogation before you leave. If anything of significance is uncovered, do you realize the magnitude of the credit you would receive? How many would envy such military accomplishments? Having just disembarked, there is no need for further exertion. Please, take a moment to rest, urged Director Han, who happened to be Han Zheng's grandfather. He observed Yu Nian's nonchalant demeanor and sighed. This girl is far too carefree. We, the older generation, must safeguard her interests. An elderly gentleman across the room scoffed. To bestow such great credit upon this girl alone, are you not concerned she may become overwhelmed? The old man, surnamed Peng, was also a veteran revolutionary. Director Lin had no children. Hence, it was understandable that he would be so protective of her. The situation regarding the elder cold is rather complex. Both families have younger generations who have excelled on this path. Dividing the credit equally and taking a step forward should not pose a problem. There is no loss for Yu Nian. Her position is already sufficiently elevated, and she does not require this minor acknowledgement. Upon hearing the cold snort, Yu Nian, who had initially intended to leave, grasped the intentions of the old man, Peng. She refused to be regarded as a fool and promptly took a seat, deciding against departing. Bored, Yu Nian watched the surveillance footage from the interrogation room, waiting alongside several elderly gentlemen for the outcome. With no signal available for her phone, shielded to prevent any leaks, she had no means of distraction. When the results emerged, it was confirmed that the Zheng family was innocent, a conclusion Yu Nian had anticipated. During her interrogations in Country R, she had discerned the connection to the Du family. Zheng Qinggang was known for his meticulous nature. He readily accepted small favors, but never engaged in substantial dealings. Under such circumstances, the Zheng family relied heavily on the Du family as their primary economic source to maintain a high standard of living. Due to Zheng Qinggang's cautious demeanor, the Du family had not benefited from the Zheng family's resources, but had instead invested heavily. Even so, they dared not offend the Zheng family. For while they may seem unhelpful, it would be quite easy to target them if necessary. After all, every businessman has a weakness. The individuals from Country E recognized this vulnerability and approached the Du family, proposing that they simply acquire something from Zheng Qinggang, assuring them that they would assist in expanding the Du family's industry in Country E. Inevitably, the Du family was tempted, persuading Du Liz Hen to participate. On one hand, they sought leverage over Zheng Qinggang, for regardless of who took the items, he would be implicated. On the other hand, the conditions offered were exceedingly attractive. Even if discovered, they could escape abroad and re-establish themselves in Country. Unfortunately, their grand ambitions were curtailed before they could be realized, leading to their capture. The onlookers held a complex perception of Zheng Qinggang. Despite his innocence, his career was effectively over. He understood his family's financial dependency on the Du family, and disentangling himself from this predicament would not be simple. Regrettably for the elder Zheng, it appeared he would have to retire prematurely. Fortunately, he had a second son whose prospects were promising, and he might assist him before stepping back. Once the interrogation concluded, Chief Zheng arrived, having remained in the adjacent room to avoid any appearance of bias. Observing his old comrade, who seemed to have aged a decade overnight, the elderly gentleman exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The consequences of lax family governance weighed heavily. Zheng Qinggang was undoubtedly aware of his family's economic situation, yet failed to take action, leading to this irrevocable outcome. Chief Zheng forced a bitter smile, never anticipating that after a lifetime of revolutionary service, he would nearly be branded a traitor. Having emerged from the flames of war, the vilest figures to him were traitors and sellouts. Yet here he was. Sigh, you young folks are commendable. It is your generation that holds the promise for our nation. He patted Yu Nian on the back with a bit too much force. Unfazed, Yu Nian received his sentiments without a hint of concern, whether it stemmed from his excitement or resentment towards her. Seeing that old Zheng was somewhat agitated, Director Lin hurriedly led him to a nearby chair, concerned that he might harbor grievances against Yu Nian, although they had managed to recover their losses. It was Yu Nian who had single-handedly brought down the Zheng family, and it was understandable that old Zheng felt distressed. Old Lin, fret not. I am not yet muddled in my old age. I must express my gratitude to this child, old Zheng said, covering his face with his hands. If Du Lijian's matter were to come to fruition, he would not have this opportunity to sit here at present. Upon hearing old Zheng's words, the others felt relieved and began to console him, each offering their words of comfort. Yu Nian observed them and felt compelled to interject, reminding them that this was not the time for idle chatter, as the situation was far from resolved. Chapter 28. The gift from Huo Yan. Liz Hen also entrusted another matter of great significance. She had heard the other party mention the Bai family. If it truly pertains to that Bai family, it would spell immense trouble. While it might not directly concern those within the military, the implications for the political and commercial spheres of the capital are substantial. As for the Bai family, they lack considerable power. Their focus on raising daughters has resulted in a large population, constituting a vast clan. The entire family relies on connections, and the Bai family's approach to nurturing their daughters is primarily aimed at preparing them for roles as matriarchs of noble families. The girls they raise are predominantly gentle and virtuous, adept in both the drawing room and the kitchen, which aligns with the criteria many families seek in prospective daughters-in-law. It has been proven that they are quite successful through strategic marriages. They have woven an extensive network that has allowed them to establish a foothold in the intricacies of power in the capital. The Bai family is exceedingly complex, necessitating a cautious approach to avoid alarming them. This matter must be handled solely by Wei Gang and Yu Nian, as the military cannot intervene without concrete evidence. The elder gentlemen have all expressed their willingness to assist should the need arise, assuring the younger ones that they can act freely with the assurance of their support. Old Peng is of a similar mindset. Despite his occasional schemes, he is unwavering when it comes to major issues. They have restricted certain individuals from leaving the country, as those apprehended were engaged in transactions abroad. Yu Nian contemplated the situation. I will take charge of this aspect. I kindly asked Director Wei to deploy more personnel in the capital to monitor recent arrivals, particularly those from country. Wei Gang nodded in agreement, showing no signs of displeasure despite the apparent shift in authority, as he owed a significant favor to this esteemed individual. Du Lizhen had escaped from his grasp. Should she remain at large, the consequences would be dire. Once the discussions concluded, the group prepared to depart. Old Zheng persistently engaged Yu Nian in conversation until a phone call provided her much-needed respite. Yu Nian stepped aside to take the call, while Old Lin observed her retreating figure, seemingly contemplative, as it appeared she had indeed captured someone else's attention. The call was from the second-in-command, who first extended commendations for the recent operation and encouraged Yu Nian to proceed with the forthcoming tasks without hesitation. After hanging up, Yu Nian sighed softly. Such matters would typically warrant formal correspondence, rendering the personal call unnecessary. The reason for this call was merely to win her over. Upon returning, Yu Nian claimed that the cybersecurity department had work to attend to, seizing the opportunity to make her escape, as she wished to avoid the incessant chatter of the elder gentleman. Once back, after arranging her responsibilities, Yu Nian stretched her limbs. Since the incident had begun, she had gone without sleep for a day and a night, her mind remaining in a state of heightened alertness. Now that she relaxed, fatigue washed over her like a tide. With a wry smile, she acknowledged that recently, Huo Yan had indulged her far too well. In the past, she had often engaged in high-intensity work for extended periods without ever experiencing such exhaustion. With Du Lizhen's capture, several members of the Du family were confirmed to be implicated in the affair and were subsequently arrested. As the saying goes, when the tea is cold, the Du family's vast enterprise fragmented and disintegrated, with the branches dividing the spoils before any declaration of bankruptcy. The Zheng family suffered significant losses. Elder Zheng stepped back to safeguard the position of his eldest son, Zheng Chenggang. The affairs of the Du family have come to a close. While the matters concerning the Bai family are not to be resolved in a single day, it is a prolonged engagement that requires perseverance. Yu Nian has accepted this reality well, for she possesses an abundance of patience. With the situation temporarily settled, Yu Nian found herself with leisure time and resumed her languid existence. As she descended the stairs in the banquet hall, several individuals seated in the living room turned their attention towards her upon hearing her movement. "Hello, little fish, have you missed me?" Xiao Mubai remarked, his playful antics disregarded by Huo Yan. "Nian Yan, come sit," he beckoned. Yu Nian sauntered over and lazily took a seat. "Didn't you say it would take another 2 or 3 days?" she inquired. "Oh, it's just that someone is eager to return," Xiao Mubai retorted with a teasing tone, yawning as he headed towards his room. "I haven't slept all night. I'm off to catch some rest. You all can chat." Huo Yan fixed his gaze upon Yu Nian without uttering a word. Ever since he learned about her association with Wenren Lin in our country, his previously restless heart had finally found a semblance of peace. It was not jealousy over her relationship with Wenren Lin that troubled him, but rather concern for her safety. After all, if there were no danger, she would not have sought Wenren Lin's assistance. During these days, Yu Nian had remained at the banquet hall, seldom venturing outside. Upon learning of her departure abroad, his anxiety was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread, a fear of losing her at any moment. Despite the turmoil within, her exterior remained serene. He presented her with a box. "A gift for you. See if you like it." Yu Nian graciously accepted, opening the box to reveal a dagger, its entirely black surface glimmering with a hint of silver. It felt substantial in her hand, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. "This appears to be an antique." Does it not? Huo Yan replied with a smile. I saw it at an auction and thought you might appreciate it. Yu Nian found herself enamored with the dagger. I truly like it. You really gifted this to me? It must have been quite costly at the auction. It's for your self-defense, he stated. The gravity of his intention heightened by the knowledge of the perilous undertakings Yu Nian had engaged in. Huo Yi, observing the exchange, was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting disbelief. A dagger that fetched over 200 million, simply for self-defense? The world of the affluent was indeed beyond his comprehension. Yu Nian did not refuse the gift. She genuinely cherished the dagger and recognized her need for a means of protection, especially since using a firearm domestically would incite chaos. Regarding the acceptance of such a lavish present from Huo Yan, she had her own reasoning. Firstly, their current rapport allowed her to feel comfortable accepting it. Secondly, even if they did not end up together, she had her ways of repaying him in other respects. Aware of his concerns and the purpose behind the dagger, she felt compelled to clarify, this was an unforeseen incident. My work is generally very safe, with little risk involved. Indeed, I trust that you are prudent, Nian. Huo Yan replied, the warmth of his smile deepening. Yu Nian pondered that he must harbor feelings for her as well. Otherwise, why would she feel the need to explain herself? A self-satisfactory revelation. Huo Yi, observing the seemingly unworthy demeanor of his esteemed third master, couldn't he help but feel enlightened, realizing that the illustrious Huo Yan was, after all, a romantic at heart. You two should rest for a while after your return. Xiao Mubai mentioned that he had not slept all night and had returned to his room to rest. They were likely all in a similar state. He stood up, feeling genuinely fatigued. In order to return early, Third Master had hardly rested over the past 2 days, and as his assistant, he naturally endured the same exhaustion. Third Master, miss you. I shall take my leave now. Huo Yan nodded, expressing his appreciation for the hard work. This time, the bonus will be doubled. Huo immediately felt invigorated, even believing he could endure for another 3 days and nights. Thank you, Third Master. Yu Nian observed Huo Yan, who remained perfectly still. Aren't you going to rest? I do not wish to, he replied. If you have no pressing matters, would you stay with me a while longer? Huo Yan was reluctant to sleep. Having not seen Yu Nian for several days, his longing was palpable. Chapter 29. The opening of the villa. This brief separation has deepened his awareness of a profound truth, unbeknownst to him. The significance of Yu Nian in his heart had become unparalleled. Love, unpredictable in its origin, has taken root deeply within him. He, a person typically devoid of warmth and affection, was astonished to discover the intensity of his feelings. Yu Nian remained silent, quietly toying with a dagger. Huo Yan leaned against the sofa, observing her in silence. Despite their lack of conversation, an unusually harmonious atmosphere enveloped them. After some time, Yu Nian, having examined the dagger to her satisfaction, looked up to find Huo Yan, eyes closed, seemingly asleep on the sofa. She chose not to disturb him, gently leaning over to retrieve a nearby blanket and draping it over him before settling a short distance away to pick up her sketchbook, casually doodling. After all, she was still a student, and she must not neglect her studies. Huo Yan woke after 2 hours, opening his eyes to touch the blanket draped over him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yu Nian, engrossed in her drawing, immediately noticed his awakening. You're awake? She inquired. Huo Yan, still in the pleasant haze of waking, felt content. Nian has been here, keeping me company? Well, if you insist on putting it that way, I suppose, she replied lightly. Following their lunch, at Yu Nian's request, Huo Yan returned to his room to rest while she attended to her own matters in the study. As dinner approached, they gathered from their respective rooms. At the dining table, Xiao Mubai turned to Yu Nian. Little fish, our villa will officially open in a couple of days. Since you're not in school, why not join us for some fun? His cleverness was evident as he refrained from directly asking Huo Yan, knowing full well that if Yu Nian went, Huo Yan would follow. Yu Nian shook her head. You all go ahead. The opening of the villa would undoubtedly be bustling, and she had no desire to participate. I shall not go either, Huo Yan added calmly. Xiao Mubai rolled his eyes, foreseeing this response. Come on, you're one of the owners. That's rather irresponsible, don't you think? Huo Yan offered him no more than a glance, focusing instead on peeling shrimp for Yu Nian. It had long been agreed that the villa's operations would be publicly attributed solely to Xiao Mubai, while they remained the behind-the-scenes stakeholders. Sister Yu, little fish, please go. You can't possibly tire of staring at Yan's face all day. Young people should venture out more, Xiao Mubai implored, chuckling nervously at Huo Yan's threatening gaze, realizing he had overstepped. He then shifted to feigning distress. Little fish, have some pity on me. Despite this being a shared endeavor, I'm left to handle everything alone. How's that fair? Woe is me. His performance culminated in a mock sob. The meal concluded amidst Xiao Mubai's incessant chatter, leaving Yu Nian with no choice but to relent. With her acquiescence, Huo Yan naturally decided to join as well. Satisfied, Xiao Mubai began to contact the others, managing to rally everyone except for Han Jing, who had already returned to his unit. However, they all agreed to wait for him at the mountaintop villa rather than join in the festivities below. Xiao Mubai readily accepted, intent on coaxing them into participation first. With the opening day fast approaching, Xiao Mubai, as the public face of the venture, felt compelled to oversee the preparations and departed early the next morning. On the day of the grand opening, several individuals, including Yu Nian, traveled from the city towards the Yunshang villa. As she sat in the car, observing the procession of luxury vehicles outside, she couldn't help but marvel at the sheer number of attendees. The Yunshang villa catered to an ultra-high-end clientele, operating on a membership basis. She recalled Xiao Mubai mentioning that the verification of members' assets was exceedingly rigorous. The applicants included illustrious aristocrats and celebrated stars, yet the villa's high standards had disqualified many. Yu Nian had initially assumed that such stringent requirements would deter numerous potential members, considering that hastily acquiring a membership card might seem beneath such influential figures. Huo Yan chuckled softly, remarking that Mubai indeed had a knack for business. The more stringent the selection process, the more enticing it became to prospective members. Furthermore, they possessed ample resources to ensure the villa's operations remained uninterrupted, unperturbed by troubles from various circles. These proprietors could be said to navigate both the light and the shadow with ease. Who would dare to cause a ruckus here, knowing the consequences could be severe? This assurance of safety, alongside the display of status, naturally drew people in. Their vehicle entered through a private rear entrance, leading directly to the hillside villa area, while the front entrance was abuzz with activity. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Huo Yan did not rush inside. Instead, he extended his hand towards Yu Nian. She looked at him quizzically, wondering why he felt it necessary to hold hands just to enter. With the fingerprint scanner, she could easily unlock the door herself. Nevertheless, she complied, allowing her fingerprint to be recorded, feeling that Huo Yan's gesture was somewhat superfluous, as he could simply open the door himself. Once her fingerprint was registered, the lock clicked open. As Yu Nian stepped inside, she was momentarily taken aback. Unlike her previous visit when the space was barren, the villa was now beautifully decorated. What struck her most was that the design reflected her personal tastes, making it feel less like a mere accommodation and more akin to a home of her own. Do you like it? Well, Yan inquired. Since her last departure, he had been diligently refurbishing the place, which was situated in a picturesque locale, ideal for occasional retreats to ensure Yu Nian's comfort. Yu Nian found herself momentarily speechless, her gaze revealing a mix of emotions. Huo Yan gently nudged her shoulder, encouraging her to step further inside. As they entered the foyer, the house was adorned with plush carpets. Yu Nian preferred to go barefoot in her own domain. During their time at the Yin Yuan, Yan had noticed this penchant of hers, carpeting the entire second floor. Here, however, every corner was covered in soft carpeting. Walking barefoot, she felt an indescribable sensation beneath her feet. Ascending to the second floor, she entered the room she had previously occupied, which bore a striking resemblance to her space in Yin Yuan. You should rest for a while. I'll go greet Jing Yi, Huo Yan suggested. Yu Nian nodded, taking a seat on the bed as she watched him leave. Once she reclined, a long sigh of relief escaped her. Moments later, her phone chimed with a message from Huo Yan, informing her that there were clothes in the dressing room and asking if anything was missing that could be sent from the mall. He followed this with a string of phone numbers. Rising, she ventured into the dressing room, which was filled with an array of garments and accessories. Her fingers brushed over several dresses, and she realized she had yet to wear a single one. She has never shown much interest in such matters. Her clothing has always prioritized convenience and comfort, leaving little room for anything aesthetically pleasing. Yu Nian chuckled softly, wondering if Huo Yan was treating her like a daughter, attending to her every need with meticulous care. She is a person who adapts effortlessly to her circumstances, capable of thriving whether raised in poverty or wealth. In the past, she merely drifted through life, willing to make do with whatever came her way. It was not a matter of pride, but rather a reflection of her laziness. She found it too tedious to invest time and energy in what she deemed trivial pursuits. Now, with someone willing to put thought into her well-being, she naturally relishes the attention. No one forsakes a comfortable life to embrace hardship. She certainly wouldn't engage in such futile suffering. Yu Nian can graciously accept Huo Yan's kindness, confident that regardless of future outcomes, she will not feel indebted to him. She sent him a heart-launching emoticon, and Huo Yan responded almost instantaneously. Soon, he would return. Yu Nian, was she really fixated on her phone? She recalled that Huo Yan rarely used his phone aside for making calls. Chapter 30. Losing one's mind over a relationship? At the villa of Fu Jingyi, Huo Yan, upon receiving a meme from Yu Nian, found it difficult to suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. Observing the two individuals across from him, he inquired, "Do you have any memes?" Fu Jingyi looked at Wen Renlin, who wore an expression of disbelief, questioning whether it was Huo Yan or Xiao Mubai speaking. "Huo Yan, have you lost your mind over a relationship?" Fu Jingyi ceased to feign his usual gentleness. "We haven't even started dating yet," when Renlin chimed in, delivering a subtle jab. The previous incident had gone unmentioned by Huo Yan, and when Renlin, in mutual understanding, refrained from addressing it. Some matters were best clarified by the parties involved, and he, as an outsider, chose not to interfere. In a good mood, Huo Yan decided not to dwell on their banter and stood up to leave. "I must be going. Nian Nian is still waiting for me." The two exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. What was he even here for? He barely sat down, fixated on his phone, hardly engaging in conversation, and now he's leaving? Huo Yan had his own motivations. His visit was ostensibly a casual greeting, but in truth, he sought to provide Yu Nian with some space to absorb their budding connection. He feared that his actions might be excessive, potentially causing discomfort or even a direct rejection from her. He had come to understand Yu Nian somewhat. She was a rather aloof individual, sharing a certain essence with him. It was not merely about how well he performed. Winning her over required a delicate balance, as overexerting himself might yield counterproductive results. He was cautiously testing the waters, gauging her receptiveness. He felt a sense of relief upon receiving a message from Yu Nian. Upon returning to his residence, Huo Yan was greeted by the sight of Yu Nian in the living room, now clad in a different outfit. He paused, momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of immense joy. She had not only accepted his gesture, but had also donned the attire he had gifted her. Noticing him enter, Yu Nian stood and twirled around. "Do I look good?" The light green dress accentuated her fair complexion, her figure elegantly proportioned. Huo Yan approached, swallowing hard. "You look splendid. It's the first time I've seen you in a dress. It suits you perfectly." Yu Nian appeared momentarily lost in thought. The last time she wore a dress, it had been that fateful princess gown stained with blood from years ago. "I suppose my taste is commendable." Huo Yan's voice brought her back to the present. "Did you choose this?" she asked, under the impression that it might have been a gift from a store, including everything from clothes to undergarments. Indeed, Huo Yan seemed to sense her thoughts and gently patted her head. "The undergarments were purchased by Aunt He, while the dresses are custom-made, just like mine." Yu Nian sighed in relief, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. She had been terrified, as Aunt He had always been the one to tidy her room and manage her clothing at the banquet garden. Thus she was well aware of her size. Nestling back into the sofa, Yu Nian swung her legs absent-mindedly, revealing her relaxed demeanor and elevated spirits. Huo Yan settled into the seat opposite her. "Do you enjoy it here, Nian Yan?" "Absolutely. I don't want to leave," she replied without hesitation, every corner of the place resonating with her preferences. A testament to Huo Yan's thoughtfulness. "Have you forgotten that military training is nearing its conclusion, classmate Yu?" Huo Yan smiled as he spoke. Noting that the young girl's holiday was nearing its end. Yu Nian tossed a cushion at Huo Yan. Must such an uplifting moment be marred by such a disheartening topic? Huo Yan caught the cushion. I apologize. Esteemed, Nian possesses a generous heart. So please do not hold it against me. All right? Yu Nian straightened her posture, gazing earnestly at Huo Yan. Then promise me one thing, and I shall overlook it. Aside from taking leave, feel free to mention anything else. In an instant, Yu Nian flopped back down. I suppose I shall continue to hold my grievances. Huo Yan observed her, his smile deepening. How utterly adorable she was. Choosing not to dwell on her sorrow, Huo Yan shifted the conversation. Mubai has invited us to lunch at the restaurant. Do you wish to join us, Nian? Yu Nian nodded, recognizing that if she chose not to go, Huo Yan might forego as well. It wouldn't do to always expect him to accommodate her, after all. Let us enter through the back door and head directly to the private room. Wen Ren and Jing, you'll be there too. With that, Yu Nian felt entirely at ease. Dining with acquaintances was quite acceptable, especially since these individuals were considerate and wouldn't make her feel uncomfortable. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Fu Jing called Huo Yan, suggesting they head out together to the restaurant. The two rose and made their way to the entrance. At the threshold, Huo Yan picked up an umbrella, while Yu Nian stepped outside, gazing up at the bright sun. Is it going to rain? To shield you from the sun, Huo Yan sighed, concerned that such a glaring sun might harm her. Well, how exquisite, Yu Nian admired, genuinely impressed by his thoughtfulness. Huo Yan sighed for what felt like the umpteenth time. This ungrateful girl dared to jest at him. What use did a grown man have for an umbrella? As they walked toward the entrance of the villa area, the umbrella tilted toward Yu Nian. A realization dawned upon her. Huo Yan had brought the umbrella for her. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. It was unfamiliar to her. She had never used such an item before. Upon reaching the car at the entrance, Wen Ren and Fu Jing were already present. Miss you, it has been a while. Fu Jing greeted politely. Mr. Fu, Yu Nian responded with courtesy. Wen Ren remained his usual taciturn self, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After exchanging greetings with the group, Yu Nian took out her phone, engrossed in whatever caught her attention. Fu Jing turned to Huo Yan. The Zhou siblings have arrived. That has nothing to do with me, Huo Yan replied coolly. The Zhou family he referred to was a prominent and established family in Hong Kong, wielding significant influence in both political and business realms. Due to the recent easing of cross-strait relations, the Zhou family has shown interest in expanding into the mainland, and their ventures were far from trivial. Thus they were acquainted with the group. The Zhou family's affairs were intricate. The elder Zhou was notorious for his romantic escapades, having married 3 wives and fathering numerous children. The second branch of the Zhou family managed the mainland operations, and it was the young heirs from this branch who had come this time. Fu Jing specifically reminded Huo Yan of the Zhou miss, recalling that several years ago, when she first arrived in the mainland, she had made it known at a banquet that she would marry no one but Huo Yan. This Zhou miss seemed incapable of understanding the concept of rejection, and whenever she visited the mainland, she would invariably contrive encounters with Huo Yan. In truth, at their level, they are well aware that Ms. Zhou's interest lies not only in the individual known as Huo Yan, but also in the Hui family itself. However, with Yu Nian present this time, any misunderstandings could lead to complications. Previously, regardless of how Miss Zhou behaved, Huo Yan would simply disregard her. After all, she posed no real trouble for him. Yet, should this situation involve Yu Nian, it is conceivable that Huo Yan might turn hostile, severing ties with the Zhou family. Wen Ren remarked coolly, "You ought to be more concerned about yourself. After today, she is likely to set her sights on you. That woman is exceedingly astute. She seeks to forge a union with someone of equal or greater stature than the Zhou family. She would not dare offend Huo Yan. Upon realizing he has affections for another, she would merely seek a similarly suitable alternative. As for Fu Jing, there's a certain vulgarity I wonder if it is appropriate to express." Chapter 31. The Zhou siblings as they arrived at the restaurant. The group alighted from the vehicle and took the elevator directly to the top floor, avoiding the public eye throughout the journey. They settled into the same private room as before, where Xiao Mubai was already waiting for them. "At last, I've been utterly exhausted. My mouth hasn't stopped talking all morning," Xiao Mubai lamented, casting a look of reproach at them for leaving him to handle everything alone. "Thank you for your hard work, baby Xiao." Fu Jingyi responded with feigned sympathy. Huo Yan leaned in closer to Yu Nian, whispering, "Mubai's nickname is Baby." Unable to suppress her laughter, Yu Nian could easily guess what Huo Yan had just said. It was clear he was teasing Xiao Mubai to amuse her. "Well, Huo-san, why you keep my brother in mind? You're pushing him into a pit, aren't you? You may as well stay in that pit," Xiao Mubai retorted, crossing his arms in mock indignation. "Enough banter, let's eat. I'm famished." The dishes had been prepared in advance, and as they took their seats, Yu Nian couldn't help but admire the chef's skills once again. After the meal, the group settled on the opposite side of the room to enjoy some tea. Yu Nian, however, chose to remain in her corner, engrossed in her study of the Bai family's information. "The Zhou siblings are coming over. Shall we meet them?" Xiao Mubai inquired, directing his question at Huo Yan. Although they were all acquainted, it was evident that the young Miss Zhou had her sights set on Huo Yan. "Why not?" Huo Yan replied, taking a sip of tea. "Ah." Xiao Mubai was taken aback, glancing towards Yu Nian, who was still absorbed in her phone. "Aren't you worried about little fish misunderstanding?" Suddenly, Fu Jingyi thought that the young Miss Zhou might be more interested in Xiao Mubai, as he was rather easy to manipulate. He joined in the playful teasing. "They've come all this way. It would be rude not to meet them. Please bring them up." Though somewhat perplexed, Xiao Mubai acquiesced and instructed that the Zhou siblings be brought to them. A moment later, a knock echoed through the room. Xiao Mubai opened the door to welcome Zhou Zhen and Zhou Xian inside. Aside from Yu Nian, who remained focused on her research, the others rose to greet them, shaking hands with Zhou Zhen and acknowledging his business acumen. Once seated, the Zhou siblings noticed Yu Nian on the corner sofa, engrossed in her phone. They exchanged startled glances before suddenly rising and approaching her. Huo Yan quickly perceived their unusual behavior and positioned himself on the armrest of Yu Nian's sofa. The remaining members of the group stood, watching the Zhou siblings warily, wondering what their intentions were. Feeling the shift in weight beside her, Yu Nian turned to Huo Yan, asking, "What is happening?" "Yujia?" Zhou Xian exclaimed, the tension dissipating with her excited address. The others, who had just stood up, exchanged confused looks before sitting back down. Yu Nian knows Zhou Xian? They mused. Moreover, Zhou Xian was older than Yu Nian. How was it that she called her sister? "Miss you." Zhou Zhen chimed in as he approached. Yu Nian lifted her gaze from the documents, regarding the two siblings before her. Although she had been engrossed in her research, she had overheard their mention of the Zhou family, and was taken aback to discover it was them. "Hello," she replied coolly. After Zhou Zhen greeted her, he returned his seat. The enthusiastic Zhou Xian paid no heed to Yu Nian's indifferent demeanor, persistently engaging her in conversation, even neglecting her longtime crush, Huo Yan. The others, though curious, refrained from being rude in public, deciding instead to inquire about Yu Nian later. Even the most carefree Xiao Mubai maintained a composed facade, starkly contrasting with his usual exuberance. Once the conversation concluded, Zhou Zhen approached to politely excuse Zhou Xian, saying, "I apologize, miss you. My sister has been a bother." Yu Nian nodded. As Zhou Xian called out on her way out, "Yujia, reply my messages." After bidding farewell to the Zhou siblings, the private room finally settled into a serene quiet. "Yujia?" Fu Jingyi inquired with a smile, his curiosity piqued regarding Yu Nian's relation to the Zhou family. "Oh dear, at your age, how shameless. Little fish, what is your connection with Zhou Zhen and Zhou Xian?" Xiao Mubai interrupted. He had once fortuitously saved Zhou Huanyu, the father of Zhou Zhen and Zhou Xian, in Hong Kong. "Ah, that explains their courtesy," the group mused, quickly piecing together the Zhou family's intricate web of familial ties and rivalries without further judgment. Xiao Mubai was about to probe Yu Nian on how she became embroiled in such matters when Huo Yan interjected, "Shall we head back?" Yu Nian nodded, bidding farewell to the group before leaving with Huo Yan. Xiao Mubai and Fu Jingyi, still in shock, observed when Renlin's unruffled expression. "Lingu, how can you remain so calm? It's not surprising that things happen around Yu Nian. She is indeed a formidable character," Xiao Mubai remarked. Fu Jingyi, deep in thought, scrutinized when Renlin, sensing he knew more than he let on. Confused, Xiao Mubai decided to put his musings aside. By the way, Han Jing is coming over tonight. Care to join me for a drink? Huo Yan might not attend. Fu Jingyi chuckled, recalling how their last drinking session had been a ploy by Huo Yan to keep Yu Nian around. This time, however, their relationship had evidently progressed, rendering Huo Yan's little schemes unnecessary. Xiao Mubai grinned mischievously. Leave it to me. With little fish around, I need not worry about managing Huo Yan. Meanwhile, the duo returned to the villa. After her shower, Yu Nian descended the stairs to find Huo Yan awaiting her. Observing her damp hair, he guided her to the couch, offering a plate of sliced fruit for her enjoyment. Emerging from the bathroom with a hairdryer, he sat behind her, gently drying her hair. Yu Nian, initially unaccustomed to such intimacy, stiffened momentarily before relaxing and allowing him to continue. Once her hair was dried, she had finished the fruit, reclining back contentedly with her eyes half closed. Huo Yan gazed at the languid Yu Nian, his eyes dark and contemplative, wishing for this moment to last indefinitely. Turning to face him, Yu Nian noted his silence since dinner and remarked, "You seem a bit down." Huo Yan chuckled softly. Her concern lifted his spirits. "Not really, just lost in thought." He sighed, realizing he had no right to dwell on insecurities, and shifted the topic. "Mubai mentioned you agreed to join him for dinner tonight. He said they might have barbecue. Sounds quite interesting." Speaking of this, Yu Nian appears quite intrigued. She has never participated in such activities before. "Well, if Nian wishes to go, then we shall go." Huo Yan gazes at Yu Nian with a tinge of sympathy. It is challenging to perceive the youthful vigor that should accompany her age. At this stage of life, Yu Nian should be reveling in the vibrant tapestry of university experiences. Yet her demeanor reflects a troubling absence of youthful exuberance. She resembles a still pond, embodying a tranquility that follows sedimentation. Huo Yan feels somewhat helpless. Were it not for his relentless pursuit, subtly infiltrating her life, it is likely that even living under the same roof, Yu Nian would scarcely spare him a glance. Observing the drowsy young woman on the sofa, Huo Yan gently drapes a small blanket over her, soothingly patting her sleep as one would a child. Once Yu Nian drifts off, Huo Yan quietly settles on the carpet beside her, gazing at her with a profound sense of serene happiness. Chapter 32. Barbecue. When Yu Nian awoke, dusk was approaching. Noticing her rise, Huo Yan, who was working on his computer, poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. "Have a sip of water. Did you sleep well?" Yu Nian nodded, taking the cup and drinking a bit. Now, her daily rest far exceeded what she had experienced in a week before. Setting the cup down, she stretched, feeling as though she had made up for the sleep she had missed over the years. Huo Yan paused his work, a look of concern etched on his face. Yu Nian's life at Yin Yuan was quite structured. She would take a midday nap and retire for the night at a reasonable hour. "Did you used to sleep very little?" "It was manageable," she replied casually. Lacking hobbies, friends, or leisure activities, she had previously existed in a state of constant readiness, even rising immediately when matters arose, regardless of the time. Thus, she had never experienced morning irritability. She could remain alert right after waking, a habit cultivated over many years. Only after moving into Huo Yan's home did she begin to enjoy a more normal routine. What she now possessed was something most could only dream of, a reward earned through extraordinary dedication. "If you ever feel weary, you can lean on me," Huo Yan said, his voice deep and soothing. Though he knew little of Yu Nian's past, he wished to cherish her present, ensuring that her future would be free of worries. Yu Nian's eyes sparkled with mirth as she playfully regarded him. "I'm doing quite well. You've taken excellent care of me." Indeed, she felt genuinely content, having discovered some joy in life. For instance, she was now intrigued by Xiao Mubai's barbecue. In the past, she would have found it dull and a waste of time, dismissing it without a second glance. "My pleasure," Huo Yan responded, bemused by the ambiguous nature of her words. Although he understood she did not mean it in that way, he could not help but feel a stirring in his heart. He stood and extended his hand to her. "It's about time. Let us change into some clothes and head to Mubai's." With his assistance, she rose, and after the two changed upstairs, they set out. As they strolled toward Xiao Mubai's villa, twilight began to settle in, and a gentle breeze wafted down from the mountaintop, refreshing and pleasant. Upon their arrival, everyone else was already there, including Han Jing, who had hurried over from the military. The courtyard had been beautifully arranged, with various prepared ingredients ready for grilling. Come, come. Everyone is here. Master Xiao is setting up the barbecue. Xiao Mubai called, expertly flipping meat over the grill. Yu Nian drew closer, intrigued by his professional demeanor. You look quite skilled, she remarked, her interest piqued. Of course. With 20 years of professional barbecue experience, just wait and see, little fish. You'll get to taste Master Xiao's culinary creations. After watching for a while, Yu Nian took a few skewers of raw meat, attempting to imitate Xiao Mubai's technique. However, moments later, she glanced at the charred skewers in her hands and realized that this was a task beyond her capabilities. Having observed her struggle, Huo Yan approached and gently took the skewers from her, setting them aside. What would you like to eat? I can grill it for you. As Yu Nian had yet to respond, Xiao Mubai grew anxious. Hey, Hussein, you lack chivalry. You promised to sample Master Xiao's culinary skills. My grilled fish is nearly ready. Yu Nian replied with mock seriousness. Then I shall indulge in Master Xiao's grill. Xiao Mubai, elated, handed several skewers to Yu Nian. You've got good taste. These are ready to eat. Yu Nian accepted the grilled meat and took a bite, pleasantly surprised by its flavor. She gave Xiao Mubai a thumbs up and, alongside Huo Yan, returned to the table with a plate in hand. Miss Yu, would you care for some? Fu Jingyi inquired, holding a bottle of red wine. I do not drink, Yu Nian replied, shaking her head. Her profession necessitated a constant state of clarity, and she firmly believed that alcohol could lead to missteps. Thus, she abstained entirely. Fu Jingyi did not press further and offered Yu Nian a bottle of juice while pouring wine for the others. Seizing the rare opportunity to unwind, the group accepted the drinks, savoring the wine at a leisurely pace. After a while, Xiao Mubai exclaimed that he might char his own food. Han Jing stepped in to replace him for a spell, ceasing once the grilling approached completion. In truth, the consumption was minimal. Only Yu Nian was earnestly eating, while the others primarily indulged in drinks. Fu Jingyi raised his glass towards Yu Nian. Miss Yu, a toast to you. Yu Nian lifted her juice, arching an eyebrow. Zhou Corporation? I discussed several projects with them this afternoon. Fu Jingyi replied with a smile, relishing the ease of conversing with an astute individual. The collaboration was already in preparation, yet Yu Nian's involvement had significantly smoothed the process, alleviating a considerable portion of his workload. Fu Jingyi downed his drink in one gulp, while Yu Nian took a sip of her juice. Old Fu, how stingy of you, merely a toast? Xiao Mubai teased. There will be further tokens of appreciation. Despite this, Fu Jingyi was at a loss regarding what to offer Yu Nian. Money? It seemed she lacked for nothing, and if she wished to earn, it would be effortlessly within her reach. As for other gifts, Huo Yan had already covered all bases concerning Yu Nian, leaving Fu Jingyi with little to contribute. Absolute control is essential, Yu Nian remarked with a hint of significance. Fu Jingyi paused, his smile fading as a realization struck him. Huo Yan added casually, the Zhou family's third branch is quite ambitious. When Renlin had also considered this, the second and third branches were at odds. They would hardly remain indifferent to the second branch's flourishing prospects. While Zhou Zhan possessed considerable ability, the question remained whether he could maintain his position. Yu Nian's assertion regarding absolute control meant that regardless of the turmoil within the Zhou family, Fu Jingyi would always hold the upper hand regarding the project's final outcome. After Yu Nian concluded, she resumed skewering meat, oblivious to the complex gazes directed at her. Was she truly only 20 years old? Miss Yu possesses a remarkably discerning mind. Fu Jingyi mused, acknowledging that he truly owed her gratitude this time. Is it a compliment or a criticism? Yu Nian wondered. Is he implying she is cunning? Huo Yan chuckled lightly. Fu Jingyi found himself speechless, his sincerity apparent. Indeed, he was praising Yu Nian. I shall drink to my own folly. For my choice of words was ill-considered. Ha ha, old Fu, today is your day of reckoning. Xiao Mubai, relishing the moment, finds delight in witnessing this pretentious fellow rendered speechless. The mischievous Xiao Mubai is coaxed by Fu Jingyi into drinking, while when Renlin and Han Jing join in the raucous revelry, creating quite a commotion. Noticing that Yu Nian has nearly finished her meal, and fearing that she may be displeased by their boisterous antics, Huo Yan gently inquires, shall I accompany you back? Yu Nian shakes her head, replying, you need not concern yourself with me. I find them rather amusing. Satisfied with her response, Huo Yan relaxes and ultimately finds himself persuaded to indulge in a fair share of drinks with the group. Chapter 33. Drunken Brotherhood. A few individuals had indulged a tad too much, with Xiao Mubai being the most inebriated, adamantly insisting on forming a brotherhood. Ahem, everyone, lend me your ears, Xiao Mubai exclaimed as he leapt onto a chair, raising his cup towards the moon. From this day forth we, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us, shall be like siblings, though born of different parents. He counted the heads present, proclaiming his grand declaration. Huo Yan's expression darkened. Was this fellow intoxicated on counterfeit liquor? What nonsense was he uttering? To his surprise, this was merely the beginning, as Han Zheng scoffed derisively, "You fool. Siblings? And what about Huo Yan?" Before he could utter the words incest, he was silenced by one Renlin, who, with a slightly better tolerance for drink, covered his mouth. Children speak without a filter. You are the fool, daring to say anything after consuming so much. Huo Yan's glare was filled with murderous intent. Fu Jingyi, grinning mischievously, joined in, provoking Huo Yan with his gaze. Come on, Xiao Bai, elaborate on how we shall bind ourselves in brotherhood. Xiao Mubai hopped down from the chair, his gaze flitting among the group, and earnestly set down his cup. He performed a mock bow towards one Renlin, addressing him with exaggerated seriousness. Big brother, one Renlin, indeed appeared to be under the influence of dubious spirits. You, Fu Heir. Fu Jingyi regretted his inquiry into the meaning behind the title Fu Heir, Huo San Heir. Huo Yan, being the third in the Huo family, coincidentally held the same rank among their group. Where's Han Laosi? Why has he vanished after drinking? Xiao Mubai exaggeratedly scanned the surroundings. Are you blind? Can't you see such a towering figure as myself? Han Zheng, who was being restrained by one Renlin, nearly leaped up in protest. Xiao Mubai continued to ignore him, declaring, "The fourth is inconsequential. I am your illustrious fifth brother." One Renlin, once more holding back the eager Han Zheng, felt utterly exhausted. The others suppressed their impulses to chastise him, choosing not to stoop to the level of a drunken fool. Xiao Mubai then poked at Yu Nian's arm, only to be swatted away by Huo Yan. "Little fish, you sister. Ha, you Xiao Lu." Yu Nian, distracted by her phone, looked up in confusion. What does this have to do with me? Yu Xiao Lu, quite a melodious name. Fu Jingyi imitated Xiao Mubai's appellation. Wen Renlin joined the playful banter. Yu Xiao Lu. Han Zheng, not wishing to be outdone in his intoxicated state, chimed in, "Yu Xiao Lu, we are like siblings, though born of different parents, from now on. I shall protect you." Yu Nian. Wen Renlin noted Huo Yan's face darkening to an almost charred hue, resigning himself to the futility of saving Han Zheng. Some individuals were intent on self-destruction. Han Laosi, shut your mouth. With the illustrious fifth brother present, do you think you stand a chance? Xiao Mubai, reveling in no longer being the youngest, displayed an overwhelming need for attention. Fear not, Xiao Lu. When you are outside, invoke the name of your fifth brother, and it shall be most effective. When Renlin facepalmed in resignation, yet another individual was courting disaster. Huo Yan, with his vindictive nature, was likely to retaliate against them. What if it proves ineffective? Fu Jingyi, a seasoned troublemaker, pondered. Xiao Mubai waved his hand dramatically, exuding an air of authority. If it doesn't work, we shall lock Han Zheng in a room and let him bite them. Huo Yan forcefully pried one Renlin's hand off Han Zheng's, and Han Zheng lunged directly at Xiao Mubai. "I'll be the one to take you down," he exclaimed. "Where's your leash?" Xiao Mubai, frightened, fled in every direction until he was eventually tackled by Han Zheng, the two tumbling into a heap on the grass. The sight was rather eye-watering until when Renlin intervened, pulling them apart with one hand each. "For the sake of the boss, I won T hold it against you this time," he remarked. As Xiao Mubai rose from the ground, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes, he distanced himself significantly, seeking refuge beside Huo Yan, only to be pushed away in disdain. Han Zheng scoffed derisively. "You're all bark and no bite. If you're capable, then don't run." Yu Nian gazed at the childish antics of her companions in exasperation. "Gentlemen, I assent it time to disperse," she suggested. "Since our little Lu has spoken, let us call a night." Fu Jingyi readily agreed. Unable to tolerate the scene any longer, Huo Yan stood, taking Yu Nian by the hand as they prepared to leave. "Let us go home and ignore them," he stated, the composed elder addressing the group behind him. "My dear brothers and sisters, see you tomorrow." Yu Nian chuckled, finding it rare to see Wen Renlin in such a humorous light, and she replied cheerfully, "Goodbye, big brother." Huo Yan halted momentarily, turning back to comment, "Very well, it seems we've all lost our minds." He pulled Yu Nian along, evoking a sense of hasty retreat. Upon exiting, Huo Yan glanced at Yu Nian's profile. "Are you happy, Yu Nian?" he inquired. A lingering smile graced her face. "Yes, they're quite entertaining. Who would have thought that the renowned elders could be like this privately? They still have their uses," she mused. Huo Yan let out a light hum. "Let us take a stroll." Yu Nian recalled that Huo Yan had consumed a fair amount of alcohol and suggested they clear their heads. The two meandered slowly through the villa district, the sounds of Xiao Mubai and Han Jing bickering still echoing in the background. "Your friends are quite remarkable," Yu Nian reflected. Regardless of their public personas, one can see they are able to relax completely in private, though at times perhaps a bit too relaxed. Yu Nian, who had no friends of her own, did not voice her thoughts with envy, but rather as a mere observation, acknowledging the rarity of such camaraderie. "They're your friends too. Aren't you all sworn brothers now?" she teased, her tone tinged with a hint of bitterness toward herself. As the favored sons of heaven, they all possessed their own pride, and it was not simply a matter of bringing a female companion to earn their approval. The notion of forming a bond strong enough for brotherhood was a thought that left Huo Yan grinding his teeth in frustration once more. Friends? Yu Nian chose not to delve deeper into that matter. She was simply content in the present, enjoying a feeling that had been absent for years. "Let us head back. My third brother," she quipped, playfully addressing Huo Yan as he Xiao Lu. To Huo Yan's ears, her words carried a hint of flirtation, the tone pleasant. "Indeed, yours," he replied. "You truly know how to hit the nail on the head." By the time they returned to their residence, it was late into the night, and Huo Yan's good spirits lingered until Yu Nian retreated to her room. He returned to the living room and took out his phone to make a call. He perceived that those individuals had remained single for far too long, resulting in a somewhat distorted psyche, unable to bear the sight of others' happiness. Thus, he, with the best of intentions, decided to extend his assistance to them. Xiao Mubai had taken refuge in the banquet garden to evade arranged matchmaking, and he planned to return him home the following morning. Han Jing, too, had hastily returned to the army to escape the suitor arranged by his family. Now that he was out, as a good friend, it was only natural to inform the other party. As for Fu Jingyi, it was said that a persistent childhood friend had been pursuing him, and he intended to deliver him to her doorstep the next day. As for Wen Renlin, he currently exhibited no glaring flaws, so he was disregarded for the time being. After assisting them, after enacting his form of retribution, Huo Yan contentedly retired to his room for a restful slumber. Chapter 34. A loving family. The following morning, Yu Nian awoke, leaning against her bed as she picked up her phone to check her messages. Uncertain, she decided to take another look. When had she joined a group? What on earth was this a loving family? The name suggested a family group, but where did she acquire family members? The Shen family? Please don't gross her out. Curious, she tapped into the group to view its members and recognized familiar avatars. Huo Yan, Xiao Mubai, and the recently added Wen Renlin from their last trip abroad. The remaining two must be Han Jing and Fu Jingyi. Yu Nian fell silent. Wasn't this just a playful, drunken escapade from the night before? How had they managed to create a group? A loving family. Only Xiao Mubai could conjure such a name. She set her phone down and rose to wash up in the bathroom. Upon her return, she noticed several new messages in the group. The illustrious fifth brother. Are you up yet, my siblings? The illustrious fifth brother. Flower blossom and prosperity emoji. The valiant fourth brother. Are you insane? The wise second brother. Are you insane? The eldest brother. The illustrious fifth brother. Eldest, change your name. Don't disrupt the formation. The valiant fourth brother. Eldest, change your name. Don't disrupt the formation. The wise second brother. Eldest, change your name. Don't disrupt the formation. The composed eldest brother. Yin Yu Nian, the wise second brother. Yin Yu Nian, the illustrious fifth brother. Yin Yu Nian, the valiant fourth brother. Yu Nian, are you awake? Yu Nian and Huo Yan used their real names for WeChat, as their friends were few and familiar without any nicknames. The illustrious fifth brother. You two quickly change your group nicknames. We are a loving family and must be unified. Yu Nian chose not to respond further. As Huo Yan was knocking on the door, the two descended for breakfast, while the group continued to them, insisting on changing their names. Yu Nian pondered whether she should reply. No need to mind them, just eat first. Huo Yan picked up his phone, typed a few words, and leisurely continued his breakfast. A loving family group, Huo Yan, eating, do not disturb. Noticing his reply, Yu Nian decided to stop checking her phone and began enjoying her meal. After they finished breakfast, they strolled outside, savoring the fresh morning air of the mountains. Exhaling a breath of stale air, she felt considerably lighter. Not far from their home, they encountered Xiao Mubai and the others who had come to find them. Huo Yan looked up to the heavens in exasperation. Had they really run into them? Had he known, he would have left earlier. What was supposed to be a peaceful moment alone had turned into a collective outing for a loving family. As they chatted and strolled, they discussed their plans. Wen Renlin and Fu Jingyi were preparing to return shortly, while Han Jing intended to stay another day before heading back to the army. Huo Yan thought to himself, well, you'd better make it back. You two should change your names. Xiao Mubai chimed in, bouncing around energetically. If you can't think of anything, I'll help you out, hee. Huo Yan, unusually agreeable, replied, go ahead and change it. The others looked at him in confusion. Was he really being this amiable? Huo Yan smiled silently, knowing that soon enough, misfortune would strike. He might as well let them enjoy their moment of joy for now. The laughter of a few individuals around Huo Yan felt somewhat frivolous. Han Jing reflected on his own mischief, aware that despite his inebriation, he had not entirely lost his senses. It appeared that his propensity for reckless behavior at Huo Yan's gathering was on par with Xiao Mubai's. He wondered if this fellow would seek revenge against him. He had yet to devise an excuse to leave when Fu Jingyi spoke up first. I have a meeting shortly, so I must take my leave. Wen Renlin, sensing impending trouble, concurred, I shall leave as well. The two departed without further ado, leaving Han Jing in a state of despair. He too had intended to announce his departure. Just as he began to articulate his thoughts, his phone rang. Damn it, he muttered. I am at Yanju. Hurry over. If you fail to come, you shall face the consequences. Before Han Jing could respond, the call ended abruptly. He stood there in shock. Hearing Huo Yan leisurely comment, I couldn't sleep after dinner last night, so I had a chat with Annie. You should really go now, Han Jing. Huo Yan added, prompting a chuckle from Yu Nian. Good be, Han Feng. Xiao Mubai chimed in with a mocking tone before swaggering away. Han Jing looked at Huo Yan in disbelief. Was this truly how a brother treated another? He then glanced at the gleeful Xiao Mubai, pondering how Huo Yan could let him off so easily. Xiao Mubai took it upon himself to change the group chat's nickname using their phones. Neither objected, and if it pleased him, so be it. However, Xiao Mubai's amusement was short-lived as he spotted several individuals approaching and waved in greeting. Hui, what brings you here? What? He smiled back at Bai Xiao. Good morning. He then gestured to the two people behind him, who seized Xiao Mubai and began to escort him towards the door. Hey, what is this? Little fish, help. Xiao Mubai shouted in panic as he was shoved into a car. Third master, miss you. Farewell. Hui politely bowed in farewell. Yu Nian stood there dumbfounded, witnessing the apparent abduction of Xiao Mubai. What on earth is happening? His mother misses him, Huo Yan replied bluntly. Are we heading back today? Yu Nian asked. My elder cousin is here. I'll go see him, and then we'll head back. He then jested. Would you like to join, Nian? Huo Yan was taken aback. He had merely spoken offhandedly, not expecting Yu Nian to actually agree. I have other matters to attend to, she clarified. Noticing Huo Yan's astonished expression, which was evidently a misunderstanding. Huo Yan's elder brother, Huo Nanchuan, was the vice mayor of Kyoto at the young age of 32. Aside from his family background, he possessed considerable abilities. However, this was not Yu Nian's primary concern. What truly mattered was that Huo Nanchuan's brother-in-law was married into the Bai family. She had received word that several members of the Bai family had arrived at Yunshang Mountain Villa that day, including this relative of the Huo family. Could you not deceive me, Nian? Huo Yan's voice bore a hint of grievance. Yu Nian felt an urge to pat Huo Yan on the head, as he appeared akin to an abandoned puppy. "I do not wish to deceive you," she earnestly replied. Huo Yan sighed in resignation. Yu Nian's honesty was overwhelming. This little girl lacked any sense of romance. "Let us return." Upon their return to the villa, the hour was still early. Yu Nian reclined on the sofa and turned on the show A Family of Loving Relatives, oblivious to the name that Xiao Mubai had altered for her. She soon discovered that the group chat was inundated with Xiao Mubai's scathing emoticons, interspersed with a few taunts from Han Jing, all directed towards Huo Yan. What had Huo Yan done to provoke such ire? The adorable Xiao Lu sent a cat-peeking emoticon, while the cunning third brother replied with a heart. Yu Nian was momentarily rendered speechless. Adorable? Yet upon seeing Huo Yan's response, she felt a sense of equilibrium restored. Meanwhile, when Renlin, seated in the car alongside Fu Jingyi, appeared equally taken aback. The situation was more daunting than it seemed. Fu Jingyi harbored an unsettling feeling. Were both of them in misfortune? Had Huo Yan refrained from exacting revenge on him? When Renlin observed Fu Jingyi's paranoid demeanor, "Do not fret. It is not that vengeance is absent, merely that the time is yet to arrive." "Fu Jingyi, you possess a talent for providing comfort," he remarked. Fortunately, the tension did not last long. Upon arriving at the company's entrance and spotting a familiar figure, Fu Jingyi's anxious heart finally found solace, even feeling a sense of relief as if he had been waiting for this moment to arrive. Chapter 35, An Unexpected Encounter with the Shun family on the other side. Yu Nian and Huo Yan had arrived at the golf course of the villa. "Nian, aren't you coming with me? You should just go ahead," Yu Nian replied expressionlessly. Everyone here was either wealthy or of high status. Who would T recognize the illustrious Huo Sanyi? If she entered with him, she would undoubtedly become the center of attention, a role she had no desire to play. How heartless. The aggrieved Huo Sanyi could only exit the car alone, leaving Yu Nian in a state of bewilderment. What peculiar direction was Huo Yan heading towards? Indeed, as soon as Huo Yan made his entrance, people began to gather around him. "Sanyi, you've come to play as well?" Huo Yan responded with a detached nod and proceeded inside. His cold demeanor deterred many who wished to ingratiate themselves. Watching Huo Yan's retreating figure, Yu Nian scoffed, noting his dramatic flair. After lingering in the car for a while, Yu Nian finally entered the golf course and found a cozy lounge area to sit down. Here, food and drinks were provided free of charge. No sooner had she settled in than a server approached to inquire if she wished to place an order. Yu Nian ordered a glass of water and a small cake, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Bai family. Before long, two girls took the adjacent seats, giggling as they discussed their encounter with Huo Sanyi. Yu Nian sighed in resignation. It was not her intention to eavesdrop on their conversation, although they were neighbors. The distance was sufficient that she shouldn't have been able to hear them clearly. Yet, the excitement of these girls had rendered them oblivious to their volume. "Oh my gosh, Sanyi is so handsome. He looked at me just now. I'm so thrilled," one girl exclaimed, her voice almost breaking in excitement, revealing her infatuation. "Indeed, when he glanced our way, my legs felt weak. It's such a pity we can't get closer. Otherwise, a romantic encounter would have been delightful. Just thinking about it makes me giddy. What are you dreaming about? Just being able to see him from this distance is already remarkable. The last time I saw him was at a banquet. He was upstairs while I was downstairs." Yu Nian chuckled at their lamenting tones. Huo Yan's allure was undeniable. "Yu Nian?" A somewhat familiar voice broke through her thoughts. Looking up from her cake, she saw Shun Xiujin, her older cousin. "Hello, big cousin." Yu Nian stood to greet him. A sweet-looking girl approached from behind, linking her arm with Shun Xiujin's playfully. "Brother, you didn't wait for me again." With a smile, Shun Xiujin patted the girl's hand before turning to Yu Nian. "Yu Nian, allow me to introduce you. This is Ming Zhu, Shun Ming Zhu, the daughter of my second uncle." Before Shun Xiujin could continue, Shun Ming Zhu released her hold on his arm, taking a step forward to reach for Yu Nian's hand. "I know you, cousin Yu Nian. The last time you visited, I happened to be abroad. I hope you don't mind." Yu Nian took a step back, evading Shun Ming Zhu's hand, and replied coolly, "Not at all." Unfazed by Yu Nian's rejection, Shun Ming Zhu playfully stuck out her tongue. "I'm sorry, cousin. Seeing you feels so familiar, like seeing an aunt. I couldn't help but want to get closer." The frivolous voice of Shun Xiuqing rang out, overflowing with indulgence. Little Mingzhu has grown so much, yet still behaves like a child, wanting to hold hands and play. Cousin Yu Nian, it's been quite a while. Shun Mingzhu stamped her foot, pouting in complaint. Third brother, how can you be like this? Eldest brother, look at him. Yu Nian observed the playful interaction among them, as if watching a performance. Was this a deliberate act for her amusement? Shun Mingzhu, at 23, was also a student at Peking University, now in her senior year, interning at the Shun family business. The second son of the Shun family, Shun Wu, her father, lacked ambition and never contended with Shun Wen for anything, comfortably living off annual dividends while making minor investments. The two families had no conflicting interests. Aside from a non-Shin niece, Shun Mingzhu was the only girl of her generation in the Shin family. With her innocent and charming demeanor, the Shuns were all too willing to pamper her. Yu Nian found herself at a loss. Why did her cousin harbor such animosity towards her? Upon her arrival, Shun Mingzhu had discreetly scrutinized her from head to toe, perhaps judging her less affluent lifestyle, given that she wore no designer brands. The mention of her life abroad, laced with hints of affluence, seemed aimed at inciting envy. She even referred to Yu Nian as deceased mother with a sense of familiarity, a bewildering display, considering that Shun Mingzhu had not even been born when her mother left the Shin family. Shun Mingzhu's malice was palpable, yet her two cousins appeared either oblivious or willfully ignorant, which Yu Nian found inconsequential. As long as they did not provoke her, she would remain unbothered, content to let them play their roles in the Shun family drama. Just as she contemplated this, Shun Mingzhu resumed her inquiries. Cousin, who did you come with? Why are you here alone? At this, both Shun Xiujin and Shun Xiuqin turned their gazes toward Yu Nian. She almost burst into laughter. To them, it seemed that without the Shun family's backing, she was nothing, unworthy of entering such a venue. I came with the one who supports me. This was the truth. Her sustenance and living arrangements were all provided by Huo Yan, effectively making him her benefactor. A slight smile graced her lips as she regarded Shun Mingzhu. Is that what you wish to hear? Are you satisfied now, dear cousin? Shun Mingzhu froze at the words, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Nian Nian, how could you think that of me? I was only concerned for you, nothing more. Wiping her tears, she turned to tug at Shun Xiujin's sleeve. Eldest brother, please help me explain to Nian Nian. I meant no harm. It was a performance worthy of admiration, truly a missed opportunity for the stage. Shun Xiujin remained silent. While Shun Xiuqin felt a pang of sympathy, Mingzhu had always been kind-hearted and innocent, devoid of malice. Cousin Yu Nian, you've misunderstood Mingzhu. You've just returned and don't yet know her. With time, you'll understand her better. Yes, Nian Nian, if you don't want to talk. I want to press you. Since we run into each other today, why not come home with us? Grandfather and grandmother miss you dearly. Yu Nian could hardly contain her frustration. She had initially thought the Shun family to be relatively normal, yet appeared they were all cut from the same cloth, merely more adept at concealing their true selves. I have no interest in your Shin family. This group of fools relentlessly pursued her. If she did not leave, they would continue their incessant harassment, drawing the attention of others. Ignoring the three individuals' expressions, she rose decisively to depart. Yu Nian, we are all family. There's no need for such a spectacle, Shun Xiujin remarked, concerned for Yu Nian, believing her disposition to be excessively strong, which may lead to her detriment. Yu Nian, undeterred, walked away, leaving behind Shun Mingzhu, who was secretly delighted, Shun Xiuqin, who stood in bewilderment, and Shun Xiujin, who furrowed his brow in concern. Ah, my little cousin remains as spirited as ever, Shun Xiuqin finally managed to utter, wishing to spend time with her, though it seemed she held no fondness for Mingzhu. Shun Xiujin, lost in thought, glanced at Shun Mingzhu and said flatly, "Let us leave." Having been attuned to the subtleties of expression since childhood, Shun Mingzhu noticed Shun Xiujin's displeasure and refrained from further attempts to win favor, quietly following her two brothers as they departed. Chapter 36. The Pearl Scheme. Yu Nian sent a message to Huo Yan and directly left the court, returning to the car to await his arrival. She felt frustrated for having missed an opportunity due to being entangled with a few foolish individuals. Should she create another chance encounter, the presence of anyone accompanying them would surely raise suspicions. Yu Nian longed to return and confront those individuals again, for encountering members of the Shun family rarely bodes well. She took out her phone and swiftly deleted and blocked the three Shun brothers. On the other side, Shun Xiao-chun, who intended to message Yu Nian, stared at the glaring red exclamation mark. By the time Huo Yan emerged, Yu Nian had regained her composure, quickly adjusting her emotions. Inconsequential individuals were not worth her emotional investment. I kept you waiting. Shall we continue to play or head home? Yan inquired with a smile. Let us go straight home. It's crowded, and there's nothing enjoyable. Only people I dislike, Yu Nian replied without hesitation. Upon hearing her unambiguous choice, Huo Yan's smile broadened. Has Nian begun to consider Yin Garden as home? Meanwhile, the three Shin siblings had split up. Shun Xiaojin had left to discuss business, while Shin Xiaochun and Shun Mingzhu went to dine with a few acquaintances. After several rounds of drinks, Shun Mingzhu approached Shun Xiaochun as he had nearly reached his limit. Third brother, why not give Yin a call? I wonder if she had anything to eat, she suggested. Shun Xiaochun chuckled self-deprecatingly. She blocked me. That stubborn girl, I've hardly offended her. Oh, I was hoping you could introduce me to a friend. Shun Mingzhu responded, feigning surprise. She quickly shifted to a more melancholic tone. If she has even blocked you, she's certainly one to be fond of me. If she doesn't like me, so be it. That girl has a bad temper, and it's best to limit contact. She then inquired, where is Nian living now? Aside from us, she has no other family. How lonely it must be for her in Kyoto. Shun Xiaochun, slightly tipsy, failed to notice Shun Mingzhu's probing inquiries, which subtly aimed to tarnish Yu Nian's reputation. She's in university, attending the same school as you, he replied. Shun Mingzhu, not receiving the anticipated response, felt her eyes dim slightly, yet her voice remained sweet as ever. Nian is quite remarkable, managing to gain admission to Kyoto University through her own efforts. Shun Mingzhu continued to dig deeper. Didn't Duyin say that Yu Nian didn't take the college entrance examination? How then did she enroll in Kyoto University? Shun Xiaochun scoffed but did not respond, refraining from disclosing any impropriety regarding Yu Nian's admission. Shun Mingzhu immediately sensed his implication but chose not to press further. As a good sister, she would not engage in actions that could tarnish her image. Shun Xiaochun's demeanor revealed much to her. It was evident that Yu Nian had not gained admission through legitimate means. As she caressed her glass, Shun Mingzhu felt she had gleaned some useful information after much inquiry. When I return to school, I shall visit my cousin Yu Nian, she stated with a sweet smile, deliberately raising her voice. As anticipated, the girl sitting next to Shun Mingzhu leaned in with interest. Cousin? The one who was kicked out of your family? Upon hearing this, the other two young ladies gravitated towards the conversation, for gossip is an inherent trait of humanity, and even the most privileged of ladies are not exempt. Who have you heard this from? Shun Mingzhu covered her mouth, feigning innocence as if she had misspoken. The others grew increasingly inquisitive. What's this about? Mingzhu, do tell. I heard your cousin was raised in the countryside. I also heard she behaves like a savage, even striking her elders. How true is that? Yes. I've heard she came to demand money from you. The group chattered animatedly, having tarnished Yu Nian's reputation since her visit to the Shun family. With the two sisters spreading tales of Shun's peculiar niece throughout their circle of affluent heirs. Nearby, Shun Xiaoqing, having overheard snippets of the conversation, slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly, fixating his gaze on the gossipers. How am I unaware of this? Whoever is maligning her behind her back will face my wrath. The others quickly restrained Shun Xiaoqing. Have you had too much to drink? Don't cause a scene here, or you risk being thrown out. That would be utterly humiliating. He sat back down, not entirely inebriated, but his temper had flared upon hearing such slander. The gossipers exchanged glances, noting that Shun Mingzhu had not offered a single rebuttal, while Shun Xiaoqing exhibited a fierce stance. They were all raised in affluent families, aware that each household has its complexities, and they quietly acknowledged the underlying tensions. Observing Shun Mingzhu's unwaveringly innocent demeanor, one could only admire her ability to feign naivete. Though they concealed their thoughts, they resumed their lively chatter, as if the earlier exchange had been but a trivial interlude. As Shun Mingzhu continued to engage in conversation, she felt her nails digging painfully into her palm beneath the table, realizing she had tried to outsmart herself. Although her companions masked their true sentiments, they likely mocked her in their minds. She hadn't anticipated Shun Xiuqing's staunch defense of Yu Nian, showing her no regard. In truth, Shun Mingzhu had wronged Shun Xiuqing, who was a refreshing presence within their social circle, forthright and loyal. With him, one need not fear betrayal, as few would dare to offend the Shun family by plotting against him. Thus, despite his irascible temperament, he was well-liked. When he heard disparagement directed at Yu Nian, he instinctively rose to her defense, oblivious to Shun Mingzhu's involvement. The others, fully aware, yet choosing silence, felt that Yu Nian's affairs were not their concern. They simply wished to witness the unfolding drama, mindful of the consequences of offending anyone. Shun Mingzhu, watching Shun Xiuqing's indifferent demeanor, felt a surge of frustration and powerlessness. She had deliberately steered the conversation towards Yu Nian, hoping to use Shun Xiuqing's voice to belittle her cousin in front of the others, thus severing her ties to the Shun family. She was acutely aware of her grandparents' deep affection for her aunt. Their disdain for Yu Nian stemmed from the tragic incident that befell her aunt on the day of Yu Nian's birthday. Her grandparents were misplacing their anger onto Yu Nian, while her uncle's family also held a fondness for Yu Nian. She would never permit Yu Nian to seize what rightfully belonged to her. Now it seems her intentions have backfired, and she is the one suffering the consequences. Shun Mingzhu endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, concealing her turmoil from the onlookers. It was not until she settled into the car for the journey home that her countenance darkened, her eyes filled with rage as she glared at Shun Xiuqing, who had fallen asleep against the seat. The chauffeur of the Shun family caught a glimpse of Shun Mingzhu's expression in the rearview mirror and was taken aback. He quickly averted his gaze, focusing intently on the road ahead, feigning ignorance of Shun Mingzhu's distress. He had no desire to earn her resentment, for given Shun Mingzhu's standing within the Shun family, replacing him would merely take a single word from her. Chapter 37. Xin Qing's revelation on ordinary days. Aside from the elderly couple, the members of the Shun family did not reside at the ancestral home. Shun Mingzhu instructed the driver to take her to her uncle's residence. As the vehicle approached the villa where Shun Laodao lived, Shun Mingzhu gently roused Shun Xiuqiang from his stupor. The driver trembled in awe at Shun Mingzhu's remarkable ability to change her demeanor at a moment's notice. Prior to their arrival, Shun Mingzhu had already informed her aunt, Guan Yizhen, that Shun Xiuqiang had indulged a bit too much and that she would be bringing him home. Supporting the somewhat unsteady Shun Xiuqiang as they exited the car, she led him into the house. Hearing the commotion, Guan Yizhen emerged with the servants to assist in escorting Shun Xiuqiang to his room, while she herself took Shun Mingzhu to the living room. This troublesome young man, how old is he? Yet he remains so irresponsible, relying on you, his sister, to look after him, Guan Yizhen remarked. Of course, he treats me well, and I am more than happy to care for my brother, Shun Mingzhu replied playfully. I know you two share a deep bond. When your uncle returns, he will surely give him a good talking to, Guan Yizhen said, smiling at Shun Mingzhu, who she believed to be a thoughtful child. Uncle will scold third brother, but this time, we cannot blame him for drinking too much. You mustn't tell uncle, Shun Mingzhu insisted, clinging to Guan Yizhen's arm with a pout that conveyed her displeasure. Of course, Aunt knows that Mingzhu is concerned for her brother, Guan Yizhen said, satisfied, as a mother would be about her own son. If he got utterly drunk, who else could we hold accountable? Who forced him to drink? Aunt. Shun Mingzhu hesitated, her demeanor suggesting she was grappling with unspoken thoughts. Guan Yizhen immediately pressed her. What is it, my dear? You can tell Aunt anything. Oh, Aunt, I shouldn't say this, but it's precisely because of third brother-esque feelings that he drank to excess. Yet, not expressing it makes me feel uncomfortable, Shun Mingzhu admitted, her expression tinged with sadness. Without waiting for Guan Yizhen to inquire further, she elaborated on her encounter with Yu Nian at the villa, her voice tinged with jealousy. Brother treats his cousin so well, always defending her. It makes me envious. Yet, she does not appreciate it. Why should she be so rude to my brother? I refuse to like her any longer. By the end, Shun Mingzhu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing her deep sorrow. Her intelligence shone through as she candidly expressed her jealousy, coupled with concern for her brother. Guan Yizhen, without a hint of doubt regarding Shun Mingzhu's words, acknowledged that Yu Nian had indeed crossed a line, despite her previous fondness for her. Sighing, she comforted Shin Mingzhu by patting her arm. You must remember, regardless of who it is, no one can surpass you in his heart. The bond you share from childhood is irreplaceable by any outsider. This assurance brought a smile back to Shun Mingzhu's face, and after a pleasant conversation with Guan Yizhen, she departed contentedly. Meanwhile, Yu Nian, unaware of the tarnished reputation she had garnered, was leisurely enjoying tea with Qin, who had come to visit her. Even if she were to learn of the gossip, it mattered little to her, for she felt no obligation to the Shun family. Qin found herself in delightful conversation with Yu Nian, feeling an inexplicable affinity towards her. As the wife of Mr. Huo, especially after Huo Yan's return to the country, many sought to curry favor with her, yet few truly captured her interest, including Shin Mingzhu, who has always had a good rapport with her elders. She often took the opportunity to ingratiate herself with Qin when the latter returned to her family home, leveraging her connection with Shun Jiqiao. However, Qin remained indifferent, rarely granting her even a glance. Despite Shun Mingzhu's seemingly amiable demeanor, Qin found her unappealing, suspecting that the girl harbored too many ulterior motives. When Huo Yan concluded his work and sought them out in the tea room, he encountered the two ladies emerging, declaring their intent to go shopping shortly. Yu Nian ascended the stairs to change outfits, and Qin intended to follow, hoping to assist Yu Nian in selecting clothes and indulge in the joys of nurturing. Yet, Huo Yan seized her arm, insisting he needed to speak with her, leading her back into the tea room. Speak quickly. I still wish to help Nian pick out some clothes, Qin remarked impatiently, noting how her son had become unusually verbose. She longed to see what attire Yu Nian possessed, and perhaps buy her a few items during their outing. Mom, I like Yu Nian, Huo Yan stated earnestly. I like her in a way that I wish to marry her. Qin was taken aback, nearly choking on her words, and coughed several times before regaining her composure. What did you say? She queried, staring at Huo Yan with a hint of disbelief. Mom, I genuinely like Yu Nian. The kind of liking that leads to marriage, Huo Yan reiterated with utmost patience. Qin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Her son was admirable in many respects, but had a propensity for fleeting passions. Qin pulled Huo Yan into the study, concerned that Yu Nian might overhear. Are you serious? What is Nian's stance on this? Very serious. I am pursuing her, he responded. Qin scrutinized him, taking a deep breath. Huo Yan, if you succeed in winning her heart and they end up together or even married, what happens when your fervor wanes? Mom, I'm a mature adult. I understand my actions and am capable of taking responsibility for my feelings, Huo Yan interjected, a sense of exasperation creeping in as he noted that they hadn't even begun their courtship yet, and his mother was already contemplating divorce. Qin felt a twinge of helplessness. Her son, at his age, had never experienced love before. She was thrilled that he had finally found someone he cherished, especially since it was Yu Nian, whom she also held in high regard. However, she pondered her son's nature and sighed, resigning herself to the situation. Should the two truly find themselves together, she would simply remind Yu Nian to take their time in the relationship. Then again, if they were meant to end up together, she would be overjoyed. Both were still young and had the potential for trial and error. Even if they were to part ways eventually, what would it matter? Should Huo Yan ever discover his mother's thoughts, he might well lament how truly maternal she was. Meanwhile, Qin began to regard her son with a critical gaze. Incapable, aren't you? Living together for so long without any progress? This matter cannot be rushed, Huo Yan replied, bemused by his mother's sudden change in attitude, now seemingly supportive of his feelings for Yu Nian. It is not yet urgent. Nian will begin school tomorrow. There are so many young and handsome fellows at the university, and should someone capture her heart, you will find no place to weep. Therefore, mother, as Nian embarks on her academic journey, our time together is already limited, so please refrain from constantly vying for her attention. Finally, Huo Yan articulated the crux of the matter. If his mother frequently sought out Yu Nian, she would monopolize all their moments, leaving him with none of his own. Xing gazed at her son in silence, realizing that this mischievous boy was indeed growing weary of her prolonged presence. Chapter 38. An unexpected encounter with Fu Jingyi. As the two emerged from the study, Yu Nian was already waiting on the living room sofa. Xing patted Huo Yan on the shoulder and whispered, "Do not worry, mother will assist you." With that, she made her way towards the standing Yu Nian, and together they departed. Huo Yan, is this how his mother assists him? Regardless of Huo Yan's inward musings, he remained at home. Originally intending to go shopping with Yu Nian, Xing abruptly altered their destination to a jewelry exhibition, claiming she needed Yu Nian's company to select some adornments. Upon entering the exhibition hall, they found it sparsely populated. Yu Nian gazed in astonishment at the prices of the jewelry displayed, realizing why there were not many visitors. Lacking genuine interest in jewelry, she leisurely accompanied Xing as they strolled. At one point, Xing stepped out to take a call, returning with an apologetic expression. "Nian, Annie has an urgent matter to attend to and must leave early." "It is quite all right, Annie. You may go about your business. I can return on my own." Yu Nian responded with understanding. "That won't do. I have asked Huo Yan to come pick you up. Take your time exploring. If you see something you like, let him buy it for you." Xing insisted, going to great lengths to create an opportunity for her son. "Annie, really, there is no need to trouble him with a trip. I can manage to return by myself." Yu Nian, feeling somewhat helpless, added, "I am not a child. I want to get lost. Listen to Annie. If not, I shall stay here and wait with you." Xing replied firmly, jesting that if Yu Nian left, the whole charade would be in vain. Reluctantly, Yu Nian agreed to wait for Huo Yan, which allowed Xing to depart with peace of mind. She took out her phone to call Huo Yan, intending to inform him not to come, but the ringing persisted without an answer. With no choice but to find a resting area to wait for Huo Yan, she settled down, hoping to avoid missing him. "You Xiaolu." Yu Nian looked up to see Fu Jingyi striding towards her, a girl trailing behind him, clutching her dress. In an instant, they were before her, and Yu Nian stood up, gazing at Fu Jingyi, who was making exaggerated faces at her, utterly perplexed. "What is wrong with you?" Yu Nian took a step back, wary of catching whatever he had. Fu Jingyi, equally speechless, retorted, "Am I some sort of virus?" "Fu Jingyi." Yu Nian exaggerated her pause, successfully catching a fleeting glimpse of his momentary embarrassment. Fu Jingyi, fearing Yu Nian would utter the humiliating name Fu Laudi, cursed the unfortunate Xiao Mubai in his thoughts. "Are you alone?" he inquired, glancing around. "Huo Yan is not here? This is rather unusual. He will be here shortly." Yu Nian responded with a touch of exasperation, oddly synchronizing with him. Fu Jingyi stepped closer, lowering his voice. Perfect timing. "I actually need to discuss something with you. Speak your mind, but keep your distance." Yu Nian expressed her disdain. Having become familiar with them, her words lacked the usual decorum. "You still find me bothersome? This is all Huo San's doing. I don't care. You must help me." Though their conversation was filled with less than flattering remarks, to the uninitiated, it appeared as though they shared a profound bond. "Brother Jingyi, who is this? Could you introduce us?" The woman standing behind could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, attempting to link arms with Fu Jingyi. However, Fu Jingyi smoothly turned and positioned himself behind Yu Nian. Yu Nian thought to herself, what a shameless individual, observing this woman, who had clearly taken her as a rival. She recalled Xiao Mubai and Han Zheng's criticisms of Huo Yan in their group chat, and the situation became apparent. Why was Huo Yan dragging them down? Was he so childish as to involve her now? It seemed she was no ordinary adversary, capable of compelling Fu Jingyi to forsake his image in public. But since this mess originated from Huo Yan, Fu Jingyi's evident desire to avoid the situation only deepened Yu Nian's sigh. "My surname is Yu. Please remain calm, Mississippi. I just need to speak with Fu Jingyi for a moment." Yes. Our Xiao Lu has matters to discuss with me. "Miss Yao, feel free to explore on your own for now." The expression of Miss Yao fluctuated as she absorbed this, eventually taking a deep breath to regain her composure. Yu Nian was astounded. This Miss Yao could also change her demeanor so swiftly. "Brother Jingyi, Miss Yu, please take your time. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave. We can arrange to meet again next time." She gracefully bowed to the two and then sauntered away, clearly a well-bred young lady from a prominent family. Once the woman had distanced herself, Yu Nian turned back. Was that really necessary? Seeing that the coast was clear, Fu Jingyi finally sat down, replying, quite necessary. His phone rang, and upon answering, he simply stated, rest area of the second exhibition hall, before hanging up. It was Mubai. Yu Nian exchanged a knowing yet exasperated glance with him. The rescuer was already arranged. So why drag her into this? All of this was Huo Yan's fault. Fu Jingyi felt justified in his indignation, especially since Xiao Mubai was not as effective as Yu Xiao Lu. Oh, Xiao, you're here too? Xiao Mubai's voice echoed from a distance. As he approached, he peered around curiously. Where's your little childhood friend? By chance we cross paths. Yu Nian raised an eyebrow, realizing he referred to the childhood friend. Why was she avoiding him like a venomous snake? Mind your words. Who are you calling childhood friend? By the time you arrive, the food would have gone cold, and she would have left. Fu Jingyi frowned in disdain. Are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing it? My buddy came to rescue you, the beautiful damsel. And this is how you repay him? Enough. If I hadn't called you, you'd still be stuck on a blind date. Who's saving whom here? With his ruse exposed, Xiao Mubai dropped the act. He. Mutual aid. By the way, Xiao Yu, how did you end up here? ISN T Huo coming? He's here. Are you all leaving? Yu Nian replied to Huo Yan's message, instructing him not to enter, as she would step out. In the end, all three boarded Huo Yan's vehicle. He had intentionally come to pick up Yu Nian himself, without a driver. Fu Jingyi and Xiao Mubai completely ignored Huo Yan's gaze. Given how often he had led them into trouble, it was rare to have an opportunity to vex him, and they could not let it slip by. In the restaurant's private room, Huo Yan regarded the two persistent companions who had followed them. It seems you two are rather idle. We owe a debt of gratitude to Yu Nian for her timely rescue. Fu Jingyi elegantly raised his glass, substituting water for wine, and offered a toast to Yu Nian. The implication was clear. His current predicament, which centered around Yao Shiru, had already been brought to light today by Yu Nian. If he was not concerned about complicating Yu Nian's situation, he could proceed to undermine me without hesitation. Huosaner, this is rather unfair. Just look at my weary visage. Xiao Mubai, feeling aggrieved, leaned closer to Huo Yan, having been on 3 blind dates in the past 2 days. How exasperating. Huo Yan, being rather petty, was someone he could not afford to offend at this moment, compelling him to feign helplessness. You are not a child anymore. Miss Yao has cherished you deeply. What more could you possibly desire? Xiao Mubai found himself intrigued by Huo Yan's statement. Indeed, do enlighten us. Your childhood sweetheart has pursued you for several years. Has she not? What is the reason for your disinterest? Yu Nian paused her meal, turning her gaze towards Fu Jingyi. Fu Jingyi, Chapter 39. Private cinema, what could he possibly say? That Yao Shiru is a deviant? In front of his family, she presented herself as gracious and intelligent. Yet when alone with him, she appeared utterly unhinged. He had contemplated the possibility of acceptance. After all, his expectations of love were minimal, and in terms of union, Yao Shiru seemed a suitable candidate. Their families were well matched, familiar with one another, and his family harbored a fondness for her. However, throughout their interactions, Fu Jingyi discerned an alarming intensity in Yao Shiru's possessiveness. If he failed to respond to her messages promptly, she would inundate him with calls, persistently ringing until he answered. Initially, he could consider her obsessive questioning as playful banter, but enduring this incessantly became unbearable. Even more troubling was the mysterious disappearance of his cherished belongings, which would inexplicably reappear at Yao Shu's residence. Upon witnessing his frustration, she would tenderly apologize, claiming her overwhelming affection rendered her unable to restrain herself. Both families noticed Yao Shiru's affection for Fu Jingyi and encouraged their union. Yet, Fu Jingyi remained resolute, ultimately deciding to forego the relationship. Yao Shiru, however, was not so easily dissuaded and intensified her pursuit of him. She adeptly masked her true nature before his family. But her own family was not so easily fooled. Upon uncovering Yao Shiru's actions, they opted not to inform the Fu family of the specifics, instead claiming illness as they whisked her away from the capital. After all, alliances among affluent families often hinge not just on sentiment, but also on mutual benefit. The Yao family feared that Yao Shiru might engage in some reckless act that could tarnish the relationship between the two families. Yao Shiru's mother hailed from Yun City in the south, and she resided there for several years, maintaining a seemingly placid demeanor without returning to Beijing to trouble Fu Jingyi. It was not until this year that the Yao family brought her back to the capital, ostensibly to find her a suitable match, for surely Yin City could not compare to Beijing. Fu Jingyi's mother still harbored hopes for their relationship, insisting that Yao Shiru had been away for too long and was unfamiliar with the city, thereby compelling Fu Jingyi to accompany her on excursions. When Fu Jingyi received his mother's call, he conveniently escaped to the newly opened resort, only to be betrayed by Huo Yan upon his return. At that moment, Xiao Mubai and Yu Nian resembled siblings from different parents, both aghast as they simultaneously chastised Huo Yan. Huo Yan found their indignation amusing. What could he say? Let them criticize. In truth, he was pleased to see Yu Nian's transformation, as she became more lively and capable of engaging in mischief alongside Xiao Mubai. Poor old Fu, indeed. Xiao Mubai lit an incense stick for Fu Jingyi. He needed to inform his mother to refrain from arranging blind dates. For if he were to encounter someone like that, he certainly lacked the cunning that old Fu possessed, and the consequences would be dire. Yu Nian expressed her sympathy, astonished at the terrifying nature of Miss Yao. If Fu Jingyi fell into her clutches, it would spell disaster. She offered her assistance, having already crossed paths with Miss Yao. Huo Yan observed Yu Nian, the little fool, as she unwittingly leaped into a trap. She failed to consider why Fu Jingyi shared such tales with them. It was merely a ploy to evoke sympathy, and the next step would undoubtedly involve soliciting Yu Nian's aid. Yet this little one had inadvertently sold herself out. Fu Jingyi seized the opportunity to gaze sincerely at Yu Nian, not granting Huo Yan a chance to interject. The debt of gratitude remains unspoken. I have truly grown fearful of her. Henceforth, I must trouble you, Xiao Lu, to protect me. Rest assured, old Fu, I shall resolutely safeguard your honor. Just as Yu Nian sensed something amiss, Xiao Mubai's astonishing declaration interrupted her thoughts. I'm genuinely grateful to you. Fu Jingyi gritted his teeth in response. Observing that Yu Nian had nearly finished her meal, Huo Yan interjected to bring this farce to a close. Upon exiting the restaurant, Fu Jingyi's driver awaited them. Well aware of when to withdraw gracefully, today had already yielded unexpected gains. To pursue further would be impolite. He ushered the ever-curious Xiao Mubai into his vehicle, while Huo Yan, having benefited from Yu Nian's assistance, felt inclined to reciprocate. After Huo Yan and Yu Nian entered the car, he refrained from starting the engine immediately, turning to glance at her in the passenger seat. Do you wish to see a film, Nian Yan? See a film? Yu Nian echoed, recalling that Yin Yuan boasted a media room, and not just one. The main building's lower level housed a family cinema. Why venture out? Huo Yan chuckled lightly, suggesting that perhaps Nian Yan had never been to a cinema before. Would you not like to experience it? Yu Nian hesitated. The idea of watching a film in a crowded theater did not particularly appeal to her, as she had indeed never attended one. A private cinema, just the two of us. Huo Yan reached out gently to smooth the slight furrow in Yu Nian's brow. She instinctively recoiled a bit, prompting Huo Yan to sigh inwardly. He had ample patience for her. Do you wish to go? Yes. This time, Yu Nian did not hesitate. She recognized Huo Yan's thoughtful intent and did not wish to disappoint him. Huo Yan drove toward the reserved private cinema, and along the way, Yu Nian rested her chin on her hand, entranced by Huo Yan's striking features. Is it beautiful? Huo Yan's amused voice snapped her back to reality. It is beautiful. Caught in her admiration, Yu Nian felt no embarrassment and candidly expressed that she had found him handsome from their very first meeting. You're also beautiful, Nian Yan. Huo Yan reciprocated the compliment. How childish, Yu Nian thought, bemused by the exchange, though a subtle smile graced her lips. Upon reaching their destination, they entered a tastefully decorated private cinema, where a staff member led them to their reserved room. Upon entering, both were momentarily taken aback. What was this? The room was not particularly large, featuring a grand screen at the front and a bed shaped like a sofa in the center, complete with a cozy blanket. Huo Yan surveyed the space, ensuring that this bed was the only seating arrangement for viewing, as he certainly did not wish to give Yu Nian any misconceptions. Nian Yan, perhaps we should return home? In all honesty, he had no idea it would be like this when he made the reservation. This confounded Huo Yi, and he would definitely address it upon his return. Since we are already here, Let us watch. The bed is quite spacious. Yu Nian approached and sat down, finding it surprisingly soft. She knew Huo Yan was not that kind of person, as long as Nian does not mind. The surprise was too sudden. Upon his return, he would ensure Huo Yi received a raise. In the midst of his diligent work, Huo Yi suddenly sneezed twice. Who could be cursing him? Meanwhile, two individuals adjusted the angle of the bed, seeking a comfortable position to recline. The bed was spacious, allowing each of them to occupy their own side, with enough space in the middle for two more. The film was an art piece, and despite Yu Nian's earnest attempts to watch attentively, she soon found herself drowsy, unable to fully engage with the narrative. Huo Yan's focus remained solely on Yu Nian, who lay on the opposite side. He paid no heed to the unfolding scenes on screen. Observing Yu Nian's impending slumber, Huo Yan rose and gently draped a blanket over her. "I am not asleep," Yu Nian exclaimed, her eyes flying open in embarrassment. Huo Yan had brought her to see the movie, and she had almost dozed off. "Indeed, Nian isn't asleep. I didn't rest well last night. Would you mind if I took a short nap?" Yan inquired with a smile, seizing the moment to recline beside her. Not returning to his previous position, Yu Nian, momentarily taken aback by Huo Yan lying next to her, contemplated suggesting he return to his side, but by then, he had already closed his eyes. Was he truly capable of falling asleep so swiftly? She chose not to disturb him. Perhaps he was simply exhausted. Covering Huo Yan with the same blanket, she too felt at ease enough to close her eyes, and soon the rhythmic sound of his breathing filled the air. Yu Nian succumbed to sleep quickly, a habit cultivated over many years, as she took advantage of any opportunity to rest, knowing she could be roused at any moment. Huo Yan opened his eyes to gaze at the slumbering Yu Nian beside him, a mix of helplessness and amusement washing over him. Was she truly this trusting? Here they lay, on the same bed, beneath the same blanket, drifting into sleep together. Chapter 40. The beginning of school upon their return to the banquet garden. As soon as they entered, Huo Yi approached with a sly demeanor. "Third Master, miss you, how was the movie?" We both fell asleep and didn't watch it," replied Yu Nian. At her words, Huo Yi's voice trembled with excitement. "You both slept? My goodness, Third Master, you are quite impressive." He typically worried about the Third Master's progress, but it was unexpected that after merely watching a movie, the Third Master had managed to win over someone. "Did you not feel sleepy during the movie? Why the excitement?" Yu Nian looked at Huo Yi with a puzzled expression. "Ha, I was just a bit sleepy." Hith. Realizing his misunderstanding, Huo Yi felt quite awkward, grinning sheepishly at the Third Master, who looked at him as if he were a fool. Yu Nian shook her head, bewildered by his antics, and headed upstairs. "Third Master, please say something." Huo Yan, uninterested, turned to ascend the stairs as well, thinking that perhaps it was best not to increase Huo Yi's salary. With such intellect, he wouldn't know how to spend it wisely. Left behind, Huo Yi gazed at the indifferent figure of the Third Master, extending his hand as if to speak, a sense of desolation creeping over him. Suddenly, Uncle He appeared, giving several others a knowing glance before stepping forward to cover Huo Yi's mouth and drag him away. The next morning, Huo Yan pulled the still dawdling Yu Nian downstairs, where several individuals observed their playful tugging. Huo Yi attempted to voice something, only to have his foot stepped on by Uncle He as he walked past. "Third Master, miss you, breakfast is ready." "Huo Yan replied and guided the still distracted Yu Nian towards the dining room. Noticing Yu Nian's lackluster demeanor, Uncle He inquired with concern. "Miss you? What seems to be the problem? Are you unwell?" "I'm fine, Uncle He," Yu Nian replied dully, nearly collapsing onto the dining table. Uncle He regarded her with worry, sensing that her condition did not seem trivial. "Don't fret, Uncle He. She simply doesn't want to go to school," Huo Yan stated calmly, offering Yu Nian some food. Uncle He sighed, realizing the situation. "Is there any possibility that Jing University is closed today?" Yu Nian poked at the food on her plate. Suddenly, muffled laughter erupted from behind, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps as they fled. Yu Nian felt even more dejected. Were they mocking her? Huo Yan cleared his throat, stifling a laugh. "The likelihood of that is slim. You'll get accustomed to it after a few more days." Regardless of her reluctance, Yu Nian eventually boarded the vehicle to Jing University. Huo Yan personally drove her to school, while Yu Nian tugged at the long-haired plush toy hanging from her backpack, nearly pulling it bald. Fur flew throughout the car as Huo Yan cleared his throat, hoping she wouldn't ruin the vehicle. Miss you, let me tell you, university is the best. Carefree and full of joy. You'll make friends, go shopping, dine out, and perhaps even. Hey, third master, what are you doing? The raised partition silenced Huo Yan's incessant chatter. Huo Yan contemplated whether to send Huo Yan instead. This one was a bit of a fool. Huo Yan rescued the bald little rabbit from Yu Nian's grasp. It was a premium brand accessory that Xin had given her to hang on her backpack. As she settled down, adjusting her hair, a sudden chuckle escaped her lips, invoking the sentiment of sending a daughter off to school. Yu Nian let out a soft hum, disinclined to engage in any disputes. They had already arrived at the entrance of Jingda, and she prevented Huo Yan from escorting her out of the car, opting instead to open the door herself. Today marked the first day of classes following military training, and the school gates were bustling with people. She wished to avoid drawing attention. After alighting from the vehicle with her backpack, she glanced back to see Huo Yan lowering the window to watch her depart. Farewell, dear father. Huo Yan could only shake his head in resignation. The two individuals in the front seat stifled their laughter, pondering, father? Their third master? It was indeed amusing, as he resembled a father bidding farewell to his daughter. Is this truly that amusing? Huo Yan's cold voice broke the silence. Exchanging glances, the two realized that their third master seemed to be incensed with embarrassment. Striving to suppress their expressions, they both shook their heads in unison. Only after watching Yu Nian enter the school did they drive away. Upon arriving in the classroom, Yu Nian found a considerable number of students already present. After enduring a rigorous military training, they had cultivated a sense of camaraderie. The hour was still early, and the room buzzed with chatter, falling silent momentarily as Yu Nian stepped inside. She was the sole newcomer in this cohort who had not participated in military training, leaving a profound impression on her classmates. With her striking beauty and an air of aloofness, she was undeniably captivating. Many harbored fond feelings for her. Due to her absence during training, she had left early on the first 2 days of school, missing opportunities to interact with her peers, which only fueled their curiosity about her. Yu Nian paid no heed to the scrutinizing gazes and walked directly to an empty corner in the back row. Taking out her phone, she replied to messages and snapped a photo of the classroom to post in a group chat. Great fifth brother. How is little fish? Is school fun? Steady big brother. From this angle, did you sit outside the classroom? Great fifth brother. Aha! Witty second brother. The big brother is indeed the big brother. Adorable little sixth. Great fifth brother. Where is Huo Yan? Why is he so quiet? Great fifth brother. Cunning third brother witty, second brother, fool. Huo Yan must surely be privately messaging Yu Nian, as it would be quite rare for them to observe his lively exchanges in the group chat. Disregarding their banter, she exited the chat to respond to Huo Yan's messages. While others engaged in lively social interactions and sought to build rapport with their classmates, Yu Nian remained composed. Immersed in her phone, some classmates cast curious glances her way, questioning if she intended to be a lone wolf. They found it difficult to comprehend her unconventional choices, eschewing military training and not residing on campus. Though some students commuted, they had all applied for dormitory accommodations, using them for rest or necessity. Only Yu Nian refrained entirely from staying on campus. It was only when the teacher entered the classroom that silence enveloped the room, prompting Yu Nian to put away her phone and prepare for class. During the lesson, she remained diligent and focused. Although she had not studied systematically in the past, she had diligently caught up during this period and was able to keep pace. With her exceptionally high intelligence, grasping new concepts when she earnestly desired to learn was effortless. After a morning full of lectures, Yu Nian stood to stretch, feeling the stiffness from sitting for too long. As the afternoon classes concluded, Yu Nian gathered her belongings, preparing to return home. Two girls approached her, one of whom, with a round face, smiled and extended an invitation. Yu Nian, would you like to join us for a meal at the cafeteria? Yu Nian paused momentarily, then shook her head. Thank you, but you may go ahead. I shall return home. Oh, very well then. See you tomorrow. Yu Nian nodded slightly and turned to leave. She had no desire to engage in such superfluous social interactions. She was not there to forge friendships, nor did she require them. Chapter 41. The cafeteria under scrutiny upon stepping out of the school gates. A familiar vehicle came into view. As the door swung open, Yu Nian entered the car, raising an eyebrow at the person before her. Had she not informed Huo Yan that she would return for lunch? She had glanced at her timetable. There were no classes in the afternoon, and it was unlikely that Yu Nian would visit the school cafeteria, hence he had come to pick her up. What he, eavesdropping with keen interest, observed the rising partition. Such a distant demeanor. Does Nian have something scheduled for this afternoon? Wasn't it agreed that I would pick her up after class? Yet here she is, sneaking away on her own. Yu Nian had grown immune to Huo Yan's sardonic tone and remained composed. It's just a minor matter. The cybersecurity department received some news that I need to address. Then let us dine first. Surely there's time for a meal. What would you like to eat? Yu Nian replied, perhaps I should eat at home instead. After their meal, Yu Nian declined Huo Yan's offer to drive her back, opting to leave in her own vehicle. She still had no car, as her plans to purchase one had been halted by Huo Yan. When he suggested she select a car from the Yin Garden Garage, she was taken aback by the sight of Huo Yan's garage, a veritable showcase of luxury automobiles. Amused, she chose a relatively understated Mercedes from the array of opulent vehicles. Recalling Huo Yan's forlorn gaze before her departure, the Bai family had identified a group of individuals requiring close surveillance. She needed to investigate further. By the time Yu Nian returned to the Yin Garden, it was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Upon entering, she spotted Huo Yan seated in the living room. Still awake? She inquired. Earlier that evening, she had messaged him to inform him of her delayed return, assuring him not to wait. I just returned from the old residence not long ago. Yu Yin replied softly, refraining from mentioning that he had waited specifically for her, unable to sleep in her absence. Would you like some mung bean cake? Well, Yin gestured towards a box on the table. Yu Nian paused, intending to ascend the stairs, but redirected her steps towards Huo Yan. He opened the box, releasing a delightful aroma. Within lay several creamy confections. Yu Nian sat down, taking a piece and savoring its sweet yet subtle flavor. So you stayed up just to bring me mung bean cake? She teased. The chef from the old residence made it. Knowing you would enjoy it, Huo Yan replied, sidestepping her question. Yu Nian chuckled softly, enjoying a couple more pieces before wishing him good night and heading upstairs. Yin watched her retreating figure with a gentle sigh, then rose to return to his own room. The next day, Huo Yan continued to escort Yu Nian to school, and an unspoken shift seemed to linger between them, as if something had changed yet remained the same. Yu Nian's university journey officially commenced. She had classes scheduled for the afternoon and made her way to the cafeteria. After collecting her meal and finding an empty table, she had barely taken a few bites when a group of girls approached with their trays. Yu Nian, what a coincidence. May we sit here? Yu Nian recognized them, particularly the round-faced girl who had sought her out for lunch the day before. She nodded indifferently. After all, the cafeteria was not her domain, and she had no authority over where they chose to sit. With a cheerful demeanor, the round-faced girl took a seat, while the other two girls, sensing Yu Nian's aloofness, appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Yu Nian ignored them, returning her focus to her meal, yet some were determined to disrupt her peace. Yu Nian, you possess quite a unique personality. The round-faced girl spoke again, though Yu Nian did not know her name and found her chatter to be rather bothersome. In truth, she was unfamiliar with most of her classmates' names. Ignoring the girl, Yu Nian continued to eat, but the girl persisted in her monologue. Why don't you live on campus? Do you go home every day? Yu Nian felt slightly exasperated. Were they truly close enough for such inquiries? The lack of boundaries was truly irksome. Whether the girl was genuinely naive or had ulterior motives was irrelevant. Yu Nian wished to be left alone. Setting down her utensils, she turned to the incessantly talking girl and said, "Could you please allow me to eat in peace?" Upon hearing Yu Nian's words, the girl's eyes reddened instantly. Her voice tinged with a tone of grievance, as though Yu Nian had wronged her. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to be your friend." "Not needed," Yu Nian replied succinctly. Two nearby girls, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, intervened. Yuan, Yu Nian wants to eat quietly. Let us not disturb her." Yes. Let's go eat over there," suggested another girl, pointing to an empty table nearby. As the cafeteria began to fill with more patrons, it became clear that Yu Nian was not welcoming of their presence, and the round-faced girl seemed insistent on lingering. They certainly did not wish to suffer embarrassment in front of others. Suddenly, the round-faced girl sprang to her feet, the chair behind her screeching loudly against the floor. Taking a step forward, she bowed to Yu Nian, her voice quivering with suppressed tears. "I'm sorry, Yu Nian. We interrupted your meal. I'll find another spot." This commotion drew many curious glances, and Yu Nian felt a hint of amusement. Were they truly waiting for her to react, intent on tarnishing her reputation? The two girls exchanged bewildered looks. What did Yuan mean by we? Was it not her own doing? Just as one girl was about to speak, the other stopped her with a gentle shake of the head, suggesting it was wiser to avoid further trouble and simply keep their distance from her in the future. They picked up their trays and departed, while the girl named Yuan remained, sniffling in place, attracting curious eyes in Yu Nian's direction. Yu Nian's expression remained cold and detached, seemingly impervious to the surrounding sympathy directed at the round-faced girl, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, making her appear pitiable. It is common for people to feel compassion for the seemingly vulnerable, especially among the impulsive youth of university life. "I truly apologize, Yu Nian. I only wanted to be your friend and did not mean to disturb your meal," the girl continued, her voice filled with sincerity. This statement ignited a sense of righteous indignation among many in the vicinity. After all, the girl only wished to forge a friendship. Was it necessary to reduce her to tears? Yu Nian scoffed quietly, refusing to engage further. Yet the situation was far from over. While she did not care for her reputation, she was not one to be walked over. "Who sent you?" The word "sent" resonated with a certain acuity, silencing those nearby who were eager to defend the girl. They exchanged glances, realizing that perhaps they had misjudged the situation. After all, it was not common for someone capable of gaining admission to a prestigious university to be foolish. Yuan paused, her sobs becoming intermittent as she processed Yu Nian's words. With a quiver in her voice, she lamented, "I mean no harm. I simply wish to befriend you. If you do not like me, then I shall take my leave." As she turned to depart, Yu Nian could not possibly allow her to go so easily. With a swift motion, she extended her leg, causing a chair to become wedged between the two tables in front of Yuan. Did she think she could leave without clarifying her intentions? "Do I appear to be easily trifled with?" The bystanders were momentarily taken aback by Yu Nian's bold action, exclaiming in awe, "How impressive!" They swiftly forgot their earlier sense of justice. If one dares to provoke her, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Does she truly believe her to be a soft target? Chapter 42. Yuan is terrified at this moment. Yu Nian's phone, resting on the table, rang, an incoming call from Huo Yan. Upon answering, Huo Yan instructed her to check her phone. He had sent her the information about Yuan. Curiosity piqued. Yu Nian refrained from inquiring how Huo Yan had come by this knowledge. Now was not the time for such questions. As she opened her phone, the answer became immediately apparent. A video shared in the group by Bai, showcasing Yuan's earlier sobbing apology to her. A relative of the Xiao family had fortuitously captured the moment and sent it to Bai for amusement. Upon viewing it, Bai, incensed, shared it in the group and promptly called Huo Yan, reporting that someone was bullying Xiaoyu. Blocked in her path, Yuan felt a pang of regret. Having long employed her usual delicate tactics to ensnare others, she had now encountered an insurmountable obstacle. A glance at the materials Huo Yan provided revealed the surname Du. Yu Nian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, a member of the Du family. Yuan was a cousin of Du Yin, who was the granddaughter of the Shen family and had always sought to curry favor with her. This time, having heeded a few words from Du Yin, she had come to exact vengeance on her behalf. The Du family had two sons. The elder was Du Yin's father, who inherited the family business. Yuan's father, an entrepreneur, had achieved moderate success but harbored no grand ambitions, content with the status quo. In contrast, Yuan harbored considerable ambition, aspiring to leverage her connection to Du Yin to ascend to the Shun family, ideally marrying into it. Thus, she invariably followed Du Yin's directives. Du Yuan? Chitai real estate? Yu Nian cast a cold smile at Yuan. If she chose not to speak, so be it. The matter could rest upon her shoulders. She was free to leave. Weak need. Yuan wondered how Yu Nian knew of her father's company. What did this imply? Now, being told she could depart, she found herself too intimidated to move. Regret washed over her. No, it was profound remorse. Why had she interfered in matters concerning the Shun family? Though Yu Nian might not be favored by the Shuns, she was nonetheless akin to Du Yin, a granddaughter of the Shun family. How could she afford to offend her? Moreover, how had Yu Nian discovered her information so swiftly? Had she truly been expelled from the Shin family? Yuan's heart raced at the thought. If this entangled her father's company, she could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. Yu Nian, dismissing the trembling Yuan, rose to depart. As she prepared to leave, Yuan could no longer maintain her composure. Yu Nian, please don't go. I apologize. I should have listened to others and caused you trouble. I'm truly sorry. Yuan, still playing her little games, had no desire to offend Duyin. She merely wished to smooth things over, hoping Yu Nian would let her off the hook. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What a twist. Thankfully, they had refrained from intervening earlier, or they would now find themselves in an awkward predicament. Yu Nian turned back, casting a cold glance at Yuan before she continued on her way. Was this all? Her words had carried as much weight as silence. Yuan's phone chimed, revealing an incoming call from her father. No longer able to entertain any delusions, she shut her eyes and cried out, "It's Duyin. Cousin Duyin sent me here. Please spare me." Upon hearing this, Yu Nian did not falter, exiting the cafeteria without a pause. The bystanders began to murmur among themselves. Duyin, the belle of the computer science department in her sophomore year? Why would anyone wish harm upon this freshman girl? Yuan collapsed on the ground, could no longer endure the scrutiny of the crowd. She scrambled to her feet and rushed outside, hailing a taxi to return home. Along the way, her father attempted to reach her multiple times, but she dared not answer. Stumbling into her family villa, she found her mother, Wenjun, on the phone. Upon mentioning that Yuan had returned, the call abruptly ended. Wenjun, bewildered by the sudden disconnection, was taken aback by her daughter's appearance. She hurried forward to support her, her heart aching with concern. What happened? Why are you crying? Who has bullied you? Mom, I've caused trouble, Yuan sobbed. Wenjun guided her to the sofa, gently patting her back. But you were at school. What kind of trouble could you possibly have caused? Did you have a quarrel with a classmate? Through her tears, Yuan recounted the events, and Wenjun began to understand. Are you saying that the Shun family has taken action against the company? Once Yuan finished speaking, she appeared considerably calmer. Dad called me several times, but I didn't dare to answer. Just then, her father, Du Tai, entered. Upon seeing the mother-daughter duo on the sofa, his anger flared. You ungrateful child. I spend money to send you to school, not to have you stir up trouble. Startled, Yuan shrank back, while Wenjun rose to pour her husband a glass of water. Calm down. I've already spoken to her, and she understands her mistakes. Placing the water before Du Tai, she shifted the conversation. Tai, regarding the Shun family's involvement, perhaps we should consult your sister-in-law? After taking a sip of water, Du Tai's fury subsided slightly, and he sighed heavily. I've already called your elder brother. This situation is not the work of the Shun family. Wenjun was astonished. Not the Shun family? Then, could it be merely a coincidence that the company faces issues? Several secure projects have fallen through, and the other party would rather pay penalties than continue their investment. Du Tai's expression darkened as he cast a reproachful glance at Yuan, the source of this turmoil. Wenjun had once stood by her husband's side during the company's inception, and only when it thrived did she find peace in managing the household. She was a woman of considerable acumen, and Du Tai often consulted her on company matters. Let us reach out to your brother and seek your sister-in-law as assistance, Wenjun declared resolutely. Although she held disdain for Shun Jian's arrogant demeanor, the survival of their company necessitated humility. Not the Shin family. Their connections are extensive, and this incident arose due to Duyin. They cannot simply turn a blind eye. Wenjun urged Du Tai to call his elder brother, Du Qianan, and suggested they visit him shortly. Given the circumstances surrounding the division of family assets, Du Qianan harbored some affection for Du Tai. Furthermore, since they had not troubled him in recent years, if Du Tai approached him, it should not pose a problem. With the intention of lowering their heads before Shun Jian, coupled with the elder brother's mediation, they hoped to resolve this predicament. The three of them soon set off for Du Qianan's residence, where both he and Shun Jian were at home. As soon as she entered, Wen Jun began to lament to Shun Jiyan, pleading for her to persuade her elder brother on her behalf. Du Qitai stood by with a furrowed brow, while Du Yuan sobbed quietly, afraid to speak. Observing the distress of his brother's family, Du Qi felt a twinge of sorrow, especially considering the troubles caused by Du Yin. He hurried to support Shun Jiyan in her endeavors. The flattery from Du Qi greatly indulged Shun Jiyan's vanity, and fueled by her deep-seated animosity towards Yu Nian. She promptly led the Du family of 3 straight to the Shun family's ancestral home. Shun Jiyan, possessing a modicum of cleverness, was aware that approaching her elder brother directly might lead to rejection. Thus she decided to first seek the counsel of the elderly patriarch and matriarch. Chapter 43. The Du family seeks assistance from the Shun family. The elderly couple of the Shun family found the security guard's words somewhat peculiar. Why had their daughter brought the entire Du family along? Nonetheless, they permitted them entry. Upon hearing Shun Jiyan's embellished recounting, particularly regarding Yu Nian's departure from their home, they were taken aback to learn she had seemingly allied herself with someone unknown. The notion that the Du family's second branch sought to eradicate them nearly caused the matriarch to faint. With her cane thumping against the floor, she called for the butler to contact Shunwen. Upon receiving the call, Shunwen hurried home, alarmed to hear that the Du family had arrived and that his mother was on the verge of collapsing. He and his wife, Guan Yizhen, rushed over in a flurry. Once Shunwen arrived, Shun Jiyan continued her exaggerated narrative, but Shunwen was not so easily deceived as his mother. Observing the 3 members of the Du family silently allowing Shun Jiyan to take the lead, he narrowed his eyes. Why was Yu Nian causing trouble for the Du family? As for the excuses Shun Jiyan had attributed to Du Yuan, Shunwen did not believe a single word. When Shun Jiyan attempted to defend herself, a mere glance from Shun silenced her, and he directly addressed the involved party. You be quiet, Du Yuan. Let us hear your account. Under the mounting pressure, Du Yuan tearfully disclosed the events. The Shun family members. It was no wonder Shun Jiyan concocted such fabrications. There was evidently more to the story involving Du Yin. Brother, regardless of the reasons, Yu Nian has gone too far. At such a tender age, her actions are unforgiving. One wonders who she has allied with to possess such confidence. Shun Jiyan grumbled, earning a sharp glare from Shunwen. Silence. Is this what an aunt ought to say? Such slander against her niece. However, Guan Yizhen took heed, recalling what Xin Mingzhu had mentioned to her previously, and began to contemplate the situation. Observing the expressions of her husband and mother-in-law, she mused on Shun Jiyan's words. Even if they harbored disdain for Yu Nian, she remained their granddaughter. How could they entertain such remarks? Jiyan, you must refrain from speaking in such a manner. Nian is still your niece. She then pointed at Du Yuan. And you, young lady, should exercise discretion. Do not blame Nian for her anger. If you wish to support your cousin, it cannot be done in this way. Shun Jiyan pouted in silence, recognizing that her sister-in-law was once again playing the virtuous role while veiling her own hypocrisy. With Guan Yizhen's admonition, Shunwen regained his composure. Ultimately, the root of the issue lay with Du Yin, and it was their family's duty to resolve it. He had no faith in Shun Jiyan's claims that Yu Nian had latched on as someone of influence. Firstly, he believed Yu Nian was not that kind of person, and secondly, he was aware that Yu Nian had arrived at the Shun residence in Sinqing's car that day. This was a detail he would not divulge to them, not even to Guan Yizhen. His past infatuation with Sinqing, which Guan Yizhen was privy to, would only complicate matters if revealed. He suspected that Sinqing had intervened to stand up for Yu Nian, making it inappropriate for him to confront Sinqing directly. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Sinqing might not extend him any favor in this situation. After some contemplation, he decided to call Shun Xiujin. The last time Yu Nian left, the 3 of them had accompanied her, suggesting a cordial relationship. Shun Xiujin, still at the company, found himself bewildered upon receiving a call from Shunwen. What was the nature of his relationship with Yu Nian? Yu Nian had blocked all 3 brothers. How could that be considered acceptable? Dad, why are you asking about this? Shunwen explained that Yu Nian had encountered some conflict with a child from the Du family, who had come seeking reconciliation. Shun Xiujin grimaced in distaste. Not the Du family again. Dad, please don't agree to anything without me. I'll be there shortly. After Shun went into the call, he noticed the anxious expressions of those around him. With a resigned sigh, he pondered why they had provoked her in the first place. Eldest brother, you cannot ignore this. Yuan is too frightened to even attend school now. Indeed, Mr. Shun, our Yuan has acknowledged her mistake and apologized to Yu Nian. She is on the verge of begging for forgiveness. Please assist us. How could it come to the point of not even being able to attend school? Gaining admission to Jing University is no small feat. It would be a pity for her to be hindered by these matters. Guo Yijin gazed at Du Yuan with concern. The old man, lacking formal education, had a deep admiration for those who excelled academically. Shun Mingzhu and Du Yin were favored by him precisely because of their scholarly achievements. Eldest brother called that girl Dad. Shun Wen hesitated, feeling it inappropriate for an elder to meddle in such affairs. He intended to wait for Shen Xiujin's return to handle it. What? Am I no longer able to summon you? Hand me the phone. I will call. Guo Yijin assisted the elderly man to stand, casting a resigned glance at Shun Wen, who mirrored her expression of helplessness. All right, don't get agitated. I will make the call. At that moment, Yu Nian was dining with Huo Yan and the uninvited Xiao Mubai, who had come to bask in his own accomplishments regarding the incident with the Du family. Yu Nian laughed at Huo Yan. I thought it was you. I believe Nian prefers to handle this personally. Huo Yan replied leisurely, casting a sidelong glance at the meddling figure beside him. The latter immediately protested. Xiao Yuer, am I truly being meddlesome? Not at all. You have merely simplified my troubles. Though it was unnecessary, one must not dampen a child's enthusiasm. Xiao Mubai puffed up with pride, engaging in casual conversation until Shun Wen's call interrupted. Upon seeing the incoming call, Yu Nian clicked her tongue. Here comes the inquiry. Xiao Mubai craned his neck to glimpse Yu Nian's phone. Your uncle? Here, to reprimand you? Or perhaps to plead on someone else's behalf? Huo Yan added. Xiao Mubai, now incredulous, wondered about the peculiar nature of these people. Yu Nian answered the call, observing Xiao Mubai's keen interest while choosing not to shield her conversation from Huo Yan and others present. She confidently activated the speakerphone, indulging his curiosity. Xiao Mubai gave a thumbs up and flashed a toothy grin at Huo Yan, who was too disinterested to acknowledge his foolishness, focusing instead on Yu Nian. After Yu Nian connected, silence ensued until Shun Wen cleared his throat and spoke awkwardly. Nian, how have you been lately? As soon as the words left his mouth, Shun Wen felt a twinge of embarrassment for having not reached out to inquire about her well-being during this time. His call was solely for a matter of concern. Uncle, is there something you wish to discuss? The cold voice of Yu Nian resonated through the receiver. Nian, I have heard that you have encountered a minor misunderstanding with a young lady from the Du family. Xiao Mubai felt an overwhelming urge to retort, for such trivialization of the situation was utterly infuriating. Was this truly his uncle speaking? Yu Nian maintained a stoic expression, listening to Shun Wen's monologue, merely responding with a few non-committal hums, allowing Shun Wen to ramble on. In the background, one could discern the murmurs of Shun Jian, the authoritative voice of the elder, and Guo Yijin's seemingly conciliatory yet provocatively charged remarks. Chapter 44. Yu Nian. Face can only be used once Huo Yan's gaze was darkened as he restrained Xiao Mubai, who was eager to speak. On the other side, Huo Yi and the others were equally restless, itching to rush over and dismantle the Shun family, contemptuous of such so-called kinship. Uncle, why not put on speaker? It seems everyone has something to say. Cough, that won't be necessary. Nian, what do you think about this matter? Shun Wen's voice carried an air of awkwardness as he stepped aside, unable to quell the chatter from a group, striving to keep their words from reaching the others. Uncle, are you aware of the entire situation? Guo Yijin approached. Let me explain it to Nian. Shun Wen sighed in relief as he handed the phone to Guo Yijin, departing to comfort the elder. Nian, I'm your aunt. How are things at school? Guo Yijin's voice retained its customary gentleness. Xiao Mubai scoffed softly, wondering if she was feigning concern or merely seeking to provoke. Guo Yijin seemed to realize her question was inappropriate and attempted to amend her words. My dear aunt just spoke with that girl from the Du family about school matters and mentioned it casually. Observing the stark contrast in Guo Yijin's demeanor compared to her previous visit to the Shun residence, Yu Nian remained unfazed, even finding this approach preferable. Please have uncle take the call, or you may put it on speaker. Surely, you wish to resolve this matter swiftly. Guan Yizhen's discontent with Yu Nian grew, as the latter disregarded the words of an elder, despite having previously deemed her a good child. Guan Yizhen switched to speaker mode, placing the phone on the table. Shun Jian, noticing her displeased expression while lowering the phone, felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. That girl must have given my sister-in-law a hard time. Now that she has climbed the social ladder, she looks down on us, her relatives. Guan Yizhen shot a scornful glance, but remained silent. Just then, Shun Xiujin entered, overhearing the conversation, and his expression darkened. "Aunt, can't you ever be quiet?" The matriarch rapped her cane. "This wretched child, truly a misfortune for the family. Why does the grandmother join in this nonsense? They speak of things that are utterly unfounded, as if they were facts." As Shun Xiujin prepared to interject, a loud thud interrupted him, causing several to freeze and glance at the phone resting on the table. "Thank you, Aunt, for allowing me to hear such riveting discourse." Yu Nian's voice floated in, tinged with disdain. Was it not simply repugnant? Who could not manage that? She had no desire to engage with them any longer. The earlier sound was merely Huo Yan throwing his fork on the table. Guan Yizhen stiffened, her mouth agape, surprised that Yu Nian would so boldly confront her. However, her earlier act of placing the phone on the table aligned too closely with Yu Nian's remarks, so she chose to remain silent. Nian Unchale, are you aware of the entire situation? Yu Nian interrupted Shun Wan, reiterating her previous inquiry. Yes. Shun Wan, agitated by Yu Nian's blatant disregard, felt a mix of anger and embarrassment at being outmaneuvered by a younger generation. Are you still intent on pleading on behalf of the Du family? Nian, that girl Yu Yuan has recognized her mistakes. She now fears returning to school due to this incident. Her punishment has been sufficient. Perhaps we should refrain from being excessively ruthless? Guan Yizhen's voice echoed in the room. The elderly couple remained silent, their dignified demeanor preventing them from speaking, especially after the recent awkwardness. I can overlook the Du family. I can also disregard Shen Jian's recent remarks, lest I make her acutely aware of the perils of careless speech. Pausing for a moment, Yu Nian let out a light-hearted laugh, her tone tinged with mischief. However, uncle, your favor may only extend this once. Are you truly certain you wish to employ it? Shun Xiujin contemplated hanging up the phone, instinctively wishing to keep his presence hidden from Yu Nian while simultaneously wishing to halt this farce. He believed that his father's favor was of paramount importance. Use it. Without waiting for Shun Xiujin to act, Shun Wen's words emerged. There was no need for Shun Xiujin to end the call. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Yu Nian promptly hung up. The members of the Shun family exchanged glances, while Shen Xiujin cast a dark look at the Du family, including Shen Jian, and issued an order for them to leave. It is getting late. You should take your leave. Brother Shun Du Yuan's eyes have been fixated on him since his arrival. Shun Xiujin remained unperturbed, allowing the butler to escort them out before retreating to the study with his father. After listening to Shun Wen recount the events, Shun Xiujin regarded his father with a complex expression. Had his father truly become so muddled? The daughter of the Du family had committed such an act and still dared to plead for leniency. Should this not warrant the Shun family holding the Du family accountable? His father had indeed allowed himself to be led by the nose. Father, how could you possibly place that call to Yu Nian? What of it? Shenwen replied dismissively, clearly displeased after having been put in a compromising position by his niece. Times have changed. Do you not recognize that, Yu Nian? Perhaps it is for the best. This way, our families remain connected. Shenwen gestured toward the Sun family's direction, sighing softly. Since the departure of his younger sister, the Shen family had scarcely maintained contact with the Sun family. Listening to his father's assumptions, Shun Xiujin felt a headache coming on. Had he not heard Yu Nian's words? Father, you're being overly presumptuous. After today, how much value will your standing with Yu Nian hold? We are family. Blood is thicker than water. No matter how well others treat her, they remain outsiders. Shun Wen held somewhat antiquated views. Regardless of how well Xin Qing treated Yu Nian, she would ultimately be considered an outsider. The Shen family was their own kin, and no amount of discord could alter that fundamental truth. This child has strayed. Just look at her attitude towards her elders. She indeed deserves some lessons. Such trivial matters are easily resolved by Qing, but when it comes to significant issues, she is utterly inconsequential. Guan Yizhen entered, bringing fruit for the father and son duo. Noticing their serious expressions, she smiled and inquired, "What are you two discussing? Mother, why are you engaging in this nonsense today?" Shun Xiujin found himself puzzled. Guan Yizhen's demeanor today clearly indicated her disdain for Yu Nian, which was a stark contrast to her previous attitude. "What are you talking about, my child? I merely felt pity for that girl from the Du family." Guan Yizhen's smile faded slightly. This trivial matter has driven someone to the point of being unable to remain in school, and the mother believes that Yu Nian has been somewhat excessive. Have you not considered that if Du Yuan's actions had succeeded, it would now be Yu Nian who could not stay in school? Du Yuan has brought this upon herself, while Yu Nian is merely an innocent victim. Upon hearing their son's words, Shun Wan and Guan Yizhen were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, how had they not thought of this? Just because she failed to achieve her aims, must you compel the victim to forgive the perpetrator? Shun Xiujin found this notion rather absurd. He could not comprehend why his family would go to such lengths for a stranger while showing little concern for their own kin. "Xiujin, when did you become so close with Yu Nian? Hasn't she blocked you?" Guan Yizhen, feeling displeased by her son's admonishment, wondered why her son was so eager in this regard, especially when she was indifferent towards him. "How do you know? Your mother knows much more than you think. I'm also aware that all three of you brothers have been blocked by her, and your younger brother is utterly intoxicated." Guan Yizhen furrowed her brows in discontent, growing increasingly irate as the flicker of guilt she had felt moments ago dissipated entirely. Chapter 45. Fear of offending a thought crossed Shun Xiujin's mind, and he suddenly understood why his mother's attitude had shifted so dramatically. It must have been Shun Mingzhu who mentioned it. Shun Xiujin, having been blacklisted by Yu Nian, had succumbed to drunkenness. Did his mother truly believe that? Recalling the previous provocation by Shun Mingzhu towards Yu Nian, he realized that it wasn't that he had failed to notice, but rather he had deemed such conflicts among girls to be trivial, believing it inappropriate for him, as the elder brother, to intervene. Moreover, the unexpected presence of a girl of similar age in the family likely sparked fears in Shun Mingzhu of losing her family's affection, rendering her momentary lapse in judgment quite understandable. Yet, at her core, she was kind-hearted. Once she came to terms with it, all would be well. Shun Xiujin sighed in relief. His affection for Shun Mingzhu over the years had not been in vain, and ultimately, he chose not to press the matter further. He resolved to have a private conversation with Mingzhu, acknowledging with a bitter smile that they had erred in the previous incident. Yu Nian's temperament warranted her decision to blacklist them as a reasonable response. Guan Yizhen had left the room in displeasure, allowing the father and son to resume their earlier discussion. "Xiujin, these are trivial matters. Do not let such insignificant issues affect you." How was the overseas market expansion progressing? Not very smoothly. They are rather exclusionary, Shun Xiujin replied with a sigh. The Shun family had reached a bottleneck in domestic development. Their scale was already considerable. However, Shun Xiujin was an ambitious and capable individual striving for greater growth, with Shun when fully supporting him. Regrettably, they lacked overseas connections. Relying solely on financial means felt precarious, and they feared being undermined, their reach limited. The prominent families in the capital's business circle, aside from the Huo family, had successfully expanded their overseas operations, but it was unreasonable to expect assistance from them without cause. The Huo family's unique background rendered their status unassailable, provided they did not betray their country. The second branch of the Huo family, reaching the current generation of Huo had truly become a pinnacle in domestic commerce. With their business footprint spanning the nation, an achievement beyond comparison. Shun Xiujin believed himself no less capable than they, merely lacking an opportunity. He found it challenging to penetrate the upper echelons of society. While normal business dealings were feasible, personal connections were out of the question, given their exclusivity. Those within his reach were primarily individuals of similar standing. "Take your time," Shun, when encouraged, patting Shun Xiujin on the shoulder. "Let's go downstairs to visit your grandparents." Downstairs, the Du family and Shun Jian had already departed, leaving Guan Yizhen engaged in conversation with the elderly couple. The father and son joined them. bringing joy to the old couple, and the family shared a warm moment together. Meanwhile, in another section of the banquet hall, the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense. Yu Nian gazed at them helplessly. She had no interest in the Shun family, so why the grim expressions? The Shun family ought to. Xiao Mubai cracked his knuckles, viewing that family as deserving of a reprimand. Yu Nian shook her head, deeming it unnecessary. Xiao Mubai was about to voice his thoughts, but was halted by Huo Yan. Listen to Nian. Do not engage in unnecessary actions. He understood Yu Nian's perspective. It was not that she cared deeply for those so-called relatives, but rather, it was for her mother's sake. As long as boundaries were not crossed, Yu Nian would not easily provoke the Shun family for Shun Zhiqiao's sake. After the meal, Yu Nian ascended to her room to work, leaving the others to assume she was saddened, their expressions filled with concern. Xiao Mubai, in particular, was incessantly chattering. Huo, why don't you comfort Xiao Yu? Those scoundrels from a Shun family have taken advantage of her kind nature. If it were me, I would undoubtedly take decisive action to teach them a lesson. The others nodded in agreement, their enthusiastic support palpable. After speaking until their throats were dry, they took a sip of water and turned to the unresponsive Huo Yan. Do you not agree with what I said? Annoyed by their incessant chatter, Huo Yan stood up and decided to indulge him. Yes, continue your discussion. I shall check on Nian. Xiao Mubai nodded in satisfaction and continued to denounce the Shun family alongside Huo Yi and the others. As Huo Yan ascended the stairs, he made his way to the small living room and, as expected, found Yu Nian there, her laptop perched on the small table before her. Huo Yan sat down opposite Yu Nian, choosing to remain silent, and instead picked up a book to read quietly. After a while, Yu Nian finally looked up from her computer, closing it with a sigh. Why are you not in the study? Have I infected you with my habits? She preferred a more relaxed atmosphere, disliking the rigidity of a formal study. Instead, she relished the comfort of lounging wherever she pleased. Huo Yan, in contrast, led a more disciplined existence. It matters not where I am. I have no favored lifestyle, merely accustomed to my routines. The entire second floor seemed divided in two, with Yu Nian's side exuding a casual charm, while Huo Yan's side remained meticulously orderly. Yu Nian stood and stretched, moving to the bedside, where she gazed at the antique courtyard illuminated by the light. With a hint of nostalgia, she turned to Huo Yan, who had approached her. Your home is fit for a tour. Perhaps you could take me around someday? Having resided here for quite some time, she had yet to explore beyond this house. Anytime you wish, consider it your own abode. Her words held a double meaning. Yu Nian shrugged, choosing not to respond further. I'm off to bed. School awaits me tomorrow. Indeed, good night. Huo Yan watched as Yu Nian retreated to her room, feeling content as he returned to his own, pleased that she did not contest his words. The following day, as Yu Nian entered the school gates, she immediately drew attention. The incident from the cafeteria the previous day had already surfaced on the school forum, and many were now aware of this formidable new student. Upon arriving in the classroom, Yu Nian chose her usual corner. Du Yuan was absent that day, while the two girls who had been with her yesterday kept their distance, fearful of attracting Yu Nian's notice. Though others were curious about her, they soon immersed themselves in their studies. Most students who gained admission to Peking University were exceptionally intelligent, capable of enjoying the spectacle without allowing it to detract from their academic focus. Yu Nian found this quite agreeable. As long as no one bothered her, she was content. At noon, she ventured to the other small cafeteria, using the card that Huo Yan had given her. Here, private booths ensured she would not be disturbed. The patrons of this dining area were either school administrators or the elite offspring of prominent families. Xiao Mubai had dined here during his time at Peking University. Meanwhile, Du Yin, waiting in the cafeteria under the scrutiny of curious gazes, had not seen Yu Nian all afternoon. She had come to clarify matters with Yu Nian, as the situation had escalated, jeopardizing her reputation. Du Yin was already aware of the matter by this morning. She had rehearsed for the club activity until the late hours of the night yesterday, and went straight to bed upon returning to her dormitory. It was only during class this morning that she learned of the incident that occurred in the cafeteria yesterday afternoon. Damn, Du Yuan had betrayed her. She immediately called Du Yuan, hoping to shift the blame onto her, but this time Du Yuan resolutely refused, ultimately even ignoring her calls. Wen Jun had sternly warned Du Yuan not to meddle in the affairs of the Shun family, particularly to avoid offending Yu Nian at all costs. Chapter 46. Reaping what one sows with no other recourse. Du Yin found herself compelled to confront people in the cafeteria. Given the throng of patrons, it was imperative to clarify matters publicly to salvage her reputation. After waiting the entire afternoon without encountering anyone, Du Yin left in dismay and took the rest of the day off to return home. Upon seeing Shun Jian, she began to lament her plight. After listening to her daughter's grievances, Shun Jian slammed her hand on the table in anger. They had been deceived. When they had sought her assistance the previous day, they had neglected to mention that Du Yuan had already betrayed Du Yin at school. Had they done so, she would never have offered her help. Wen Jun, a sharp-minded individual, promptly sought out Shun Jian after learning the details and advised Du Yuan on what could and could not be said. The strategy was to exploit the element of surprise, resolving the issue before Du Yin and her mother became fully aware of the situation. Enraged, Shun Jian immediately called Wen Jun to demand an explanation. On the other end, Wen Jun responded nonchalantly, claiming ignorance, stating that Yuan had been flustered the day before and had not articulated herself clearly. This infuriated Shun Jian, who then hung up the phone in frustration. The mother and daughter, after much deliberation and finding themselves at a loss, decided to return to her parental home for assistance. At the Shun family ancestral home, Du Yin lamented, "Mother, look at how badly I've been bullied. I can no longer remain at school." The old patriarch and matriarch, this sounded rather familiar. How could not? They had heard the same rhetoric the day before when Du Yuan had come with her. Meanwhile, Du Yin wiped her tears, exclaiming, "I do not know what I did to offend my cousin. Why would she want to harm me? What harm has Yu Nian done to you?" A cold voice interrupted, halting Du Yin's cries as she beheld Shun Xiujin descending the stairs. The previous night, the three members of the Shun family had remained at the ancestral home. Shun Jian was equally taken aback, not expecting her elder nephew to still be present. She intended to follow the same approach as the day before, seeking the counsel of the elders to solicit help from her elder brother. Shun Xiujin settled onto the sofa, observing Du Yin with an air of indifference. "Pray tell, how has Yu Nian wronged you? I would like to hear it," he said. At that moment, Shun Xiujin felt a wave of exasperation towards the mother and daughter duo. The previous day's events had already strained his father's relationship with Yu Nian, and now they had returned. Did they truly regard them as mere pawns to clean up their mess? Even familial ties did not justify such behavior. Du Yin, wiping her tears, stammered and struggled to articulate her thoughts. With her grandparents, she could merely cry, but her elder cousin was not so easily swayed. Regrettably, she should have inquired about the situation at the ancestral home prior to her arrival. Her elder cousin was far more formidable than her uncle, and they were not individuals she could easily manipulate. "Big cousin," she whimpered, reduced to playing the victim. What was wrong with her mother, leaving her in such a predicament? "Yu Nian, your elder cousin is here. Speak your mind freely. If you're truly being bullied, your brother will not stand idly by." The matriarch interjected. At this point, she had gained some clarity. This child was somewhat misguided. The matriarch's thoughts were tumultuous as she recalled the events of the previous day and considered Yu Nian's character. Her dear Xiao had passed away young due to that child, and Yu Nian's rather unlikable demeanor made it difficult for her to muster any fondness towards her. Yet, no matter the circumstances, that was Xiao's only child, and how could she genuinely disregard that? Now, with a heavy heart, the elderly lady sighed, unable to bear the sight of the child in distress. After all, she had watched the child grow up and had often found joy in her presence. It pained her to speak harshly. "Grandma, the school forum is abuzz with gossip about me, and my classmates are pointing fingers. I dread going to school," the girl lamented. Indeed, mother, when Yu Nian returned home at noon, her eyes were swollen from crying. "It broke my heart to see her so," she continued. "You must admit, that girl is truly despicable. Yesterday, I was kind-hearted enough to assist her." Du Yin felt as if she were on the brink of collapse. Her mother would have done better to remain silent. Just moments ago, she had accused Yu Nian of causing her harm, and her mother had swiftly turned to blame Du Yuan. Was it Yu Nian who harmed her, Or was it Du Yuan? Or had they conspired together against her? Shun Xiuqin scoffed, questioning the absurdity of their conflicting accounts as they came to complain. Xiuqin, your sister is suffering greatly. Will you not intervene? Shun Jian insisted, entangled in her own stubbornness. They were obliged to assist in this matter, whether they wanted to or not, for she would not relent until they acquiesced. She had confidence that her parents would not remain indifferent, yet she had not anticipated encountering Shun Xiuqin. Not my concern, Shun Xiuqin stated bluntly. Are we not relatives? Is this how you treat your own aunt and sister? Shun Jian's voice trembled with emotion. Once I am married, am I no longer a member of the Shin family? She continued, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Before the elderly couple could respond, Shun Xiuqin interjected, Yu Nian is my kin as well. She turned her gaze to Du Yin. You incited Du Yuan to harm Yu Nian, only to be countered by her. Now, you are implicated by Du Yuan's confession. Is that not the crux of the matter? Grandfather, grandmother, should we not address this? Observing Du Yin's fluctuating complexion, the elderly lady closed her eyes momentarily. Yin, how would you like us to intervene? She inquired. Upon hearing this, Du Yin believed the elderly lady's heart had softened and, refraining from arrogance, hurriedly suggested, let Yu Nian clarify the situation on the school forum. This matter does not concern me. I shall let go of the rest. Shun Xiuqin found the absurdity of Du Yin's words laughable. Did she not realize how ridiculous she sounded? This is beyond our purview. If you have a means to resolve it, seek out Yu Nian yourself. The old man, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, surprising Shun Xiuqin. Grandfather? What are you saying? Du Yin exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her tears. Father, you are well aware of that girl's attitude towards us. She would strike Yin without hesitation. How could we dare approach her? Shun Jiyin's tone was tinged with resentment. Had her father lost his senses to utter such things? You now fear her? Then why provoke her in the first place? The elderly lady was unwavering. Yin needs a firm lesson. Grandfather, grandmother, you cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. I swear it was not me. Du Yin, now genuinely frightened, felt tears welling up. What would she do if her grandparents chose to ignore her? Shun Jian embraced her daughter, tears streaming down her face. Father, mother, do you truly intend to abandon Yin and me? Yu Nian currently finds herself in a predicament, feeling neglected by her elders. Initially softened by Du Yin's tears, the elderly matriarch, upon hearing these words, simply closed her eyes. Are they truly favoring Yu Nian? Xiujin, you handle this. We are old and need to rest for a while, the old man declared, rising with the matriarch to return to their chambers. Shun Jian, taken aback, wondered if her parents were truly indifferent to her plight. This simply could not stand. She hastened to pursue them. With a mere glance from Shun Xiujin, the housekeeper moved to intercept the mother and daughter. Aunt, it's time to cease this, Shun Xiujin asserted. Have you grown so bold as to disregard your elder? Where's your father? I shall call him. Did you not hear what Grandpa and Grandma said? I will handle this matter. Seeking help elsewhere will prove futile. Shun Jian halted her motion to retrieve her phone. She was not foolish, given her parents' stance. Calling her older brother would be of no use. He had only intervened out of respect for their parents, and with their current indifference, reaching out to him would only serve to humiliate herself further. Chapter 47. The enviable Han Yin, let us depart. Shun Jian wiped away her tears and pulled Du Yin along. If they refused to assist her, she would no longer plead with them. Throughout her life, she had never endured such indignity, and with her anger flaring, she stormed out with Du Yin in tow. Once Shun Jian had left, Shun Wan and Guan Yizhen descended from the upper floor. They had overheard Shun Jian's arrival and decided to let Shun Xiujin handle the situation, remaining absent themselves. The elderly couple's prompt departure indicated their understanding of Shun Wan's intentions. If they genuinely wished to support Shun Jian, they would not have left the matter solely to their son, without even a brief encounter. They could not continually pressure their son to assist their daughter, risking a rift in their relationship. Shun Jian had recently become increasingly unrestrained. It was high time for her to temper her behavior. While they could still shield her, what would happen when they were no longer around? Their son would not exhibit the same indulgence towards her as they did. Your aunt has become increasingly unreasonable, and Yin has influenced her negatively. Shunwen sighed, reflecting on his sister. Guan Yizhen, sitting quietly beside him, wisely refrained from interjecting. Discussions concerning familial matters were invariably delicate. Father, do not concern yourself with them. If aunt seeks you out, simply redirect her to me. Shinwen nodded. He had neither the desire nor the capacity to intervene. You attend to your affairs. Your mother and I will greet your grandparents before we take our leave. Shun Xiujin acknowledged his father's words and turned to exit, as he indeed had matters to attend to. He sought to establish a connection with Wen Lin, whose complex background and extensive overseas influence could prove invaluable to his endeavors. With no one in the Shun family to oversee Du Yin, she had no choice but to clarify matters on the school forum, asserting her innocence and extending an apology on behalf of her cousin, Yu Nian. Many were skeptical, perceiving the situation as an affront to their intelligence, particularly those who witnessed the incident in the cafeteria. Nevertheless, some expressed their support for Du Yin, viewing her as an innocent victim ensnared in a misfortune. After all, most only heard about the cafeteria affair, and Du Yin's past reputation as a talented and beautiful heiress still garnered her some favor. This incident stirred quite a commotion, significantly impacting the Du sisters. Meanwhile, the other party involved, Yu Nian, continued her solitary existence, and as a result of this event, few dared to approach her in class. Upon returning to school, Du Yuan also avoided her path, genuinely fearful. Even without her mother's admonitions, she dared not provoke Yu Nian again. It must be said that Du Yuan was astute. Her previous ignorance of Yu Nian had led to a significant misstep, but now she understood that avoiding conflict was the wisest course. Regardless of Du Yin's attempts to incite her, she harbored no thoughts of retaliation. She recognized that if Yu Nian chose to target her, it would be beyond the reach of the Du family, and even the Shun family would be powerless to intervene. Yu Nian's university life was starkly simplistic. She attended classes and departed without engaging in extracurricular activities, residing off campus and avoiding social interactions. Her solitary demeanor attracted attention at Jing University, rendering her a figure of intrigue. Naturally, many resented her. However, her formidable reputation deterred most from provoking her. Yu Nian felt quite satisfied, having enjoyed a prolonged period of tranquility. During her free time, she mostly resided in the banquet garden, still without friends, leading a solitary existence. However, she inexplicably found herself drawn into gatherings of a close-knit family, each time being pulled into their company for various reasons. Huo Yan did not intervene. He preferred that Yu Nian not remain cooped up at home every day. Since she was averse to making friends, he considered his friends her friends. Although these individuals could be rather eccentric at times, their character was trustworthy. Fortunately, Yu Nian interacted well with them, despite her occasional complaints. It was evident that her spirits were lifted. Little fish, you're being unreasonable, but it is you who is being unreasonable. In Ren's club, Huo Yan sighed helplessly while observing the two novices squabbling by the pool table. Is your teacher ineffective? Ren teased, sharing tea with him. Xiao Mu Bai was utterly incapable of grasping the game, while Yu Nian was just a beginner. The two were a perfect match for playing together. It was puzzling how they ended up in a disagreement mid-game. Huo Yan refrained from retorting and instead offered Ren a smile. This was an outing. He could only briefly instruct Yu Nian on the mechanics of the game. Once they returned to the banquet garden, he would teach her in a hands-on manner. As for the teaching method, Huo Yan, mind your expression management, Fu Jing subtly remarked, not directly stating his thoughts. Observing the way Huo Yan gazed at Yu Nian with an expression that bordered on lecherous jealousy, the two fell silent. Watching Yu Nian play pool with Xiao Mu Bai, could one not feel envy? Huo Yan's insufferable good fortune. Knock, knock. Ren's subordinate entered the room. Sir, Mr. Chen has arrived. Yes, I will be there shortly. Mr. Chen was a business partner of Ren's, at least on the surface. The subordinate hesitated, glancing at Yu Nian, who had just finished her game. This subordinate was a trusted aide of Ren, having accompanied Yu Nian abroad on her last trip and was somewhat familiar with her circumstances. What else with little fish? Xiao Mu Bai inquired, puzzled by his companion's behavior. Mr. Chen brought along young Master Shun. Huo Yan handed Yu Nian a towel to dry her hands, casually continuing, I heard the Shun family is expanding into overseas markets. Everyone understood. They were seeking Ren's protection. Yu Nian, already seated, accepted the tea Huo Yan offered and took a sip, seemingly indifferent to the matter. The subordinate standing beside Ren stared in astonishment at Huo Yan, who was wiping hands and pouring tea. Was this truly the legendary Huo Yan? Let them wait. Ren cast a sidelong glance at the fool gaping at Huo Yan, daring to intrude upon their affair. He waved his hand to dismiss the others and sat back down. Brother Ren, we cannot assist them. They bully our little fish. It would be enough not to hold them accountable. Ren raised an eyebrow at Yu Nian, unconvinced. Could she really be bullied? In business, one must remain detached. This matter does not concern me, Yu Nian replied coolly, indicating her lack of involvement. Smart child, Fu Jing praised, giving her a thumbs up. You all continue. I shall go check on something. They had nearly finished drying. In another private room, the two individuals waiting began to feel increasingly anxious as time passed. Mr. Chen's heart was in turmoil, wondering if bringing Shun Xiujin along had displeased Wen Renlin. The Shen family had provided too much support for him to refuse. Just then, the door swung open, and several men in black entered, taking positions around the room, followed by Wen Renlin, who walked in with measured steps. His vigilance towards outsiders had never waned, for many sought his life. Apologies for the wait, gentlemen, he said, his tone polite. Not at all, mister. Shen replied, a forced smile plastered on his face, deliberately overlooking the fact that Wen Renlin had not reciprocated the civility. Although they were partners in business, Mr. Chun, a mere merchant, found himself outmatched by the complexities surrounding Wen Renlin. To assert dominance in front of him would be nothing short of inviting his own demise. Chapter 48. You have offended my sister, Master Lin. This is Mr. Shun from the Shun Group. I've long heard of your esteemed name and have come specifically to pay my respects. Despite the discomfort, President Chen introduced him, as Mr. Shun was his guest. Shun Xiujin straightened up and extended his hand to Wen Renlin. Master Lin, it is an honor to finally meet you. This was his first interaction with Wen Renlin, and indeed, the reputation was well-deserved. The man exuded a powerful aura that instilled a sense of pressure. Wen Renlin graciously accepted the handshake and settled onto the sofa, gesturing for the two to take their seats. He casually toyed with a lighter, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Mr. Shun at present. I have no intention of collaborating with the Shun family. Shun Xiujin was momentarily taken aback. Did Wen Renlin discern his purpose? He had anticipated that discussions might not proceed smoothly, preparing himself for a significant loss or outright rejection. However, he never imagined that Wen Renlin would deny him the opportunity to voice his intentions. Master Lin, may I inquire why? Nothing in particular. I simply have an aversion to the Shun family. His nonchalant tone left both men astounded. President Shun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing he was being dragged into a predicament by Shun Xiujin. Having offended Wen Renlin himself while seeking his assistance for an introduction, it felt like a trap. Shun Xiujin's mind raced as he reviewed the situation, confirming that there had been no prior interactions between the Shun family and Wen Renlin. What could have sparked such disdain? Surely it could not be a mere personal dislike. Your family has upset my sister, Wen Renlin clarified, not allowing Shun to ponder too long. The two were utterly perplexed. Who among them was unaware that Wen Renlin was the sole representative of the Wen Ren family in the capital? Where could this sister possibly come from? Master Lin, could you please specify? We would like to offer our apologies to your sister. The situation dictated the course of action, and Shun Xiujin grasped the meaning behind the words. Despite not knowing the origin of this sister or the specifics of the offense, they were compelled to concede to Wen Renlin's assertion. There was no doubt regarding the authenticity of his claim. After all, rejecting him was merely a matter of a few words, not worth the trouble of fabricating a sister. Apologies are unnecessary. Discussions of cooperation are off the table, Wen Renlin stated coolly. Master Lin, it was indeed presumptuous of us, President Chun interjected, discreetly pulling Shun Xiujin back from further conversation. Wen Renlin had clearly indicated that the Shun family had offended him, and it was evident he had no desire to engage further. Quite presumptuous, Wen Renlin replied with a chilling tone. We shall take our leave and refrain from further disturbing you. Master Lin, President Shun said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Wenren Lin gave a slight nod as his subordinate opened the door, signaling their departure. Master Lin, we will ensure that the Shun family provides you with an explanation regarding this matter, Shun Xiujin declared, determined to express their stance, regardless of the circumstances. Wenren Lin remained silent as his subordinate escorted them out. Oh, Mr. Shun, you have put me in a dire predicament, President Shun lamented once they exited the establishment. President Shun, I was completely unaware of this situation. Otherwise, would I have come today? Shun Xiujin replied with a wry smile. President Shun sighed, acknowledging the situation. After all, the Shun family had indeed benefited significantly from the Shun family, and he still offered a few words of caution. Young Master Shun, perhaps you should investigate how you might have offended someone. There may yet be a chance for redemption. Lord Wenren seems to hold this sister in high regard. Regardless of whether she is a biological sister or a close companion, the fact that Wenren Lin outright rejected the Shun family speaks volumes about her influence. Thank you, President Shun. Shun Xiujin shared this sentiment. First, they needed to ascertain how they had offended Wenren Lin's sister, and then perhaps they could find a way through her. If she could prompt a refusal, she might also facilitate an agreement, wouldn't she? After bidding farewell to President Shun, Shun Xiujin hurried back to the Shun residence, intent on uncovering the matter. It was likely that one of the younger members of the Shun family had inadvertently offended Wenren Lin's sister. In the study of the Shun household, father and son faced each other. Father, could it be Xiuqin? Shen Wen shook his head. No, he has been at the company recently. I've been keeping an eye on him. Ever since that last drunken outing, Guo Yizhen has insisted that her husband take their son to the company for some much-needed discipline. He can't remain a reckless scion forever. Perhaps we should inquire with the family. Resolving this matter could present an opportunity. Shun Xiujin conveyed his thoughts to Shen Wan, who found them reasonable. They promptly summoned all family members residing in Kyoto, including Shun Jiyin and her daughter, to the ancestral home. Initially reluctant to attend her elder brother's summons due to lingering anger from the previous incident, Shun Jiyin felt a twinge of fear upon hearing Shun Wen's assertion that the matter was crucial to the family's future. Thus, she begrudgingly brought her two daughters along. Once gathered at the ancestral home, Shun Wen recounted the situation. The assembled family exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Offending Wenren Lin's sister? Even if they wished to, they would need an opportunity, yet they did not even know who she was, let alone how to offend her. Shun Xiujin contemplated. Mingzhu has always been well-behaved. It could not be her. My second uncle's son, Shun Mingzhu, is merely a high school student who rarely comes home. It is unlikely that he is involved. Xunian is composed and would never engage in such antics. As for Shun Xiuqin, the most troublesome of them all, he has had no opportunity to cause trouble lately. The Du sisters are also ruled out. Du Yun is relatively steady and would not stir up trouble. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Du Yin. Cousin, why do you look at me? I've been at school, minding my own business since the last incident. Du Yin, noticing Shun Xiujin's scrutiny, promptly defended herself, fully aware of the gravity of today's situation and refraining from any display of temper. As Du Yin recounted the previous incident, Shun Mingzhu's eyes flickered with understanding. Elder brother, while Yinin enjoys her fun, she knows her limits. I believe she would not offend anyone recklessly. Grateful for Shun Mingzhu's defense, Du Yin met her gaze appreciatively. Despite her usual brashness, she knew better than to provoke the wrong individuals. Then it struck her, what about Yu Nian? Cousin, what use is it for you to merely inquire about us? There remains one member of the Shun family yet to arrive. A faint smirk played upon Shun Mingzhu's lips. This fool has proven somewhat useful after all, and her reminder was not in vain. Du Yin rolled her eyes, realizing that her sister had once again become a pawn for Shun Mingzhu, oblivious to the lessons learned from past misfortunes. Shun Xiuqin paused at the mention. Are you speaking of Yu Nian? Indeed, that irritable Yu Nian. Surely you are aware of this? Who among us has not suffered at her hands? If anyone has offended others outside, it would undoubtedly be her. Du Yin spoke with unwavering conviction, finally seizing the opportunity. After suffering a significant setback last time, she had been treading carefully ever since. Furthermore, the insufferable Du Yuan was of no assistance. She found it hard to believe that, given the stakes concerning the Shun family, Her uncle's family would continue to indulge her whims. Chapter 49, I am the driver. Is the bodyguard Shun Xiujin and Shun would exchange a glance, signaling the others in the household to take their leave. Since this matter did not concern them, their presence would only serve to complicate things. However, Du Yin's words had indeed served as a warning to the Shun father and son. They were well aware of Yu Nian's temperament, which would not wane in intensity due to the identity of the other party. Moreover, given her relationship with Xin Qing, it was plausible that she could come into contact with Wen Renlin's sister. Yet, the approach to managing this situation was genuinely vexing. Yu Nian was not one to be easily manipulated, let alone be persuaded to offer an apology. First, they needed to ascertain whether Yu Nian was indeed involved. Shunwen pondered for a moment, realizing they could not condemn Yu Nian based solely on Du Yin's account. If, by chance, she had no connection to this incident, their attempts to compel her to apologize would be futile. How could they confirm this? Shun Xiujin felt helpless. Yu Nian was truly a challenge, impervious to both coercion and persuasion. Let Mingzhu handle it, Shunwen suggested, reasoning that as a young girl, she would be easier to communicate with. That might not be appropriate. Mingzhu offended someone last time. In the end, it seemed that no one in the Shun family had a close relationship with Yu Nian. Had it not been for the previous incident, they might have considered involving her mother, but now, Shunwen felt overwhelmed, and the father and son exchanged silent glances, both at a loss. With a wry smile, they found themselves utterly powerless against a mere young girl. While the Shen family was in a state of disarray, desperately trying to find a way to reach Yu Nian, she was at the Yin garden completely at ease. The two sat on the same sofa, with Yu Nian leaning against Huo Yan, engrossed in a mobile game, exchanging light banter. Their camaraderie had grown increasingly natural during this time. How about we go skiing in a while? Huo Yan proposed, as the weather gradually turned colder. He owned a ski resort in the outskirts of Beijing, which was about to open for the season. I've never skied. Is it fun? Yu Nian's past life had offered little in the way of entertainment, but since staying with Huo Yan, she had experienced many firsts. Is it thrilling? Huo Yan searched for an apt description. We can discuss it later. In a few days, I need to accompany the old man to the south. Would you like to join? No, I have school and won't have time. Huo Yan chuckled in frustration. This girl usually avoided school whenever possible. Yet now she used it as an excuse to dismiss him. He sighed. I'll be gone for several days. What if I miss you? Yu Nian waved her phone meaningfully, her intent clear. Irritated, Huo Yan playfully tugged at Yu Nian's ponytail. You carefree little girl, you must be doing this on purpose. Immature, Yu Nian mumbled. The Shen family might come looking for you. Huo Yan was not entirely averse to the idea of taking the girl with him, especially since Shan Xiujin had faced setbacks with Wen Renlin and was likely to consider Yu Nian. It was no secret that Yu Nian resided with him. Anyone who wanted to investigate would easily discover this fact. One must admit, Huo Yan had stumbled upon the truth quite inadvertently. How will they find you? Yu Nian regarded the situation with indifference. With someone to pick her up both to and from school, she felt no need to venture elsewhere. Surely, they could not intrude upon the banquet garden. Let Huo Yi and Huo Er accompany you. Do not allow him to fret. Although I am aware they pose no threat to you, one can never be too cautious, she advised. Rising to her feet, she lightly patted Huo Yan's shoulder and said earnestly, Young man, excessive worry will only hasten your aging. Without waiting for his response, she swiftly ascended the stairs. Left behind, Huo Yan could only watch in bemusement as Yu Nian's figure disappeared upstairs. What an ungrateful girl. For whom was he concerned? Yet, he felt a sense of relief. This Yu Nian was a stark contrast to the one he had known before. She had become lively and cheerful, albeit sometimes with a hint of painful exuberance. Huo Yan's concern was indeed warranted. The very next day after his departure, as Yu Nian exited the school gates, she found herself cornered by Shun Mingzhu and Du Yin. Nian, cousin, it has been a while. Shun Mingzhu greeted with a sweet smile. Did the Shun family send you here? Yu Nian was blunt, cutting straight to the chase without any pretense. Shun Mingzhu froze, unprepared for such directness. It was not the Shun family that had summoned her. She had come of her own volition. She was aware that her uncle and elder brother were still troubled by the matter. By approaching Yu Nian privately, she hoped to persuade her to apologize to the sister of Wen Renlin. Should Yu Nian comply, the credit would be hers. Shun Mingzhu anticipated that Yu Nian would likely refuse, but that was of little consequence. At the very least, it would deepen the rift between Yu Nian and the Shun family. Moreover, she could claim to be acting out of goodwill, attempting to alleviate their burdens. No one could hold her accountable. To further deflect blame, she intentionally brought Du Yin along, knowing full well that Du Yin and Yu Nian had never gotten along. It would be perfectly normal for Yu Nian to be provoked by her presence. Shun Mingzhu avoided answering Yu Nian's question, opting instead to sidestep the issue. Cousin, it is only natural for me to encounter someone from Peking University. Speak plainly. I have no time to waste with you, nor any fond memories to reminisce, Yu Nian replied coldly, eager to return home for a meal. Yu Nian, we came with good intentions to see you. What is with this attitude? Du Yin could no longer contain herself, insisting that Shun Mingzhu was simply being too kind, only to be met with indifference. Have you finished? If so, I shall take my leave, Yu Nian said dismissively, unwilling to engage further at the school gate. Miss you, Du Yin began, but was interrupted by Huo Yan, who had observed the scene from the car and approached to inquire if assistance was needed. Yu Nian cast him a glance that clearly conveyed her thoughts. He had merely come to spectate. Huo Yan chuckled foolishly, instantly dissipating the tension with his presence. And who might you be? Du Yin asked, her initial excitement at seeing a handsome man quickly fading upon realizing his connection to Yu Nian. The driver, Huo Yan replied. Yu Nian nearly rolled her eyes. He was essentially Huo Yan's spokesperson at the Huo family. Outside, he should be addressed as Mr. Huo. Yet here he was, reduced to the role of a driver, all for the sake of viewing the spectacle up close. Sister, please do not harbor resentment against our family. You are well aware that your matters have caused your uncle and elder brother considerable distress these past few days. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sister Mingzhu, some individuals possess no conscience and are simply unyielding. Upon learning that Huo Yan was merely a driver, Shun Mingzhu and Du Yin felt a wave of relief and resumed their previous conversation. Miss you, why not join these two young ladies in the car for a chat? Noticing that others had begun to take note of their gathering, he kindly offered a reminder, showcasing his attentiveness as a driver. Although he found their idle curiosity somewhat exasperating, Yu Nian was the first to make her way to the vehicle, wishing to avoid being the center of attention. Shun Mingzhu and Du Yin, having finally cornered Yu Nian, were determined not to let her escape, and with a determined resolve, they followed her. Once inside the car, the two were startled by the presence of Huo Yan in the passenger seat, prompting Huo Yan to speak up. Bodyguard, he remarked, winking at Huo Yan. Isn't it nice to have a brother who looks out for you? Even while indulging in gossip, he remembers to include you. Chapter 50. The theatrical Huo Yan, what is it? Yu Nian asked, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the two individuals who had trailed behind. The interruption had caused Shun Mingzhu to lose the emotional momentum she had been building, and she refrained from theatrics. Cousin, perhaps you should apologize to Miss Wenren. Which Miss Wenren? Had she misjudged their intentions? Who was this Miss Wenren? The only person she knew with the surname Wenren was not even a miss. The two individuals in the front exchanged confused glances, both equally bewildered. They were unaware that the Wenren family had another daughter, young Master Lin's sister. It's perfectly normal for your cousin, who has just arrived in the capital, to be unaware of such matters. You might inquire with your chauffeur, Shun Mingzhu explained patiently. She observed that these two did not seem to hail from humble backgrounds, and surely they possessed some knowledge about the happenings in the capital. Simultaneously, she harbored another thought. If Yu Nian had indeed allied herself with someone significant, would she still receive protection upon realizing she had offended Wenren Lin? Miss you. This young Master Lin is quite formidable. He is a ruthless character who does not hesitate to take a life. When did you cross paths with his sister? Huo Yi's tone dripped with schadenfreude, which resonated differently in the ears of the other two. It seemed that Yu Nian was not particularly favored, as even a chauffeur felt emboldened to mock her. Indeed, sister, young Master Lin is currently redirecting his ire towards our Shun family. The previous collaboration has fallen through, and our uncle and elder cousin have been frazzled by this situation these past few days. As a family member, you must feel for them, no? As Shun Mingzhu spoke, her emotions welled up, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. He could not stifle a chuckle. Is this Miss Shun here for comedic relief? Yu Nian's lips twitched in exasperation. She was utterly speechless. It became glaringly clear that Wen Lin had rejected the Shun family, using this flimsy excuse. And now the Shuns had decided to pin the blame on her for offending his sister. Miss Yu, you ought to handle this matter yourself and ensure we are not implicated. He feigned a look of fear, as if he had not just laughed moments ago. Beside him, Huo chose to ignore the fool, waiting for the third master to return, betting that he would not go unscathed. How would the third master know? His attentive assistant will surely embellish the report, he mused. Yu Nian had little interest in entertaining this drama queen and chose not to engage Shen Mingzhu further. Instead, she pulled out her phone and called Shunwen. Once the call connected, Yu Nian activated the speakerphone. Shen Mingzhu looked at her in confusion. Was she calling her benefactor for help? Nian, is there something you need from Uncle? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Mingzhu felt a jolt of anxiety, not anticipating Yu Nian would directly reach out to Shunwen. Given Yu Nian's temperament, she would typically have scolded them away. Shen Mingzhu glanced at Du Yin, puzzled by her sudden display of intelligence. Why had she remained silent since entering the car? Now, leaving her with no chance to deflect blame? Du Yin's gaze had been fixated on Huo throughout. Shen Mingzhu nearly exploded with frustration. Was this dimwit now infatuated? Besides, what was so admirable about a mere bodyguard? Uncle, I have heard that I offended the sister of Wen Lin. On the other end, Shunwen paused, having deliberated with Shan Xiujin on whether it was wise to seek out Yu Nian so hastily. Initially, there remains uncertainty about whether Yu Nian is indeed responsible. And given that Master Huo shares a close relationship with Wen Lin, it may be more prudent to address this issue through her connection with Xinqing. But how did Yu Nian come to know? What is Nian saying? Shunwen feigned ignorance. Shen Mingzhu and Du Yin are currently in my vehicle. Over the phone, I could hear Shunwen's heavy breathing for a moment. He must be quite incensed. Uncle. The faint sounds that reached my ears suggested that Shunwen was on the verge of exasperation. He had just conferred with Xiujin, agreeing that they must not offend Yu Nian. Not only should they avoid offense, but they should also strive to mend relations. Yet these two fools went ahead and stirred up trouble. When did Shen Mingzhu become so foolish? You two, return immediately. Shunwen's voice was steady as he commanded. Nian, this situation is a misunderstanding. Uncle will explain further on another day. As the call ended abruptly, Shen Mingzhu's heart sank, realizing she might have caused a significant blunder. This matter was far more complicated than she had anticipated. Meanwhile, he had exited the vehicle and opened the door. Ladies, please, he said. The two did not dare linger and exited the car, leaving in a hasty retreat. Miss Yu, you truly possess remarkable prowess in offending yourself. He remarked playfully as he returned to the vehicle. I can not only offend myself, but also you. Would you care to test that? No need, no need. He instantly straightened himself, adopting the demeanor of a driver who knows nothing. Ignoring him, she took out her phone to send a message. Believing in love makes one family, she texted. Cute Xiao Lu. Steady big brother. When did I offend your sister? Great fifth brother. What's happening? Who is your sister? The ever-distracted Xiao Mubai was the first to reply, growing increasingly anxious without an answer. He promptly called Wen Lin, urging him to check his phone. Steady big brother. The Shen family is looking for you? Cute Xiao Lu. Not quite. Just two self-willed fools. Great fifth brother. Please respect the basic rights of bystanders. Steady big brother. Last time, they claimed they offended my sister. Great fifth brother. Great fifth brother, Xiao Yuer. It is wise to keep your distance from them. What if this nonsense becomes contagious? Great fifth brother, listen to me. Sever ties at once. Cute Xiao Lu. Why second brother? You truly are something. Yu Nian put away her phone, pondering the absurdity of these events. Upon returning to the Shun household, the two were taken aback by Shunwen's somber expression in the living room. Uncle, I am sorry. I should not have gone to find my cousin without permission. I merely saw you and big brother troubled by these matters and wanted to lighten your burden. Shen Mingzhu took the initiative to apologize, and it must be said that this is part of her cleverness. Hearing her words, Shunwen sighed, his anger dissipating somewhat. There are certain matters they cannot disclose to Mingzhu, nor can they place all the blame on her. Mingzhu, Uncle knows your intentions are good, but you must listen. From now on, Do not provoke Yu Nian again, understood? Shen Mingzhu nodded obediently, inwardly seething. Even after all this, does she still harbor hopes regarding Yu Nian? Shenwen cast another glance at Du Yin, who nodded repeatedly in agreement. After offering a few more words of advice, she allowed them to depart. Her thoughts drifted to Yu Nian, pondering whose temperament the child had inherited, as she seemed incapable of enduring even the slightest grievance. Upon exiting, Shen Mingzhu exchanged a glance with Du Yin, both of them perceiving the unspoken discontent in each other's eyes. We cannot compare to the weight that Yu Nian's status carries. Shen Mingzhu sighed, reflecting on how her Aunt Xiao's child was indeed exceptional. Yet it seemed unfair that they two had to bear the brunt of reprimands, being cousins of the same lineage. She reminded Du Yin that, as granddaughters of the Shun family, it was she who faced differential treatment. All right, Yin, let us return home to rest. Tomorrow I must go to work, and you have school. Unlike our cousin Yu Nian, we lack the protection of others wherever we may be, Shen Mingzhu remarked, her words laden with implication. Despite Du Yin's efforts to conceal her feelings, a hint of jealousy seeped through. Shen Mingzhu could not help but smile inwardly. Jealousy was a curious thing. Having spoken her mind, the extent of Du Yin's capabilities would soon be revealed. Following today's events, she would no longer be foolish enough to directly scheme against Yu Nian. Chapter 51. The scandal of keeping a mistress following the encounter between Shen Mingzhu and Du Yin with Yu Nian, tranquility enveloped the days that ensued. And even with Huo Yan's return to the capital, there was no sign of disturbance. Nian, have you missed me? Huo Yan inquired, his tone light yet expectant. Yu Nian found herself momentarily speechless. After all, they communicated daily through messages and calls. How could one not think of him? I have thought of you, she replied, though her words felt somewhat perfunctory. There was no choice. The current Huo Sanyi was rather juvenile. If she failed to express her longing, she feared he might weep before her. I miss you too, Huo Yan responded, clearly satisfied with her reply. He was not oblivious to the lack of sincerity in Yu Nian's tone, but what did it matter? At the very least, she still indulged him with her words. Did she not? Huo Yi and Huo Er exchanged glances, sensing Yu Nian's dismissive attitude, and yet Huo Yan appeared in high spirits. He is deep in the throes of infatuation. There's no saving him now, they mused. Huo Yan cast a displeased glance at the individuals lingering about. The house felt overly crowded, and he couldn't recall ever finding them so bothersome before. Yu Nian, observing Huo Yan in this moment, couldn't help but smile. She reminisced about their first meeting when she found him devoid of charisma, almost ethereal, as if he could transcend the mundane world at any moment. Unbeknownst to her, her initial impression was not unfounded. Huo Yan had indeed been aloof, seemingly indifferent to everything, perhaps due to having everything he desired, resulting in a disinterest in the world around him. Yet, it was her presence that grounded him, drawing him into the realm of human emotions and desires. Third Master, a Miss Zhu is here to see you. She mentioned she just met with you. Uncle He, upon receiving the guard's notification at the entrance, was momentarily taken aback but felt compelled to inquire, wondering if perhaps Third Master truly recognized her. The warm atmosphere was abruptly shattered as Yu Nian turned her curious gaze toward Huo Yan, anticipating an explanation. She held no doubts about Huo Yan, but was intrigued nonetheless. This was the first woman to visit since her arrival at the Yan Garden, and she had just met him. Decline her, Huo Yan said, his brow furrowing in annoyance. This woman was clearly overstepping her bounds by seeking him out. She's the granddaughter of an old friend of my grandfather, accompanying him to Kyoto. Huo Yan gazed at Yu Nian, noting her interest, and although they had yet to define their relationship, there was a tacit understanding between them. Did Yu Nian not feel even a twinge of jealousy at a woman seeking him? Was it profound trust or indifference? And then the old man wishes to play matchmaker? Yu Nian entertained her thoughts, envisioning a grand drama unfolding. Was this young lady an intended match arranged by the whole family? Had this outing been orchestrated solely to escort her to the capital? Huo Yan, unable to summon anger at Yu Nian's curiosity, resigned himself to satisfy her inquisitiveness. You are overthinking it. I informed the old man long ago that I have someone I cherish. Oh, then what does Miss Zhu seek from you? If she hasn't yet been turned away, It cannot be as simple as you suggest. Surely she has taken a liking to our third master. Huo Yi and Huo Yan whispered, their voices inadvertently rising. Huo Yan, you fool, why speak so loudly? I have a sense that misfortune is upon us. As expected, Huo Yan shot them a glance filled with irritation. The visitor is a guest. One must not be overly rude. You too. Please escort Miss Zhu back to her old residence. Huo Yi and Huo Yan appeared as though struck by lightning. Fully aware that third master was enacting personal revenge while feigning courtesy. They understood well that third master had never been particularly polite. Observing their despondent expressions, Yu Nian realized that their return from the old residence would undoubtedly result in bruises and injuries. Have Huo Yan assist me in purchasing a few items, she instructed, smiling at Huo Yi, implying that he could willingly bear the consequences. Indeed, Huo Yan nearly leapt in surprise. Was this the sensation of ascending from hell to paradise? He had thought he would be unable to escape this beating. Miss you, I can purchase items better than Huo Yan. Huo Yi lamentably raised his hand, noting that Miss Zhu could easily depart on her own accord. You need to exercise more, driver, Yu Nian remarked. Huo Yi dared not speak further. Having realized that Miss Yu, much like third master, harbored grudges and was cunning. This was her retribution for his previous jest. Glancing at the gleeful Huo Yan, Huo Yi silently lamented, "This is what you get for your glib tongue." As the two exited, this minor episode passed without lingering concern for Miss Zhu's predicament. With exams approaching, Yu Nian's earlier excuses were not entirely unfounded. She genuinely required certain materials for her studies. For several days, she refrained from going out, spending her time in the banquet garden drawing and reading. This routine continued until the examinations concluded, after which she prepared to depart during the brief respite. The counselor entered with a rather displeased countenance. "Yu Nian, please do not leave just yet. Accompany me to the office." Having gained a certain notoriety within the school, Yu Nian was acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes upon her as she traversed the campus. She was not oblivious to the attention. Rather, she chose to disregard it. Clearly, matters had come knocking at her door. "What is it, teacher?" she inquired with an indifferent demeanor. "Yu Nian, your actions have jeopardized the reputation of our esteemed university. This matter will be addressed with utmost seriousness," the counselor replied, their tone growing more severe. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. Could it be that the rumors held truth? "What actions have I taken?" Yu Nian retorted, her voice steady, though her words were decidedly blunt. She was genuinely unaware of any wrongdoing, and it was evident that whatever had transpired was not favorable. However, the teacher, without seeking clarification from her, had publicly maligned her character. Whether the educator had accepted bribes or simply lacked ethical standards, either scenario warranted no courtesy from Yu Nian. The students around her began to murmur. Realizing her demeanor indicated she was unaware of the situation at hand, raising questions about the counselor's certitude regarding her culpability. The counselor's face flushed with anger. Knowing full well that while she had indeed accepted favors, the actions in question were Yu Nian's own doing, she merely sought to guide the student onto the right path, not to deliberately harm her. She had not intended to expose Yu Nian so publicly. It was simply that this student displayed an utter lack of respect for her teachers. Why could she not just obediently accompany her to the office? "Yu Nian, do you have any explanation for being supported by someone? What nonsense is this? A teacher making such slanderous accusations against a student in front of everyone. Do you have any evidence?" At that moment, Yu Nian finally understood the peculiar glances directed at her. It turned out there was more to the story. Who could be behind this? Her gaze swiftly shifted to her classmate, Yu Nian, who, frightened, quickly shook her head in denial. She could hardly concern herself with the presence of the instructor. This was truly not her affair, as she had long known the futility of crossing Yu Nian. Yu Nian redirected her attention, contemplating that Yu Nian was unlikely to be the culprit. That left only Du Yin or Shen Mingzhu. "You are truly incorrigible, beyond redemption," the female instructor declared vehemently, convinced that this student was hopeless. "Whether I am redeemable is of no concern to you. I believe it is you who are beyond salvation," Yu Nian replied, locking eyes with her advisor. "To the principal's office." The moment those words left her lips, not only the advisor, but also the surrounding students were taken aback. Could it be? It appeared that Yu Nian must be innocent. Otherwise, how could she dare to suggest going to the principal's office? Their principal was not one to be trifled with, and if this matter were to escalate to his attention, expulsion would be the inevitable consequence. Chapter 52. They had been bought off. The instructor was taken aback by Yu Nian's words, but soon found solace in the thought that the president of Peking University is not someone one can meet at will. She had heard that Yu Nian hailed from a small locality and lacked any significant background. Otherwise, she would not have dared to accept money or to focus on her case. Moreover, she merely acted in accordance with the circumstances, rather than fabricating facts to malign Yu Nian. In the classroom, a confrontation was underway when a student approached, prompting the instructor to call for them to step outside. Once the two departed, the classroom erupted into a flurry of whispers as students engaged in heated discussions about the incident. Only Yu Yan remained silent, refraining from voicing any opinions regarding Yu Nian. Regardless of whether the sentiments were favorable or unfavorable, she had been advised by her mother to remain discreet. She herself believed that Yu Nian possessed a certain sinister quality and should not be trifled with. In the office, the director, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, appeared less severe than typical administrators. Yu Nian, confronting your instructor publicly in class is your misstep. You should first apologize to your mentor. He then turned to the female instructor, Xiao Wang. It is also inappropriate for you, as an instructor, to disclose Yu Nian's private matters in front of all the students. What kind of decorum is this? This sounded like a balanced rebuke, yet in reality, it served to implicitly condemn Yu Nian, affirming the notion that she had been kept by someone. Hearing this, Wang Li, the female instructor, smirked slightly, acknowledging the situation. I concede my lack of foresight. I was quite flustered at the time, and for that, I apologized to Yu Nian. Yu Nian observed the exchange, uninterested in their discourse, as she tapped on her phone. Yu Nian, we must address the issues at hand. You are still young, with countless paths ahead. How can you tread down this road? The director seemed unfazed by Yu Nian's demeanor, continuing to counsel the wayward student earnestly. Yu Nian, appearing oblivious, slowly made her way to the office sofa, feeling weary of standing. The director was baffled. Was Yu Nian exceptionally confident or simply bewildered? He had dealt with many difficult students before, yet had never encountered one like her. Just then, the office door swung open, and the director frowned, about to reprimand the intruder for not knocking, only to find it was the president of the university. President, what brings you here? Wang Li felt a sense of foreboding. Just moments ago, Yu Nian had mentioned her intent to visit the president's office, and now the president had arrived. Could it truly be related to her? The academic director was equally perplexed. To his knowledge, President Liu had been quite busy lately, with most school matters handled by the vice presidents. It had been some time since he last visited Peking University, so why had he come now? President Qi's expression was grave. In the few days he had been absent, they had managed to create such a scandal. What is the situation here? President, it is as follows. This student has engaged in some inappropriate behavior, and I am in the process of advising her. The academic director indicated Yu Nian. Advising? President Qi's voice revealed no discernible emotion. Indeed, it is lamentable that today, as youth often seek shortcuts, leading students astray. Apart from imposing strict measures, we must also guide them appropriately. The director of education spoke with righteous indignation. How does Director Shin plan to address this? The director of education has finally realized something amiss. Ordinarily, such matters would not concern the principal, as they are handled internally. What do you think should be done? Shin director cautiously inquired, wondering if the principal was acquainted with Yu Nian and if that was the reason for his visit. A cold sweat broke out on Shin director as he considered the implications. He had not conducted any investigation regarding Yu Nian. He was uncertain of the truth. At this moment, the atmosphere in the office was decidedly tense, with Yu Nian seated calmly on the sofa, while the instructor and the director of education stood nearby. Where's the evidence? Once the matter is thoroughly investigated, appropriate actions will be taken. Shin director felt beads of sweat trickling down. It was indeed a case of fearing what one dreads, as the principal was indeed here regarding this issue. Xiao Wang, what evidence do we have concerning this matter involving you? At this juncture, the director of education dared not shoulder the blame and hastily pushed Wang Li forward. Wang Li was taken aback. She had no evidence, but was compelled to feign a defense. Discussions were rampant on the school forum. Principal Qi regarded her with incredulous eyes. Is this your evidence? Merely a few rumors to disgrace your student? Wang Li weakly continued. There are photographs taken by classmates, and she's picked up every day. Yu Nian has no family, hence I assumed it to be true. Wang Li demonstrated some cleverness by withholding mention of Du Yin, suggesting that her oversight might only warrant a reprimand. However, revealing the acceptance of bribes concerning Yu Nian would be a much graver issue, potentially leading to expulsion. So, being chauffeured every day equates to being kept, does it? Principal Qi was nearly driven to laughter by exasperation. Is this the caliber of teachers at Peking University? Yu Nian, disinterested in the instructor's antics, fixed her gaze on the director of education, her tone steady and unhurried. Director Shen? Shen director felt a sinking sensation in his stomach, regretting his involvement in this murky affair. Yes, indeed. Is Du Yin still Shen Mingzhu? Yu Nian ceased her circumlocution and asked directly. Principal Qi took a seat beside Yu Nian on the sofa, the implications of his presence unmistakable. The two standing were visibly trembling, understanding that if this matter were true, they would face dire consequences. If false, they would still find themselves in trouble. Yu Nian regarded Shen director with an air of calm anticipation, waiting for his response. The persistent Shen family must be taught a lesson this time, or she would cease to bear the surname Yu. Old Shen, no need to conceal the truth any longer. Principal Qi sighed. Over the years, Shen director had been diligent, albeit with some minor flaws, and had generally conducted himself adequately. This served as a warning, as he could not shield Yu Nian's case. Du Yin approached me, unbeknownst to the Shen family. I believed this matter to be genuine and thought it harmless to lend a helping hand. Shen director could no longer conceal the truth. He had indeed hit a wall, and he understood the principal's implication, thus confessing everything candidly. Principal Qi indeed believes this. Old Shen would not stoop to fabricating facts to tarnish a student's reputation. How do you wish to proceed? Principal Qi turned to Yu Nian, seeking her counsel. Let the Shen family come to collect their kin, Yu Nian added. You should contact Shenwen. She preferred to resolve this matter at once. The Shen family had been a persistent source of annoyance, truly believing she lacked temper. Principal Qi nodded in agreement. Let's go to my office to resolve this. Upon overhearing the exchange between Yu Nian and Principal Qi, Wang Li was utterly dumbfounded. If Yu Nian truly knew the principal, what was she to do? Was it too late to expose Du Yin? Similarly bewildered was Director Shen. Unlike Wang Li, he was acutely aware of Shen Wen's identity. The current head of the Shen family, sharing the same surname, was a distant relative of the affluent Shen clan. Due to his position at Peking University, he had some dealings with the Shen family. Naturally, this was largely because the Shen family provided him with benefits. Otherwise, on his current salary, how could he afford a villa or luxury car? Even a mere trickle from their resources would suffice for his family's sustenance. Thus, he had extended a favor to Du Yin, only to inadvertently attract significant trouble. Chapter 53. The Shen father and son arrive at Peking University. Principal Qi was the first to exit, followed closely by Yu Nian, while the remaining two exchanged wry smiles and, with weary legs, trailed behind. Upon returning to the principal's office, Qi instructed his secretary to summon Du Yin and personally dial Shen Wen's number. He refrained from disclosing the specifics, merely stating that it pertained to Yu Nian and Du Yin, and requested Shen Wen to come in person. Receiving the call, Shen Wen instantly felt a wave of apprehension. The principal of Peking University was personally contacting him, which could only indicate a significant matter, especially one involving Yu Nian and Du Yin. Could it be that Du Yin had caused another incident? He had some understanding of Yu Nian, knowing that she typically avoided trouble. However, if someone were to bully her, she was certainly the type to retaliate fiercely. Had the two gotten into a scuffle at the university? Shen Wen dared not waste time and promptly called Shun Xiuqin to accompany him to Peking University. Father, don't worry too much. It may not be anything serious. Shun Xiuqin comforted, observing Shen Wen's furrowed brow in the car. The principal personally called me. This likely isn't trivial, Shen Wen sighed, feeling overwhelmed by a slew of recent troubles, as if he had aged several years. On the day Yu Nian reported to Peking University, We accompanied her to the entrance, where Principal Chi's assistant was waiting to greet her. Yu Nian was acquainted with Principal Lu, and their relationship was quite amicable. When Du Yin sought trouble, Principal Chi stood up for Yu Nian. Shun Xiuqin shared his speculation. Why didn't you mention any of this before? Shenwen was taken aback. His niece indeed had quite the capabilities. He recalled their first meeting with Yu Nian and realized that, amidst the recent busyness, he had completely forgotten the details. The father and son engaged in a slow discussion, and Shenwen's anxiety began to dissipate. Shun Xiuqin's reasoning seemed plausible. It was likely something along those lines. After all, both were within the school. What major incident could possibly arise? Nonetheless, Du Yin needed to be properly restrained. Shenwen nodded, acknowledging that despite her surname being Du, should any trouble arise, it would undoubtedly reflect upon the Shun family. As they conversed, the Shun family vehicle arrived at the entrance of Peking University. After the driver registered, they slowly proceeded inside. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous black car at the gate, 3 individuals were seated. Third Master, is that the Shun family's car? He glanced at the vehicle entering the university. Is something amiss? They came to pick up Miss Yu after school, but she just called to say they should return first. She has something to attend to and will be leaving a bit later. Third Master won't leave. He will wait for Miss Yu to emerge. Now that the Shuns have arrived, could it be related to her? Huo Yan, observing the incoming car, directly called Yu Nian. In the principal's office, Director Shun and Wang Li sat on the visitor's couch, consumed by regret. Du Yin stood anxiously beside them, the 3 of them embodying a palpable tension. In stark contrast, Yu Nian was leisurely enjoying tea with Principal Chi, engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, a phone rang, startling the trio into a brief shudder. Yu Nian retrieved her phone and answered, Nian Nian, I saw the Shun family enter. Why didn't you let me in to find you? The tone was laden with sorrow, and both Hua Yi and Hua Er trembled simultaneously. My goodness, has the Third Master been possessed by something? Yu Nian, however, remained remarkably composed, having grown accustomed to Huo Yan's sporadic outbursts. Please, come in. The principal's office, she stated decisively before hanging up the phone. Principal Chi stroked his short beard thoughtfully. That young man from the Hua family? He was aware that Yu Nian resided with Huo Yan. Was there something brewing between the two? Mind your image. Refrain from being so gossipy. A knock echoed at the office door, and the secretary entered, followed by the Shun father and son. Upon seeing the scene within the office, they quickly grasped the situation. Principal Chi, good day. Shunwen greeted with a smile as he stepped forward. Principal Chi rose to shake hands with Shunwen. Principal, it has been a while. Shun Xiuqin, also an esteemed alumnus of Peking University, was noted for his exceptional character and scholarship. Thus, Principal Chi held a favorable impression of him. Xiuqin, a young man of great promise. Quite impressive, Principal Chi remarked, clapping Shun Xiuqin on the shoulder, genuinely admiring him. Principal, you flatter me, Shun Xiuqin responded, a rare spark of excitement illuminating his face. He held deep respect for Principal Chi. Observing the relatively harmonious atmosphere, Shunwen felt a measure of relief. Principal Chi, may I inquire as to the reason for your call? Principal Chi's warm demeanor shifted as he regarded the 3 individuals present. The trio had risen upon Shunwen's entrance. Remaining silent as they greeted Principal Chi, the perceptive secretary seized the moment to speak. This student Du Yin has posted allegations on the school forum regarding Yu Nian being kept. I have summoned you both to address this matter. With that, she exited, leaving them to resolve the issue. Upon hearing the secretary's words, the expressions of Shun Wen and Shun Xiuqin darkened instantaneously. Du Yin, did you truly do this? They were incensed. The Shun family felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered. What if it was a misunderstanding? Huh. Yu Nian let out a soft laugh, finding the situation rather amusing. Even now, she sought to evade responsibility. Hearing her mocking chuckle, both men felt their composure slipping. Du Yin, at this moment, stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. She wished to deny the accusations, but would it matter? Witnessing du Yin's demiano. The Shun family had no doubt left. She was indeed the perpetrator. Shunwen stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap to Du Yin's face. How would you do such a thing? Apologize to Nian Nian. Stunned by the blow, Du Yin covered her face, momentarily dazed. As she regained her senses, she contemplated crying and throwing a tantrum, but Shun Wen's grim countenance instilled fear in her. It was her first encounter with her uncle's furious wrath, and she dared not act out. She understood that in this setting, devoid of her mother, there would be no one to indulge her. I'm sorry, Vuvu, I'm sorry. Yu Nian, she could only weep as she offered her apologies. Yu Nian's expression remained impassive, her gaze shifting toward Director Shun. The Shen father and son followed her line of sight, noticing Shun Aigua, a relative of theirs and the academic director of Peking University. It is precisely for this reason that they hold him in somewhat higher regard, harboring the intention of enlisting his assistance in looking after the children of the Shun family at Peking University. Initially, upon witnessing the situation, he thought little of it, reasoning that his presence was justifiable given the circumstances. At this moment, Yu Nian deliberately cast a glance in his direction, and both father and son felt a weight in their hearts. It was my folly to have been beguiled by Du Yin's words, nearly leading to a misunderstanding of my classmate Yu Nian. Shen Aigua took the initiative to speak, acknowledging that Yu Nian had already granted him considerable leniency by not directly accusing him of causing her distress. He understood that this leniency was not extended to him personally, but rather as a favor to Principal Qi, allowing him to speak for himself, as long as he did not stray too far from reason. Yu Nian would not expose him. How to articulate this was an art in itself, one he comprehended better than anyone else. He merely believed Du Yin's words and did not actively seek to harm Yu Nian. Surely, the Shen family could not lay the blame at his feet. Chapter 54. The support of the third master. I, too, heard this from classmate Du Yin. I thought it to be true. Upon witnessing the director of education affirming this, Wang Li dared not conceal any further. Although she claimed to have heard it from Du Yin, all present understood that without some benefit, she would not be so eager to act as Du Yin's pawn. The faces of the Shun father and son darkened to the point of resembling ink. For Du Yin was indeed remarkable, weaving a complex web of intrigue. First, she spread rumors. Then, she bribed the counselor, and subsequently, she leveraged her connections to sway the director. If this were not directed at her own family, Shenwen might have commended her cunning strategy. Du Yin, you truly are something else, he thought. Principal Qi, this entire affair is the fault of Du Yin. You may handle it as you see fit, and we shall raise no objections. Shenwen took a deep breath. Du Yin was beyond redemption. Initially, he believed Du Yin was merely targeting Yu Nian with rumors, a matter that could be considered their family affair, perhaps with room for negotiation. However, her bribery of the counselor and even the director was beyond the Shun family's influence. It now rested in the hands of the institution. Du Yin panicked. What did her uncle mean by this? Was he abandoning her? She thought that merely having her apologize to Yu Nian would suffice. Why was there a need for further action against her? But Yu Nian was indeed being kept. Du Yin resolved to press on. If she could not prove Yu Nian's situation, the accusations against her would remain unshakable. Be quiet, Shenwen exclaimed in anger. At such a critical moment, this fool had no sense of the atmosphere. Mr. Shun, please remain calm. Classmate Du Yin, do you possess any evidence to support your claims? Peking University would never wrong any student, and should there be any malicious incidents, we will handle them with the utmost seriousness, regardless of who is involved, Principal Qi stated. Unhurriedly, Yu Nian remained silent, sitting quietly as she observed the unfolding drama. She was quite curious as to how Du Yin had concluded so firmly that she was being kept. Upon hearing this, Du Yin felt a flicker of hope. If she could prove Yu Nian was indeed being kept, could the school possibly avoid addressing her and instead focus on Yu Nian? She has no acquaintances in Kyoto. Yet she's picked up every day. I even captured a photo of that old man, Du Yin proclaimed, retrieving her phone to show a video she had recorded a few days prior. The footage revealed an older gentleman stepping out of a black luxury car, handing something to Yu Nian and sharing a few words with her before she walked towards the school. The video abruptly ended. Though the crowd was somewhat intrigued about the identity of the man, could this alone substantiate her claim that Yu Nian was being kept? Seeing their skeptical gazes, Du Yin grewankia sangli onxiu. This is not the first time. I have witnessed Yu Nian spending millions on cufflinks at the mall. And Sister Mingzhu has seen her at Yunshang Mountain Villa. The last time I encountered Yu Nian at the school gate, she had a driver and a bodyguard. How could she not be kept? Du Yin spoke rapidly, nearly revealing everything she knew to prove she was not lying. Knock, knock. After 2 raps, the office door was pushed open once more. Upon witnessing the arrival of the guests, Shen Wen and Shan Xiujin instinctively rose to their feet. Third Master, Mr. Huo. This Mr. Huo referred to Huo Yan as Huo Yi, due to his recent unsavory conduct, was left downstairs by Huo Yan, who only brought Huo Yan along. Huo Yan harbors a disdain for socializing, typically sending Huo Yan to represent him. Thus, the Shen family was somewhat more familiar with Huo Yan. Youth is indeed a blessing. Your arrival is remarkably swift, remarked Principal Qi with a sardonic tone. What? Are you concerned he might cause Yu Nian distress? Old Qi, you remain impressively vigorous, Huo Yan replied leisurely. Although his words seemed complimentary, a sense of dissonance lingered in the air. Third Master, what brings you here? Shen Wen ventured cautiously, his heart racing. Could it be that he had come for Yu Nian? Huo Yan settled beside Yu Nian, while Huo Yan stood behind them. I heard our young lady has been taken under someone's wing, so I came to see who possesses such audacity. Huo Yan's nonchalant remark sent a jolt of shock through the group. Third Master, this is a misunderstanding. Please excuse us. The discord at home has unfortunately spilled into the school. Shen Wen sought to downplay the situation, hoping to mend relations by clarifying that Yu Nian was family. In the eyes of the Huo family, Yu Nian had indeed established her place. Not only did Xin Qing admire her, but it had also been quite some time since Huo San had made a public appearance, now coming specifically for Yu Nian's matter. When did Nian acquire other family members? Huo Yan's words were directed at Yu Nian, entirely disregarding Shen Wen's intent. Yu Nian chose to ignore him, well aware that this drama king was at it again. Shen Wen, left in an awkward position, felt slighted. After all, Huo San was supposed to show him some respect as an elder. Mr. Shen, do you harbor any grievances against our third master? Huo Yan queried maliciously, having adopted an unsavory demeanor himself. Mr. Huo, you speak too harshly. My father merely wishes to clarify this misunderstanding, Shan Xiujin interjected hastily, knowing they couldn't afford to offend members of the Huo family, a stark reality. Huo Yan and Yu Nian remained silent, allowing Huo Yan to take the lead. May I see the video that this young lady recorded? Huo Yan inquired politely. At that moment, the phone was in Shen Igwa's hands, who promptly handed it over to Huo Yan, nearly frightened to death. Though he had never met Huo San, he had certainly heard of his formidable reputation. He wondered what trouble he had unwittingly invited upon himself. Our family's butler delivered items to miss you. That hardly seems unlawful, does it? He then turned his gaze towards Du Yin. As for the young lady's mention of a driver bodyguard, I, lacking in talent, am currently serving as Miss U.S. bodyguard. The driver is Huo Yi, whom both Mr. Shen should be acquainted with. Would you like me to summon him for clarification? Shen Wen and Xin Xiujin were taken aback by this revelation. Who did not know that these two were Huo San's capable assistants and representatives, deserving of the title Mr. Huo? Such individuals serving as Yu Nian's entourage? It appeared they had underestimated Yu Nian's standing within the Huo family or in Huo Yan's eyes. No, we certainly trust Mr. Huo's words, Shen Wen said with a forced smile. At this moment, Du Yin felt a swirl of emotions. Witnessing Huo San come forth to support Yu Nian, she was consumed by a fervent jealousy, yet simultaneously overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. Opposing Yu Nian felt like a reckless overestimation of her own capabilities. Furthermore, upon encountering Huo Yan, she was reminded of her initial attraction to him during their last meeting. Shen Mingzhu had even mocked her for being infatuated with a mere bodyguard. However, upon this second encounter, one could hardly deem as ordinary a man whom even her uncle addressed as Mr. Huo. Such a figure was undoubtedly worthy of her, and as she contemplated this, her face flushed with a tinge of warmth, only to be swiftly overshadowed by the embarrassment of her earlier misstep. Yu Nian observed with great amusement as Du Yin's complexion shifted like a chameleon, displaying an impressive array of emotions. Huo Yan leaned closer to Yu Nian, lowering his voice. What's she trying to do? Does that woman possess beauty surpassing mine. Yu Nian, and behind them, Huo Yan. Chapter 55. Expulsion Third Brother. Yu Nian said helplessly, "Could you perhaps maintain some dignity in public?" The address of third brother was uttered without any concealment, making it audible to everyone in the office. Shun Wen and Shun Xiujin, father and son, were profoundly shocked by the series of events that had unfolded today. They observed that Huo Yan not only showed no displeasure, but seemed to be in a state of quiet delight, whispering something to Yu Nian. Had their relationship with Huo Yan grown so intimate? A pang of regret washed over them as they recalled the foolish antics that had alienated Yu Nian. Had they not strained their relationship with her, the path for the Shun family would have been considerably smoother. "Principal Qi, may we take our leave? We're delaying Nian Yan's meal," one of them remarked. Principal Qi waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go on. "Wait a moment. How do you intend to handle this situation?" Principal Qi inquired, directing his gaze toward Yu Nian. All eyes turned to her, as if she were a beacon of hope. Expulsion? Was she truly so mild-mannered? Today, she intended to make it clear to the Shun family that she had no obligation to them, and that they should refrain from bothering her. Du Yin instantly collapsed to the ground, believing she would at most receive a reprimand. How could this result in expulsion? Being expelled from Jin University was a severe blow to her, a person who valued her pride. How would she face the world again? Nian Yan, isn't this punishment rather excessive? Shun Wen was taken aback as well. Having a granddaughter expelled from Jin University would reflect poorly on the Shun family. It is indeed a bit harsh. Director Shun may remain. Huo Yan nearly burst into laughter, finding Yu Nian's retort quite amusing. Did the Shun family truly think this was acceptable? Shun Xiujin restrained Shun Wen, who seemed eager to protest further. Yu Nian was not one of their younger relatives. She did not rely on the Shun family, and further discussion would be futile. Yu Nian paid them no heed and rose to leave with Huo Yan. After their departure, Principal Qi bid them farewell. "All right, this matter is settled. Come to school tomorrow to complete the formalities." "Principal, could you possibly?" Du Yin was genuinely terrified, her eyes swollen from crying. Given another chance, she would never oppose Yu Nian again. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have acted differently from start. Principal Qi shook his head. The decision had been made, and there was no turning back. With no other choice, she could only follow the Shun father and son out. Wang Li dared not utter a word and discreetly slipped away. She no longer hoped to remain. Her only wish was that they would not pursue her further. Principal Qi patted Shun Igua, the last to leave, and did not hold too much blame against him. The adage water that is too clear has no fish held true. He could turn a blind eye to the faults of his subordinates. And Shun Igua had been relatively well-behaved. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yu Nian, a formidable obstacle, in the car on the way back. Du Yin observed the dark expressions on Shun Wen and Shun Xiujin's faces, feeling too intimidated to cry. She was no fool and understood the gravity of her misstep. Not only was she expelled, but her actions had also implicated the entire Shun family. The Shun vehicle drove directly to the Du family residence, where Shun Jiyin and Du Qi were taken aback to see Du Yin disembarking from the Shun family's car. "Is Yin not at school? Why has she returned at this hour? Yin, what happened to your face? Have you been crying? Who has bullied you? Tell your mother." Upon seeing Du Yin's disheveled appearance, Shun Jiyin felt an immediate pang of sympathy. Meanwhile, Shun Wen, who had just alighted from the vehicle, was incensed by Shun Jiyan's words. "Shun Jiyin, is this how you educate your child? Du Yin has been spoiled by you. What do you mean by that? Elder brother?" Du Qian keenly detected the underlying meaning in Shun Wen's words and intervened to stop Shun Jiyin, who was still intent on causing a scene. Shun Xiujin also exited the car and briefly recounted Du Yin's actions. As Du Qian listened, darkness clouded his vision. This rebellious daughter had disregarded his numerous warnings following the last incident. Du Yin is set to complete her formalities at Jin University tomorrow before departing abroad. Shun Wen was not seeking discussion, but rather delivering a notification. Shun Jiyin instantly grew anxious. "Elder brother, this child has been by my side since she was little. How can you send her abroad alone?" "Mother, I am going abroad." At this moment, Du Yin had calmed down and recognized that leaving the country was indeed the best option. As long as Jin University did not publicize the matter, she could still claim she was merely withdrawing to pursue her studies abroad. Shunwen shared this sentiment. Sending Du Yin abroad would prevent her from causing further trouble and would also protect their family's reputation. Yin, do not act foolishly. Is it truly so easy to be alone in a foreign land? Mother is worried about you. In Shun Jian's view, as long as they remained in the country, her family would always be there for them. Once abroad, any issues would become insurmountable. How could this foolish child not understand that reputation is fleeting? And soon no one would remember this incident? If Aunt is reluctant, she could accompany her. Shun Xiao Jin interjected, noting that his aunt had a penchant for trouble. Did she not wish for Du Yin to go abroad simply because she wanted to keep them tied to the Shin family? If they could all go abroad together, that would be ideal. Du Yin looked at Shun Jian with hope. Although she expressed her desire to go abroad, it would be impossible to claim she was unafraid of going alone. The best scenario would be if her mother could accompany her. Yet, the once tender-hearted Shun Jian now began to evade her daughter's gaze. She was reluctant to leave Yin, but even more so to abandon her current comfortable life. She had her other child, Yu Nian, and her husband, old Du. It was inconceivable to forsake everything for just one daughter. Elder brother, can we not allow Yin to stay? She could go to another place in the country. Let her remain for a while before returning to Kyoto. Shun Jian spoke weakly, lacking the earlier fervor. Which university in the country is better than Jing University? Shun Wen's expression darkened. His sister, oblivious to reason, aligned with his son's sentiments. It would be preferable if the mother and daughter could go abroad together. Shun Jian fell silent. While she could create a ruckus at the old residence, she dared not be too unruly in front of her elder brother, especially since Shun Wen was not inclined to support her. She feared provoking him to the point where he would send her abroad as well, resulting in a loss greater than the gain. Observing her mother's demeanor, Du Yin felt a pang of disappointment and let out a sardonic smile. Her mother only expressed concern for her in words. The moment she mentioned accompanying her abroad, she hesitated. Tomorrow, you will take her to Peking University to complete the formalities. I will arrange the matters regarding her departure, Du Qian reassured. Shenwen felt satisfied with his pragmatic approach, but also deemed him rather callous. When it came to his own daughter, he did not utter a single plea, seemingly fearful of being burdened by Du Yin. Regardless, the matter was settled. With Peking University on break for the next few days, they would ensure that Du Yin's affairs were taken care of. The Shun father and son chose not to linger any longer and returned to the Shun residence, as they had many matters yet to discuss. Chapter 56. A retreat at the villa. As soon as Yu Nian entered the car, she was met with the resentful gaze of Huo Yan. Yu Nian felt speechless. It was not her fault he had been left behind. Every debt has its rightful owner. Nian, what are your plans for the next few days? Huo Yan shifted the topic from the earlier incident to their upcoming holiday. Just 3 days. I have no plans. Would you like to accompany me to the villa for a few days? Sound good. Are you not curious as to why? Aren't you afraid I might sell you? The young girl placed an unwavering trust in him. Although she didn't inquire, he felt compelled to address any potential misunderstandings. Why? Yu Nian was easily persuaded. Last time, Miss Zhu somehow convinced her grandfather. If they come to visit, it would be difficult to refuse. That old gentleman has likely lost his marbles, following his granddaughter's whims. Nevertheless, Zhu Lao was indeed an old friend of her grandfather, and given the pressing matters requiring his presence in Kyoto, it would be ill-mannered to deny him. Thus, while Yu Nian was on break, they might as well take refuge elsewhere. Even Huo San, Yi has his fears. I only have a 3-day holiday. Yu Nian found it curious. What happens after these 3 days? Isn't it all the same? Heartless. That old gentleman will likely leave in a few days. Still, he jested. Who is he doing this for? If Nian would grant him a name sooner, he wouldn't have to endure this. By the time they finished dinner and returned to Yin Yuan, Yu Nian succumbed under Huo Yan's unwavering stare. Third brother, let's take the driver and bodyguard along. Delight blossomed in Huo Yan at being affectionately addressed as third brother by Yu Nian. She seldom called him that. All right, we shall heed Nian's wishes. They have worked hard lately, and the villa is well equipped, so this will serve as their vacation. He exchanged a triumphant glance with Huo Yan. Aren't you going to thank me? You're reaping the benefits of my influence. Huo Yan returned a look that conveyed fool. Oh, still a shameless fool, Huo Yan mused, gazing at Yu Nian with admiration. What a great person she is. I shall never miss you again. Yu Nian felt a chill run down her spine from Huo Yi's gaze. He was quite the eccentric. Is there anything you need to bring? We shall depart once we are rested. So eager? Yu Nian went upstairs to retrieve her notebook, indicating she was ready to leave at any moment. Like Yu Nian, the others opted to bring only their laptops. Despite it being a vacation, they needed to be prepared for any urgent matters. Thus, the group, having just returned, set off again, heading directly to Yunshang Villa. By the time they arrived at the mountaintop villa, night had fallen. Huo Yan and Huo Yan were promptly dispatched to Xiao Mubai's villa, under the pretense of ensuring they enjoyed their holiday. With the others sent away, Huo Yan found the atmosphere in the villa much more refreshing. Miss Zhu's entanglement had its benefits, allowing Yin Yin to spend a few days with him. With so many family members in Yin Yuan, they could finally relish their time alone here. Yu Nian opened the refrigerator, then approached Huo Yan with a beaming smile. Third brother, I'm hungry. Huo Yan raised an eyebrow. Today, she had called him more than she had in a long while. What would you like to eat? There are ingredients available. Yu Nian pointed towards the refrigerator. Huo Yan chuckled softly, realizing that this was an invitation for him to cook for her. No wonder this young lady was so eager to please him. What could he do but indulge her? He had initially intended to prepare a meal for Yu Nian, not wanting anyone to intrude upon their intimate world. After all, how else could there be ingredients in the refrigerator? All right, Yin Yin, go sit for a moment, he said, making his way to the kitchen to begin cooking. Shrimp, I want to eat shrimp, came Yin Yin's voice from the living room, devoid of any shyness. And she had even requested a specific dish. Understood. Rather than being annoyed by Yin Yin's presumption, Huo Yan found it endearing, feeling that she was becoming increasingly relaxed in his presence. It seemed he was inching closer to the commitment he desired. In the living room, Yu Nian lounged on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, waiting to be pampered. She was quite aware of her limits. Huo Yan did not frequently cook. With so many chefs at home, he only occasionally prepared meals for her. Furthermore, it was Huo Yan who had taken her out. And as it was just the two of them, with her lacking culinary skills, who else would cook if he didn't? Hence, she felt justified in her playful dominance over him. After they finished dinner, with plenty of time before bed and the chilly weather dissuading Yu Nian from going out, they decided to watch a movie. As expected, Yu Nian fell asleep halfway through, prompting a resigned sigh from Huo Yan. It seemed that while others in love enjoyed watching movies and holding hands, Yu Nian never managed to stay awake during their time together. He gently lifted Yu Nian, who instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck upon waking. I fell asleep again, she murmured, puzzled by her drowsiness, as if the film had been hypnotic. Amused by her instinctive actions, Huo Yan spoke softly, sleep now. I'll carry you upstairs. Obediently, Yu Nian closed her eyes, leaning against his chest as he carried her to the bedroom, placing her on the bed and tucking her in before quietly leaving. Indulging in clandestine affairs was not suitable at this moment. He noticed Yu Nian's growing dependence on him and awaited the day when their relationship would be publicly recognized. To do anything now that might provoke her discontent would be counterproductive, and Huo Yan was not one to engage in such foolishness. Unfortunately, the intimate world he had envisioned lasted only a single night. The next morning, just after breakfast, Huo Yi and Huo Yan arrived. Under the weight of Huo Yan's piercing gaze, Huo Yan felt a bit apprehensive. Had he known, he would have refrained from coming over. Huo Yan, seeking work from Huo Yan, had simply tagged along for company. Braving the intensity of Huo Yan's glare, Huo Yan spoke up, though he regretted interrupting him at such a time. But there was an urgent matter to address. Sir, a shipment that left with Lord Lin from our port city has been detained. This was not related to the whole corporation, but rather to Huo Yan's personal ventures. Otherwise, it would have been Huo Yi's responsibility to handle it. Huo Yan had put these three assistants to good use. Huo Yi managed the Huo Corporation. Huo Yan oversaw Huo Yan's private affairs, and Huo San was stationed abroad, responsible for Huo Yan's less reputable enterprises. Each managed their distinct sectors, and despite Huo Yan's trust in them, he would never place all his eggs in one basket. These three individuals bore much of Huo Yan's workload, allowing him to live a more leisurely life. Fu Jingyi, engaged in the same business, felt envious and resentful countless times, while others are fortunate to have a single assistant. Huo Yan boasts three. He is perpetually busy, while Huo Yan merely sits at home counting his wealth. It is only when decisions must be made or insurmountable troubles arise that Huo Yan is sought after. These three individuals are not only loyal, but also exceptionally capable. Having grown up alongside Huo Yan during his time abroad, they remain together, and although they are officially subordinates, they share a bond akin to that of brothers. Huo Yan has always been generous to his own. Those who invest much receive much in return. Even the head of the second-tier affluent Shun family must address them as Mr. Huo. Such is not the caliber of an ordinary assistant. Chapter 57. The troubles of Huo Yan. When Huo Yan spoke these words, he did not shy away from mentioning Yu Nian. The affairs of the third master were seldom concealed from Miss Yu. Moreover, those who closely accompanied her were likely aware of certain matters. Miss Yu was no ordinary young lady, and her understanding of certain issues was, in fact, advantageous. The notion of keeping secrets for her own good was, in their view, sheer nonsense. The matters concerning the third master were far from simple, and as his partner, she must be capable of facing challenges alongside him. The thought of having a mistress who would merely hinder progress and whimper in times of trouble was indeed unthinkable. However, such a person would surely not catch the eye of their third master. Are there any leads? There must be an explanation for detaining his goods. Who are they targeting? Perhaps it is the Zhou family. Huo Yan hesitated. They had never had any dealings with the Zhou family. It made no sense for them to instigate trouble. The individuals from a Zhou family's third branch. Huo Yan calculated in his mind. It was likely related to the previous incident. Was this a warning to them? Huo Yan pondered this and then became somewhat bewildered. Had they lost their minds? Given the current situation of the Zhou family, anyone with a modicum of sense would avoid provoking them. The local tyrant had grown too accustomed to his power. That woman was an ambitious fool, Yu Nian scoffed. Does Miss Yu know them? He asked curiously, as he was quite intrigued by Yu Nian's past, though the third master had forbidden any investigation. Giving her wings made her think she could soar. The patriarch of the Zhou family had grown senile, granting that woman far too much authority, especially in a harbor city where she was being revered. She was merely a frog at the bottom of a well, spoiled by praise, truly believing herself invincible. She seemed oblivious to the sort of individuals Huo Yan and Wen Renlin were. Bringing their private dirt into the public, I was a sure path to self-destruction. Do you have a grudge against her? He sensed an unusual tone and could no longer suppress his curiosity. Huo Yan did not deter him. He too wished to learn more about Nian Yan's past. He had never investigated Yu Nian as a sign of respect, though it did not mean he was not interested. There is no significant grudge. I merely gave her precious son a thorough beating in the harbor city. If that woman were Yu Nian helplessly explained that Fu Jingyi had sent her a message seeking assistance, what could she do? Having already promised, she had no choice but to rescue him. He promptly raised his hand, assuring, rest assured, third master, I will accompany Miss Yu, ensuring not a single hair on her head is harmed. Huo Yan observed his brother, who seemed to dance perilously close to danger each day. It was evident that third master wished to accompany Miss Yu himself. How could he take his place and expect to escape unscathed? Yu Nian nodded. You two go about your duties. Huo Yi's presence with me should put your minds at ease. Although she was not entirely keen on having Huo Yi accompany her, Huo Yan had no choice but to agree, casting a benevolent glance at Huo Yi. Take good care of Miss Yu. Huo Yi, elated at the command, was eager to witness the unfolding drama, chuckling to himself, observing Huo Yi's obliviousness to the lurking danger. Huo Yan pondered for the umpteenth time whether Huo Yi's intelligence was indeed a trade-off for his emotional quotient. Thus, the quartet divided into two teams. Yu Nian set out with the exuberant Huo Yi, while Huo Yan followed the begrudging third master into the study. Huo Yan couldn't help but lament the disparity in their fates. He too wished to accompany Miss Yu on an outing rather than endure the scowl of their third master. In the car, descending the mountain, Huo Yi incessantly inquired about Fu Jingyi's childhood sweetheart. Growing weary of his questions, Yu Nian provided a brief explanation, as it was hardly a secret. Upon hearing her words, Huo Yi's excitement surged. So, Miss Yu, are you to enact the role of the rightful consort and drive away the mistress? Let me ponder what role I should assume this time. Seeing Huo Yi inexplicably exhilarated, Yu Nian felt a sense of exasperation. Why had she brought him along? You are overthinking this, she replied. What kind of logic is that? It's merely about assisting Fu Jingyi in politely declining. But then why send you? Huo Yan expressed disappointment, having anticipated witnessing some thrilling spectacle. Let that childhood sweetheart of his retreat gracefully, Yu Nian continued. Fu Jingyi had always been solitary, maintaining a gentle distance from all women, with the exception of Yao Shiru, who had erroneously perceived a unique connection due to her peculiar thought process, believing that Fu Jingyi harbored special feelings for her, though he had yet to realize his own emotions. Fu Jingyi's intention in seeking Yu Nian's help stemmed from a lack of alternatives. He could find no one else suitable to assist him, as all the women in his family were known to Yao Shiru. Engaging an outsider would create an atmosphere of unfamiliarity, making it hard to elicit belief, and he feared inadvertently attracting a second Yao Shiru, which would lead to disaster. Upon their arrival at the golf course, where Fu Jingyi was engaged in business discussions, Yao Shiru appeared, having caught wind of his location, and trailed him closely, assuming the role of his companion. Given the long-standing relationship between their families and the presence of numerous onlookers, he could not treat a lady with disrespect. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on Yu Nian for rescue. As they entered the golf course, they were intercepted before they could locate Fu Jingyi. "Stop! You there! Halt!" As a woman approached them, Yu Nian was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. "Who is this? Is she addressing me?" "Miss Zhu," came the acknowledgement. As was spoke, he elucidated the situation to Yu Nian, particularly regarding the third master. After suffering retaliation from the third master's family, he had sent Miss Zhu to the old residence, and predictably, he received a beating for it, an incident difficult to forget. Yu Nian suddenly understood, gazing at the woman before her, who was undeniably beautiful. Yet her haughty expression was quite perplexing. It struck her as rather amusing that Huo Yan had come to the villa to evade her, only to encounter her here. Chapter 58. Third Master catches fish in the river. Is your third master here? From a distance, Zhu Lingling spotted Huo Yan, who, being quite handsome, left a lasting impression on her. She merely considered him an ordinary driver from the banquet garden and did not regard him highly. She immediately inquired about Huo Yan's whereabouts. And despite noticing the presence of a man and a woman, she did not misinterpret their relationship. She could not fathom that a mere chauffeur would bring a girlfriend to such a place for leisure. He was surely accompanying Huo Yan. Moreover, she held Yu Nian in low esteem, believing that anyone with Huo Yan was likely just a servant of the banquet garden. The two individuals, feeling disdained, exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Huo Yan had not engaged in conversation with Zhu Lingling during their drive to the old residence. Although he was quite loquacious with acquaintances, he maintained an aloof demeanor in the presence of outsiders. It was surprising that this Miss Zhu's character was truly questionable. "Have you turned mute? I'm asking you. Where is your third master?" Zhu Lingling said impatiently, glaring at the two silent figures. "Is it so easy to disclose our third master's whereabouts?" Huo Yan retorted, seizing the opportunity to play the role of a dramatist now that he had no chance with Fu Jingyi. He responded with greater arrogance than Zhu Lingling. "What is this attitude? Do you believe I could have the third master dismiss you?" Zhu Lingling was exasperated, feeling that such a handsome face was wasted on him. She resolved to tell third master to dismiss this driver upon her return. "I assure you, you won't even catch a glimpse of our third master," Huo Yan shot back, leaving Zhu Lingling momentarily speechless. Indeed, she could not see him, or she wouldn't have had to inquire. Opening her bag, she revealed a stack of red bills. Ignoring Huo Yan as she offered the money to Yu Nian. "Tell me where the third master is, and this is yours." Experiencing such a grand occasion for the first time, Yu Nian hesitated, unsure whether to accept the money. Huo Yan was at a loss for words. Was this woman truly foolish? Not even a mere servant from the banquet garden would betray the third master for a handful of cash. Expressionless, Yu Nian took the money from Zhu Lingling's hand. "The third master is fishing in the river." Huo Yan's shoulders trembled as he struggled to suppress his laughter. "Which river?" Zhu Lingling genuinely believed that Huo Yan was fishing there. "I don't know. Find out for yourself," he said, seizing the moment to depart before Zhu Lingling could recover her wits. He hastened to follow her, thinking it amusing to let her search for the third master. Once they had walked a considerable distance, Huo Yan burst into laughter. "Miss Yu, you truly have a talent. The third master is fishing in the river? Ha ha! Surely she won't actually go looking for him there. Let her be, Yu Nian replied nonchalantly, heading toward the address sent by Fu Jingyi. Meanwhile, he took out his phone to report the encounter with Zhu Lingling to his third master and shared it in their small group chat. Believing that joy shared was joy multiplied. Before long, the two found Fu Jingyi. He observed the woman sitting beside him, maintaining a respectful distance. She seemed well-educated and did not appear particularly deranged. There were also two others present, one of whom they recognized, Zhou Zhan. There was another middle-aged man, presumably their business partner. They appeared to have just finished playing a game and were taking a break, still in their sports attire. The two approached, and it was Fu Jingyi who first noticed them. Xiao Yer, he said in a calm tone, yet tinged with unmistakable excitement, revealing a deep-seated tension. At that moment, Zhou Zhan also rose to his feet. Miss you. Yu Nian acknowledged him with a nod, a gesture of response. Zhou Zhan then inclined his head toward Huo Yan, saying, Mr. Huo, long time no see. Zhou Zhan was astute. He had discerned the unusual bond between Yu Nian and the third master Huo during their last encounter. Therefore, he intentionally addressed Miss Yu and Mr. Huo separately, leaving no room for speculation. The other middle-aged man, a native of the harbor city, had accompanied Zhou Zhan. Observing Zhou's courteous demeanor towards them, he recognized that they were not ordinary individuals and likewise stood to greet the two. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they resumed their seats. The arrangement of the seating was rather intriguing. There were two sofas, with Fu Jingyi and Yao Shiwaru previously occupying one side, while the other two sat across. He did not take a seat despite the warm invitations from the others. He remained standing behind Yu Nian, indifferent in private, but mindful of appearances. How could he sit alongside the future matriarch in public? This was a matter of principle, though he often appeared nonchalant. He was quite particular about such matters. With Huo Yi standing, Yu Nian found herself positioned between Fu Jingyi and Yao Shiwaru. It was then that Fu Jingyi noticed that Yu Nian was holding a stack of cash. Did you go rob a bank? He remarked with a smile, evoking a sense of familiarity that was distinctly different from his interactions with the other three. I sold out the third brother, she quipped, opting not to mention Huo Yan's name in front of them. You sold him quite expensively. Is a half the fee for a meeting? Fu Jingyi jested. Yu Nian actually counted and revealed there were 12 bills, handing 4 to Fu Jingyi and not forgetting to pass 4 to Huo Yi behind her. All right, evenly split. Observing their easy camaraderie, Yao Shiwaru felt a bitter pang. Her brother Jingyi had never interacted with her in such a manner. She understood him well. Though he appeared gentle, he was notoriously difficult to approach. Miss you, it's good to see you again, Yao Shiwaru said, her tone lacking warmth. Yu Nian's expression remained aloof as she nodded, not intentionally dismissing Yao Shiwaru, but rather maintaining her customary demeanor toward unfamiliar individuals. Please don't take offense, Miss Yao. Xiao Yer has this temperament, Zhou Zhan interjected. Yao Shiwaru's countenance darkened further. After all the years of camaraderie with her brother Jingyi, was she to be overshadowed by a woman he had only just met? The distinction between Miss Yao and Xiao Yer was telling, not to mention Fu Jingyi's protective attitude toward Yu Nian. As the exchanges unfolded, Huo Yi watched with keen interest, while the two individuals opposite him grew increasingly restless. They had come to discuss business, not to witness such familial dramas, and knowing too much could be detrimental. Zhou Zhan rose to interrupt. Mr. Fu, we've discussed enough for now. We shall take our leave. Fu Jingyi also stood, bidding farewell with a handshake to the two across from him. Today, Fu was not attentive in his hospitality and promised to invite the two for a meal on another day. Yao Shiwaru, who stood up behind him, felt as if there were hidden implications in his words. Was it directed at her? Was her presence the reason for his lack of hospitality? Had she intruded upon them uninvited? Despite her discontent, her long-standing upbringing compelled her to maintain her composure and not behave rudely in public. With grace, she bid farewell to Fu Jingyi and the two others, observing Yu Nian remaining seated, utterly unmoving and showing no inclination to see them off. Yao Shiwaru thought to herself that such lack of decorum suggested she was not of their circle. Surely, Brother Jingyi would know what kind of individuals were most suitable for him. Bringing someone like her into his social sphere would only bring disgrace. As she turned to gauge Fu Jingyi's expression, she found it unchanged, seemingly indifferent. Opposite them, Zhou Zhun wore an expression that indicated acceptance of the situation. If Yu Nian were to rise and see him off, he would be the one to fret, questioning whether he had unwittingly offended her. Chapter 59. An unexpected discovery. After bidding farewell, the two departed, freeing the three from the need to crowd onto a single sofa. Fu Jingyi took a seat directly opposite, and Yao Shiru, observing this, followed suit. As a result, Yu Nian remained in her original position, now isolated to one side. This smooth maneuver left Huo Yan astounded, prompting him to retract his previous commendation of Yao Shiru as a cultured and sensible individual. She now appeared to him as nothing more than a persistent nuisance. Gazing at the smug Yu Nian across from him and the amused Huo Yan, Fu Jingyi sighed silently, casting a glance at Yu Nian before addressing Huo Yan. "Shall we engage in a match?" Though phrased as a question, his stance indicated a firm resolve. Well, he had little choice but to comply. Huo Yan, at a loss for words, had hoped to remain a spectator, but he conceded, feeling a twinge of pity for Fu Jingyi. The two exited, preparing for their game, leaving Yu Nian and Yao Shiru to face one another. Yu Nian remained composed, her gaze directed towards the two players outside, while Yao Shiru fidgeted restlessly, torn between the desire to join them and the fear of appearing as if she were fleeing. "Miss you, are you quite familiar with Brother Jingyi?" Yao Shiru inquired, though she sensed that the relationship between the two was not of a romantic nature. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to issue a subtle warning, hoping to dissuade any inappropriate aspirations Yu Nian might harbor towards Fu Jingyi. "Indeed, we are quite familiar, having sworn brotherhood," Yu Nian replied nonchalantly, her tone sharp enough to unsettle Yao Shiru, who felt as if she were standing on the precipice of danger, while Yu Nian remained utterly unfazed. "Miss you. My family has long-standing ties with the Fu family. I grew up alongside Brother Jingyi." After a brief pause, she continued, "Brother Jingyi is always gentle and courteous. Please do not misconstrue his kindness, as it would lead to unnecessary heartache." Yao Shiru's words sought to establish her family's prestigious background, implying a commendable match with Fu Jingyi, while ostensibly cautioning Yu Nian that his demeanor was merely a reflection of his character towards everyone, not an indication of affection. Yu Nian chuckled lightly, leaving Yao Shiru perplexed. What was so amusing? Had she uttered something particularly humorous? "My apologies, I couldn't help myself." Yu Nian offered an indifferent apology. "Do you find my words amusing, miss you?" Yao Shiru pressed. Yu Nian nodded earnestly. "Is Fu Jingyi truly gentle and courteous? To my mind, he appears more like a refined yet sharp-tongued rogue." Yao Shiru nearly lost her composure. Having pursued Fu Jingyi for years, she knew he did not display his true self in her presence. Yet, she was acutely aware that the real Fu Jingyi was not as gentle and polite as he seemed. How could Yu Nian possess such insight? Had their relationship progressed to a point where he felt no need for pretense before her? It was infuriating that this woman achieved what she had failed to do over the years. "I am the chosen daughter-in-law recognized by Aunt Fu," Yao Shiru declared, abandoning any pretense. She acknowledged her inability to compete with Yu Nian in Fu Jingyi's eyes, but she was confident that Yu Nian's demeanor would not suffice to win over Aunt Fu. If Fu Jingyi's family had any say in the matter, he would likely already be a father. Yu Nian remarked on how, during Yao Shiru's absence from Beijing, Fu Jingyi's family had arranged numerous blind dates for him. If he were truly obedient, Yao Shiru would have returned to find him already settled with a family of his own. Yao Shiru could no longer contain herself, rising abruptly without a word and departing. Her usual poise and grace were evidently shattered, a testament to her profound anger. After her departure, Yu Nian was about to stand and call for them to leave, but a fleeting glance at a few individuals made her reconsider and sit back down. Among them was Miss Zhu, accompanied by Zhang Min'er, whom she had met previously, as well as a man whose presence felt incongruous. Their demeanor appeared unchanged, which struck Yu Nian as rather peculiar. Yu Nian tapped her fingers lightly on the table, a subconscious gesture of contemplation. The Du family's assets had been entirely seized, and the Zheng family had significantly diminished in stature. The man beside Zheng Min'er suggested a bond that seemed more like a familial obligation than a mere coincidence. Such a situation likely indicated a family arrangement, raising questions given the recent upheaval surrounding the Zheng family. It was common knowledge among the elite that those linked to the former Zheng family were not mere nobodies. In this context, the continued connection to Zheng Min'er was indeed intriguing. Could it be for love? She found that hard to believe. She retrieved her phone and messaged Xiao Mubai, asking him to investigate who had accompanied Zheng Min'er and Zhu Lingling into the venue. The membership policy of the estate was stringent. In cases like that of the Du family, any issued membership cards would be revoked and the information destroyed, making entry impossible. As far as she knew, the Zheng family was not a member of this establishment. Zhu Lingling had only just arrived in the capital, making her presence even more unlikely. Thus, it seemed these two had entered with someone else. Members of the estate could bring guests, but all entrants were subject to real name verification. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible should any incident occur. Shortly, she received a response from Xiao Mubai, who provided the membership information for the individual who had brought in Zheng Min'er. Bai Qingqing, a member of the Bai family, had escorted both Zheng Min'er and Zhu Lingling. Yu Nian's gaze deepened. Could it be that the man was also connected to the Bai family? Reflecting on the information divulged regarding the Bai family by the Du family, she wondered if Zheng Min'er too was entangled in something unsavory. Otherwise, the coincidence was too remarkable to ignore. Quietly, Yu Nian rose and slipped away without alerting them. Once outside, she called Huo Yi to instruct him to return. A few minutes later, Fu Jingyi joined Huo Yi in the car, having concluded his business and now accompanying them back to the villa. Has Miss Yao left? Huo Yi exclaimed dramatically, scanning the surroundings. No need for gratitude, Fu Jingyi replied, relieved to confirm Yao Shiweru's departure. Fu, you cannot allow yourself to be so cowed by a woman, Huo Yi teased him. May I ask you a question? Fu Jingyi inquired politely. Don't hold back, Huo Yi replied with exaggerated confidence. Why did Huo Yan come here? Pressured by a woman, Huo Yi's bravado deflated instantly, revealing the truth behind his earlier bluster. Fu, you aren't resorting to tattling, are you? Fu Jingyi removed his prop glasses and replied deliberately, generally, I would not. As for what constituted an unusual situation, let Huo Yi decipher that on his own. Fu Jingyi did not return to his residence, but chose to accompany Yu Nian and the others instead. Wen Renlin was also present, as he had a stake in the matter at hand, and it was essential to resolve it. They had already devised a solution. For those who were oblivious to the danger, it seemed prudent to let fate take its course. When they returned, two individuals were seated in the living room, sipping tea while awaiting their arrival. Yu Nian greeted a few of them before ascending the stairs. The unexpected discovery of the day warranted serious attention. It was astonishing that the Zheng family, in such a predicament, could still encounter further issues. The rebooting of the surveillance on the Zheng family, coupled with the fact that Zhu Lingling, who had just arrived in Beijing, was already under their scrutiny, suggested that these individuals harbored significant ambitions. Zhu Lingling's grandfather was the secretary of the Provincial Committee of Jiang Province. Those who had reached such esteemed positions were typically resolute in their stances and were unlikely to engage in any treasonous acts. Thus, it seemed they could only target the younger generation of their family. Chapter 60. Unflinching murder. It was not until Huo Yan ascended the stairs to summon her for dinner that Yu Nian finally emerged from her quarters. Upon reaching the ground floor, she discovered that Xiao Mubai had also arrived. Indeed, they had all gathered, for how could one overlook this ever-curious individual? Instead of venturing outside, they opted for the convenience of having their meals delivered. Shall we play mahjong this afternoon? After the meal, the restless Xiao Mubai began to organize a game. Fu Jingyi nodded in agreement. Since they had come, they intended to stay the night. It was a rare opportunity for leisure, and a little diversion would not hurt. Will little fish be able to play? Surely, Huo Sen won't teach you. Xiao Mubai cheerfully beckoned Yu Nian. She shook her head in response. I need to go out for a while. She had to personally probe into Zheng Min'er. It was apparent from their previous encounter that Zheng harbored animosity towards her, and it was likely that she would reveal some clues. Before she could voice Huo Yan's concerns, Yu Nian resolutely silenced them. I will go alone, without any company. The presence of these individuals, all of whom were well-known figures in the capital, including Huo Yi and Huo Er, would only draw unnecessary attention. Zheng Min'er might not seem particularly astute, yet the man by her side remained an enigma. I'll test the waters with Zheng Min'er, Yu Nian sighed. Although Huo Yan maintained his stoic demeanor, she discerned an inexplicable sense of grievance in him. The people present were all allies, after all, and revealing her intentions to them would pose no problem. Then do take care. Huo Yan could only offer a reluctant reminder, as Yu Nian insisted on not allowing him to accompany her. Yet, there was a flicker of pleasure in his heart. She was voluntarily sharing her whereabouts with him, a sign that the young lady had some conscience and recognized his concern. Yu Nian brandished the dagger Huo Yan had gifted her, signaling that she felt secure and that the true caution lay with others. Cough, cough, little fish, what on earth are you carrying that for? Xiao Mubai exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that the dagger you brought back from abroad with Huo Yan? For self-defense, Yu Nian replied, stowing the dagger away. Bringing a dagger for protection while vacationing with Huo Yan? This revelation shocked not only Xiao Mubai, but also Fu Jingyi and the perpetually stoic Wen Rinlin, who exchanged subtle glances directed at Huo Yan. Is your brother doing well? Huo Yan's expression darkened under their scrutinizing gazes. What was with these looks? Yu Nian had no time to concern herself with their silent judgments. After confirming Zheng Min'er and her companion's whereabouts, she departed without hesitation. The few individuals remaining in the villa refrained from teasing Huo Yan. They had all experienced his petty nature and knew that provoking him could lead to unforeseen consequences. Is Zheng Min'er from the Zheng family? Fu Jingyi inquired, finding no hesitation in discussing the matter, as Yu Nian had openly mentioned it in their presence, indicating her lack of fear regarding their knowledge. Although the affairs of the Zheng family were treated with discretion, those of their stature were privy to necessary information. The Du family had committed treason, and the Zheng family had been implicated as a consequence. The individual from the Du family was the one Yu Nian had apprehended. Wen Rinlin recalled Yu Nian's methods with a click of his tongue. Fu Jingyi was astonished. Then, what are Yu Nian? Xiao Mubai directly questioned. Is little fish affiliated with that side? Her position isn't low, Fu Jingyi muttered softly. Upon recalling the first encounter with Yu Nian, I was struck by her beauty. She was the child of Aunt Sin's old acquaintance, and fortunate enough to have caught the attention of Huo Yan. It seemed she had established a formidable connection in the capital. Yet, in hindsight, the dynamics of reliance may not be as straightforward as they appeared. When Rinlin observed Huo Yan, speculating about Yu Nian's position, Huo Yan, being the one who knows Yu Nian best, was well aware of her actions, which she had not intentionally concealed from him. Huo Yan nodded, understanding Wen Rinlin's implication. The base of support that could traverse the clear path was, after all, a token of gratitude from Yu Nian. It was only natural to arrive at such a conclusion. Truly, she is my half-sister, and I always knew that little fish was formidable. Xiao Mubai, on the other hand, harbored no ulterior motives. He was the most straightforward among them, and had been the first to extend goodwill towards Yu Nian. Thanks to you, she is also our half-sister, Fu Jingyi remarked, acknowledging that this matter was indeed fortunate due to this simpleton. Huo Yan's gaze grew somber, given the chance. He would wish for Yu Nian to avoid such arduous and perilous endeavors. Alas, there are no if-onlys in this world, and by the time he met Yu Nian, it was already too late. When Rinlin seemed to sense something, he understood Huo Yan well, as they were essentially akin in nature. Yu Nian was indeed remarkable and astute. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to refrain from engaging in any unnecessary actions that might jeopardize your relationship. As a brother, witnessing Huo Yan's transformation from despondency to vibrancy was solely due to Yu Nian, and he hoped they could continue their journey together harmoniously. Huo Yan chuckled softly when Rinlin's thoughts were wandering. He merely felt sympathy for Yu Nian and had no intention of confining her to a cage. Curiosity piqued Xiao Mubai. Come on, Lingo. Tell me how you captured her? You would do well not to know, when Rinlin replied, casting a meaningful glance at the fool. This time, even Fu Jingyi's curiosity was aroused. He was aware of certain matters that Han Zheng and Xiao Mubai were oblivious to. Being part of the military, Han Zheng, knowing too much could prove detrimental, and they had deliberately kept Xiao Mubai sheltered from the bloody entanglements. To them, Xiao Mubai was simply a naive child beyond his commercial acumen. They all had a protective instinct. Once someone caught their attention, they naturally sought to shield this innocent brother. Moreover, none of them possessed particularly enthusiastic dispositions, relying on Xiao Mubai to enliven their interactions. Without him, they might go 10 days or even half a month without contact. Recently, however, since Yu Nian's arrival, their gatherings have become noticeably more frequent. The current pace of meeting every few days would have been inconceivable before. Undeniably, their bond had grown significantly closer. Initially, one might have presumed her to be a charming little sister in need of care. Yet it turned out she was a concealed powerhouse. It remained uncertain who would ultimately care for whom. Now, hearing Wen Rinlin's words, it seemed this sister's methods were far from gentle. "Come on, Lin Gu, do tell." Xiao Mubai leaned against Wen Rinlin's shoulder, playfully seeking attention, eliciting a slightly painful sensation. Wen Rinlin pushed the fool away, feeling a shiver of distaste. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "You wish to know? Very well, I shall indulge you. It is nothing much, merely the act of breaking someone's limbs." He paused momentarily, making a gesture as if to shoot. He tossed it into the car, reducing it to ashes. He successfully observed the expression of terror on Xiao Mubai's face, letting out a cold snort, expressing his disdain. "Hee, Ling Gu, you must be joking. Little Yuer is simply adorable. Would you like to hear the details? I can share them with you." Wen Rinlin rarely spoke so much. Fu Jingyi was also somewhat taken aback. This method was not merely unkind, but truly ruthless. It was astonishing how appearances can be deceiving. A seemingly gentle and beautiful young girl could exhibit such bloody violence. A strange glint flickered in Huo Yan's eyes. It was his first time learning of the process. But what could he do? Nian was endearing him more and more. Previously, he had harbored concerns about whether you would accept his other side, but now, that seemed a distant worry. Chapter 61. The Fall of Heroes. You both can rest assured. Wen Rinlin could discern from Huo Yan's expression what he was contemplating. These two had long feared that their darker sides would frighten each other. Now, however, two peculiar individuals were united. The spark in Huo Yan's eyes intensified. Had Nian ever worried about her acceptance? This concern had surfaced during their travels abroad with Wen Rinlin a long time ago. A slow smile crept onto his face. "Thanks, brother. What are you two discussing?" Xiao Mubai approached with a puzzled expression. It must be said that his adaptability was remarkable. Just moments ago, he had been visibly shaken, but he quickly regained his composure. "We were saying that your younger sister is a little eccentric, and Huo Yan is a major oddball," Fu Jingyi remarked with a mischievous glint. "Your assertion is flawed. I admit Huo Yan is peculiar, but how is Xiao Yuan eccentric? At worst, she merely engages in a bit of arson and murder, which hardly qualifies as odd." Fu Jingyi looked exasperated. "Do you hear yourself? As long as one isn't eccentric, murder and arson are trivial matters?" "Exactly, not eccentric. At worst, she enjoys disassembling bones and is particular about the blood staining her clothing." Wen Rinlin seemed to have entered a verbose mode. Not only is she not eccentric, but she is also kind-hearted. She cannot bear to hear others scream in agony. She merely silences them and methodically breaks their bones. This successfully caused Xiao Mubai's expression to shift once more. "Ringu, you enough of that. If you're frightened, keep your distance from Yan," Huo Yan warned. Although Yan had not voiced it, he understood that her feelings towards Xiao Mubai differed from those she held for others. She was most accommodating with him, and it was best for him not to display such expressions in her presence. Wen Rinlin likely perceived this as well, hence the preventive words to Xiao Mubai. "What are you saying? Am I unaware?" "I am merely astonished," Xiao Mubai replied, regaining his composure. Xiao Yuan was his dear sister. How could he bear to hurt her feelings? "You're just jealous that Xiao Yuan is closest to me." He began to swell with pride, as if he were privy to something significant. He was not foolish. He could certainly sense that Xiao Yuan held a special closeness to her elder brother. Yes, she is closest to you," Fu Jingyi replied dismissively. On this point, he truly had no counter-arguments. Huo Yan, needless to say, was also close to her alongside Xiao Mubai. "Xiao Yuan wouldn't have harmed that young fellow, would she?" Xiao Mubai recalled Nian leaving with a dagger. "She is not a killer," Fu Jingyi sighed, exasperated by his naive brother. Did he truly believe that Yu Nian would indiscriminately harm anyone? How could he even entertain such a thought? Is there still an issue with the Zhang family? Speaking of which, Fu Jingyi remembered the matter at hand. Yu Nian mentioned testing Zhang Min'er. After all, the Zhang family likely wouldn't be involved. It is probably an individual action, Huo Yan rationally assessed, to which one Renlin nodded in agreement. Regardless, the Zheng family will not emerge unscathed this time. Fortunately, we have no ties to them. If this matter were to escalate, many would suffer due to their involvement. Xiao Mubai patted his chest in relief, recalling that his mother had once considered a match with a woman from the Zheng family. How terrifying that thought was. Otherwise, do you think Yu Nian would have mentioned it in our presence? It was merely a reminder for them to withdraw promptly if entangled in any matters. Upon realizing this, Xiao Mubai let out a foolish chuckle. After all, she is my sister. Aren't we supposed to play mahjong? When Renlin proposed, noting that they had been idly chatting for quite some time, and Yu Nian should have returned by now, if all went smoothly. Indeed, let us play mahjong. There was no mahjong table at Huo Yan's place, and the group had no desire to relocate, so they decided to make do with the table in the living room. Meanwhile, while probing Zheng Min'er, Yu Nian obtained the desired result. Zheng Min'er was undoubtedly involved in something suspicious. Zhu Lingling was notably absent, perhaps having departed. This was to be expected. Children from political families ought to possess a certain degree of acumen. As the family of a regional official, it was essential to maintain a social distance from the families of officials in the capital. Zheng Min'er's partner, Bai Chongming, indeed belonged to the Bai family. When Yu Nian deliberately mentioned the Du family, the disdainful and mocking look he cast was far from feigned. However, his compliance with Zheng Min'er had intensified. It appeared that Zheng Min'er held a dominating position in this matter, warranting a closer examination of the Du family, particularly Du Lizhan. Upon returning to the villa, Yu Nian found that the others had already played 2 rounds of mahjong. Xiao Mubai's face was plastered with paper notes, rendering his features nearly unrecognizable. Upon seeing Yu Nian enter, he seemed to have found a savior. Little fish, they are bullying me. Avenge me. How shall I take my revenge? Beat them up? Yu Nian jested. Confirming the situation with Zheng Min'er, Yu Nian felt somewhat pleased despite the impending trouble. Perhaps that won't be necessary. Just win back my losses for me. Shall I break their bones then? He continued. That seems excessive. I won't do it, Yu Nian confessed, admitting her lack of experience with mahjong. Nian, come sit. I shall teach you, Huo Yan called out. Nian appeared to be in good spirits, so she decided to join in the game. Initially, he had intended to usher the others out upon her return. Yu Nian took a seat beside Huo Yan, who patiently instructed her. The essence of playing cards lies in remembering and calculating, and with Yu Nian's high intelligence and sensitivity to numbers, she quickly grasped the rules. Throughout the game, her partner Wenran Lin occasionally assisted her, ensuring she rarely lost. Little fish, confess, are you a hidden gambling master, pretending to be a novice? Xiao Mubai exclaimed, overwhelmed by his losses. Why is it that I, as seasoned player, cannot surpass even a newcomer like Yu Nian? Come on, let us not embarrass ourselves, Fu Jingyi remarked, observing the childish antics of Xiao Mubai, who was becoming increasingly immature. I'm done. My head is spinning from losing, Xiao Mubai lamented, nearly in tears, fearing he would lose everything if money were involved. The others indulged him, acknowledging that they had indeed been rather hard on him today. These 3 immature men were still somewhat perturbed by Yu Nian's regard for Xiao Mubai, seemingly intent on retaliating against him. Little fish, what is the situation with the Zheng family? Xiao Mubai inquired, his curiosity piqued. Though often frivolous, he knew where to draw the line and would not pry into matters that were best left unasked. The situation concerning the Zheng family was now largely transparent. They could likely discuss it openly. I underestimated Miss Zheng. She truly embodies the essence of playing the pig to eat the tiger. Yu Nian paraphrased Xiao Mubai's earlier words. Zheng Min'er possesses a certain degree of capability. It is highly likely that she acted as an intermediary in the affairs of the Bai family, a fact that even Du Lizhan may be unaware of. The Zheng family has regrettably tarnished the illustrious reputation of Zheng Lao throughout his lifetime. Fu Jingyi sighed, acknowledging that the Zheng family is now irrevocably under the control of the Du family. He holds great respect for these old heroes who endured through the War of Resistance. Returning to their homeland to spend their twilight years under the care of Zheng Lao seems to be the most favorable outcome. Following this incident, there will be no place for them in the capital, and Zheng Lao, along with Zheng Min'er, will find it impossible to depart. The group felt a sense of melancholy. The conclusion of a generation of heroes is marked by such desolation. Chapter 62. The maid Yu Nian, due to the unforeseen incident involving Zheng Min'er, Yu Nian was compelled to return and address the matter, thus setting off early the next morning with a few companions back to the capital. The intimate world that Huo Yan had longed for was abruptly interrupted after merely one night, and their vacation was regrettably cut short by a day. On their return, the group traveled in Fu Jingyi's vehicle, which had been a business car shared with their partners. With the departure of the two individuals, the vehicle became available, perfectly accommodating the five of them. He promptly insisted on displacing Fu Jingyi's personnel from the car, taking the wheel himself, while Huo Yan swiftly occupied the passenger seat, with their bodyguard assuming his position. Concerned for the safety of Miss Yu, the third master Huo was unwilling to let anyone else drive. Huo San remarked that the two of them were more cautious than Lin Ji's men, to which Xiao Mubai jested, noting that when Renlin's bodyguards had not managed to squeeze in. Indeed, I am Miss Yu's exclusive driver, Huo Yi proclaimed proudly. Bodyguard, Huo Yan chimed in immediately after. You truly have your merits. Huo Yan, aren't you going to manage them? Xiao Mubai surrendered, finding these two more adept at leveraging their connections than he was. Lacking any sense of shame. She is mine, came Huo Yan's nonchalant reply, accompanied by a pleading glance towards Yu Nian, seeking validation. All right. You with family members are impressive. I concede. Xiao Mubai raised his hands in surrender, muttering that none of the Huo family were genuinely good people. Oof. When Renlin pressed down Xiao Mubai's hand, urging him to quiet down. Xiao Lu, could you do me a favor? What is it? Yu Nian raised an eyebrow, surprised by Renlin's rare initiation. He produced his laptop, clicked a few times, and handed it to her, revealing a page that stated access to the website was denied. Can you see if you can get in? Taking the laptop, she entered a series of codes, and within 5 minutes, she successfully logged in. A mere trifle. Yu Nian assumed she was assisting him in breaching the website's data, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the One Family's emblem. Is this your family's website? An indescribable expression crossed Renlin's face. The firewall was constructed at a great expense, and they claimed it rivaled the security of the White House. Linga, have you been duped? Xiao Mubai relished in the misfortune. Fu Jingyi, that fool, who would dare deceive Renlin? They must be courting death. It could only be said that Yu Nian surpassed their expectations. She breached the robust firewall that Renlin had invested heavily in with such ease. How much did it cost? Yu Nian was genuinely curious about the price for such a level of security. $8 million. Alin, are you out of your mind? Huo Yan mocked. Such an amount was trivial for them. Huo Yan had gifted Yu Nian a dagger worth $40 million. The issue was that for Renlin, it was akin to throwing money into the void. Foolish money, abundant yet wasted. Yu Nian gestured in admiration, affirming that wealth indeed grants one the audacity to spend freely. Speechless, she withdrew her laptop and exported a program she had developed onto Renlin's device. After a brief operation, she returned the laptop to him. Make do with this for now. It's complimentary. It should prove more useful than your $8 million. Renlin, why did he choose to invest $8 million directly instead of seeking out Yu Nian? What was his thought process at that moment? It all transpired so swiftly. Xiao Mubai did not grasp this concept. He merely assumed that constructing a firewall would require considerable time. Previously, he had assisted others in such tasks. Otherwise, how could it have been accomplished so expeditiously? It had taken her an entire day to complete a similar project. Xiao Yuer, thank you. Yu Nian gazed in disbelief at the computer handed to her. Fu Jingyi was indeed quite unceremonious. Nevertheless, she accepted it and proceeded to install the same firewall for him. Fu Jingyi, satisfied, reclaimed his computer, having made a worthwhile investment. When Renlin had personally tested a firewall deemed more valuable than $8 million, Xiao Mubai observed with envy, lamenting the absence of his own computer. Although he had no need for such an advanced firewall, they all possessed one. Once Yu Nian had completed the installations for both of them, they arrived at the entrance of the tree-lined avenue leading to the banquet garden. A car was parked there, with a woman nearby, engaging in fervent conversation with the security personnel. Third Master, it's Miss Yu. The group exchanged knowing glances, their eyes playfully directed at Huo Yan. They were all aware of his reason for visiting the villa. He had just returned only to be sought out by the Peach Blossom. Upon seeing their vehicle approach, Zhu Lingling felt a surge of excitement and attempted to rush forward, only to be restrained by those beside her, helplessly watching as the car drove in. If only they would allow her entry. She had come to the villa with Zheng Min'er. It was the perfect opportunity for her to present herself. Huo Yan contacted the security office at the entrance, instructing them to conduct a check before granting access. Third brother, it's up to you now. Start with some casual conversation. Yu Nian felt a wave of frustration. How had she come up with this idea? Aren't you going to help me? She implored Huo Yan with hopeful eyes. I will, he begrudgingly replied through clenched teeth. Originally, they had planned to return after dropping them off, but now they decided to stay and witness the unfolding drama. Who would be foolish enough to leave when such entertainment was at hand? Huo Yan's gatherings were a rare spectacle, especially when it involved the allure of charm. Outside, Zhu Lingling was still entangled with the security personnel, who informed her that Huo Yan was not present. She believed them, for she had seen the guest from the banquet garden at the villa the previous day. She wished to wait inside, yet the entrance refused her entry. As she grappled with the situation, she noticed the approaching vehicle. Surely, Huo Yan had returned, and she attempted to dash forward to stop the car, only to be pulled back by the security personnel. If you seek trouble, do not drag us along. Zhu Lingling was restrained, left to watch helplessly as the car drove in. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, the security office received Huo Yan's call, instructing them to check the vehicle and allow it through. Had Huo Yan spotted her just now? Did he call to let her in? Zhu Lingling's cheeks flushed, and she even stomped her foot in a moment of fluster. The security officer conducting the vehicle check was taken aback by her peculiar behavior. Once the inspection was complete, the security personnel at the entrance replaced the driver for safety reasons. When the car came to a halt, several individuals had just exited and were still conversing in the yard. Brotherhood of the group shuddered in unison. That melodious, winding tone sent shivers down their spines. Zhu Lingling rushed over and, upon seeing the group of handsome men standing together, exclaimed, "Oh my, they are all so dashing. Are they friends of Brother Huo Yan?" Indeed, it seems that exceptional individuals naturally attract equally remarkable companions. While they all appeared charming, her heart still belonged to Brother Huo Yan. As her gaze swept across the crowd, it landed on Huo Yan and Yu Nian, her cheeks flushing from embarrassment to indignation. She felt deceived by that woman, who had also swindled her out of money. Brother Huo Yan, your servant is utterly thoughtless. Zhu Lingling pouted, pointing at the two individuals standing in the corner. Moments ago, Yu Nian had been instructing Huo Yan to fetch her a car, preferably one that wouldn't draw attention. The two were conversing in a discreet corner, which, in Zhu Lingling's eyes, reeked of guilty avoidance. The others, left in astonishment, pondered a servant? Yu Nian? Well, one must admit, such a notion is quite inventive. Chapter 63. A gentle massage for a troubled mind, Miss Zhu. Do refrain from making baseless remarks. How could we possibly be lacking in understanding? All interjected, responding to the knowing gaze of Yu Nian, cautioning the others against revealing their intentions. She deceived me out of my money and claims that Brother Huo Yan is fishing in the river. Zhu Lingling pouted in discontent. A few muffled chuckles escaped, and apologies were offered. Typically, they would not laugh unless unable to contain themselves. Huo Yan looked at Yu Nian with a blend of exasperation and affection. He has gone fishing, has he? Well, if that's the case, then I suppose he is indeed fishing. I truly did go fishing. Miss Zhu, what brings you here? The group stifled their laughter at Huo Yan's deadpan delivery of such absurdity. Oh, does Brother Huo Yan have such a hobby? Zhu Lingling inquired, feigning innocence. Oh, it's nothing much. I simply couldn't find Brother Huo Yan by the river yesterday, so I came to look for him today, she said bashfully. Apologize, but I just recalled a rather amusing joke. Fu Jingyi was the first to break the laughter. Ha ha, I too had just remembered that joke. Xiao Mubai, who had been attempting to hold back, succumbed to laughter. It's just too funny. Ho Yi and Ho Yan, along with Yu Nian, turned away almost in unison, chuckling uncontrollably. As servants, it was inappropriate to mock their master openly. When Ren Lin, too, found it hard to suppress his amusement, noting that Miss Zhu was indeed quite the character for not locating Huo Yan in the river. With a darkened expression, Huo Yan surveyed the group, questioning whether his jest was truly amusing. Please, make yourselves comfortable in the room, Uncle, he interjected at the perfect moment. As the group moved indoors, Huo Yan instinctively reached for Yu Nian's hand, only for her to nimbly step ahead and enter first. Do masters hold their servants' hands while walking? Huo Yan's mood darkened further. Permitting Zhu lingling inside had been a grievous error. In the living room, Huo Yan, determined to prevent Zhu lingling from leaning against him, chose to settle into an armchair first. Yu Nian stood behind him, her hand stealthily brushing against his face. The mere touch caused Huo Yan's expression to soften, leaving the others in awe and admiration for Yu Nian's prowess. Impressive, my sister. Did Miss Yu visit Yunshang Villa yesterday as well? As Yu Nian sought to extract information, Huo Yan resigned himself to the conversation. Indeed, what a pity I could not meet Brother Huo Yan, Zhu Lingling lamented. It would have been splendid if I could have encountered him yesterday. Miss Zhu, we are not that familiar. Huo Yan could no longer endure her familiarity. Brother? Who exactly is her brother? When Yu Nian called him brother, it stirred his emotions, yet hearing this woman address him in the same manner made him want to cast her away. Miss Zhu, our third master is rather reserved, Yu Nian stated solemnly. Please keep your distance from me, Zhu Lingling said, angered by the sight of the young, maid being so close to Huo Yan. After all, she was seated so far away from him. Yu Nian pressed her hand firmly on Huo Yan's shoulder, calming his rising irritation, and playfully kneaded it. I'm giving the third master a massage. His mind is troubled. Ha! That joke is truly hilarious. Xiao Mubai could no longer contain himself. His mind is troubled, indeed. Fu Jingyi and Wen Renlin coughed twice, struggling to suppress their mirth. They were quite eager to inquire of Dr. Yu whether pressing on the shoulder would be beneficial for those with less than optimal mental faculties. Miss Zhu visited the Cloud Mountain Villa yesterday as well, did she not? We also went, and it is indeed regrettable that we did not encounter Miss Zhu. Fu Jingyi hastily interjected to shift the conversation, fearing that if this Miss Zhu continued to question Yu Nian, she would likely be cast out by Huo Yan without hesitation. Indeed, the Cloud Mountain Villa is quite splendid. Such places are rare in our region. The cultured and refined Fu Jingyi easily evokes a sense of fondness in others. And Zhu Lingling softened her tone in response. Is Miss Zhu not a native of the capital? Fu Jingyi gently coaxed, taking over Huo Yan's task of drawing out conversation. No, I hail from Jiang province. It is my first visit to the capital, accompanying Brother Huo Yan. Well, Yan, it seems he cannot engage in conversation unless he is mentioned. Can he? So, did Miss Zhu venture to the Cloud Mountain Villa alone yesterday? Not all. It was Sister Minner from Grandpa Zhang's family who brought me along. After much casual chatter, they finally arrived at the crux of the matter. It appears that Miss Zhu shares a rapport with Miss Zhang. Making friends upon arriving in the capital is indeed delightful. Fu Jingyi smiled gently, adopting a tone reminiscent of friendly banter, which made it easy for others to lower their defenses, particularly for a girl like Zhu Lingling. That is not the case. She insisted on bringing me along, claiming she wanted to introduce me to her friends. I only went out of respect for Grandpa Zhang. Zhu Lingling pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her expression. What seems to be the matter? It appears that Miss Zhu did not enjoy herself very much. How could I? I spent the entire time watching her and her boyfriend display their affection, and she even mentioned wanting to introduce someone to me. I have no interest in that. After all, he already has someone he cares for. She cast a bashful glance at Huo Yan. The rather clueless Huo Yan, perhaps next time we have the opportunity, we could invite Miss Zhu along for an outing. But I must return soon. Grandpa is worried about me staying alone in the capital. Zhu Lingling expressed her concern, and then revealed the purpose of her visit. Brother Huo Yan, may I stay with you? That way, Grandpa won't take me away. The group was left speechless multiple times today. She certainly knows how to think on her feet. That is not permissible. Yu Nian interjected firmly, stating that everything that needed to be known was already apparent, and that she could take her leave. You. Brother Huo Yan, look at her. Miss Zhu, your brother Huo Yan may be feeling a bit unwell. Coincidentally, we must also depart, so let us leave together. Fu Jingyi offered a way out, standing up decisively. Zhu Lingling glanced between Fu Jingyi and the stern-faced Huo Yan, seeming torn between her choices. The others were once again rendered speechless by her antics. This woman truly seemed oblivious, as if she were selecting a consort. "Miss Zhu, if you please." Fu Jingyi extended a gentlemanly hand, and Zhu Lingling, observing the unresponsive Huo Yan, gritted her teeth and rose, just as she intended to place her hand in Fu Jingyi's. However, the owner of the hand coincidentally withdrew and turned away, seemingly oblivious to Zhu Lingling's outstretched gesture. This smooth maneuver left Xiao Mubai in awe, and as Fu Jingyi reached the doorway, he turned back to beckon the dazed Zhu Lingling. "Why has Ms. Zhu not departed?" Zhu Lingling picked up her bag. "Well then, Brother Huo Yan, I shall take my leave for now and return another day." Huo Yan remained expressionless, showing no interest in Yin Yin, barely sparing her a glance. Zhu Lingling, filled with indignation, marched toward Fu Jingyi with quick, determined steps. Fu Jingyi opened the car door for her, saying, "Miss Zhu, please." Dazed by Fu Jingyi's charm, Zhu Lingling climbed into the vehicle, only to realize she had forgotten to inquire about their destination. Never mind. She would just go with them. Fu Jingyi and his companions also entered the car. "Old Fu, while Huo San refrained from utilizing his charms, you certainly did," Xiao Mubai remarked with a cheeky grin, clearly amused. It was unexpected. Old Fu truly had a knack for charming women. Fu Jingyi shot him a glance, pondering that if it weren't for repaying a favor to Yu Nian, he wouldn't have exerted himself so much. As the car headed towards Yin Garden, Fu Jingyi instructed the driver to accelerate. Seizing the opportunity while Zhu Lingling's vehicle was still at the gate, he swiftly departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Zhu Lingling, having just regained her own driver, appeared utterly bewildered. "Where's Fu Jingyi?" Chapter 64. Leaving a back door for oneself, once they departed, Yu Nian prepared to leave as well. Huo Yan, understanding that she had pressing matters to attend to, refrained from lingering and simply cautioned her to stay safe as he watched her exit. Yu Nian first arrived at the cybersecurity department. After organizing her tasks, she sent a message to the secretary of the second-in-command, inquiring if the leader had a moment to discuss some matters. Although she possessed the direct contact number for the second-in-command, Yu Nian never used it unless in emergencies. She always preferred to coordinate through the secretary first. After a brief wait, the secretary called to inform her that the leader was in a meeting but would send a car to pick her up shortly for a casual meal together. Upon reaching her destination, Yu Nian fell silent, pondering the nature of this meal. It seemed rather significant for a mere casual gathering. This was her first time stepping into this bastion of the nation's highest authority, a place both ancient and imbued with a solemn grandeur. She felt no particular sensation aside from the weight of the atmosphere. Following the escort into a small conference room, she was instructed to wait briefly as the leader would join her shortly. Yu Nian refrained from glancing around, choosing instead to sit quietly in her seat. After approximately 10 minutes, the door to the conference room swung open, prompting Yu Nian to rise. The first to enter was the second-in-command, followed by several elderly gentlemen, figures typically seen only in the news. After exchanging pleasantries with the leaders, the second-in-command took his seat at the head of the table, cheerfully inviting everyone to sit down. The escort brought in meals, with each person receiving a portion. Having just concluded a morning meeting, the second-in-command had brought a few colleagues along. "Enjoy your meal, everyone. This is Yu Nian from our cybersecurity department." He introduced her without any airs, signaling for everyone to partake in the meal, indicating a camaraderie with the older men present. Observing the calm and composed Yu Nian, the guests each pondered their thoughts. Yu Nian remained unfazed by their presence. Having grown up in a military district, she found the sternness exuded by the old generals far more formidable than this gathering of bureaucrats. However, compared to those generals, these individuals were the true power brokers. Seasoned politicians. "Remarkable how youth breeds heroes," one remarked. Regardless, the senior leaders displayed warmth, having long been aware of her existence, though this was their first encounter. Yu Nian's intentions for today appeared clear: to familiarize herself with these influential figures, ensuring no misunderstandings arose. It seemed that she was poised to supplant Wei Jiangang, becoming the new ghost of Kyoto, as one leader jested. This nickname had been coined by the locals for Wei Jiangang, who, as head of the National Security Bureau, was synonymous with trouble. With the establishment of the Cybersecurity Department, which often acted more swiftly than the National Security Bureau, was she not the new specter? Old Lin, Do refrain from such jests. Can a young lady truly bear the moniker of ghost? How will she ever find a partner? Another chimed in. Indeed, if a young lady cannot find a partner, it shall be your fault, came the retort. Yu Nian cast a meaningful glance at the speaker, none other than Huo Yan's grandfather. Now, you old fellows, cease your teasing of our dear Yu Nian. She is a national treasure. The evaluation could be deemed exceptionally high. After engaging in conversation with several senior leaders, the meal passed swiftly. Once dining concluded, the leaders took their leave, while Yu Nian accompanied the second-in-command to the office. After listening to Yu Nian's report, the second leader pondered for a moment before instructing her to wait in the reception area while he made a phone call. Yu Nian understood that he was likely consulting with someone and chose to sit in the far corner to avoid overhearing anything inappropriate. When the second leader approached, he found Yu Nian nearly seated at the door, which amused him. This young woman was quite adept at avoiding suspicion. You, pursue your endeavors boldly. Regardless of who is implicated, there shall be no leniency. This imparted considerable authority to Yu Nian. Should she successfully manage this matter, she would inevitably step into the limelight. After departing from the leader, Yu Nian returned directly to the banquet hall. In the living room, Huo Yan wore a somewhat grim expression, which lightened upon Yu Nian's arrival. What is the matter? Yu Nian inquired, and before she could even take a seat, Huo Yan startled her by abruptly standing. Without responding, he seized her hand and led her upstairs. Nian, I must travel abroad, Huo Yan said, his tone heavy. Is it complicated? Why do you appear so troubled? I will be gone for an extended period. Huo San cannot manage it. Even if he goes personally, it will not be resolved swiftly. Nian, I'm likely to be away until the end of the year, with over 3 months until the year's end. Yu Nian calculated, but still found herself perplexed by his implications. And then, Huo Yan, noticing the question in her eyes, felt a twinge of irritation. How could she not think of him? He decided to lift Yu Nian onto his lap, resting his head on her shoulder. Nian, I feel insecure about leaving for such a long time, he murmured, his voice muffled against her. Is it really that serious? I assumed there were insurmountable issues at hand. It turned out that Huo Yan's discontent stemmed from this. As she would not disappear, she would still be there upon his return. This is indeed an insurmountable issue. I wish I could carry you in my pocket. But that was merely a fanciful thought. Yu Nian had been quite busy of late, and he well understood that accompanying him abroad was simply out of the question. Moreover, even if it were possible, he would not want her to go. Too perilous. Is it absolutely necessary? Yu Nian inquired, seemingly referencing the current situation while also questioning Huo Yan's reluctance to relent. Huo Yan's overseas enterprise is likely mirrored when Renlin's shadowy and concealed. Given his status domestically, Yu Nian struggled to comprehend why he would take such a risk. I am accustomed to keeping a fallback plan in place. If the Huo family remains stable, they will naturally encounter no issues. However, the world is unpredictable. Like the Zheng family, a downfall can occur overnight. Should anything happen to the Huo family, they would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate domestically. He would not allow himself to reach that point. With Yu Nian in his life, the necessity for that fallback plan became even more pronounced. Yu Nian began to understand. She too had her contingency plans, yet she had not anticipated that Huo Yan's backup plan was, well, perhaps even more expansive than his primary path. The phrase to bow and exhaust one's self until death does not apply to her. Once she senses danger, she will leave without hesitation. So go ahead and rest assured. I shall await your return. Huo Yan lifted his gaze from her shoulder and looked earnestly at Yu Nian. What does wait for your return mean? He inquired. When you come back, I will give you a title, Yu Nian replied, her tone playful yet imbued with sincerity. In truth, during this time, not only Anson, but also Fu Jingyi and a few others had subtly hinted at Huo Yan's nature, suggesting that his enthusiasm for anything rarely lasted long. Once the novelty wore off, he would likely lose interest. Yu Nian was aware of this herself, yet she remained unfazed. When something is determined, one should pursue it. Even if the outcome is not as one hoped, she is prepared to bear the consequences of her choices. Yu Nian has always possessed a formidable inner strength. Mental turmoil is simply inconceivable for her. Chapter 65 Departure of Huo Yan. Is it true? Huo Yan was utterly bewildered by this unexpected delight. He had thought he still had time to wait. Yu Nian cradled Huo Yan's face, gazing deeply into his eyes. When you return, if everything remains unchanged, we shall be together. The reason for waiting until his return, rather than embracing the present, lay in Yu Nian's own contemplation. During this period, they had been inseparable, which may have blurred certain feelings. The timing of this opportunity was fortuitous, as Huo Yan needed to be away for a while, allowing them both to reflect. Upon his return, if their sentiments remained steadfast, there would be no need to squander any more time. Huo Yan held Yu Nian tightly in his embrace, his heart racing with excitement. Unsure of how to articulate his emotions, he could only hold her close, savoring her presence. Yu Nian did not resist. She allowed him to embrace her. After a considerable pause, Huo Yan finally calmed his fervent emotions and released her. When do you leave? Tomorrow, came Yu Nian's reply. They fell into silence for a moment before she urged him. You should prepare now. I still have work to do. If she had not spoken, he would have likely lingered there until the next day. His urgent departure hinted at significant matters at hand. They ought not to waste time here. Must you leave so soon? Will you not spend some time with me before you go? Huo Yan asked wistfully. Upon your return, I will accompany you every day. If you wish. She decided to indulge him, given his imminent departure. Will you sleep with me? Huo Yan quipped, only to be met with a disparaging glance from Yu Nian, who promptly shooed him away. Yu Nian retreated to her room, only emerging for dinner. When she descended, she found Huo Yan had just returned from outside. He had hurried back specifically to share a meal with her before heading out again. With his extended trip abroad ahead, he had numerous arrangements to make, likely necessitating an all-nighter. Yu Nian refrained from commenting or attempting to persuade him otherwise. They finished dinner as usual, exchanged a few words, and then ascended the stairs. Huo Yan, however, hastily departed once more, leaving Ho Yi at the company and Ho Air to scurry back and forth with him. Ho Yi understood the significance of Huo Yan returning to dine with Miss Yu, especially given their impending separation. He could see that Miss Yu was doing her utmost to conserve Huo Yan's time. In truth, she was quite well suited for him, devoid of unnecessary chatter, aware of when to act, contemplating, if Huo Yan were to depart the following day, there would be a woman at home, tearful and reluctant to part ways, or perhaps one who would incessantly fuss over him, even needing to be consoled in return. While this might seem heartwarming, it was in essence the most unproductive of sentiments. Would uttering a few more meaningless words ensure our safety? Instead of wasting time, we ought to prepare thoroughly. The next day, Yu Nian's vacation came to an end, and Huo Yan appeared promptly at the school gate to see her off. Their demeanor was as usual until the moment arrived to exit the vehicle. Yu Nian embraced Huo Yan and softly whispered, I will wait for your return. Without a trace of reluctance, she stepped out of the car. Watching her figure fade into the school, Huo Yan stifled the impulse to chase after her. To the airport, he utilized his private jet, ready for takeoff at any moment. This time, he brought along Huo Air, while Huo Yi remained in Kyoto. Both were in agreement with this arrangement. The duration was too lengthy for them to depart together. Someone needed to oversee matters in Kyoto. Huo Yi drove them to the airport, observing the slightly discontented demeanor of San Yi as he patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, San Yi, I will take good care of Miss Yu. Yes, take care of yourself as well. Huo Yi, he felt his words were redundant. Huo Yi scoffed. Lacking insight, San Yi was not merely concerned but reluctant to part. What was there to be worried about? Kyoto was their territory. Not to mention Miss Yu's own formidable capabilities, there were also several esteemed gentlemen present to protect her. After Huo Yan's departure, Yu Nian's life continued as usual. In fact, it had become considerably calmer, as previous troubles gradually faded away. Zhu Lingling's grandfather, hearing whispers from Kyoto, forcefully brought her back to Jiang province to prevent any potential troubles from arising. Du Yin was also sent abroad by Shunwen. Ever since the Shun father and son learned of Yu Nian's extraordinary relationship with Huo Yan, they had refrained from disturbing her until they were fully prepared. Surveillance over Zheng Min, and the Bai family persisted, yet no substantial actions had been taken, leading to a lack of progress. A month had swiftly passed since Huo Yan's departure, and the weather had turned quite cold. During her free time, Yu Nian remained ensconced in Yin Yuan, rarely venturing outside. Xiao Mubai had visited her a few times, though he could not come frequently, as Huo Yan was away, and it was prudent to avoid suspicion. His constant visits to Xiao Yuer would not be appropriate. One day, Xiao Mubai arrived at Yin Yuan, persistently urging Yu Nian to step outside. "Xiao Yuer, come on. How long has it been since you last went out?" "I attend classes every day," Yu Nian retorted, perplexed by his inquiry. "That's not the same. Today, Han Jing returns from the army. Let us gather together. With Huo San away, are you really going to ignore us? It's cold. It's not cold. There is a hot spring at Lin Guo's place. I'm feeling lazy. I've boasted to them that I'd bring you along today." Unable to sway her with reason, Xiao Mubai resorted to feigned pity. "They will mock me mercilessly." Ultimately, Xiao Mubai succeeded in persuading Yu Nian to join him in his car. Well, he had gone to the company, and Yu Nian preferred not to use another driver or drive herself, so she opted for Xiao Mubai's vehicle. After lingering at Yin Yuan for a while, they arrived just as the others did. Upon entering the private room, Yu Nian sensed an unusual atmosphere. When Ren Lin and Fu Jing wore expressions devoid of emotion, while Han Jing appeared somewhat displeased. Had there been a quarrel? An unfamiliar woman was also present in the room. All these gentlemen were single, and it was uncommon for them to bring someone along. This was the first instance of such a thing. Sitting between Han Jing and Fu Jing, she wondered whose companion she was. Xiao Mubai, who entered afterward, paused upon seeing the woman, furrowing his brow. "Xiao Yuer, is it cold?" Fu Jing offered a smile, directing his gaze toward Yu Nian. "I'm freezing. The moment I stepped out of the car, I felt chilled to the bone and have yet to recover." When Ren Lin poured a cup of hot tea and placed it on the adjacent table, Xiao Lu approached and took a seat. This peculiar form of address had been established after Fu Jingyi had sought help from the mountain villa. In a bid to appear close in front of Yao Shiru, he had adopted the name Xiao Yuer from Xiao Mubai and had continued to call her that ever since. As for Wen Renlin, she had started addressing her as Xiao Lu at some point, though she could not recall when. It mattered little to her. After all, it was merely a name. Yu Nian took a seat beside Wen Renlin and sipped from the steaming cup. Han Jing felt somewhat perplexed. He was unaware of the happenings during his absence. Xiao Yuer, Xiao Lu, had they not previously referred to her as Miss Yu? Their relationship seemed to have grown remarkably close. What about him? He was indeed a simpleton, unable to articulate his thoughts, which only served to irritate the other two further. Chapter 66. The Old Acquaintance of Huo Yan. In Yuling, I am freezing to death too. You will only care about Xiao Yuer and not me. Xiao Baobao pouted, feeling aggrieved as she walked over to sit beside Yu Nian. When Renlin pushed a cup of water towards her, and Xiao Mubai's face instantly brightened. This child was easily pleased. No one introduced the woman, and Yu Nian, not one to be overly curious, refrained from bringing it up. However, the woman spoke first. "Mubai, it has been a long time." "Yes, sisterling. It has been a while," Xiao Mubai replied, his tone significantly more composed than his earlier frivolity. "Has he not come? Weren't you always inseparable from him?" The woman's words carried a hint of amusement, suggesting a close relationship with them. Yu Nian's brow furrowed slightly. Was she here for Huo Yan again? This man truly had a knack for attracting attention, even from afar. Before Xiao Mubai could respond, the woman seemed uninterested in an answer and turned her gaze to Yu Nian. "And who might this young lady be? No one has introduced me. I have been away from Kyoto for so long that I do not recognize the newcomers." Yu Nian felt a sense of helplessness. Why did she always find herself in such situations? Had she known, she would not have attended. "I am just an insignificant person, not part of your circle. So there is no need to pay me any mind," Yu Nian replied, attempting to deflect the woman's scrutiny, regardless of her expressive countenance. "Please, take your seats. Xiao Lu, could you assist me?" When Renlin cast a glance at Yu Nian. Rising, Yu Nian followed Wen Renlin out, aware that he had something to discuss with her. As soon as they exited, the woman spoke with a smile. "What little secret are they off to discuss?" "Missing, we were just talking about assistance." Fu Jingyi interjected coolly. "Have you become so distant with me?" "Jingyi?" Yin Yuling's tone carried a tinge of sadness. "Sister Ling, do not take it to heart. He has always been like this." Han Jing quickly consoled Yin Yuling, unable to bear seeing her upset. Fu Jingyi chuckled lightly. "Anzing, you turn into a fool around this woman, just as you have for all these years." Even the usually boisterous Xiao Mubai fell silent, staring into his cup, lost in thought. Meanwhile, when Renlin guided Yu Nian to another private room, explaining the situation regarding Yin Yuling. Yin Yuling's grandfather shared a deep friendship with Huo Yan's grandfather, having saved his life in their youth. They later entered politics together, both achieving high-ranking positions, becoming steadfast brothers. Yin Lao, an orphan who had severed ties with all relatives, had only one son, Yin Zheng, after marriage. Unfortunately, Yin Zheng showed no interest in the political arena, refusing to follow the path laid out by his father, despite Yin Lao's relentless efforts. In a bid to escape his father's pressure, the couple fled abroad after marriage, leaving their young daughter, Yin Yuling, with Yin Lao. Yin Yuling and Huo Yan were born in the same year. Given the closeness of their families, it would not be an exaggeration to call Yin Yuling Huo Yan's childhood sweetheart. However, Huo Yan had always maintained a distant demeanor towards everyone, including Yin Yuling. Furthermore, Huo Yan's family had moved out of the old residence long ago, resulting in a lack of familiarity between them, until Huo Yan returned from studying abroad. The old man suggested that he cultivate a relationship with Yin Yuling, proposing engagement if they were compatible. Huo Yan neither agreed nor opposed, maintaining his usual indifference towards Yin Yuling. Consequently, she began to frequently appear around him as his fiancée, even attending their occasional gatherings. Whenever she caught wind of a social event, she would hasten to join, and Huo Yan remained silent, leaving no option but for others to accommodate her presence. That woman was rather ostentatious. Many in their circle envied her, claiming she was the only one capable of entering this exclusive group. Over a year passed, and amid a major reshuffle in the central government, old Yin's son abroad became a significant vulnerability for him. He faced two choices: either step down or compel his son to abandon his overseas ventures and return home. In the end, old Yin chose to retire. He had grown old, and his only granddaughter, Yin Yuling, was by his side. Forcing his son to come back would likely breed resentment, especially since his son had established a family abroad with a son and a daughter. After a lifetime of toil, he deserved to enjoy the joys of family in his twilight years. Once retired, old Yin planned to visit his son overseas. At that time, old Huo advised him extensively, warning that it would sever his ties to his homeland. Even if he retired, very few would venture abroad. Old Yin's situation was unique, deserving of special consideration. However, returning to this circle would prove challenging. Old Yin cherished his granddaughter, who had accompanied him for so many years, and thus left the choice to her: stay in the country or accompany him abroad to reunite with her parents. Should she choose to remain, he would swallow his pride and implore old Huo to facilitate an engagement between her and Huo Yan, ensuring she would be cared for by the Huo family in his absence. Ultimately, Yin Yuling opted to go abroad, leaving for several years. Today, Han Zheng brought her back, marking their first reunion after all these years. After hearing this, Yu Nian understood the emotional history behind it. No wonder she had inquired about Huo Yan so readily. Yet, what was Han Zheng's true relationship with that woman? His demeanor suggested an unusual fondness for her. They had known each other since childhood, and Han Zheng had harbored feelings for her for many years. When Renlin sighed, recalling that many times, the news of their gatherings had been relayed to her by Han Zheng. Was this a return to rekindle old flames with Huo Yan? Uncertain, as Han Zheng had unexpectedly brought her today without prior notice. They had just arrived when Yu Nian came in. Yu Nian realized why the atmosphere felt strange upon her arrival. Old Huo treated her kindly, yet they remained oblivious to Huo Yan's true feelings towards her, making it difficult to comment. When Renlin spoke objectively, refraining from praising Huo Yan, indeed, he had never clearly expressed his stance, and it was evident to discerning eyes that he held no affection for her, although he had never outright rejected her either. Yu Nian was indifferent to this. She had been present at that time and bore no grudge regarding such matters. Her focus remained on the present, acknowledging that the only barriers between her and Huo Yan were of their own making, disregarding external influences. As for old Huo's fondness for Yin Yuling and potential bias towards her, Yu Nian remained utterly unconcerned. Let us not dwell on the matter being solely between her and Huo Yan, for it bears no relevance to the other members of the Huo family. To speak of the cunning old fox that is Elder Huo, he is well aware of her true identity. Even if he holds a fondness for Yin, he would not impede her relationship with Huo Yan. In fact, he would likely offer his full support. Should she become irate and seek to create disturbances for the Huo family, such an endeavor would be effortlessly within her reach. The Huo family is not akin to the Yin family, lacking connections and thriving in solitude. Setting aside the relatives on that side, even just considering his eldest son's family, they're all entrenched in the political sphere. Would Elder Huo, for the sake of an old friend-esque granddaughter, willingly invite a potential adversary into his household? Chapter 67. Out of place, my composed elder brother. It is the first time I have heard you speak so much after all this time. Yu Nian even found a mood to tease Wenren. Who am I doing this for? What do you think? Wenren was momentarily taken aback by Yu Nian's words, still having the leisure to joke at his expense. You shouldn't be asking me that. Suddenly, Yu Nian's mood improved. She was now somewhat exhilarated, curious about how Huo Yan would proceed. Huo Yan likes you. That is beyond question. Observing Yu Nian's expression, Wenren sighed helplessly, recognizing the challenges his brother faced in loving someone so carefree. Yu Nian exhibited no hint of anxiety, rather an excitement akin to that of spectator, as if she were not the one directly involved. I know, strictly speaking, we have no relationship yet. He has the right to choose. Her words, though casual, carried an undercurrent of seriousness. He can choose Yin. I have no objections. However, if he deceives me, she narrowed her eyes, leaving her statement unfinished. When Wenren understood her implication, she would accept any choice Huo Yan made, but could not tolerate deceit. With her temperament, if Huo Yan wished for both this and that, the consequences could be dire. You have too little faith in Huo Yan. He is not that lacking in character. Yu Nian stood up. I only trust myself. Let us go. If we don't return soon, they will think I have eloped with you. Wenren could do nothing about Yu Nian's startling remarks. With a sigh, he accompanied her back to the private room. Upon their return, the atmosphere had improved significantly compared to before. Aside from Fu Jingyi, who still sat expressionless, Xiao Mubai and Yin Yuling's relationship appeared to have improved considerably. Little fish, where have you been for so long? I thought you abandoned me and left. Xiao Mubai pulled out a chair for Yu Nian to sit. How could I leave? Yu Nian shot him a glance, reminding him that he was the one who had brought her here. Aren't you going to see me back? That's true. We'll go back together. Xiao Mubai realized and chuckled foolishly. Little fish, take a look at this. Fu Jingyi placed his phone on the table, turning it toward Yu Nian, signaling her to take a look. Yu Nian picked up the phone, gazing at the image displayed, a beautiful island that resembled a private retreat. She promptly returned the phone, her expression filled with curiosity. What are you showing me this for? Do you like it? Fu Jingyi asked, observing Yu Nian's bewildered expression with a smile. I like it. Are you giving it to me? Yu Nian joked, showing off your wealth? I will give it to you. His tone revealed a serious intent. You must be joking. Yu Nian was taken aback, wondering if he was yet another foolishly wealthy individual. Fu Jingyi moved to sit beside Yu Nian, requesting Xiao Mubai to make room. Xiao Bai, move over. This time, Xiao Mubai complied without fuss, obediently shifting to a nearby seat, intrigued about what Fu Jingyi intended to give little fish, having missed it earlier. Fu Jingyi was genuinely offering something to Yu Nian, acknowledging her assistance in various matters. Not to mention the incident with the Zhou family in Yao Shiuru, but specifically regarding the last time he attempted to breach that firewall. After returning, he had sought out numerous experts for intrusion, all of whom had failed, underscoring its value. Although Yu Nian had mentioned it was free, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. After much contemplation on what to gift Yu Nian, he realized that despite her wealth, she seemed reluctant to spend it, or perhaps she simply lacked the motivation to do so. With all her needs taken care of by Huo Yan, he recalled his private island and thought it might serve as a delightful getaway for her. Are you interested? Fu Jingyi inquired directly, opening his phone for Yu Nian to browse further. Xiao Mubai leaned closer to Fu Jingyi, craning his neck to glimpse Yu Nian's phone, while Wenren also joined in for a look. The four of them huddled together, presenting a stark contrast to the two individuals seated across from them. Their camaraderie was palpable. Yin Yuling observed the group opposite her, her gaze deepening in contemplation. This Yu Nian indeed possessed some charm. Just moments ago, Han Zheng had only shared his name with her, revealing nothing else. In the past, she had endeavored to win their favor, establishing a decent rapport solely with Xiao Mubai aside from Han Zheng. Wenren Lin had always maintained an air of aloofness, while Fu Jingyi appeared gentle but was, in truth, quite unapproachable. To her surprise, both had been captivated. Watching the group engrossed in their phones, Han Zheng felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing an incongruity that made him feel suddenly estranged from them. Was it because he had brought Ling Jie along? Yet, this had been the case before as well. Noticing Han Zheng's silence, Yin Yuling turned to him and found him lost in thought, gazing at the group across the table. Her expression darkened slightly. Had even he changed? Yes, Yu Nian replied decisively. Fu Jingyi's lips curled into a smile. He genuinely appreciated Yu Nian's straightforward nature, which was why he had directly asked her. If she liked it, she would accept. If not, he would find something else. Little fish, I have one too. Would you like me to give it to you? Xiao Mubai chimed in, having spotted the island image. I have one as well. Wenren Lin joined the fray. What are you all doing? Han Feng interrupted, unable to contain his irritation at their ostentatious display of wealth. Nothing much, just a small gift for little fish, Fu Jingyi replied without glancing up. Scrolling through photos of the island's various views for Yu Nian. Is this what you call a small gift? As the dishes were served, Fu Jingyi chose not to return to his seat, but remained there, undeterred. Xiao Mubai discreetly pinched him, but refrained from contesting. The round table positioned them in a way that created a clear divide. There was an empty seat between Wenren Lin and Han Zheng, with Yin Yuling next to Han Zheng. The absence of anyone beside Yin Yuling, with Xiao Mubai several seats away, emphasized the apparent division in their groups, intensifying Han Zheng's feeling of isolation to the point of embarrassment. Regardless of her internal musings, Yin Yuling maintained a composed demeanor. The group, despite their thoughts, lifted their chopsticks and began to eat. Wenren Lin and Fu Jingyi exchanged a knowing glance over Yu Nian, both finding humor in the situation. They had dined together numerous times and were aware of Yu Nian's preferences. She had a penchant for seafood, hence the abundance on today's menu. Previously, it had been Huo Yan who peeled and deboned her food, for she was indeed rather lazy. With Huo Yan absent today, she had not made a single move. Yu Nian was not merely lazy. She also detested the sticky sensation of food on her hands. Whenever dining out, it was always Huo Yan who managed the meals. At the banquet, the chef typically prepared seafood with the shells removed, as she would rather forego the meal than get her hands dirty. Miss you. It is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to propose a toast, said Yin Yuling, raising her glass of red wine toward Yu Nian, who, like the others present, had a glass of red wine before her. With a sigh, she pondered why they could not simply allow her to enjoy her meal in peace. Was it not enough that she could not eat well? They also hindered her from feeling satisfied? Yu Nian chose to bypass the wine glass entirely, opting instead for the tea that Wenren Lin had poured for her, lifting her cup in a gesture of camaraderie. A toast with tea instead of wine. This was not a slight against Yin Yuling. Rather, Yu Nian was genuinely averse to alcohol, and her companions were well aware of this. Despite Xiao Mubai's numerous attempts to persuade her otherwise, he had never succeeded. Chapter 68. Winning back a yacht Miss Yu seems to be rather taciturn. After toasting, Yin Yuling smiled and spoke again. It was evident that the others were protective of Yu Nian. She understood that she needed to establish a good rapport with Yu Nian in order to integrate into their circle, assuming that a young girl would be easier to manage. Indeed, she was not fond of conversing. Thus, it would be best not to engage her in conversation. This realization left Han Zheng somewhat displeased. He recognized that while Yu Nian was reserved, her silence was not to such an extreme. Her indifference was clearly directed at Sister Ling, who had been nothing but kind to her. Having spent considerable time in the military, Han Zheng was not particularly familiar with Yu Nian. He speculated whether her behavior stemmed from the childish notion of being upset at seeing him with someone else. It must be said, his imagination was quite vivid. Yu Nian, you've been here for quite a while without greeting your brother. Han Zheng thought of himself as the elder brother and felt it inappropriate to hold a grudge against a young girl. Thus, he endeavored to offer Yu Nian an easy way out. Who is your brother? Yu Nian replied coolly, placing her chopsticks down. Did he truly believe she was without temperament? Han Zheng was momentarily speechless. In their eyes, her relationship with Huo Yan was akin to a settled engagement. Was it appropriate for her to attend their gathering without so much as a greeting, brazenly accompanied by someone who was nearly Huo Yan's fiancé? Taken aback by Yu Nian's words, Han Zheng stared at her in astonishment. He found her attitude perplexing, though Yu Nian was often aloof. She usually maintained a sense of propriety with them. What had transpired? He glanced at the others, feeling somewhat wronged. Were they truly allowing Yu Nian to embarrass him? One Renlin placed a plate of peeled shrimp in front of Yu Nian, while Fu Jingyi poured her some water. Let's eat first. None paid attention to Han Zheng. Not even Xiao Mubai, who typically took it upon himself to liven the atmosphere. The others were equally puzzled. What was Han Zheng thinking? Surely, Xiao Mubai understood the situation better than he did. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't comprehend. Rather, he simply did not regard Yu Nian with enough importance to feel any guilt. Given Han Zheng's prolonged military service, his interactions with the others were less frequent. If he continued in this oblivious manner, he might find himself drifting further away from them. Observing their indifference, Han Zheng's expression grew increasingly grim. What do you mean by this? Han Zheng, being straightforward and accustomed to speaking openly among brothers, voiced his dissatisfaction directly. Zheng, let us discuss it after the meal. Fu Jingyi maintained a gentle tone, but with an unmistakable air of authority. Frustrated, Han Zheng could only relent, feeling as though he was chewing on cardboard. Yu Nian resumed eating leisurely, savoring the shrimp that Wen Renlin had prepared for her, which was a gesture of goodwill towards him. If outsiders were to witness this, they would surely be astonished. Having Wen Renlin personally peel shrimp for Yu Nian was no small favor. Yin Yuling was equally astonished by the scene. Although her acquaintance with Wen Renlin was limited, she had a greater understanding of him than most. His cold and ruthless nature was not a facade. This realization was precisely why she had given up on attempting to get closer to him. She dared not provoke him. She was uncertain of the nature of the relationship between Wen Renlin and Yu Nian, but it only solidified her resolve to cultivate a good relationship with Yu Nian. Have you had enough to eat? Fu Jingyi inquired of Yu Nian, suggesting that her outing for a meal had left her unsatisfied. And if Huo Yan were to discover this, they would surely face dire consequences. This meal unfolded in an atmosphere of unusual silence, with only Yu Nian earnestly consuming her food, while the others were lost in their own thoughts. Xiao Mubai, typically boisterous, remained unusually quiet, yearning for ice cream. Yu Nian nodded in agreement. The warmth of the room was somewhat stifling. Upon hearing his words, the two individuals nearby felt a wave of relief, recognizing that Yu Nian was not offended. Had she been, she would have departed without a second thought, leaving no room for ice cream. She was not known for her patience. The group transitioned from the dining table to a nearby sofa, where a minor incident ensued. The small living area featured several sofas and a swing chair adorned with floral garlands. On a prior visit, Yu Nian had admired this chair in the garden, prompting Huo Yan to have it brought inside, reserving this private room for them, ensuring no outsiders would intrude. A plush cushion was placed upon it, making it Yu Nian's favored spot whenever she visited a designated sanctuary. As they approached, Yin Yuling was captivated by the swing chair, a typical attraction for young women. Just as she intended to sit, Xiao Mubai subtly obstructed her, and by the time she regained her focus, Yu Nian had already nestled herself in the chair. Left with no choice, she joined the others on the sofa as the waiter delivered tea and Yu Nian's ice cream. Yin Yuling's expression shifted momentarily. As a fellow woman, she noted that while Yu Nian was indulging in ice cream, no one had inquired if she desired any, and the waiter had only brought a serving for Yu Nian. Little fish, care to play? Xiao Mubai, having regained his vigor post-meal, gestured towards the billiard table, noting that the only player of comparable skill was the novice Yu Nian. The others were of a different caliber altogether, and playing with them would be sheer torment for her. You always play dirty, Yu Nian languidly remarked from her perch on the swing, enjoying her ice cream. You're slandering me, Xiao Mubai exclaimed dramatically, claiming that little fish was falsely accusing him. You sneakily nudged the balls, thinking I wouldn't notice, Fu Jingyi teased, smirking at Xiao Mubai. Our little bai possesses such skills. No wonder he consistently triumphs over little fish. I can win fair and square. Thank you very much. Dare to challenge me to a match? He resolutely refused to acknowledge any cheating, as his skills were indeed superior to little fish's. Otherwise, where would his pride lie? Is this how we play? No stakes involved. Fu Jingyi chimed in, urging excitement. Of course, we must have stakes, Xiao Mubai mused, stroking his chin. How about this? If little fish wins, I shall gift you a yacht. It would be perfect for the island that old Fu gifted, allowing for delightful outings at sea during vacations. If I win, I merely desire what they have. Xiao Mubai pointed at Fu Jingyi and Wen Renlin, clearly envious of their shared advantages. This statement took everyone aback, not just Yin Yuling. Even Han Zheng was astonished. Wagering a yacht? Such a generous stake seemed outrageous. They were not inclined to be petty. Yet an adequate yacht would cost a fortune. Was it truly to be so lightly risked? Yin Yuling echoed this concern, coming from a wealthy family herself. Even they would not casually bestow yachts as gifts. If they were to discover the small gift from Fu Jingyi just now, they would surely be left agape in astonishment. Little fish, I shall cheer for you to win a yacht. Fu Jingyi, relishing the spectacle, found Xiao Mubai's wager rather delightful. Yu Nian gazed at them in silence, questioning if she had consented. She had little interest in yachts. To be precise, she was disinterested in any endeavor that might pose a danger. However, seeing their eager expressions, she decided not to dampen their spirits. A bit of playful fun wouldn't hurt, and the wager was of little consequence. Thus, she rose and accompanied Xiao Mubai towards the billiards table, with Fu Jingyi trailing behind to rally support for Yu Nian. Chapter 69. A lesson for Han Zheng. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber as the lively game commenced nearby, leaving the three individuals who remained motionless in a state of discomfort. Han Zheng felt somewhat numb from the barrage of setbacks. After all, he had only been away from the military for a brief period. How had he fallen so out of sync? Wen Renlin remained composed, sipping his tea, while silence enveloped the group. Yin Yuling, wishing to alleviate the tension, cast a smile towards the beautiful swing chair that had caught her eye. It was no wonder that Miss Yu adored it. She found herself yearning to take a seat as well. Rising to approach it, she was abruptly halted by Wen Renlin's words. That belongs to Yu Nian. His tone was matter-of-fact. If she were to sit there, Yu Nian would likely toss both the chair and her out without hesitation, for the girl could be astonishingly petty at times. Yin Yuling felt a sting of indignation. Was it only Yu Nian who was permitted to sit there? When Renlin's blatant disregard for her feelings was too much to bear. Yet she felt powerless to oppose him. Her face flushed with anger. Having already risen, was she to sit back down? It was merely a chair. Was it truly such a significant matter? Han Zheng, still naive and instinctively protective of Yin Yuling, interjected. I still need to visit Grandpa Huo this afternoon, so I'll take my leave. Yin Yuling could no longer endure the atmosphere. It was evident that they did not welcome her presence, and staying would only lead to further humiliation. Hey, Ling Jia, he doesn't mean to be rude. Don't stoop to his level. Han Zheng attempted to smooth things over. After all, he had brought her along. Yin Yuling turned to exit, and Han Zheng hastily followed. Ling Jia, allow me to accompany you. Zheng, didn't you have something to discuss? Wen Renlin reminded him of the matter at the dining table. Yin Yuling, just about to leave, overheard Wen Renlin's relentless barbs and felt her face darken, pushing through the door in a hurry. We could discuss it later, Han Zheng said, intent on chasing after her. Then there's no need to return, Wen Renlin replied coldly. Had Han Zheng lost his mind? Did he not hear Yin Yuling mention her visit to the Huo family? The implication was clear. She had ties with the Huo family and Huo Yan. Han Feng pose. Turning back to gauge Wen Renlin's seriousness. Brother Lin, surely it's not that severe. Wen Renlin chose to ignore him. He had spoken his piece, and whether Han Zheng stayed or left was of no concern to him. Ultimately, Han Zheng remained, informing Yin Yuling that he could not accompany her and advising her to be cautious on her way. As he watched her retreating figure, Yin Yuling tightened her grip. Much had changed since her last visit. Although they had never been particularly warm towards her, they had never been so openly contemptuous, especially considering her connection to Huo Yan. She needed to visit Grandpa Huo promptly to secure his favor, ideally finding a foothold within the Huo family for herself. Wen Renlin smirked as he observed Han Zheng's return, noting that he had not yet reached the depths of foolishness. Meanwhile, The game concluded swiftly, and Yu Nian emerged victorious, having secured a yacht. The group approached with lively chatter. Fu Jingyi teased Yu Nian about sharing her prize with him, reminding her that he was her cheerleader. Have you spent all the fortune I shared with you last time? Why would I share now? Yu Nian quipped, referencing the affair with Zhu Lingling at the villa. The others recalled the incident, struggling to contain their amusement. Xiao Lu, how much did you sell Huo Yan for? Wan Renlin, seldom one to jest, displayed a rare patience towards this young girl. 1,200, I received 400, and Huo received 400 as well. Yu Nian stated with utmost seriousness. The few individuals who approached noticed Yu Ling's absence and refrained from inquiring, leaving Han Jing stifled in his prepared explanations. Take me back, Yu Nian commanded unceremoniously, directing Xiao Mu Bai, who had brought her here, to return her. Very well, young lady, let's be off. Xiao Mu Bai replied with a playful tone, eliciting laughter from the crowd. This amusing fellow. Do not inform Huo Yan, Yu Nian admonished them with a serious demeanor, insisting that he not be distracted by such matters, and that everything could be addressed upon their return. Rest assured, when Ren Lin assured her, understanding her intent to keep watch over them. After bidding farewell to Fu Jing, Yu Nian departed with Xiao Mu Bai, completely ignoring Han Jing. Han Jing found himself in a fit of frustration, just as he contemplated turning back to lodge a complaint to his two elder brothers. He noticed their solemn expressions directed at him, which instantly intimidated him. Was he not the one wronged? Fu Jing sighed at him, lamenting that had it not been for their years of brotherhood, he would have wished to turn a blind eye to him, allowing Yu Nian to deal with him. Ah Zheng, let us refrain from bringing Miss Yin to our gatherings in the future, he stated with candor, acknowledging that Han Jing could often be even more stubborn than Xiao Mu Bai. Why? Is it because I brought Ling Jie today that you are so displeased? Han Feng Ritoted, feeling aggrieved. This is our gathering. If you wish to reminisce with Miss Yin, it can certainly be done privately, but not here. Why is that? Han Jing protested. Yu Nian is present as well. His indignation grew, questioning why Yu Nian's presence was accepted while his was rejected. Are these two even comparable? Fu Jing, he was exasperated, baffled by Han Jing's reasoning. Han Jing hesitated to voice his thoughts, but remained silent. Wan Renlin, who had been quiet until now, spoke with a serious tone. Even if Yu Nian has parted ways with Huo Yan, she is still my sister, and she holds her place here. Wan Renlin spoke the truth. He genuinely regarded Yu Nian as a sister. Han Jing, we embrace Yu Nian as a person, not merely as Huo Yan's partner. Do you comprehend? This fool, did he truly believe that Yu Nian's presence today was merely coincidental? With Huo Yan absent, did they truly have the leisure to tend to his girlfriend? But we have known Ling Jie for so long. Why are you all being so dismissive today? Is it solely because of Yu Nian? Han Jing was perplexed as to why they could accept Yu Nian's integration while feeling aggrieved by their attitudes towards him. Fu Jing, he had no desire to continue this conversation, having stated that both individuals were connected to Huo Yan. Did he not see an issue in bringing her along? Your relationship with her is your concern. It does not pertain to us. Such words were rather blunt, and upon speaking, Fu Jing arose, disinterested in further dialogue. Boss, I shall take my leave, he declared before turning to exit. If he continued this conversation with Han Jing, he feared he might become infuriated. Just as Han Jing was about to speak, Wan Renlin's phone rang, signaling him to silence, and he answered the call. What is it, Xiao Lu? Han Jing could not hear the conversation on the phone, and the person on the other end had spoken words unknown to him. Wan Renlin simply stated, I will handle it, before terminating the call. If there's nothing else, you may as well seek out Miss Yin. I have matters to attend to. Wan Renlin was even less courteous than Fu Jingyi. I won't leave. What do you intend to do with Yu Nian? You cannot keep me in the dark. I must keep an eye on you for Huo Yan. Han Jing's obstinate temperament flared up. If they wished for him to depart, he would resolutely remain. Is there something wrong? You bring in someone who is almost Huo Yan's fiancé and expect me to monitor Yu Nian? Does he even comprehend the absurdity of his words? Wan Renlin regarded him, a rare smile gracing his lips as he stepped closer, before Han Jing could discern his intentions. A sharp pain struck the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Wan Renlin shrugged his shoulders. It was far simpler to incapacitate him than to engage in futile conversation. He summoned an aide to watch over Han Zheng before proceeding to arrange matters concerning Yu Nian. Chapter 70. Siblings on the road. It is indeed a curious coincidence that as Yu Nian and Xiao Mubai had just driven out of the clubhouse, they happened upon Yin Yuling, who had preceded them, still lingering outside the entrance. "Is your sister Ling still here? Shall we offer her a ride?" Yu Nian jested. "Oh, isn't that someone from the Zheng family?" Xiao Mubai remarked, glancing in that direction just as the car turned past the gate, his gaze landing on Zheng Min'er, who had just been obscured from view. Upon hearing this, Yu Nian swiftly turned her head to look and, indeed, saw Zheng Min'er conversing with Yin Yuling. "Are they quite close?" Yu Nian inquired thoughtfully. Xiao Mubai shrugged. "I can't say for certain. They certainly know each other, being from the same circle. But the nature of their relationship is hard to discern." "Park the car on this street," Yu Nian declared with conviction, her instincts suggesting that something was amiss. On such a cold day, if these two were reminiscing, wouldn't it be more sensible to retreat inside the clubhouse rather than linger at the entrance? Furthermore, Zheng Min'er's vehicle is parked nearby. Surely it is preferable to be inside than to endure the biting cold outside. Unless, of course, there is someone in her car that must remain hidden from view. However, she had been monitoring Zheng Min'er closely. If any suspicious individuals had approached her, she would have been informed immediately. Or perhaps there was someone whom Yin Yuling should not see. After instructing Xiao Mubai to pull over, she dialed Wen Renlin, asking him to follow Zheng Min'er discreetly and ascertain who she was with. "What is the matter, little fish?" Xiao Mubai observed Yu Nian's serious demeanor, feeling a twinge of unease and refraining from teasing her further. "You head back first. I have some matters to attend to that you cannot be involved in." Her words effectively silenced Xiao Mubai. "All right, just be careful," he replied. Although his temperament was exuberant, he was perceptive enough to understand that certain matters were beyond his purview, and he was well aware of what was appropriate to engage in. After Yu Nian exited the car and watched Xiao Mubai depart, she waited for a moment until when Renlin himself arrived to escort her. Upon their return to the clubhouse, instead of proceeding to the previous private room, they made their way to the back, where a small villa served as Wen Renlin's private residence. The vehicle came to a halt, and she followed him into the study, where an already active computer screen displayed a surveillance feed. Remarkably, it was from the room where Zheng Min'er was located. "This place is relatively secure. Let's observe from here," Wen Renlin stated. "You have surveillance here?" Yu Nian exclaimed in astonishment. "How could that be? It was just installed. If you were to place surveillance in every room, how could the establishment continue to operate? Many prominent individuals frequent here, and numerous patrons check the rooms beforehand. Any surveillance would have been dismantled long ago." Wen Renlin adjusted the volume. "It's a bit rushed. The angle may not be ideal, but we shall make do." On their way to the private room, he had deliberately instructed the waiter to slow down, allowing his personnel to enter early and install a miniature surveillance device, leaving no time to adjust its position. "This is quite sufficient," Yu Nian remarked sincerely. She merely wished to discern who Zheng Min'er was with, never expecting that Wen Renlin would have installed surveillance, complete with synchronized audio and video. "Shall we need to be discreet?" Wen Renlin inquired with gentlemanly decorum. "No need," she replied. Yu Nian shook her head, pondering that there was nothing he couldn't know. She had just sent Xiao Mubai away, as his temperament was ill-suited for deeper involvement. Moreover, the study was a place of utmost secrecy, and it was hardly appropriate for her to linger there with Wen Renlin. As the two observed the images on the monitor, Yu Nian felt a tinge of confusion. There was no one else present. It was merely Zheng Min'er and her boyfriend. Why would they prevent Yin Yuling from seeing them? Judging by their demeanor, they appeared to be waiting for someone. Yu Nian, unfazed, quietly accompanied them in their wait, curious to discover whom they were expecting. "Why do you assist me so fervently?" Yu Nian's gaze remained fixed on the monitor, yet she suddenly posed a question to Wen Renlin. What could his motive be? Was it merely because of her association with Huo Yan that he went to such lengths to aid her? This was not the first instance. "What do you think my reason could be?" Wen Renlin replied playfully, having been waiting for her to inquire. "I am uncertain. You might as well speak plainly." She had no time for games of guesswork. It couldn't possibly be that he had developed an affection for her. "There is no particular reason. I simply wish to help you." After a brief pause, he added with a jest, "If one must seek a reason, it would be as your half-sister." Yu Nian diverted her gaze from the monitor to fixate on one Renlin, whose tone suggested jest, yet his eyes reflected unwavering seriousness, devoid of evasion. My dear girl, there's no need to overthink. My assistance is solely because I regard you as a sister, nothing more. When Renlin sighed, having refrained from disclosing his feelings for fear of her misinterpretation, thinking he harbored ulterior motives. At their level, to discuss mere emotions seemed ludicrous, particularly familial affection, which would certainly raise suspicions of ulterior motives. Yu Nian, devoid of familial ties, stood in stark contrast to him, who, despite his connections, felt as if he had none at all. His family was rife with intrigue and power struggles, and he had ascended over the corpses of his blood relatives. In such an environment, to remain devoid of cold-heartedness was to court death, rendering discussions of kinship futile. What was it about Yu Nian that captured his attention? Perhaps it was the moment during their sworn brotherhood, when she jokingly referred to him as older brother. Inebriated, one often becomes sentimental, and he had taken her jest to heart. Are you serious? Yu Nian turned her gaze away from him, returning her focus to the two figures on the monitor. Though they had established their brotherhood and even created a group chat dubbed Loving Family, apart from Xiao Mubai, it was unlikely that anyone took it to heart. It was generally a jest. What, then, did one Renlin's words signify? Do I appear insincere? Do you lack a sister? That seems improbable. Your family appears to be quite numerous. My mother bore only me, while my father has many illegitimate children, all of whom likely wish for my demise. When Renlin replied with resignation, indicating that he was hardly in need of a sister, as many sought to call him brother. All right. Now, it was when Renlin's turn to inquire why. Did her acceptance imply something deeper? Was she genuinely considering him as an older brother, rather than merely participating in a jest? Perhaps she yearned to experience the essence of family? She herself was uncertain about what family truly entailed. Is it truly possible for one Renlin to offer her such unconditional assistance? With a hint of confusion, she cast a glance at one Renlin, only to find the same bewilderment reflected in his eyes. When Renlin, too, was unaware of what a typical family ought to resemble. Suddenly, they both erupted into laughter, as if they had reached an unspoken understanding. Since they were oblivious, they decided to embrace the natural course of events. A sense of novelty enveloped them, and it seemed they grasped a fragment of insight that others from well-structured families could not comprehend. Thus began the lifelong bond of these hastily formed siblings. Two individuals deprived of conventional familial backgrounds who came to realize the essence of what it means to be family. Chapter 71. Turmoil resurfaces. Preparing to go abroad at this moment, the surveillance footage revealed an individual entering the private room. Due to the angle, their faces remained obscured, leaving only the sounds of conversation audible. The voices fluctuated in volume, and Yu Nian attentively listened to their discourse. When Renlin gestured as if making a phone call, and then exited the room. Approximately 10 minutes later, one Renlin returned, only to find the occupants of the room preparing to dine. He handed Yu Nian a piece of paper, which contained information about the individual in the room. Yu Nian quickly perused the document. He, 24 years old, appeared unremarkable, yet his father, He Changping, served as a confidential secretary at the Ministry of Defense. Their conversation bore no apparent issues, resembling ordinary social interaction. However, the sensitive nature of He An's father's position compelled Yu Nian to ponder further. She called Wei Jiangang, aware that such significant roles were typically monitored, and requested him to investigate if there were any irregularities concerning the confidential secretary, He Changping. Upon receiving Yu Nian's call, Wei Jiangang adopted a serious demeanor, fully cognizant of the gravity of her concerns. A previous oversight had nearly led to disaster, and now, with the investigation involving someone from the Ministry of Defense, he dared not delegate the task to anyone else, but took it upon himself to inquire directly. Soon, Wei Jiangang relayed the findings. He Changping had been normal prior to today, but had taken sick leave and was absent from work. A wave of unease washed over Yu Nian. How could he be at the club while his father was on sick leave? There was undoubtedly something amiss. It was already noon, and she feared it might be too late. "Brother, I need a car," she declared, aware that it was inappropriate for him to drive her to meet the superior. When Renlin wasted no words and promptly handed her the car keys. Both had adapted swiftly to their new identities, eschewing any pretension. Now that matters had been clarified, there was no need for hesitation. He understood that Yu Nian was currently focused on a spy case, and simply remarked, "If you're going abroad, remember to come find me." On the way, Yu Nian called the second-in-command directly, lacking the luxury of scheduling an appointment. Any action concerning the Ministry of Defense required the approval of higher authorities. Fortune favored Yu Nian, as the second-in-command had just concluded a meeting and picked up his phone, immediately apprehensive upon hearing of a situation at the Ministry of Defense. Knowing certain details that Yu Nian was unaware of, he instructed, "Come directly. I'll have the guards meet you." Yu Nian's vehicle arrived almost simultaneously with that of Minister Lin, and she opted to join him in his car. The guards escorted them into an office located deep within the central building, marking Yu Nian's first encounter with the true top leader of the nation, the highest authority. The elderly gentleman, though advanced in years, exhibited a vigorous spirit, his eyes sparkling with an astute sharpness, seemingly capable of piercing through facades. They exchanged respectful greetings, and the second-in-command was already present. "Leader, this is Yu Nian from the Cybersecurity Department," he introduced. The elder regarded Yu Nian, patting her shoulder and remarking, "Good child." Upon hearing this, both the second-in-command and Minister Lin felt a sense of relief. It signified the leader's approval. "Olden from the Ministry of Defense will arrive shortly. Please have a seat," he instructed. The group settled in, lacking the time to inquire how Yu Nian had come by her information, and instead briefly discussed the current situation. The Ministry of Defense has just submitted a set of border deployment documents. Given the recent unrest along the southern border, these newly deployed military strategic maps are highly sensitive. If leaked, it could leave us vulnerable to sudden attacks, and redeployment would not be a task accomplished overnight. By the time the second-in-command briefed everyone on the situation, Minister Huo from Ministry of Defense had arrived. His delay was due to investigating this very matter. It had now been confirmed that the documents had indeed been compromised. Those who hold such high positions act with decisive swiftness, employing extraordinary measures in extraordinary circumstances. The entire He family was swiftly apprehended, and several members were even executed on the spot. Under immense pressure, He Chongping finally broke and confessed. He had sold the documents to military personnel from country E. Aware of the cybersecurity department's reputation, he dared not conduct the transaction online for fear of detection. Instead, he had his nephew fly to the border of country E to complete the exchange in person. The flight had departed that very morning. "I'll handle the destruction," someone declared. These classified documents were encrypted using security protocols provided by their cybersecurity department. Yu Nian couldn't guarantee they would never be decrypted, but she was confident it wouldn't happen immediately. It would take time. Fortunately, the breach had been discovered early. She needed to go personally. If the files hadn't been cracked yet, she could destroy them directly. "You need to go yourself?" The second-in-command frowned. This was different from last time. It meant infiltrating enemy territory, far too dangerous. "I understand my own programs best. At close range, I can track them," Yu Nian replied. Her presence would increase the chances of success. The situation was more precarious than before, yet they still couldn't send a team. Yu Nian would have to resolve this alone. "I'll enlist civilian forces. It shouldn't be a problem for me." She had no intention of walking into a death trap. The reason she proposed this was because she had thought of her so-called brother. His influence near country ES border was substantial, providing excellent cover. "Shall you? Is destruction the only option?" The senior leader spoke, approving her proposal. Unlike the second-in-command and Elder Lin, his perspective prioritized the broader strategic picture. The other two, influenced by personal concern, wished for Yu Nian's safety above all. Yu Nian considered for a moment. "You want the files replaced?" The senior leader nodded approvingly. This young woman was sharp. "Good. Replace them if possible, destroy them if not." Without further delay, he dismissed the meeting. Minister Huo hurried back to prepare a decoy file for Yu Nian, while she made her own preparations for departure. Whatever she needed, full cooperation and clearance were granted. Though Renlin had already agreed to assist, she didn't want to exploit his goodwill. When the second-in-command asked how she planned to proceed, Yu Nian answered directly, "When Renlin, with the right incentives, his help will make this far more efficient. Old Lin, accompany Xiao Yu to negotiate with him," the second-in-command instructed. He was familiar with the young man, neither friend nor foe, but his capabilities were undeniable. Recalling how Renlin had aided in the successful capture of Du Lizhen last time, it made sense to seek his assistance again. This would require negotiation. After all, given Renlin's position, expecting selfless patriotism was unrealistic. If he agreed too readily, they'd suspect ulterior motives. As Yu Nian and Director Lin took their seats in the car, they set off to meet Renlin for a discussion. This occasion was markedly different from the last. Previously, Yu Nian had sought Renlin's assistance in private. This time, however, the engagement was more overt, allowing Renlin the opportunity to secure greater advantages. "Do you share a close rapport with Renlin?" Director Lin inquired, well aware of Yu Nian's character and sensing that she harbored some ulterior motives. "Do you believe him to be a philanthropist?" The ambiguous remarks suggested that Renlin's willingness to assist stemmed from either a genuine friendship or a pursuit of personal gain. With a sigh, Director Lin reflected on how much more astute Yu Nian had become since her arrival in the capital. She was no longer the naive girl who would have navigated matters with such simplicity. Recognizing her reluctance to divulge further details, he resolved not to press her for answers. Chapter 72. Sibling Schemes and International Encounters. With a sense of familiarity, Lin Lao accompanied Renlin to his private residence. Having received prior notification, Renlin was already in the living room, preparing tea for their arrival. Upon their entrance, he rose to greet them. "Lin Lao, it has been quite some time." Renlin had previously met Lin Lao due to certain collaborations with the military. Lin Lao chuckled, patting Renlin on the back. "The young man still carries his charm. I suggest we get to the point. Time is of the essence," Yu Nian interjected, somewhat exasperated. This was hardly the moment for pleasantries. "Lin Lao, please proceed." Renlin, maintaining a courteous demeanor, replied, "I shall not beat around the bush. I need you to protect Yu Nian at the border of country E. Ensure her safe return. Your influence in Port City can facilitate this." Lin Lao laid his cards on the table, recognizing the gravity of Yu Nian's safety, which he could not afford to take lightly. This proposition was indeed likely to intrigue Renlin. Upon hearing this, Renlin was genuinely taken aback. It appeared that his sister truly held great significance, prompting such a substantial commitment to her protection. The underground forces in Port City were chaotic and leaderless, with many vying for a piece of the pie, including himself. His ambitions soared higher. He did not merely wish to take a bite, but aimed to claim the whole. Why share when one could indulge alone? Although they operated within the underworld, they were to a significant extent still bound by governmental constraints, creating a symbiotic relationship. Previously, there had been reservations regarding his involvement, as they feared his growing power might lead to uncontrollable circumstances. He was not in a rush. He would gradually and meticulously expand his influence. If they wouldn't allow him to make a grand entrance, he would instead proceed with a more subtle approach. Unexpectedly, this situation presented a delightful surprise. Renlin caught Yu Nian winking at him, and he returned her gaze with understanding. "Rest assured, Lin Lao, I will look after her." Renlin spoke earnestly. Even without this incentive, he would have done his utmost to assist Yu Nian, but as the saying goes, one should seize every advantage. Lin Lao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He trusted Renlin's character, and this promise bore significant weight, allowing him to feel at ease. "Very well. I believe you. Young lady, exercise caution. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood." Lin Lao turned his attention back to Yu Nian, emphasizing that nothing was more crucial than her life. "Do not worry, old man. You should head back now. We need to prepare for departure." Yu Nian insisted, gently urging him towards the door, aware that he was unnecessarily lingering. Reluctantly, Lin Lao allowed himself to be escorted out. All right, I can manage on my own." Once he departed, the two wasted no time and swiftly set off. After Yu Nian left, regardless of necessity, Renlin had already arranged for the plane to be inspected and made ready for takeoff. Upon boarding the aircraft, Renlin regarded Yu Nian with a teasing glimmer in his eye. "It seems like a girl can no longer be kept at home. Are you in such haste because of Huo Yan?" Indeed, Huo Yan was also situated near the border of country E, not far from her intended destination. His phone contained a tracking application for Yu Nian's location, a request he had fervently made before his departure, under the pretense of monitoring her whereabouts. Yu Nian, with no other choice, reluctantly installed a tracker on him. Since yesterday, it had indicated that his location was in the vicinity of L City. Yu Nian did not refute this, as there was indeed a valid reason behind it. Let us sneak over and ascertain whether he is engaging in any nefarious activities. The city sprawls extensively, teeming with a myriad of influences. Numerous illicit transactions transpire there. If he is not up to no good, what business does he have in such a place? Yu Nian rolled her eyes. After all, who in their right mind would venture there for virtuous purposes? Are we going or not? When Renlin, momentarily taken aback, inquired directly. Was he referring to those illicit activities? Let us go. Do you know where he is? The largest auction house there. It is co-owned by me and Huo Yan. This place is notorious as the playground for criminals. They would certainly not let such an opportunity slip by. The two were deeply entangled in business dealings here, interwoven in mutual support. Huo Yan's presence in the area must indicate some pressing matter. His stronghold lies in Europe, and disturbances originate from there. He would not come here without significant cause. Yu Nian understood, realizing that the connection between these two was far from ordinary. No wonder Huo Yan had instructed her to reach out to Renlin upon his initial departure. Among that group, he must be the one he trusted the most. Any misfortune befalling any of them would result in immeasurable losses for the other. Then let us go over quietly and frighten him, Yu Nian mused with a mischievous glint. Their aircraft descended upon a vast estate, where Renlin's subordinates awaited their arrival. As they entered the city, news reached Huo Yan that Renlin had arrived. He was currently in a meeting with several subordinates and had not rushed to contact him, knowing Renlin would undoubtedly come. Little did he know that Renlin had brought him an unexpected surprise. Upon disembarking, Renlin and Yu Nian headed straight for Huo Yan's villa. The staff here were well acquainted with Renlin and did not impede their passage, though they regarded Yu Nian with curiosity, as it was their first time witnessing Lord Lin accompany a woman. Was she his girlfriend? Once invited into the living room, they found Huo Yan still occupied in his study, and the two refrained from disturbing him, choosing instead to wait in the living room. Renlin, familiar with the surroundings, went to a nearby cabinet to brew a cup of tea for Yu Nian. Try this, it's a local specialty. The surrounding subordinates watched in astonishment. Both gentlemen were known for their disinterest in women, making visits from females a rarity. Witnessing when Renlin personally served Yu Nian was quite a revelation. This is not to my taste. I prefer milk tea, she remarked after taking a sip, detecting an odd flavor that displeased her. Renlin chuckled softly and rose to fetch a carton of milk from the refrigerator. He surmised she might not be accustomed to the tea and merely wished to offer her a novel experience. We could buy some later. For now, this will suffice. The group of subordinates gaped in disbelief. Lord Lin was truly, quite obedient to his girlfriend. Yu Nian accepted the milk with a hint of disdain. While she adored milk tea, plain milk was not to her liking. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, prompting both to turn simultaneously as Huo Yan descended. Unlike his demeanor in their homeland, Huo Yan now donned a sleek black outfit, exuding an aura of danger mingled with an irresistible allure. As Huo Yan descended the stairs, he paused momentarily, gazing at a familiar face he had not seen in over a month, seemingly questioning the accuracy of his own perception. It was Nian. Only when Yu Nian rose to her feet and extended her arms towards him did Huo Yan regain his composure, swiftly striding over to envelop her in an embrace. It was indeed Yu Nian, not a mere figment of his imagination. She had come to seek him out. Meanwhile, Renlin, who stood nearby, was overlooked, his expression darkening with displeasure. Did no one notice his presence? His entourage was equally astonished, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Was their third master truly embracing the girlfriend of Lord Lin right before his eyes? Just look at the grimace on Lord Lin's face. Would a confrontation erupt on the spot? The subordinates, lost in their own conjectures, wore expressions that were nothing short of spectacular, pondering whom they would side with should a conflict arise. Chapter 73. Allow me to introduce you. Have you had enough hugs? The subordinates felt a wave of anticipation. They sensed that Lord Lin was about to unleash his wrath. At that moment, Renlin's emotions were indeed somewhat complex. He had always hoped for the well-being of these two individuals, likely from Huo Yan's perspective, as it was not easy for someone of his disposition to find a person he truly cherished. However, now it seemed clear that Huo Yan was utterly unworthy of Yu Nian. His age and lack of charm were glaring flaws. Huo Yan released Yu Nian, but still clutched her hand tightly as they sat on the sofa. "What brings you here?" he asked with an air of nonchalance, as if the earlier excitement had never occurred. "I came to see you. I've missed you," Yu Nian replied. Wenren Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Huo Yan gestured for the onlookers to leave, and they reluctantly began to exit, still eager to witness a potential confrontation between the two. "Oh wait, what if they do end up fighting? They need to intervene. What brings Nian Yin here?" Ignoring Wenren Lin's sardonic tone, Huo Yan turned to Yu Nian, his voice dripping with tenderness. Before she could respond, a loud thud echoed from the staircase as someone tumbled down. It startled Yu Nian, and she turned to see a boyish-faced man scrambling to his feet. "Second brother, what a disgrace," Huo Er remarked, standing beside him. "Miss you, this is Huo San." He not the brightest, Huo Er introduced, giving his brother a light kick for good measure. Upon hearing Yu Nian's name, Huo San's face lit up with recognition. Although he had never met her, he was familiar with her through the stories shared by Huo Yi in their small circle. "Hello, miss you," Huo San beamed, revealing two small canines that, combined with his youthful visage, made him look like an innocent little boy. Yet, those who were swayed by his appearance often met a grim fate. He was the most ruthless among the three, which was precisely why Huo Yan had kept him abroad. "Hello," Yu Nian replied, studying him a moment longer. "Nian Yin, am I not more handsome than him?" Huo San, now embodying the disgruntled version of himself, nearly lost his balance again, recalling how he had tumbled down the stairs due to the sheer force of Huo Yan's tone. Was Huo San possessed? Huo Er chuckled, feeling a strange sense of superiority. He had witnessed Huo San's Na Vet before, while he had seen a far more immoral side of Huo Yan in their gatherings. "Huo Yan, you should tone it down. Yu Nian has serious matters to discuss." Wenren Lin interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. His fists itched with impatience. "On a business trip," Yu Nian confirmed, nodding in agreement, feeling somewhat exasperated herself. "I thought Nian Yin was here specifically to see me." Huo Yan knew that without a valid reason, Yu Nian would certainly not have traveled abroad, yet he couldn't shake a tinge of grievance and squeezed her hand gently. Feeling increasingly overlooked, Wenren Lin stood up, positioned himself between them, and pulled Huo Yan aside while taking a seat in the middle. "Ah, much better," he declared. Huo Er and Huo San exchanged puzzled glances. What was prompting this sudden display from Lord Lin? Huo San, being more familiar with Wenren Lin, had often seen his cold demeanor, which was a stark contrast to Huo Yan's indifference. Wenren Lin's coldness was genuine. "Lord Lin, what are your feelings towards Miss Yu?" Huo Yan was not angry. He knew that Wenren Lin would not behave so thoughtlessly. Even if he harbored feelings for Yu Nian, he would not act in such a manner. Moreover, he clearly sensed that Wenren Lin did not have any romantic intentions towards Yu Nian. "Let me introduce you to my brother." Yu Nian's voice, filled with delight, resonated. "Is this really my brother?" It seemed she had suddenly grasped something profound. "Yes, I am your sister," Wenren Lin replied, his tone softening. Just like Yu Nian, he too was beginning to understand what it meant to be a brother. It felt rather pleasant. One could discern that both individuals were in high spirits at that moment. "We already know," Huo Er interjected, feeling somewhat puzzled. They had been aware of this for quite some time and had even joked about it with Huo San. Was there truly a need for a special introduction? Huo Yan, however, understood, surprised yet unsurprised. "So, is this the reason you have been looking at me askance today?" "Have I been looking at you askance?" Huo San exclaimed, his excitement evident as he bared his small tiger teeth. "Are we about to have a showdown?" The two individuals, locked in a playful standoff, were observed by Huo San, who relished the spectacle, and Miss Yu, who remained detached from the fray. Huo sighed, feeling the weight of responsibility. What would this family do without him? "Miss Yu, you mentioned you're here on business. Is there anything we can assist you with?" "To seize something," Yu Nian replied, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "Miss Yu, whatever you wish to seize, just say the word, and I shall assist you." Huo San chimed in eagerly, finally finding his moment to shine. Huo Er was once again left speechless. He and Huo Yi were twins, yet both seemed equally oblivious. "Miss Yu, whom do you intend to seize?" He inquired, curiosity piqued. After all, what could require her personal intervention from so far away any country? What could possibly exist that third master Huo did not already possess? She replied. What a coincidence. We are also, What on earth? Huo San's eyes widened in surprise, abruptly halting his sentence. Had he heard correctly? Was Miss Yu planning to seize something from General stationed here? To single-handedly seize something from You are quite something. Huo San gave Yu Nian a thumbs up, acknowledging her exceptional prowess. He had heard Huo Er speak highly of her, but he had not realized she was formidable to such an extent. Am I not a person? When Renlin chuckled in exasperation. Did no one notice him? Are you also here for He asked Huo Yan, bewildered, as they had always maintained a respectful distance from General He captured 11, came the response. They sought to smuggle goods on his territory, designed a trap to capture individuals, intending to negotiate terms with him. Now that the individuals are brought here, he has come to rescue them. When Renlin nodded in understanding. Apart from Huo San, Huo Yan had several important subordinates abroad, while Huo San had accompanied him from their homeland. The others were saved by Huo Yan overseas, having no ties to the Huo family. Reflecting on Huo Yan's casual naming conventions, he noted that while others had proper names, Huo Yan had chosen to assign them code names consisting solely of numbers. Have you located them? Yu Nian inquired thoughtfully. Right in the heart of Yi's stronghold, came the reply. The defenses are formidable, and we are currently working on the map. Where is the item that Miss Yu intends to seize? Huo San interjected, as their recent meeting was precisely to discuss this matter. Then let us collaborate. Yu Nian gazed at Huo Yan with sparkling eyes, even nudging when Renlin in the middle to clear her line of sight. Huo Yan subtly leaned toward Yu Nian, discreetly pushing when Renlin back a little. Leaning against the sofa, one Renlin. Does this sister still have a chance? Speak up. Huo Yan did not express agreement or disagreement. He simply invited Yu Nian to share her plan, for he would not allow her to partake in any perilous endeavors. Chapter 74. Mission accomplished, I will guide you. After you rescue the individual, create a commotion to divert for 10 minutes. Yu Nian articulated her plan. Huo Er and Huo San widened their eyes in disbelief. Could such a straightforward solution resolve matters they had deliberated on for so long? Do you need to go in personally? Huo Yan furrowed his brow, reluctant to agree. There is no need for me to enter. I can manage from the periphery. Besides, I have my brother here, she said, casually patting the back of one Renlin, who leaned against the sofa. Was he merely a tool to be summoned only in times of need? Rest assured, I have taken on the task of protecting Yu Nian. He interjected, asserting his purpose. How many benefits have you garnered by exchanging Yu Nian? Huo Yan swiftly grasped the intricacies. This situation was markedly different from the last, carrying a certain degree of risk. Since he was entrusted with safeguarding Yu Nian and was not an official operative, he certainly held considerable leverage. This is a right my sister fought for me. Envy will yield nothing, when Renlin remarked, smiling at Huo Yan, who seemed to be envious, eliciting a chuckle. Childish. Huo Yan scoffed. What being a brother? He cannot compare. Huo San grew slightly anxious. Miss Yu had already spoken, and these two gentlemen ought to cease their banter and attend to business. Miss Yu, when shall we commence our action? The sooner, the better. This sentiment aligned with Huo Yan's thoughts. Every minute delayed increased their risk. When the discussion turned serious, the group ceased their jesting and earnestly deliberated their operational strategy. En route to the military base, Yu Nian effortlessly infiltrated their surveillance system, searching for potential locations where 11 might be held. According to their gathered intelligence, 11 was not imprisoned, but rather under special supervision. Ultimately, they pinpointed a row of buildings behind the small structure where Hai was located. They had received information indicating that this area was typically used for detaining significant offenders, making it highly probable that 11 was housed there. By the time they reached the perimeter of the deployment line, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. The group patiently awaited the witching hour to act when vigilance would be at its lowest. Only 5 individuals entered. Huo Yan led the charge, accompanied by 3 specially chosen skilled operatives, while the less adept Huo Er stayed outside with Yu Nian. Equipped with headsets, they followed the secure route provided by Yu Nian, successfully infiltrating the vicinity of the row of rooms. With 10 rooms to search and no discernible focal point of defense, they began their meticulous examination, one room at a time. Yu Nian promised them 10 minutes of interference, ensuring that the surveillance would not detect their presence. They needed to swiftly neutralize the guards and extract the individual. The 5 split into 2 teams, advancing from opposite ends of the corridor towards the center. 11 possessed a specialized communicator, and if he was inside, their detectors would react. Fortuitously, as Huo Yan and Huo San silently subdued the guard at the entrance, they detected 11's signal within. Signaling to the 3 on the opposite side to handle the remaining guards, the duo employed a small explosive device to breach the door. This tactic had been prearranged. They had already mapped their escape route, and Yu Nian would darken the surveillance for a brief period, allowing them ample time to exit. The explosion, coupled with the malfunction of surveillance, was sufficient to incite chaos throughout the entire base. In the midst of the turmoil, Yu Nian seized the opportunity to replace the documents, having just discovered that the file remained uncracked. Fortunately, 11 had not lost his capacity for action. They merely intended to use him as a hostage for negotiations, rather than engaging in a complete conflict with Huo Yan, thus refraining from inflicting any torture upon him. The group successfully executed their plan, rescuing him and swiftly departing in their vehicle. One individual appeared somewhat superfluous. On the return trip, Huo Yan shared the car with Yu Nian and the insistent Wen Renlin. Huo Yan derisively remarked on Wen Renlin's lack of subtlety in following them, as if determined to be a third wheel. My sister is exceptionally talented. She hardly needs me as her brother. What shall I do? Huo San, the driver, frequently nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yu Nian's undeniable prowess. This operation had proceeded remarkably smoothly, largely due to her contributions. Yu Nian playfully stroked Huo Yan's face, an act she had mastered with ease. Indeed, his expression visibly brightened, only to darken instantly when Renlin pulled her hand away. Nian, he is bullying me. Huo San had become somewhat desensitized. In the span of a single day, his worldview had been profoundly shaken, as the once formidable third master had transformed into a figure exuding an air of warmth. Upon returning to their territory, the captured 11 expressed his gratitude to Yu Nian. He was a tall foreigner, and the name 11 seemed somewhat incongruous. According to Wen Renlin, Huo Yan had deemed his original name difficult to remember, thus insisting on this new moniker. At that moment, 11 gazed at Yu Nian with sincere appreciation. Miss you, I thank you and your entire family. His Mandarin was commendable, though the sentiment lacked precision. No need for formality. My English is quite proficient, she replied, realizing that communicating in his clumsy Chinese might not suffice for such expressions of gratitude. Yu Nian requested that Huo Yan prepare a room for 11, as the disturbances would soon reach domestic channels, necessitating her timely report. Huo Yan personally escorted Yu Nian upstairs to his own room, where he urged her to rest before descending to confer with the others regarding subsequent matters. In the privacy of her room, Yu Nian reported the success of the operation and the successful replacement of the documents to several high-ranking officials. They had been eagerly awaiting her updates to adjust their strategic plans accordingly, and relief washed over them as they finally settled their anxious hearts. Unsurprisingly, after receiving a wave of commendations, she was eventually released from the call. Upon hanging up, Yu Nian exhaled in relief. She could hardly bear such lavish praise. When she descended, Wen Renlin had already departed to attend to his own affairs. Upon her arrival, Huo Yan's subordinates discreetly excused themselves, leaving just the 2 of them. After a day filled with interruptions, they finally had a moment alone. In a buoyant mood, Huo Yan pulled Yu Nian onto his lap, embracing her with a satisfied sigh. Yu Nian rolled her eyes, questioning whether he had forgotten that they were not yet in a relationship. Was he becoming addicted to such displays? Should Wen Renlin unexpectedly appear, she could only imagine the tales he might weave. In truth, Yu Nian was overthinking. They would depart the next day, and Huo Yan would not accompany them. The 2 would soon part ways, and Wen Renlin would not intrude upon their moment. How I long for you. It is truly wonderful to see you. Huo Yan rested his head against the crook of Yu Nian's shoulder, murmuring softly. The warm breath that brushed past her ear caused Yu Nian to instinctively shrink her neck. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable as she shifted her body, attempting to rise from Huo Yan's lap, They were too close. Yet he pulled her back, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Having finally held her, he was reluctant to let go. "What are you doing? You're holding too tightly. Are you trying to suffocate her?" Yu Nian struggled momentarily, only to realize she could not move an inch, ultimately surrendering to lean against Huo Yan's chest. Never mind. If he wished to hold her, so be it. Chapter 75. A toast to the present today. We drink and indulge. The voice of Yu Nian, filled with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, resonated in the air. After a moment's embrace, she gradually sensed something amiss, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. A mere hug was one thing, but what was he doing? With heavy breaths, Huo Yan nuzzled against Yu Nian's neck, savoring the softness of her delicate skin. "I apologize, I cannot seem to control myself," he murmured, his apology lacking sincerity. He had not intended for things to escalate this way, yet the sight of her so obediently in his arms, the warmth and fragrance of her body enveloping him, stirred something primal within him. As a typical man, he was not only capable, but quite proficient. Huo Yan had no genuine intention of pursuing anything further with Yu Nian. If he were to act upon his desires, it certainly would not be in this moment. "Huo Yan, let me go," Yu Nian protested, pushing against him with all her might, only to find herself held even tighter in his embrace. "Please, don't struggle. Or do you wish to provoke me?" His voice, low and husky, drifted into her ear. Startled, Yu Nian froze, her body stiffening. Noticing her sudden rigidity, Huo Yan sighed. "Did I frighten you?" He gently patted her back in a soothing manner. "Be good. I won't do anything untoward. I just want to hold you for a while." As Yu Nian sensed his sincerity, she gradually relaxed, shifting into a more comfortable position in his arms. The two fell into a silence, until the steady rhythm of her breathing indicated she had succumbed to slumber. Huo Yan sighed as he regarded his own state before glancing down at the sleeping figure in his arms. How many times had this happened? Was it a sign of her being too trusting or simply carefree? Just moments ago, she had appeared on the brink of tears, yet now she lay peacefully asleep in his embrace. Resigned to the circumstances, he carefully carried Yu Nian upstairs and into his room, tucking her beneath the covers. He lingered for a moment, captivated by her serene visage, before succumbing to an internal struggle and retreating to another room for a cold shower, fearing that staying with her might awaken the wolf within him. It was not a matter of moral fortitude. Rather, the ambiguity of their relationship weighed heavily on him. Yu Nian had expressed her intention to grant him a title upon his return. The thought stirred excitement within him, prompting another sigh. He resolved to secure that title as soon as the current matters were settled, lest he find himself in a predicament of his own making. The following morning, when Yu Nian awoke, she felt a rare sense of disorientation. How had she fallen asleep so soundly? The memory of Huo Yan's actions from the previous night flooded her mind, igniting a blush that spread across her cheeks as she contemplated confronting him. Once she had freshened up and descended the stairs, she was met by the enigmatic Wen Renlin, who had mysteriously reappeared. Breakfast awaited them on the table, and both men smiled warmly upon her arrival, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Yu Nian, come and join us for breakfast," Huo Yan called out, his demeanor as nonchalant as if he had not been the rogue of the night before. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, coupled with the presence of Wen Renlin, Yu Nian felt it unwise to confront him about last night's events. She shot him a glare before taking a seat beside Wen Renlin. "Did you sleep well?" Wen Renlin inquired, his smile broadening at the sight of Yu Nian beside him. She truly was an adorable sister. "Quite well. I went to bed early," Yu Nian replied, inexplicably feeling a twinge of guilt, adding a hasty remark. "Wen Renlin, it's good to sleep early." Huo Yan, in high spirits, regarded Yu Nian with amusement, pondering whether she understood the meaning of no silver hidden here. Wen Renlin, with a scowl, shot a glare at Huo Yan, suspecting the beast had taken advantage of Yu Nian. He trusted nothing had truly transpired between them, yet he was certain Huo Yan had exploited the situation. Unfazed by Wen Renlin's dark expression, Huo Yan offered Yu Nian a small dumpling. "Try this, it tastes quite nice." Wen Renlin chose not to expose Yu Nian's discomfort, wishing to spare her any embarrassment. His smile was warm, yet his words pierced deeply. "Eat more. We shall return shortly." This statement effectively wiped the grin off Huo Yan's face. he realized that once Yu Nian departed, he could not return to his previous state. Huo Yan found his meal tasteless, and after breakfast, he prepared to see them off. Had he not encountered Yu Nian, he might have stifled his longing. However, now that he had seen her, held her, and even kissed her, he could hardly bear to let her go. A dark thought crossed his mind, to bind Yu Nian to his side, keeping her close and ensuring she went nowhere else but with him. After their meal, the trio walked in silence towards the departure area. As separation loomed, words eluded them. Upon reaching the helipad, Wenren patted Huo Yan on the shoulder. In Kyoto, I'll be cautious. He recognized Huo Yan's distress and refrained from further taunts, boarding the plane first to afford them a moment to converse. As the impending farewell approached, Yu Nian felt a pang of reluctance. She chose not to dwell on last night's occurrences and boldly stepped forward to embrace Huo Yan, whispering softly in his ear, "I will wait for you." Her gentle words lifted Huo Yan's spirits, dispelling any lingering gloom. He embraced her tightly, reluctant to release her. Tenderly, he adjusted the hair he had tousled moments before, leaning in to gently nuzzle his forehead against hers. "I will return soon. Time to board." Yu Nian nodded, choosing silence as she turned to enter the aircraft. Watching the plane take flight, Huo Yan lingered for a while before returning, prompting his companions, Huo Er and Huo San, to marvel at their master's unexpected display of sentimentality. It was indeed a transformation from steely resolve to tender affection. On the plane, the relaxed Wenren teased Yu Nian. "Your love-struck companion didn't shed any tears, did he?" It was amusing. In the face of separation, the young girl seemed unfazed, while Huo Yan was distraught. Who would have thought Huo Yan would find himself so thoroughly ensnared by Yu Nian? Yu Nian felt somewhat speechless, reflecting on how she had never noticed Wenren's mischievous nature before. She found it difficult to comprehend why Huo Yan harbored such intense emotions. Clearly a cold-hearted individual. She could discern that Huo Yan held little affection even for his family. Why then was he so devoted to her? This realization left her feeling somewhat uneasy. She felt she could offer Huo Yan so little, and she questioned her ability to match his depth of feeling. It was rare to see Yu Nian display such a perplexed expression, prompting Wenren to exhale softly, as he could surmise her thoughts. While he too felt a degree of pity for Huo Yan, burdened as he was by such an ungrateful soul, he could not forget that Yu Nian was his sister, and he would undoubtedly side with her. There was no need for excessive contemplation or burden. They should let things unfold naturally. Huo Yan was responsible for his own actions. He was not her obligation. Was that so? Yu Nian blinked at Wenren, as if questioning whether he was imparting advice on how to be heartless. Regardless, she decided to trust her brother's wisdom. Those devoid of conscience often fail to grasp certain matters, and thus it is best not to dwell on them. For today, let us indulge in the pleasures of the moment, for tomorrow will bring its own worries. Chapter 76. Sibling triumph upon returning to Kyoto, Yu Nian resumed her leisurely life. Having achieved significant success with the document she had replaced, which resulted in a substantial loss for the opposing party, enough to instill fear in them for quite some time. Consequently, Yu Nian received another commendation and was even bestowed with the honorary rank of Major General. Although this title carried no real authority, it was nonetheless astonishing, particularly for someone so young, marking her as the first of her kind. The second in command fervently promoted this matter, and naturally, the senior officials in the military district could not oppose it. Yu Nian was aware of his intentions to win her over and accepted it with grace. With the issue resolved, the reward for Wenren was also to be fulfilled, and he finally indulged in the cake he had long desired. In order to reassure the dignitaries, Wenren strategically clarified his relationship with Yu Nian, ensuring that their close association would not be used against her in the future. He even played the emotional card, likening Yu Nian to his deceased mother, claiming a deep affinity with her and regarding her as a sister. He even suggested a military pledge, asserting that as long as Yu Nian was present, their concerns would never materialize. He vowed to provide unwavering support for similar matters in the future, a declaration that brought satisfaction to the higher-ups. They subtly hinted to Yu Nian the importance of maintaining a good relationship with Wenren, as many sensitive issues could be addressed through his channels. Yu Nian became a bridge for Wenren, and in turn, he bolstered her status, achieving a genuine win-win situation for the sibling duo. In the banquet hall, Yu Nian was enjoying tea with Wen Renlin, who had come to visit her, while Huo Yan sat nearby, reflecting on the unexpected bond between the two. He had learned from the two little gossipers that Miss Yu had formally recognized Wen Renlin as her brother, not merely a jest of brotherhood. Yin Yuling was currently residing at the Huo family estate, spending her days accompanying old Master Huo on leisurely strolls. Wen Renlin's tone was tinged with displeasure, not only directed at this woman, but also at the Huo family. During their last visit to Huo Yan, both he and Yu Nian had tacitly chosen not to mention Yin Yuling, wanting to avoid distracting him with trivial matters. However, the current situation raised questions. What was the meaning of the Huo family keeping someone in their home without clarifying her identity? Many were aware of the past relationship between Yin Yuling and Huo Yan, so what was the Huo family's intention in placing Yu Nian in such a position? Huo Yan felt somewhat awkward upon hearing this, as they had deliberately refrained from informing Miss Yu to prevent any misunderstandings. They had intended to wait for the third master's return to address the matter, feeling it was beyond their purview. Little did he expect that when Renlin would come specifically to discuss it with Yu Nian, leaving him feeling caught in the middle. "Why are you so upset?" Yu Nian asked with a hint of amusement, as she was already aware of the situation. Although Huo Yan and the others had chosen not to inform her, there was little that transpired in Kyoto that she could not uncover if she wished. "It's not a good reputation. A girl like you always ends up at a disadvantage," when Renlin sighed. "What will others say if you end up with Huo Yan? A third party intervening? Who can make me suffer?" Yu Nian replied with a smile in her eyes. "You cannot afford to support me, can you?" The ordinary tone sent a chill down Huo Yi's spine. What did Miss Yu mean by asking Lord Lin to take care of her? What would happen to the third master? The old man had truly put the third master in a dire situation this time, when he returned. Who knew how it would all end? Yet I digress. Wen Renlin chuckled. He had been overthinking. His sister was no ordinary person, and if this matter were mishandled, what would it matter for Huo Yan? It would be better to let it go. "Come with me to paint," Yu Nian said, rising and leading Wen Renlin to the studio on the second floor. During Huo Yan's absence, she found solace in painting the garden. "Huo Yan, is your task to monitor me as well?" Wen Renlin's indifferent tone left Huo Yan, who had also wanted to follow, frozen in place. Yu Nian cast a faint glance at him, offering no words of solace, and proceeded upstairs with Wen Renlin. Huo Yan, left behind, increasingly sensed the gravity of the situation. Miss Yu had never treated him this way before. The incident with Yin Yuling had evidently created a rift between them. He felt like crying without tears. Who could he turn to for justification? Moreover, when had Miss Yu grown so close to Lord Lin, he could only pray fervently for Huo Yan's swift return. "Third master, if you don't come back soon, your wife will run away." Sitting before the easel, she began to apply colors to the prepared draft. Yu Nian spoke softly. "Do not worry about me. I like Huo Yan, but it is not to the extent of being unable to live without him." No one in the Huo family spoke to her about Yin Yuling moving in, not even at St. In truth, her enthusiasm had waned somewhat. Her feelings were never that deep, so she would not feel too regretful. "I will not allow myself to fall into a passive position." It was as if she were speaking to Wen Renlin and yet to herself. Wen Renlin felt a pang of sympathy as he observed her impassive face. She was not a person of rich emotions, and could even be described as indifferent. She had already shown a modicum of concern for those around Huo Yan. But after this incident, did she not harbor some resentment? Anger flared within her towards the Huo family, and even Huo Yan bore the brunt of it. Was his sister meant to be treated so poorly? "Would you consider staying with me for a while?" Wen Renlin suggested, knowing that Yu Nian was unhappy at present. Once this matter was resolved, she could choose to return or continue residing with him. Initially, staying with Huo Yan was for convenience, but now that he was her brother, it was his responsibility to care for her. The notion of brotherhood could be set aside for the moment. After all, Yu Nian was not married to Huo Yan. Living together under such circumstances would not cast a positive light on her. It could lead others to perceive her as vulnerable, residing in the Huo family's territory, subject to their whims. Was this not the case now? He could not believe the Huo family was unaware of Yu Nian's presence with Huo Yan, yet they brazenly brought Yin Yuling back to the Huo residence. A cold smile crept onto his lips, Did this not demonstrate a complete disregard for Yu Nian's existence? The whole family was truly remarkable. Yu Nian, observing Wenren Lin's expression, understood his thoughts. In truth, she was indifferent. Although they did not inform her of this matter, they treated her exceptionally well, just as they always had, without neglecting her due to Huo Yan's absence. Was she truly a victim of circumstance? If she found her living situation unsatisfactory, she would have left without needing Wenren Lin to suggest it. However, since Wenren Lin was concerned, it would not be unreasonable to stay with him. She appreciated his care immensely. It was also quite novel. Was this the feeling of family? Aside from Huo Yan, he was the second person who wholeheartedly considered her well-being. Having reached this understanding, Yu Nian readily agreed. Chapter 77, Moving Out. The joy of raising a sister, Wenren Lin, was somewhat taken aback by her decisiveness. He had anticipated needing to persuade her further. What should I bring? With such a straightforward attitude from Yu Nian, he was more than willing to comply and simply took his sister away. I'll just gather my things. You can purchase the rest for me, Yu Nian remarked with an increasing ease, embodying the essence of a typical sibling relationship. All right, let us only take the essentials. We could buy the rest anew. Hearing Yu Nian's unreserved comments only deepened Wenren Lin's smile, as he seemingly discovered the delight in caring for his sister. His insistence that Yu Nian bring fewer items was not merely for the sake of preparation for their return, but rather because most of her belongings had been purchased by Huo Yan. Did he not have the means to acquire them himself? Yu Nian retreated to her room to organize her books, allowing Wenren Lin to carry them along with her computer, leaving no other possessions. As they descended the stairs, Huo, he had been waiting below, deterred from attending to company matters. Upon seeing the two carrying their belongings, he felt a pang of anxiety. "Miss Yu, what is this?" He implored silently, hoping it was not as he feared. "You're not planning to stay with him, are you? Please don't inform Huo Yan." Yu Nian added a remark. "Do you intend to stop her?" Wenren Lin shot a dangerous glance at Huo Yi, who had long been an eyesore to him, and he felt an urge to teach the lad a lesson. "How could I dare?" Huo Yi lamented, his face clouded with worry. He felt powerless to intervene. Which of the two could he possibly deter? Resigned, he watched as Yu Nian left with Wenren Lin, praying for divine intervention to help him explain this situation to the third master. At that moment, he lacked the courage to disturb the third master. Even if Miss Yu did not instruct him otherwise, he would not dare broach such a matter at this critical juncture. They were all too aware of Miss Yu's significance to the third master, and the consequences of him discovering that she had run away would be dire. "Where would you like to stay?" inquired Wenren Lin, his mood buoyant as he asked Yu Nian, contemplating the various properties he owned and where she might prefer to reside. "Perhaps near the club. The environment is quite pleasant. I found his private residence rather agreeable during my last visit. That location is a bit far from Jing University." Wenren Lin hesitated, recognizing the excessive time wasted on travel. He also possessed a property near the university. "I want to be attending school for a while. I've taken an extended leave from Old Qi after that incident," Yu Nian mischievously declared, eager to exploit such an excellent excuse for a prolonged absence. Wenren Lin chuckled softly, amused that she would apply her cleverness to securing time off. "Very well, we shall do as you wish." The vehicle bypassed the front entrance of the club and entered the villa through the back gate. Wenren Lin had already arranged for the third floor to be prepared for Yu Nian, while he resided on the second. Though they were siblings, he understood the need to maintain certain boundaries, a considerate thought on his part. Even without Huo Yan, it would be inappropriate for him to share the same floor with Yu Nian. Soon after, a substantial delivery of clothing and jewelry arrived, a display even more extravagant than Huo Yan's. Others came to take Yu Nian's measurements for custom garments. She felt somewhat dazed. Was this how the affluent lived? "Let us make do with these for now. The tailored clothes will take some time," she decided. Wenren Lin looked disdainfully at the designer-ready-to-wear items, feeling they were unworthy of his sister. "Yu Nian, just say the word, and it shall be done." Observing Wenren Lin purchasing various items, Yu Nian felt somewhat speechless, yet she refrained from dampening his enthusiasm, for he was not lacking in funds. Once Wenren Lin had finished a shopping spree, Yu Nian found herself surrounded by a plethora of miscellaneous items, completely occupying the entire third floor, more than she possessed in her previous residence at the banquet garden. Wen Renlin formally introduced Yu Nian to several of his trusted subordinates who frequented the place, although most of them were already acquainted with her. It was the first time they had received such a solemn introduction from him. These individuals regarded Yu Nian with great respect, recognizing her as the esteemed young lady acknowledged by their master, unlike those self-proclaimed figures from their own households. Yu Nian settled in comfortably, enjoying a lifestyle akin to that in the banquet garden, with the entire third floor serving as her domain. No one would dare disturb her without her consent. While messaging Huo Yan, she noticed a flurry of activity in their group chat. Raising an eyebrow, she recalled how, after her last disagreement with Han Jing, there had been a prolonged silence. She maintained regular contact with Huo Yan, revealing nothing of her departure. The illustrious fifth brother. Shall we dine together? The sagacious second brother. Count me in. The composed eldest brother. Come over to my place. Yu Nian chose not to respond. Aware that it might expose her whereabouts to Huo Yan, she descended to find Wen Renlin, intending to accompany him. Otherwise, Xiao Mubai would undoubtedly cause a stir looking for her, and she preferred to keep her current residence a secret for now, especially from the foolish Xiao Mubai, who would inevitably inform Huo Yan. Everything could wait until his return. As anticipated, Wen Renlin awaited her downstairs, a knowing smile gracing his features. Shall we go together? He asked. After sending a reply to Xiao Mubai that she would attend, she exited with Wen Renlin. They arrived first, seated in a private room, sipping tea as they awaited the arrival of the other two. Huo Yan is returning soon, Wen Renlin remarked, his calm demeanor betraying a hint of concern. She won tea leave, will she? Did he mention anything to you? Yu Nian asked, surprised, as she had been in regular contact with Huo Yan, but had heard nothing from him. I have someone on my end too. Will you return when he does? Wen Renlin inquired directly. I think I understand why Shan Mingzhu has taken issue with me, Yu Nian replied, avoiding his question and instead addressing Shan Mingzhu. Wen Renlin, lacking an answer, felt a tinge of disappointment, but still inquired why. Having an elder brother feels truly wonderful. She must be afraid I will steal her brother away, Yu Nian said, smiling at Wen Renlin. The typically cold and unfeeling Lin was uncharacteristically flustered, yet the upward curve of his lips indicated his good spirits. He won't leave. Let us see if he dares to offend my brother again. Listening to Yu Nian's rare, childlike remarks, Wen Renlin's smile deepened. His sister was undeniably adorable, grateful to fate. Although he felt slightly guilty towards Huo Yan, he could not deny that the chaos on Huo Yan's side had serendipitously brought his sister to him. You are becoming increasingly adept at charming people, he noted, and indeed, he seemed thoroughly delighted, lost in a blissful reverie. However, this joyful atmosphere was soon interrupted by the entrance of several individuals, led by Fu Jingyi, followed closely by Xiao Mubai and Yin Yuling. The countenance of Wen Renlin turned cold, and Yu Nian also repressed her smile. The two wore identical expressions of indifference, and one could not help but notice a certain resemblance between them. At the entrance, Miss Yin had intended to offer a greeting, observing the frosty expressions on their faces. Fu Jingyi explained with a hint of exasperation, who does not know that Yin Yuling resides at the Huo family. For that reason alone, we ought to extend her a modicum of courtesy. Neither Yu Nian nor Wen Renlin responded, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Approaching them was Yin Yuling, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air, injecting a playful tone into the conversation. I have a dinner appointment with friends here. I went to Yin Yuan this morning to find a yin, but encountered a dead end. Just by chance. I bumped into Mubai at the entrance and thought I would test my luck. Xiao Mubai's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Did you not see?" But his unfinished sentence was promptly silenced by a foot from Fu Jingyi. Yin Yuling, not comprehending his intent, assumed he was referring to Huo Yan. Indeed, Uncle Yi mentioned that a yin is not a home, she remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. Chapter 78. The parent's failure to educate the child upon hearing those words. When Renlin's expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Had Yu Nian just departed, allowing this individual to intrude? Given the security measures at Yin Garden, was it conceivable for her to enter without permission? The Ho family truly was remarkable. Miss Yin, your presence is unwelcome here, Wen Renlin stated bluntly, dispensing with any pretense of civility. Fu Jingyi gazed at Wen Renlin in surprise. He was showing no regard for the Ho family's reputation. His reason for bringing Yin Yuling along was not due to her significance, but rather out of respect for the Ho family. While they had previously harbored disdain for him, they had afforded her a modicum of respect due to their connection with Huo Yan. What had prompted Wen Renlin's abrupt demeanor today? Yin Yuling stood frozen in place. The last time she visited, Wen Renlin had not been so ungracious. Now residing in the Ho household, even Fu Jingyi had to yield some ground to her. Yet, Wen Renlin's rudeness seemed to surpass previous encounters. With no one offering her an escape, she was left to awkwardly seek a way out herself. If she had any dignity, she would have erupted in indignation and stormed out. However, she dared not face the repercussions that would surely follow. "I apologize for interrupting your gathering. I shall take my leave," she declared, turning on her heel and fleeing in a flustered manner. The somewhat blunt Xiao Mubai was also intimidated by Wen Renlin's imposing presence, remaining silent. Though he felt Wen Renlin's behavior was somewhat harsh, the atmosphere left him hesitant to speak up. Yu Nian broke the silence. Why not take a seat, rather than standing by the door? Her tone remained as usual, yet lacked its customary warmth. She would not lay blame upon them, but there was undeniably a trace of disappointment. Fu Jingyi felt a jolt of realization. They had committed a grave error, far worse than the previous one. Yin Yuling had moved into the Ho residence, and they had focused solely on appeasing the Ho family by bringing her along, neglecting to consider Yu Nian's presence. Observing Yu Nian's nonchalant demeanor, he was at a loss for how to explain the situation. He forced a bitter smile and glanced at Wen Renlin. Understanding now that Wen Renlin had acted so towards Yin Yuling in defense of Yu Nian, Wen Renlin raised his glass, showing no inclination to take out his frustration on Fu Jingyi. The latter's actions had been justifiable. Any rational person would have acted similarly. Xiao Mubai, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, felt relieved when Yu Nian spoke. "Where is Han Zheng? Has he vanished? I sent him a message, but he hasn't," he replied. He complained, still nursing grievances from their last encounter, while Han Zheng seemed to have disappeared entirely. "He has gone for clothes training," Yu Nian replied kindly. Wen Renlin suddenly comprehended. Previously, his subordinates had mentioned that someone from the Han family had taken Han Zheng away, even without waking him. And it was this girl who had orchestrated it all. As the dishes began to arrive, the group commenced their meal. Observing the vegetables Wen Renlin placed on her plate, Yu Nian endeavored to feign indifference, selecting only what she enjoyed. Wen Renlin pressed his hand down on the rotating table, finding only greens before him, unable to procure any meat. "What a nuisance," Yu Nian murmured, shoving food into her mouth. Ever since Wen Renlin discovered her aversion to vegetables, he had relentlessly compelled her to eat them during each meal, much to her exasperation. During the banquet, Huo Yan also wanted to enjoy the vegetables, yet each time she managed to evade the issue, leaving Huo Yan utterly helpless. Is this what they call bloodline suppression? The dilemma is that they share no blood ties. Yu Nian, on the verge of tears, poked at the few small greens. It wasn't until she witnessed Yu Nian consuming the vegetables that Wen Renlin finally released his grip on the table. This fellow had been far too indulgent with Huo Yan. Something had to be done about it. Xiao Mubai, reveling in the misfortune, teased, "You're quite old to still be picky, aren't you? Looks like you've been served your just desserts." Fu Jingyi, however, was far less carefree. He pondered the evolving relationship between these two. Wen Renlin's actions had crossed a line, and what was even more intriguing was Yu Nian's response. She accepted it far too readily. As Fu Jingyi contemplated, a knock resonated at the door of their private room, and one of Wen Renlin's subordinates entered. "Sir, Miss Yin is outside." Their private room was under guard, and without an escort, no one could enter. The group expressed their displeasure. What was this woman, who had just suffered a significant setback, doing here? What audacity did she possess? "Let her in," Yu Nian interjected, curious about the woman's intentions. The subordinate complied without hesitation, exiting to bring Yin Yuling into the room before shutting the door behind her. "Miss Yin, what brings you here?" Fu Jingyi broke the silence, his tone markedly cooler than before, clearly disapproving of Yin Yuling's presence. She sensed his disdain. She had not wished to come, but grandfather Huo had instructed her to inquire about Huo Yan's whereabouts, believing she had a good rapport with these individuals, compelling her to muster the courage to approach them. Grandfather Huo asked me to see if you know where Yan has gone. I've been unable to reach him. No one responded to her inquiry. Though it was Yu Nian who casually interjected, Miss Yin, what brings you back to the country? I returned to visit Grandfather Huo, she stammered, offering a rather flimsy excuse. Then why not remain at the Huo residence? Yu Nian appeared genuinely puzzled, her expression reflecting her confusion as she gazed at Yin Yuling. What do you mean by that? Yin Yuling's face darkened. Who did she think she was to speak to her in such a manner? What I mean is, you're simply a nuisance, Yu Nian declared, casting aside her utensils with a crisp sound. A child's miseducation is the father's fault. Upon uttering this, Wenren Lin took out his phone and, in front of Yin Yuling, initiated a call, stating succinctly, create some trouble for Yin Zheng. Yin Yuling's complexion turned ashen in an instant. You can't do this, sir. This has nothing to do with my family. I am here on Grandfather Huo's behalf. You cannot act in this manner. Get out, Yu Nian stated bluntly, her 3 words leaving the two in front of her utterly astonished by her directness. Wenren Lin nodded at his phone, and immediately someone entered to escort Yin Yuling out. After her departure, the group fell into a silence, the atmosphere growing heavy. It was tea until when Renlin's phone rang that he glanced at the screen and let out a derisive chuckle. Xiao Mubai cautiously inquired, "Who is it? Why does Brother Lin look like that?" When Renlin did not respond. Instead, he connected the call and placed the phone on the table in speaker mode. Uncle Huo. A few individuals understood immediately that this was Huo Yan's father, and they referred to him as Uncle. Lin, I just heard from that little girl, Xiaoling, that you had a bit of a disagreement. Huo Zhang's amiable voice emerged, laced with a hint of mirth. Uncle Huo, do you hold a particular fondness for Miss Yin? This inquiry was somewhat delicate, as it could be interpreted as a senior's affection for a junior or a man's admiration for a woman. The two individuals across from him were nearly choked with astonishment at his audacious remark. How when Renlin lost his mind? What on earth was he saying? Chapter 79. Seeking military achievements opposite him, Huo Zhengang was evidently taken aback by when Renlin's unexpected inquiry, clearly caught off guard. What are you saying, child? Xiao Ling resides in the old residence, and the elder treats her with great care. Uncle Huo, is Anson at home? Wenren Lin, well acquainted with Yu Nian, posed a question that revealed her concern. Your grandmother Tsin is ill. She has returned to care for her. You mustn't speak carelessly in front of your Aunt Tsin, he admonished, his tone laced with a hint of anxiety. What if his wife were to find out? Lin, if there is a misunderstanding, let us resolve it calmly. There is no need for such grand gestures. Huo Zhengang returned to the matter at hand, feeling quite helpless. The elder had mentioned that Huo Yan and Wenren Lin were friends, and now that he couldn't reach Huo Yan, he had no choice but to turn his father. Uncle Huo, there is no misunderstanding. Please convey to Grandfather Huo that the Yin family is my target. If he has any grievances, he may address them to me directly. Child, oh, never mind. I shall not involve myself further. Huo Zhengang was taken aback by Renlin's words. What was the elder to do? Fu Jingyi wore a complex expression, while Xiao Mubai seemed petrified, eventually murmuring, Lin, that is Huo Yan's father. You are putting Xiao Yu in a difficult position. There is nothing difficult about it, Yu Nian replied with an indifferent demeanor. When Renlin was standing up for her, how could she hinder him? Fu Jingyi sensed something amiss in Yu Nian's words, but couldn't quite grasp it. Is this how all members of the Huo family behave? He inquired of one Renlin, as apart from Sinqing, Yu Nian was truly unfamiliar with the Huo family. She had only met old Huo once, and had never encountered the others. When Renlin shook his head, there is no need to concern ourselves with them. I shall take my leave. Yu Nian rose and exited without exchanging another word. When Renlin halted Xiao Mubai, who had intended to escort Yu Nian, casting a cold gaze in his direction. In the future, avoid frequent interactions with that woman. Xiao Mubai felt a bit aggrieved. He had not been pursuing her, merely crossing paths. Was he to act as if he were a stranger? Do not mention today's events to Huo Yan. He is returning soon. We should not complicate matters at this time. Xiao Mubai nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and refraining from speaking out of turn. Allons, something feels off with you today, Fu Jingyi suddenly remarked, having remained silent until now. When Renlin smirked slightly. What is off? I am perfectly well, more so than ever. Fu Jingyi scrutinized him with suspicion, yet some thoughts remained unspoken. The group, all busy individuals, finished their meal and lingered for a while before dispersing. When Renlin remained alone in the private room, not departing, shortly thereafter, several subordinates entered, engaging in discussion. As when Renlin returned to the villa, dusk had already settled. During dinner, he informed Yu Nian of his impending departure and inquired whether she wished to stay in the Yin garden for a few days. Yu Nian, perceptive as always, sensed an underlying tension. Even if he were to leave, he would not send her to Yin garden unless he intended to undertake something perilous, potentially endangering her safety. She regarded Wen Renlin with a calm demeanor, clearly indicating her desire for him to divulge the truth. Wen Renlin let out a soft sigh, realizing that his words would undoubtedly not escape Yu Nian's discerning nature. However, allowing her to stay here unguarded posed a significant risk. What if unforeseen circumstances arose? The people from country he had traced his whereabouts and were intent on launching a covert attack against him, but his informants had already caught wind of this plot. He decided to find temporary lodging elsewhere, intending to draw them out and resolve the situation. Yu Nian pondered for a moment, then smiled at Wen Renlin. Why not include me in this endeavor? Isn't this an opportunity for us to earn some merit? I'm concerned for your safety, which is why I hesitate. Wen Renlin replied, exasperated. I have a strong inkling as to why they have targeted you at this juncture, Yu Nian remarked, tapping her fingers on the table. Currently, discussions are underway between the two nations regarding border issues. They likely seek to avenge the losses they incurred last time by targeting you. And then what? When Renlin questioned, perplexed by the situation, is there any maneuverability left? If they wish to assassinate you, there must be an insider, Yu Nian noted. Zheng Min'er is affiliated with them, and it seems she shares a cordial relationship with Yin Yuling. Perhaps a maneuver of using a knife to slay someone? That is indeed a possibility, she continued. But merely targeting you would serve little purpose. I shall accompany you, given the animosity that Yin Yuling and Zheng Min'er harbor towards me. They are likely to strike at both of us. Yu Nian chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed. Then what is your plan? You could take advantage of the chaos to deal with that woman without drawing attention to ourselves. Is it really worth risking everything for just Yin Yuling? To gain merit? Of course. Why pass up an opportunity that presents itself? She retorted. At such a critical moment in negotiations, if they attempt to assassinate a major general of the army, what repercussions might that entail? When Renlin found himself momentarily speechless, having forgotten that she possessed such a significant identity. If this incident were substantiated, it could lead to considerable ramifications in the negotiations, and Yu Nian would undoubtedly play a pivotal role. Suddenly, a serious expression crossed Wen Renlin's face. Yu Nian, are you truly prepared to confront the Huo family directly? While I share your grievances against them, Huo Yan is innocent in this matter. Have you considered the future ramifications for you and Huo Yan? I'm not planning to escalate matters. I intend to send a message to that member of the Huo family and see how resolute he is. Yu Nian smirked, as if challenging him. If he was indeed protective, she would compel him to betray Yin Yuling himself. You are quite ruthless, truly considering using yourself as bait. He felt a wave of concern, fearing he might be unable to shield her. With more people around, they would likely refrain from acting. But what if she were to be injured in a less crowded scenario? Do you lack confidence in my abilities? She teased, a smile dancing on her lips. Besides, I still need to find a shield. Must you go? When Renlin asked, a hint of resignation in his voice. Absolutely. No more hesitations. Yu Nian decisively waved her hand, silencing him. She then pulled out her phone and called Elder Han, intending to do him a favor, recalling how he had effortlessly arranged for Han Zheng's departure last time. Why are you calling me, girl? What is it? Elder Han inquired, aware that Yu Nian's inquiries were rarely trivial. Arrange for a guard from your household for me. She demanded. What actions do you intend to undertake? Elder Han's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, fully aware that Yu Nian was not one to engage in trivial matters. Indeed, you should find a younger individual to suffer a minor injury in exchange for military merit, perhaps a significant leap in rank. Yu Nian's languid remarks astonished old man Han. One could only wonder what circumstance warranted such a suggestion. However, he refrained from probing further, adhering to a certain principle of discretion. Can Han Zhan manage this? He did not mince words. Such a splendid opportunity would never be squandered. Consider it a favor owed to Yu Nian. Han Zhan's skills were undeniable, and he was obedient to commands, unlike that obstinate young rascal, Han Zheng. Yet, his overly rigid demeanor and inability to adapt, coupled with the scarcity of opportunities for distinction, had hindered his advancement. This chance presented by Yu Nian was perfectly suited for him. Very well, let him call me. The identity of the individual is of little consequence, as long as they do not impede progress. After all, she is merely extending a favor to Old Man Han. Thus, we shall await the moment when Major General Yu adds another achievement to his illustrious record. Old Man Han felt quite pleased that Yu Nian had thought of him for such a fortuitous arrangement, engaging in cheerful conversation with her.